Chapter 1 Pregnant. The master bedroom on the second floor of the villa was dominated by cool tones, with the harsh light from the opulent fixtures casting a somewhat oppressive atmosphere over its spacious room. The inlay splash of life came from a pot of gardenias and the floating table brightening the otherwise somber ambience. Emerging from the bathroom, John Yunchurose, her expression a complex mix of emotions. Just a minute ago she had tossed a pregnancy test displaying toiliness into the bathroom trash. These was ostensibly a moment to celebrate, yet joy was conspicuously absent from her face. Prior to their marriage she had discussed the matter of children with Fuchingza, and distance was unequivocal he did not wish to have children. Their reasoning was simple, did not like kids. For over rare, they had tacitly agreed to a protection, yet, that night, circumstance had spiraled out of control. Seating herself at the edge of the bed, John Yunchu exhaled softly. She picked up her phone from the bedside and glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Just as was about to call Fuchingza, the doorknob creaked as it turned, and she looked up to meet the man's gaze. Fuchingza entered, his black suit draped over his arm. Jiang Yunshu held this gaze for several seconds, yet words might be pregnant lingered unspoken on her lips. Still awake, his voice was deep and melodious, the inflection rising gat-themed, but it always lacked a certain intimacy. Jiang Yunshu lowered Harry's, distractedly noting in response, "I just finished edgering." Fuchingza placed his watch in thither and glanced at Arthur. Noticing her lack of energy, he assumed she was merely tired and rosy. He looked at the wardrobe, retrieved a set of men's pajamas, and then turned off the brightest light in the room. "It's getting late, let's sleep." As the room dimmed, Jiang Yunshu then carried pajamas into the bathroom. Swallowing her to red hots, she placed her hand in her abdomen, resolving to find time the next few days to visit the hospital to confirm her pregnancy for discussing it with Fuchingza, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, Hugh was quite busy with work, and she did not want to disturb him over something uncertain. Coco and Ed in her blankets, Jiang Yunshu started at his island for a while, her mind flooded with memories of their bodies entwined in passion that night. She recollected vividly it was Fuchingza's birthday. Even though she learned Ed from Grandma Futha had not celebrated his birthday for many years, she had prepared a birthday cake, waiting for him to return home. After what felt like eternity, fatigue overcame her, and she fell asleep on the living room sofa. It was close to midnight when Agent Lekis brushed her forehead, rousing her from slumber. When she appeared her eyes again, she found herself cradling Fuchingza's arms so she carried her upstairs. Dazed, she felt as though she were in a dream. Once in the bedroom, she managed to ask, "There is cake downstairs, would you like to have a piece?" Fuchingza gently placed her on the bed, his gaze fixed in Harry's, yet he offered ignorantly. "I forgot you didn't like sweets." She lowered her gaze, a faint smile barely lifting the corners of her lips, her voice soft. "Happy birthday, is quitelatio she dressed." No sooner had words left her lips than he cupped her face with his large hands and leaned down to kiss her. In the dim light, their skin touched, their hearts racing in a way that felt more intense than they never did. But when Fuchingza pinned the bedside drawer, everything came to a halt. Wearing out last time, her breath quickened as he bit her lip, looking into his. His gaze was filled with a fierce longing, yet he closed his eyes, pushing himself away. She understood immediately. Yet, it was precisely his formidable self-restraint that stirred an inexplicable sense of longing and grievance within her. She suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, refusing to let him go. Fuchingza seemed to sense her reluctance, his brows knitting together as she rasped, "Don't be foolish." His words magnified her feelings of frustration and helplessness. She wanted to confront them, questioning why, as a married couple, they could not embrace possibility of faculty. The entire Few family, aside from him, was eagerly anticipating their Ravalafana life. That night she had really taken the initiative, but when she did, it provocatively unraveled his self-control. Assalency enveloped them. She calmly declared, "Ill to Kethapill." After his hour, Fuchingza emerged from the bathroom to find Jiang Yunshu with a restless, heckling bedentobed, extinguishing the last few dim lights. Theroomful intosolence, their shallow breaths gradually synchronizing, burdened by hurts, Jiang Yunshu found it hard to succumb to sleep, unintentionally releasing a soft sigh. Her partner seemed to notice, turning a shade in the darkness. "Can't sleep?" Jiang Yunshu snapped back to reality. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, he had a few cups of strontia thighs of turnin, so a mabatressless, chafaretta casual excuse." In the dim light of night, as her vision dimmed, Hyrotherson sessioned, adjusting her sleeping position. She suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of intimacy closing in. In the next moment, a powerful frame enveloped her from behind, warm breaths cascading over her neck. Jiang Yunshu bit her lip, hesitating to call his name, "Chingza." Her voix so often lingering, unintentionally infused with tenderness. Fuchens did not pick upon her subtler fusel. Thaget lekki says from behind worslo, yethis breathe guiavir, ashishan travilla delong hairwaist Jiang Yunsha must to red the strength to push him away, not tonight. Fuchens paused before quickly releasing her, then reached up to tuck the blanket around her. Sorry, you'll just go to the bathroom. Jiang Yunsha turned to enter the bathroom, feeling gassons of heaviness settle in her heart. In their intimate life, the Hadelways shared an unspoken understanding where everything unfolded naturally. Fuchens the Hadelways respected her boundaries, never forcing hers justice and their wedding night had sensed her nervousness, and nothing had happened but their shared bed. Buchel understood. The mutual respect they shared was, paradoxically, a distinct form of distance. When Fuchens emerged from the bathroom, Thefonen the bedside dedible rang hapikade tupan stepped out onto the balcony to answer. Chingza, imserito disturbia salit, a woman's voice scamathroat heline. It's no problem, is the resomething, Fuchengza replied. Ever returned to the country and just landed at the airport, can you come epic mop? Of course. Great, I'll be waiting. Don't forget to stop at that 24-hour self-service flower shop for a book to Fred Rossi's, make sure to pick a fresh one. Understood. Watching Estiman hurriedly Kanja disclose, Jiang Yunshu fell their palms tighten, unable to suppress her curiosity. Are you going out this late? Fuchengza glanced backer, grabbing Gisco. There's a last minute matter I need to attend to, you shall jetsamerist. The room was naturally quiet, and the sound off the door closing echoed sharply. Rissing to the balcony, Jiang Yunsha watched as Fuchenzeskar slowly drove out off the Velasgates, a sense of funious spreading silently in her chest. Chapter 2 Herbal Medicine. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. When she opened Eteries, it was already 8 o'clock. After freshening up, Jiang Yunsha changed her clothes and went downstairs for breakfast. Seeing her descend, Anshin hurried Lysette the double with a variety of breakfast items, saying, "Good morning, ma'am, the old house called dearly around Ascadato stop be." Jiang Yunshu pulled Utasher and sit down. Okay, you understand. I did not sleep well last night, ma'am, you look habitan well, Anshin said, placing Gabelovkin in front of her, concerned entertone. Jiang Yunshu had been plagued by a whirlwind of thoughts until dawn, resulting in only a fitful sleep. She brushed it off lightly, saying, I had a bite of insomnia last night at nothing serious. Mr. If you reminded me before you left thought you might sleep a little longer and instructed me not to disturb you. I didn't expect you out of you put the shower, Anshin continued. Jiang Yunshu raised her east. Did Jinza have breakfast at home? Yes, headed, he took a couple of cals while eating hesquitibasi. As Hester read her kanji with a porcelain spoon, Jiang Yunshu understood that they had not spent the night about the dretter interest in the sitter room, just as she'll wasted after business trips. The household staff often praised his attentiveness, but what Jiang Yunshu trolitizard was not a husband or to boot waking her, due to know how old embrace her after being away 4 days. Yet, these old embraced, and tender moments where their relationship was characterized by a tranquil coexistence, each respecting the other's space. Since it's still early, why not they breakfast and then take Yanap, Anshin suggested. Jiang Yunsha shook her head, focusing in her kanji. Upon arriving at the old house, Grandma Fu was in the garden watering the flowers. Upon seeing her granddaughter-in-law, her expression softened, and schwaved. Xiao Shu, come sit with Grandma the sun for a while. Jiang Yunsha took Grandma Fuser man settled into her reclining gratin chair. A plump white cat, having emerged from its hiding place, approached and rubbed it against their ankles. Grandma Fuzz smiled at the K10 playful earmarked, you little fatty, always a clingy. Jiang Yunsha bent down to scoop the kitten to her lap, gently stroking Jit's round head acid purred, eliciting gas off left from her so durable. Grandma Fu affectionately ruffled Jiang Yunsha's hair and asked, Xiao Shu, did not rest well last night? Anshin eskedmeth the same thing this morning, and Uncle Lee Hassel so inquired about me health, now you've not acceded to his fatigue thetobis, Jiang Yunsha replied, laughing lightly. Of course, you're a looking like a little panda, Grandma Fu teased, Hooray sprinkling with mirth. As they cinchine brightly in the garden, Grandma Fu shared her wisdom on health and wellness for some time until the household staff came to invite them inside for lunch. Once seated, Sushuping Fucheng's mother called it for a servant to bring a bowl soup to Jiang Yunshu, her expression earnest. Xiao Shu, the soup was special hybrid for you, don't try it. Jiang Yunshu looked at the large bowl of dirt brown liquid, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. She had little appetite. Event Hofshi Haju Esadiskin tense, Shesta last, Mom, what kind of soup is this? Su Shiping smiled. The size of fertility soup made with Chinese herbs like hishou, angelica, peach kernel, and cooked with blackbone chicken. It's been simmering galmorning drink it while it shot. Jiang Yunshu felt a twinge of discomfort. Mom, I appreciate your kindness, but Cheng's Endi haven planet for kildre night. He mentioned it at a last fam ligethering. Before she could finish, Su Shuping interrupted. Cheng's eyes being foolish, weary of following his lead. The few family has of estate samio must inherit it. Cheng's a still young focus at Salian his scare. Buffy might regret no thaving children need it. Besides, you're in your prime for bearing haben gabba by now would all for a quicker recovery, wouldn't it? Su Shuping spoke without pause, and Jiang Yunshu's again inwardly, nodding silently. Yet, with the possibility of a life growing within your, Shek Nuzi could not casually drink the soup. Quickly, she fabricate an excuse to decline. Mom, I ate some mething beta yesterday and Mr. Machis upset. I'm worried that if I drink this, you might throw it up, wasting the soup. Kudio hyohevanchen pacatina thermos form, it'll take a thumb to drink tonight. Su Shuping frowned, displeased, but seeing Jiang Yunshu's pale complexion, she relented and instructed a nearby servant to pack the soup. Grandma Fu cast a glance at Su Shuping, her voice firm. Shuping, don't worry so much, they'll handle their own affairs. Mommy am just concerned for them. It's good for young people to have their own ideas, but Theodor of Kildron cannot be delayed. Just the third day, I attended Flofamoliz banquet for their grandson Shundraday celebration. Mrs. Lumenchen their daughter-in-law to occurs to conceive it wasn't easy. As Theser van Plissid thepak thermoson thidable, Su Shuping hurriedly remanded, Shashu, remember to drink kit when you get home, and take these supplements with the to nourish our body. Jiang Yunshu saluasum wat strained, okay, thank you, Mom. By time Jiang Yunshu returned to Shang Bayuafu, night had fallen. Anshin tunai feather mosan supplements from Jiang Yunshu Shan Sandast, Madam, what's this? Feeling exhausted, Jiang Yunshu could almost smell the medicinal aroma wafting from Feathermas. She forced on half a cup of warm water to kill her nausea. Just throw it away. Anshin, having been through-ish herself, understood the situation at a glance. Noticing Jiang Yunshu's slightly haggard face, she couldn't help but speak candidly. Madam, don't take me wordsomes, but even get chilled sooner rather than later is a good thing. In a wealth of family, children are the greatest security. Though Jiang Yunshu found it hard to accept such sentiments, she appreciated Anshin's goodwill. Thank you, Anshin, beauty awning to worry about mim well aware of my situation. Having cared for Jiang Yunshu's daily needs for over a year, Anshin recognized her gentle disposition and intelligence. Being morelli or vantan few household, Shek knew when to hold her tongue and tactfully shift the conversation. Madam, Havio had a riot, Mr. Fuse assistant Kaladan said I'll be having dinner with Thama tonight. Jiang Yunshu wastaken abakathad biniar leg wavixens fuchens last had an erathome. She cherished themaments they could sherimial like ordinary couples, yet their physical discomfort made her reluctant to engage. Once upstairs, Jiang Yunshu had barely stepped into her bedroom and changed her clothes when she received a work-related phone call. Hello, Teacher Jiang. I'm Gong Yan, a planning staff member from Beijing Television's T-Channel. In calling in Balfoft key organizers to thank Yin Sigayin for accepting the invitation to be a judge to Beijing district event. I went Ted Ramin. Hadamaratus the day for the finals. Jiang Yunshu plead humbly, it's an honor to serve as a judge for the Beijing district. Thank you for the reminder. I will arrive on to meet tomorrow. After hanging up, Jiang Yunshu headed to her study. She was meticulous and diligent, and Deventhoff she felt unwell. She opened her computer to review the emails concerning Theventons Marie. When Fu Cheng's entered, Anshin had already disposed of tea herbal soup in the kitchen sink. Has sit down at the dunning table and asked, is Madam home? Yes, sure, just returned from the old house a short while ago. Has Madam had dinner? No, Anshin replied truthfully. She mentioned having quite a snack this afternoon and was thumry. She didn't trust well last night and didn't take Yanap. Sasha went upstairs to rest. Fuchin Zifron slide lion headed upstairs. Passing Bethesda, Hinata set the lightways and Hejin Lapusha de Pentheslide Layajar Dordofin Jiang Yunshu's dather desk, intently focused on her computer screen. Hiria sparkled, and der features radiate unique intelligence and charm. Her delicate features, high nose bridge, and porcelain-like skin were a captivating event. Of her complexion was less than ideal, chic sudi dane ligan sethet was truly enchanting. Fuchin's escaza linger read on her, captivated. Time seemed to slip away until Jiang Yunshu clicked the mouse to close her computer. When she looked up, Harry Esmithus. Chapter 3 Dinner together. The air seemed to hang suspended for a few seconds. Jiang Yunshu was taken aback to find Fu Qingze gazing intently at her. Recalling how she had rebuffed his advances the previous night, she felt an unexpected awkwardness enveloping the atmosphere. I heard from Aunt Chen that you didn't have dinner? Fu Qingze broke the silence first. Zhang Yunshu nodded. Yes, I'm not hungry. Are you feeling unwell? No, it's just that I didn't rest well last night. It's nothing serious. Fu Qingze nodded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting to the computer screen, his dark eyes serene. Have you finished your work? Yes, Zhang Yunshu replied tersely, and then a silence fell between them. With a slight distance separating them, Zhang Yunshu longed to inquire about his late-night departure, wondering what urgent matters had called him away. As the heir to a major conglomerate, his workload was indeed substantial, and it was not unusual for him to conduct online meetings with overseas partners in the dead of night. However, the call he had received last night had clearly not come from his assistant. Just as she pondered over how to phrase her question appropriately, Fu Qingze spoke again. Have some porridge and then rest. You should eat a little. Zhang Yunshu replied with an agreeable okay, just as her phone, resting on the table, began to ring. I'll take this call first, I'll be down shortly. Fu Qingze nodded and turned to leave, but through the door, he heard Zhang Yunshu's anxious voice. Hello, Jingyan, how is it? Is the rescue operation going smoothly? He paused momentarily, glancing through the crack of the door at her silhouette before shutting it and proceeding downstairs. In the study, Zhang Yunshu stood before a bookshelf, answering the call, as the man on the other end spoke rapidly. It's going quite well, but I really want to curse. A bunch of rich second-generation folks, having a party on their private yacht, didn't return to port until it was dark, just aimlessly drifting at sea. They only realized the danger when they were about to hit a reef and capsize. Thankfully, they weren't so intoxicated that they couldn't send a distress signal. That's good to hear, Zhang Yunshu sighed with relief. I checked the weather in Haicheng. There was fog at night, so visibility for flying must have been poor. I'm glad you successfully completed the rescue mission. Gu Jingyan clicked his tongue. Yunshu, you actually worry about me. That's a questioning of my flying skills. Zhang Yunshu chuckled lightly. If Rani knew about your rescue mission tonight, she'd probably be at the temple burning incense, praying for your safety. Fortunately, before the mission, I couldn't get through to her and ended up calling you instead. Li Rani has a heart as small as a needle's eye. If she heard about the rescue mission over the speaker, it would have taken half her life. Gu Jingyan bantered on, continuing to tease Zhang Yunshu. Yunshu, let me ask you, during our time at Beijing Aviation University, when was there a flying skills assessment that I didn't come in first? Are these rescue missions really challenging for me? Without hesitation, Zhang Yunshu replied, not every time was at first, though I remember before Qingze transferred schools, you often came in second. Zhang Yunshu. You better not let me hear that name again. Gu Jingyan gritted his teeth. I'm still not over your impulsive marriage to that Fu fellow. But didn't you say he is handsome, well-built, wealthy and capable, second only to you in every aspect? Zhang Yunshu suppressed a laugh. Marrying him isn't exactly a loss for me. Gu Jingyan clenched his fists. Do you understand what self-comfort is? When I said that, I was trying to come to terms with the fact that you've already registered your marriage. Zhang Yunshu burst into laughter. All right, let us stop talking about it. I need to go downstairs to eat. When you come back from this vacation, I'll treat you and Rani to dinner. After hanging up, Zhang Yunshu turned her head and noticed the photo frame on the shelf. Inside it, Fu Qingze was dressed in a blue jersey and white sneakers, his damp black hair casually swept up, revealing his forehead and elegant brows, exuding vitality and smiling radiantly. The date printed in the lower right corner indicated he was nearly 19 at the time. In truth, she didn't even need to calculate the time. Zhang Yunshu could instantly recognize the year of the photograph. It was the very year she had first encountered Fu Qingze at Beijing Aviation University. Beside it was another frame, featuring Fu Qingze and his half-brother Fu Chengsheng. Zhang Yunshu later learned that Fu Chengsheng tragically lost his life in a car accident on a snowy winter day. As a consequence, Fu Qingze was thrust into the role of heir to the family business and transferred abroad to pursue studies in economics and management. Sighing silently, Zhang Yunshu set down the frame. Ever since their reunion in Yunjing a year ago, she realized she had yet to see Fu Qingze's vibrant smile again. Descending the stairs, she found the dining table already laid out with 4 dishes and a soup. Fu Qingze sat at the table, engrossed in his phone, not yet touching his chopsticks. Why haven't you eaten? After chatting with Gu Jingyan for a few minutes, Zhang Yunshu felt considerably uplifted, her tone noticeably lighter. Fu Qingze set down his phone, his gaze somewhat subdued, and served her a bowl of yam porridge. I was waiting for you. Thank you. Jiang Yunshu accepted the porcelain bowl, recalling the Fu family's emphasis on dining etiquette, which mandated that one could only begin eating once everyone was seated, a rule established by the late Mr. Fu. She smiled gently. It's just the two of us dining, there's no need to wait for me. Fu Qingze raised his eyes to meet hers, his dark gaze deep as ink. After a few seconds of silence, he lowered his eyelids. Let's eat. Jiang Yunshu, already a slow eater, found her appetite diminished further, picking at her food like a little chick pecking at grains. She stirred her spoon in the soup, glancing at Fu Qingze. Compared to his 19-year-old self, his facial features appeared more defined and robust, the youthful innocence replaced by a deep, inscrutable gravity. Yet, whether at 19 or 27, he remained dazzling and exceptional. Noticing Jiang Yunshu's gaze upon him, Fu Qingze was just lifting his spoon from the fish soup bowl. Their eyes met in the air, and Jiang Yunshu instinctively turned away, her gaze dropping to the double-handled bowl filled with fish soup. Would you like some fish soup? Fu Qingze inquired. Gazing at the milky white fish head soup, nausea surged within her. Jiang Yunshu shook her head, hastily reaching for a glass of water to sip. As the night fell, a gentle rain began to patter, creating a unique tranquility in the room. After showering and changing into her pajamas, Jiang Yunshu approached the bedside, only to find Fu Qingze already fast asleep. In slumber, he appeared remarkably relaxed and approachable, his brows unfurrowed, his expression profoundly serene. Slipping under the covers, Jiang Yunshu gently placed her hand on her flat abdomen, contemplating the need for a timely visit to the hospital. This matter could not be delayed. When Jiang Yunshu awakened again, it was already morning. She stretched out her hand to find the remote on the bedside table and pressed the curtain switch. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the empty space beside her pillow. As usual, at this hour, Fu Qingze had already left for the company, needing to attend the finals for the tea artist competition as a judge for the Beijing division. Jiang Yunshu did not linger in bed, quickly throwing off the covers to rise and head to the bathroom to freshen up. Once downstairs, she took a seat at the dining table. After sipping a mouthful of seafood porridge, a wave of nausea hit her like a tidal wave. She set down the porcelain bowl and rushed to the bathroom to rinse her mouth. After recovering for a while, she lifted her head, only to find her eyes glistening in the mirror. Anchen knocked gently on the door. Madam, are you all right? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yunshu approached the door to open it. I'm fine. Anchen hesitated for a few moments before speaking. Madam, you wouldn't happen to be pregnant, would you? Jiang Yunshu halted, her tone calm. Anchen, you know my stomach is sensitive. It is likely just something I ate that didn't agree with me. Let us not discuss this casually. If it reaches Mom and Grandma, it will only lead to unnecessary excitement. Anchen nodded. Understood, but it would be best for you to get checked at the hospital. Regardless, your health is of utmost importance. Jiang Yunshu smiled softly. All right, I'll keep that in mind, Anchen. Chapter 4. The judges returning to the dining table, Jiang Yunshu found herself unable to sip even a single mouthful of porridge. Given the time constraints, she merely drank a couple of swigs of lemon honey water before heading upstairs to change her attire. The car came to a halt at the North City International Exhibition Center. As Jiang Yunshu stepped out, a throng of reporters surged forward, their flashes becoming increasingly frenetic. She understood well that most of these journalists did not regard her as a judge for the finals, but rather as Mrs. Fu, and she even harbored suspicions that a few entertainment reporters were among them. The staff member tasked with receiving Jiang Yunshu, Gong Yan, swiftly arrived with several security personnel, shielding her from the reporters while offering apologies. I'm sorry, but the judges are currently unavailable for interviews. Once Jiang Yunshu was escorted to the reception room, Gong Yan could not help but exclaim, Teacher Jiang, you look extraordinarily beautiful and graceful today, like a classical beauty stepped straight out of a painting. Thank you, Jiang Yunshu replied with a gentle smile. The young woman in her 20s spoke her compliments with genuine sincerity, devoid of any hint of flattery, and Jiang Yunshu appreciated engaging with such clever yet sincere individuals. Teacher Jiang, there is something I would like to consult you about, Gong Yan said. Jiang Yunshu responded with a soft acknowledgement. Do tell. Gong Yan's tone was imbued with warmth, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The magazine Tea Rhythm World wishes to invite you for a feature interview. I was wondering if you might have the time, Jiang Yunshu replied. It's difficult to say at the moment. Please contact me later. If I am available, I would be delighted to accept the interview with Tea Rhythm World. Alright, Gong Yan's voice was bright and clear. thank you, Teacher Jiang. Madame Fu arrived at the finals venue early in the morning, accompanied by Madame Lu. Both were enthusiasts of tea culture and frequently met to savor fine teas together. As they approached the audience seats, before Madame Fu could greet Madame Lu, a fashionably dressed young woman turned to her with a cheerful salutation. "Hello, Grandma Fu." "Hello," Madame Fu replied, turning to Madame Lu to inquire, "Who is this?" Madame Lu smiled and introduced, "This is my little grandson Lu Shirxia's fiancée, Yan Xiao." Yan Xiao immediately interjected with a tone of endearment, "You can just call me Yao Yao, Grandma Fu." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they settled into their seats. As the recording of the program commenced, the host delivered an impassioned opening statement, setting up a tea table and brewing a fine pot of tea. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of the Yunjiang Mingfu Tea National Tea Artist Selection Competition, North City Division. I am your host, Gao Yang." Following the splendid semifinals, 7 contestants have successfully advanced to the finals. Let us await with bated breath to see who will emerge victorious. First, let us warmly welcome our esteemed judges to the stage. Applause erupted throughout the venue, and as Jiang Yunshu was the final judge to enter, she sparked a wave of hushed discussions among the guests. Clad in a sky blue, improved qipao adorned with traditional buttons, Jiang Yunshu embodied the cultural essence of an Eastern woman, her graceful figure exuding elegance and poise. Madame Fu sat in the audience, applauding for her granddaughter-in-law, when she overheard some murmurs behind her. Why did they invite such a young judge? Can the results of this selection be credible? The first 3 judges are all in their 40s or 50s. This one looks to be barely in her 20s. She is indeed quite stunning, rivaling the goddess of ancient costume dramas, Liang Xiyu. Could it be that she was specially invited to enhance the program's viewership? Yan Xiao, seated beside Madame Lu, couldn't help but smirk in derision. It was no wonder she was invited to be a judge. She merely appeared to be a decorative vase, having married into the Fu family and climbed the social ladder. The host continued, "Teacher Jiang Yunshu is a national senior tea taster, a board member of Yunjiang Mingfu Tea Company, and the project leader for tea culture at the think tank Construction Center of North City University. Let us once again extend a warm welcome to Teacher Jiang." At this announcement, the applause grew even louder, and the whispers behind shifted from skepticism to admiration. "She is truly remarkable, achieving such heights at such a young age. A talented woman with both beauty and capability. It seems the program has struck gold. Not to mention, she is the wife of Fu Qingze, the newly appointed head of the Fu Group." Their whirlwind marriage led many in the circle to mock Madame Fu for climbing the social ladder, but in truth, she has simply chosen to remain low-key, being the daughter of the chairman of Yunjiang Mingfu Tea Company. No wonder she could become a board member of a listed company at such a young age. It turns out she is the chairman's daughter. Madame Lu, catching wind of the conversation, leaned slightly towards Madame Fu and remarked, "Your granddaughter-in-law is not only beautiful and capable but has a wonderful character." "Truly enviable," Madame Fu smiled, her eyes sparkling, and generously praised, "That boy Qingze is fortunate. It is indeed a blessing for our Fu family." Upon hearing this, Yan Xiao's expression soured considerably. After enduring the audience for a while, she concocted a flimsy excuse about feeling unwell and retreated to the lounge to play games. In the financial center, a towering office building loomed above. Inside the president's office, Fu Qingze's long, slender fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly typing before hitting the enter key. The computer screen displayed the live broadcast of the Tea Artist Selection Finals. His arms rested on the desk, hands intertwined, his gaze intently fixed on Jiang Yunshu as she made her way onto the stage. Her smile was radiant, reminiscent of the first time he encountered her at the age of 19. Her demeanor was serene and cool, akin to how he had seen her again during the misty season in Yunjiang 2 years prior. As the camera zoomed in, Fu Qingze noticed the pearl earrings she wore, his gift to her on her birthday. The corners of his lips curled slightly, but upon catching sight of the white jade pendant around her neck, his brow instinctively furrowed, and the smile faded from his lips. That white jade pendant was a gift from Gu Jingyan, a fact he had witnessed firsthand. A knock echoed at the door, but Fu Qingze did not lift his gaze, simply saying, "Come in." Assistant Song entered, handing over a document. "President Fu, there's a document that requires your review and signature." Fu Qingze replied, "Just place it here for now." Understood. The Assistant Song set the document down and caught a glimpse of the tea-related program playing on the president's computer screen, his surprise evident. As the camera focused on Madame Fu, realization dawned on him. Jiang Yunshu had taken her seat among the judges, and soon it would be time for the 7 contestants to make their entrance. Fu Qingze diverted his attention from the screen, flipping through the document at hand, and glanced at Assistant Song, inquiring, "Is there anything else?" "No, nothing at all." Assistant Song hastily exited the office. Approximately 20 minutes later, Assistant Song received a call from the president's office. As he knocked and entered to retrieve the signed document, he found Fu Qingze's focused gaze once again fixed on the computer screen, where the clear, resonant voice of his wife was delivering her commentary. Chapter 5 Fainting. The finals of the Yunjiang Mingfu Teacup Tea Art National Selection Competition concluded successfully in the North City District. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the contestants for their remarkable performances, as well as to the 4 esteemed judges and the audience both present and watching from home. The evaluation finals came to a close with the host's impassioned closing remarks. Several prominent figures in the audience were invited by the organizers to the tea room for a tasting. "This event has truly been splendid," remarked Old Lady Lu, her admiration evident, as she couldn't help but envy Old Lady Fu. "Your family has indeed married a daughter-in-law who understands tea. I have yet to inquire how Qingze came to know such a fine Yunjiang girl as Yun Shu." Old Lady Fu sipped her tea and began to recount. "Before Qingshan passed away, I accompanied him on a trip to Yunjiang. By then, his illness had become uncontrollable, and he chose to abandon treatment, seeking solace in a picturesque locale. In Yunjiang, Qingshan and Yunshu's father formed a bond over tea and felt an instant connection. When Qingze visited Yunjiang to see his grandfather, he fortuitously encountered Yunshu. Noticing their similar ages, Qingshan played matchmaker, and thus, they began their journey together." Old Lady Lu sighed. "What a stroke of fate." Old Lady Fu smiled warmly and inquired, "What of your grandson's fiancée? Why is she not here?" Old Lady Lu waved her hand dismissively. "No need to concern yourself with her. Yao Yao is no match for Yun Shu. She is restless and lacks an understanding of tea, yet insisted on accompanying me. She is probably off somewhere indulging in leisure." After Jiang Yunshu exited the stage, a wave of nausea surged within her stomach. Having skipped breakfast, her abdomen felt hollow, and she could only retch without producing anything. Upon leaving the restroom, she felt somewhat faint and decided to head to the lounge to have a light snack before joining Old Lady Fu in the tea room. Upon entering the lounge, as soon as Jiang Yunshu took a seat, she overheard voices from behind the screen. "I truly do not understand the fascination with this trivial tea. Why create an entire program around it? If it weren't to curry favor with the old lady, I wouldn't bother attending this utterly tedious competition. By the way, do you know who they invited as judges?" There was a brief pause, and Jiang Yunshu heard her name, followed by a derisive laugh. She looked so ordinary, with nothing but the ability to brew a cup of tea, merely to please the old lady. "I truly cannot fathom how Fu Qingze ever took a liking to her. Surely, he was coerced into marrying her by the matriarch of the Fu family." Another voice chimed in. "It is evident that it was a forced marriage." Jiang Yunshu and Fu Qingze received their marriage certificate not long before the old master of the Fu family passed away. It must have been to allow the elder to depart in peace. Just a few days ago, the Lu family held a 100-day banquet for their eldest son and daughter-in-law, and Mrs. Fu brought gifts to congratulate them. I heard Mrs. Fu say that there has been no movement from Jiang Yunshu's belly, which has left her quite anxious. Before leaving, she even sought Aunt Lu for the list of herbal remedies for fertility. The Fu family, with such a prestigious lineage, places great importance on heirs. It has been over a year since their marriage without a child. Could it be that Fu Qingze finds her lacking? Perhaps he has never even touched her. Jiang Yunshu sat with her back to the screen, her eyes betraying no emotion. Ever since her marriage to Fu Qingze, such whispers had never ceased. She had always chosen to ignore them, opting to turn a blind eye as long as they did not encroach upon her space. Yuan Xiao, hidden behind the screen, was engrossed in her gossip, completely oblivious to Jiang Yunshu's presence in the same lounge. As she uploaded photos from a trendy CAF to her social media, she continued, "I know a reporter who claims to have snapped a picture of Fu Qingze picking up a woman at the airport late at night. The two were all smiles as they got into the same car." The woman on the other end of the call responded excitedly, "Is that true? Why hasn't the photo been leaked? They're currently negotiating terms. Once an agreement is reached, no one will see the photo. If it falls through, the exposure would surely make headlines across all major platforms." The woman on the line, half joking and half maliciously delighting in the drama, suggested, "Why don't we buy the photo and leak it ourselves?" "I can't stand Jiang Yunshu's smug demeanor, acting as if she's so humble. It's utterly disgusting for a mere tea girl." Yuan Xiao sneered, "Her situation is quite pitiful. her husband is indifferent, and her womb is uncooperative. She cannot bear children. What difference is there between her and a discarded concubine in ancient times? Oh, wait, she has never been favored. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Teacher Jiang, I found you here. Jiang Yunshu replied. Yuan Xiao behind the screen froze, a chill running down her spine. She quickly lowered her voice, saying, I'll talk to you later, goodbye. Gong Yan approached, her work ID prominently displayed. Teacher Jiang, please come this way for a photograph. Before Jiang Yunshu could respond, Yuan Xiao emerged from behind the screen, forcing a smile as she approached, tentatively greeting, Hello, Yunshu, I am Lu Shixi's fiancée. I came with Grandma Lu to watch the competition today. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Yunshu regarded Yuan Xiao's outstretched hand, her tone cool and indifferent. I heard everything, there is no need for such superficial gestures. Yuan Xiao's expression soured instantly, her hand retracting in frustration. She had not anticipated Jiang Yunshu's assertiveness. In her mind, Jiang Yunshu should have been the type to pretend not to hear and maintain a facade of harmony. Jiang Yunshu stood, her slender figure emanating an air of authority. I simply choose not to waste energy on such remarks, but that does not imply I lack the ability to address them. Speaking one way in public and another in private resembles the antics of a clown. Be cautious with your words. Do not let me hear any more of your slanderous fabrications about me. Otherwise, I possess ample means to silence you. Gong Yan, standing nearby, was taken aback, pondering how one could deliver such a lethal message in a gentle tone. Yuan Xiao, fully aware of the veiled threat in Jiang Yunshu's words, stood frozen, her heart brimming with indignation yet stifled by fear. She recognized that Jiang Yunshu was not someone to provoke, especially given her marriage to Fu Qingze, which afforded her the backing of the entire Fu family. Even if Yuan Xiao were to become Mrs. Lu, she wouldn't dare confront Jiang Yunshu openly. Having delivered her message, Jiang Yunshu turned to Gong Yan and said, Let us go. Certainly, Gong Yan gestured for her to proceed. This way, please, Teacher Jiang. As they exited the lounge, Jiang Yunshu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. With each step, the world around her began to distort and blur. Noticing Jiang Yunshu halt, Gong Yan bent slightly, supporting her against the wall. Teacher Jiang, what is wrong? As the words left her mouth, Jiang Yunshu succumbed to unconsciousness. Teacher Jiang? Teacher Jiang. In a flurry of panic, Gong Yan swiftly retrieved her phone to call for an ambulance. Chapter 6. Do you wish to keep this child in the hospital ward? Jiang Yunshu slowly opened her eyes amidst a haze of confusion, her gaze gradually sharpening. As she recognized the figure seated beside her bed, she softly murmured, Grandmother. Madame Fu grasped Jiang Yunshu's hand, inquiring gently, You're awake? Do you feel unwell? Jiang Yunshu shook her head, replying, No. Su Shuping, perched on the sofa by the window, sprang to her feet upon hearing Jiang Yunshu's voice. Her excitement was palpable as she exclaimed, Xiao Shu, you're pregnant, the Fu family will have an heir. At this revelation, Jiang Yunshu felt no surprise. Even without visiting the hospital for confirmation, the 2 lines on the pregnancy test and her persistent nausea had nearly assured her of the new life growing within her. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Jiang Yunshu squinted against the brightness, her gaze drifting upwards to rest upon Fu Qingze, who stood behind Madame Fu. His expression was inscrutable, his eyes deep and somber, like a profound river, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, exuding an air of chilling calmness. Jiang Yunshu was unable to decipher his emotions or fathom his thoughts at this moment. How could you be so careless as to not even realize you were pregnant? Thankfully, someone was by your side when you fainted. If anything had happened, there would have been no room for regret, Su Shuping chided, her tone tinged with reproach. Enough, Shuping, cease your unnecessary remarks, Madame Fu interjected, her impatience evident as she turned her attention back to Jiang Yunshu. Xiao Shu, you fainted due to low blood sugar, but there's no need for concern. Everything is fine, and the child is unharmed. The doctor has informed us that pregnant women often experience pronounced symptoms in the early stages, leading to nausea and a decrease in appetite, which can result in unstable blood sugar levels. Nevertheless, you must take care to eat breakfast from now on. Jiang Yunshu nodded, responding, All right, I understand, Grandmother. Madame Fu gently patted the back of Jiang Yunshu's hand, saying, Let Qingze stay here with you. We shall take our leave for now. Okay, Jiang Yunshu replied. Xiao Shu, it would be best for you to move back to the old residence for a while. There is only Aunt Chen at Shangbaiyu Fu. How can she adequately care for you and the child in your womb? This is a perfect opportunity to spend more time with your mother and grandmother, Su Shuping remarked as she walked away. We'll be leaving now. Make sure to rest well. For the first time, Jiang Yunshu acutely felt the Fu family's emphasis on lineage. Even Madame Fu, who had never pressured her, visibly radiated joy upon learning of her pregnancy. After Su Shuping and Madame Fu departed, the room was left with only Fu Qingze and Jiang Yunshu. Would you like some water? Fu Qingze stepped forward, his dark eyes calmly fixed on her. Jiang Yunshu's eyelashes fluttered as she nodded. Fu Qingze turned to pour water, while Jiang Yunshu silently observed his silhouette for a few seconds before attempting to sit up. Lie down, I'll help you. Fu Qingze swiftly placed the cup down upon seeing her struggle, gently assisting her to recline once more, and adjusted the bed slightly. Leaning against the headboard, Jiang Yunshu said, I'm fine, just a bit weak. If you're busy with work, you need not stay here with me. Once the 4 is finished, I'll call Uncle Li to take me home. Fu Qingze settled onto a chair by the bed, handing her the cup of water. I'm not busy. Someone ought to be here with you. As the steam from the hot water wafted up, Jiang Yunshu tightened her grip around the cup, resolutely stating, It was on your birthday. Fu Qingze lifted his gaze to meet hers, understanding she was referring to how the child was conceived. After a moment of silence, he asked, Did you not take any medication afterward? Jiang Yunshu replied. A hint of regret and helplessness flickered across Fu Qingze's typically austere face as his brows furrowed slightly. After roughly half a minute of silence, he met Jiang Yunshu's eyes, his tone earnest. The responsibility for this matter lies with me. I acted recklessly. Pausing, he directly inquired, Do you wish to keep this child? Jiang Yunshu lowered her gaze, avoiding Fu Qingze's eyes. Even though she anticipated he would ask this, the moment she heard him voice the question, a wave of sadness washed over her. Yes, I wish to keep it, she endeavored to mask her melancholic emotions with a calm demeanor. A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Qingze's eyes as he asked, Is this your desire, or has your mother pressured you? Taken aback by Fu Qingze's question, Jiang Yunshu was unaware that, prior to her awakening, Fu Qingze had quarreled with Su Shuping outside the ward after learning she had coerced Jiang Yunshu into consuming fertility-enhancing concoctions. Fu Qingze continued, Why did you not mention your mother's insistence on the fertility tonic? You were too busy with work. I did not want you to be disturbed by these trivial matters. Jiang Yunshu paused before explaining thoroughly, It had nothing to do with my mother. The child was conceived that night when my mother urged me to drink the tonic. I was already pregnant. As for the tonic, I did not dare to consume it indiscriminately. I had Aunt Chen dispose of it when I returned home. Fu Qingze took a deep breath. I understand. Jiang Yunshu raised her head, inadvertently locking eyes with Fu Qingze. And you? Her voice carried a note of tentative inquiry. Do you wish to keep this child? Fu Qingze's demeanor remained calm as he replied solemnly, I respect your choice. Before Jiang Yunshu could fully comprehend her feelings upon hearing Fu Qingze's response, a knock echoed from the door. Fu Qingze stood to open it, revealing a young woman in her 20s, carrying a basket of fruit. She introduced herself, Hello, Mr. Fu, I am Gong Yan, a staff member from the tea art selection competition. I came to visit teacher Jiang. Assuming she was a reporter, Fu Qingze was about to refuse her entry to avoid disturbing Jiang Yunshu's rest when he heard a voice from behind him say, Let her in. Gong Yan placed the fruit basket on the table, inquiring, Teacher Jiang, how are you feeling? I'm fine, just a bit of low blood sugar. Thank you for calling 120 for me, Jiang Yunshu replied. You're too kind, Gong Yan said. I should have left after you woke up, but I had some work to finish at the venue, so I had to leave early. I ran into Madame Fu at the hospital entrance. She informed me you had regained consciousness. Since I happened to pass by this hospital on my way home, I thought I would come and visit you. Jiang Yunshu smiled, Thank you. Gong Yan refrained from further interrupting Jiang Yunshu's rest, expressing her gratitude for Jiang Yunshu's cooperation with her work before departing the ward. Fu Qingze closed the door behind her, striding back to Jiang Yunshu's bedside. Observing her somewhat fatigued face, he asked, Do you wish to sleep a little longer? Jiang Yunshu glanced up at the 4 mm. Fu Qingze assisted her in lying down, then took a seat on the stool beside the bed, watching as she closed her eyes. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, and in that moment, Jiang Yunshu grasped the essence of her emotions. An indescribable pang of sorrow. Beneath the covers, she slowly moved her left hand to her abdomen, replaying Fu Qing's earlier response in her mind. I respect your choice. He merely acknowledged the fact that they were to have a child, yet he appeared devoid of joy or anticipation regarding the arrival of this life. Chapter 7 Reminiscences. Since relocating to the ancestral home, Jiang Yinshu's life has been meticulously arranged, characterized by a wholesome diet, ample rest for her pregnancy, and attention to every detail. Even her work obligations, under the persistent urging of Su Shuping, had to be temporarily set aside. Feeling rather idle, she found solace in the fact that old Madame Fu had cultivated an array of exquisite plants in the courtyard, and thus took it upon herself to water the flowers and feed the fish. After completing her gardening tasks, a light sheen of perspiration adorned Jiang Yinshu's forehead, yet her spirits were considerably lifted. The weather was delightful. She stretched languidly, settled into a wicker chair, and picked up a copy of the classic of tea to peruse. Just as she became engrossed in her reading, she felt something nuzzling against her ankles. Glancing down, she discovered a small white cat. As she set her book aside to reach out and stroke the cat's head, a hasty voice interrupted her. Xiaoshu, do not touch the cat. Looking up, she saw Su Shuping approaching with hurried steps. You are pregnant now. You must be cautious in all matters. Jiang Yinshu sighed. Mother, it's all right, this cat is harmless, please do not be overly anxious. That may be so, but during the first 3 months of pregnancy, fetal development is paramount. Cats can carry toxoplasmosis. It is too dangerous for expectant mothers to have contact. As she spoke, Su Shuping instructed a servant to take the cat away. Sitting beside Jiang Yinshu, she noticed the watering can on the floor and furrowed her brow, adopting a tone of gentle admonition. Xiaoshu, how many times must I remind you? From now on, let the gardener handle the watering and weeding. If you exert yourself and catch a cold, what then? Mother, I am quite healthy, I am not so fragile, Jiang Yinshu replied. I am accustomed to a life of ease, and if I do not engage in some activity, I fear I shall become utterly listless. Furthermore, the books on pregnancy advocate for moderate exercise, which is beneficial for the baby. Su Shuping responded, of course, exercise is important, but the first 3 months are best spent in rest. After that, I will invite a professional yoga instructor to our home. Regular sessions will help alleviate bodily swelling and enhance pelvic circulation, facilitating a smoother delivery. Jiang Yinshu nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Mother. Your consideration is truly thoughtful. I am grateful for your care during this time. Su Shuping smiled, her gaze drifting to Jiang Yinshu's belly. It is all for the child, it is no trouble at all. With a deep sigh, she continued, I recall the arduous experience of giving birth to Qingze, enduring the entire pregnancy alone. After overcoming that challenging period, I never anticipated that the son I bore would grow close to others, possibly thinking I was merely a mistress to his father, and indirectly causing the demise of his half-brother. Surprised by Su Shuping's lament, Jiang Yinshu found herself at a loss for words. To her knowledge, Su Shuping was the second wife of Fu Jingquan, who had divorced his first wife 3 years after their son, Fu Changsheng, was born due to marital discord. However, Fu Jingquan had postponed finalizing the divorce until after Fu Qingze's birth. Mere moments after his divorce, he married Su Shuping and had another son, leading her to be labeled as the homewrecker, while Fu Qingze was derided as an illegitimate child. Fu Jingquan publicly clarified the situation, defending Su Shuping and Fu Qingze, even urging his ex-wife to address the allegations, yet, she remained silent, revealing only the date of their divorce, which swayed public opinion in her favor. Su Shuping felt wronged and publicly accused Fu Jingquan's ex-wife of manipulating the narrative, only to be met with backlash from the media and public alike. Eventually, the matter faded into obscurity, but resurfaced when Fu Qingze assumed the role of president of the Fu Corporation a few years ago. Coincidentally, Su Shuping attended a charity gala during this tumultuous time, where reporters intentionally broached the subject, seeking to incite controversy. When asked, who do you believe is more capable of leading the Fu Corporation, your son or Mr. Fu Changsheng, she retorted, is it reasonable to compare my son to someone who has passed away? That night, the media erupted in outrage, dredging up the long-buried scandal. Someone within the industry anonymously tipped off the media, revealing that the day after Fu Qingsheng's memorial, Su Shuping had remarked during a mahjong game with friends that Fu Jingquan's ex-wife was malevolent, and that her son would have his revenge, as if heaven had eyes. Although Su Shuping had indeed made such a comment, it was taken out of context and said in a fit of anger. With Fu Changsheng groomed as the heir to the Fu family, Su Shuping felt compelled to respond amidst mounting public pressure. Just as she issued a statement denouncing the rumors, audio evidence emerged, which, despite her claims of editing, portrayed her as expressing regret for Fu Qingxing's untimely death. However, her malicious reputation had already taken root, leading no one to believe her words. This saga dragged on for a considerable time, only subsiding in the last year or two. Observing Su Shuping shed tears, Jiang Yunshu quickly offered a tissue, comforting her. "Mother, how could Qingzi possibly feel that way? He is a discerning individual, not one to simply follow the crowd. We must have faith in him." Wiping her tears, Su Shuping sighed. "Xiaoshu, you do not understand. He shares a close bond with his elder brother. Ever since both boys came of age, Shangsheng has been cultivated as the heir of the Fu family. I find it unfair to Qingzi, who is subtly encouraged to compete, yet, despite my urging, he insists on attending an aviation university, and when I expressed my concerns, he began to distance himself from me." Jiang Yunshu pursed her lips, carefully weighing her words. "Mother, but Qingzi truly aspires to be a search and rescue pilot." Su Shuping's voice rose in intensity. "Why forsake a family inheritance to pursue such a perilous career as a rescue pilot? That profession is exhausting, fraught with danger. Does he not value his life?" Jiang Yunshu fell silent. She longed to articulate that there are indeed individuals who selflessly choose such vocations: soldiers defending the borders, firefighters charging into flames, and doctors bearing the weight of their responsibilities. They are ordinary members of society, deserving of our respect. However, she refrained from engaging Su Shuping in conflict, understanding that her words would not alter her mother's perspective. Noticing Jiang Yunshu's silence, Su Shuping sighed and took her hand, saying, "Xiaoshu, my tone was not directed at you. I am simply feeling overwhelmed." Jiang Yunshu smiled understandingly. "Mother, I know you are not upset with me." Upon entering the living room, old Madame Fu called for Jiang Yunshu. "Have some fruit." Old Madame Fu pushed a plate of fruit towards her and presented a beautifully crafted box. "Open it and take a look." As Jiang Yunshu opened the box, she beheld a translucent, cool, and lustrous white jade bracelet. "Is it not beautiful?" old Madame Fu inquired. Jiang Yunshu nodded. "It is lovely." Old Madame Fu removed the bracelet from the box and gently placed it on Jiang Yunshu's wrist, nodding in satisfaction. "It truly is exquisite." As Jiang Yunshu's grandmother was a professional antique collector and appraiser, she had been immersed in the world of jade since childhood, immediately recognizing the bracelet's considerable value. "Grandmother, this is too precious. You have already gifted me a jade bracelet, I cannot accept another." Old Madame Fu insisted. "What is precious about it? Accept it, otherwise, I shall be unhappy." "Thank you, grandmother." Jiang Yunshu ceased to decline. "Then I shall graciously accept it." Old Madame Fu, with a warm smile, reached out to caress her head. "That is the spirit. Your grandmother dotes on you and wishes to bestow upon you only the finest." Chapter 8. Pregnant and unable to drink. As the conversation unfolded, Jiang Yunshu's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was Li Rani calling. "Hello, Yunshu. That rascal Gu Jingyan has finally taken a break. Let's go out and have some fun tonight." Jiang Yunshu felt as if she were a national treasure, caged by Su Shuping, and she wondered if she would ever be able to step out of the Fu family's residence. After a few moments of silence, she replied, "I understand, I will call you back shortly." Li Rani, left bewildered after the abrupt hang-up, recalled the last time Jiang Yunshu had done this. It was when she had inadvertently interrupted the couple's romantic evening. However, it was broad daylight now, and the conversation was devoid of any urgency. This was unexpected. Jiang Yunshu placed her phone back on the table. "Grandma, Mom, I would like to go out for a bit today. I have two friends I haven't seen in a long time. Coincidentally, one of them is on leave, and we want to catch up." Su Shuping frowned. "Xiaoshu, you are still in your early pregnancy. It would be best to stay indoors for now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. If it is absolutely necessary, invite your friends over instead." Having anticipated Su Shuping's refusal, Jiang Yunshu immediately turned to the matriarch, her expression one of innocent pleading. Grandma Fu understood. "Shuping, let Xiaoshu have her way. Ever since she moved into the old residence, she hasn't stepped outside. She must be feeling stifled. Xiaoshu is not careless, she will take care of herself and the child." With Grandma Fu's support, Su Shuping found it difficult to object further and reluctantly nodded after reiterating her concerns. That evening, Uncle Li drove Jiang Yunshu to Yuyuan, a quaint Chinese restaurant reserved by Su Shuping. The establishment boasted an elegant ambience and exquisite dishes, and importantly, it was only about a 10-minute drive from the Fu residence. Upon entering the private room, Jiang Yunshu had barely settled in when Li Rani and Gu Jingyan burst through the door, playfully shoving each other like children in a schoolyard brawl. Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but chuckle. Did you both come together? I picked him up from the airport, Li Rani plopped down, exasperated. This scoundrel deceived me, claiming he brought me a gift. Gu Jingyan turned to Jiang Yunshu, raising 3 fingers in defense. I did give her something. Li Rani glared. Those airline snacks hardly count as a gift. Gu Jingyan shrugged. You're talking about that little round bun, did you eat it or not? Li Rani pressed her hands down in mock seriousness. Would you like a taste of my fist? Jiang Yunshu laughed, shaking her head as she handed each of them a menu. Alright, you both need to fill your stomachs first. If you're going to fight, at least make sure you have some color on your faces. Gu Jingyan clicked his tongue. Yunshu, you really enjoy stirring the pot. Hey! Li Rani opened the menu and asked a rather practical question. Who's paying tonight? Look at you being so stingy. Gu Jingyan glanced at the menu before raising his head. Shall we change the venue? Jiang Yunshu smiled. I'll treat you. Order whatever you like. Gu Jingyan snapped his fingers, and he and Li Rani chorused, Alright, we were waiting for that. After placing their orders, Li Rani pulled out her phone and showed them a photo from her album. You two have to see this. Does this man look handsome or what? Gu Jingyan took a glance. Oh, a new target? Bingo, Li Rani winked. This charming robe perfectly aligns with my aesthetic. Gu Jingyan scoffed. Ha, your tastes are quite fickle. We're all single. Who do you think you are to judge? Li Rani retorted. Gu Jingyan waved his finger. I'm leagues ahead of you, I've been through 2 relationships already. Li Rani crossed her arms, ready to expose him. You dare say that? In your first relationship, you complained that the girl was too clingy and distracted you from gaming and flight training, and you broke up within a month. Your second relationship lasted 3 months, but you could count the number of times you met on 2 hands. You're probably still a virgin. Gu Jingyan tilted his head. Tsk, Li Rani, that is quite unkind. Li Rani covered her mouth, laughing. Oh wow, I actually hit the nail on the head. I can't believe this notorious playboy is still a naive boy. What a plot twist, huh? Gu Jingyan shot her a glare. Don't even think about asking for gas money. Li Rani immediately stifled her laughter. But seriously, I never expected that among the 3 of us, Yunshu would be the first to settle down. Speaking of that, it infuriates me. Gu Jingyan turned to Jiang Yunshu. You've never even dated, yet you dared to have a flash marriage. And to top it off, your husband is my arch-nemesis, Fu Qingze. Li Rani inquired. Wait, how did you and Fu Qingze end up with a grudge? Jiang Yunshu quietly answered. He pursued a girl in college, but she liked Qingze. I remember now. During a basketball match in our freshman year, he lost to Fu Qingze right in front of that girl. Li Rani chimed in. Yunshu, your husband probably still doesn't know that Gu Jingyan had a crush on that girl. I'll say it again, I won that basketball match in our sophomore year. Gu Jingyan emphasized each word. Li Rani observed his fierce competitive spirit and clapped nonchalantly. Bravo, Gu Jingyan. Ignoring her, Gu Jingyan continued speaking to Jiang Yunshu. And you, that year in sophomore year when you came to see me play basketball, you were wearing a camera around your neck, promising to take candid shots of me. Yet, out of 10 photos, 8 were of Fu Qingze. I thought you were being a bad friend, deliberately trying to irritate me. Looking back now, you must have had a crush on him back then, right? Jiang Yunshu raised her cup to drink, feigning ignorance. Come on. Gu Jingyan nudged her. Stop pretending to sip water and confess. Li Rani's bright eyes were fixed on Jiang Yunshu, her tone urgent. Come on, spill it. Jiang Yunshu set her cup down. Isn't it rather predictable? Gu Jingyan felt faint, tugging at his hair in frustration as he asked Li Rani, how can she say such heart-wrenching things so casually? That Fu Qingze truly attracts all the girls. Shut up. Li Rani punched Gu Jingyan's back and then asked, Yunshu, you haven't been secretly dating Fu Qingze for years, have you? Jiang Yunshu smiled. No, he had a girlfriend back then. Plus, he went abroad for his studies in the 2nd semester of sophomore year. We didn't have any means of contacting each other. Li Rani sighed. Wow, after all those years, you two still managed to cross paths. The red string of fate must be made of steel. I was the one who tied the knot, Gu Jingyan sighed. Yunshu, I owe you an apology, let me bow to you. As they joked, the waiter arrived with the dishes. Li Rani took the opened bottle of red wine from the waiter. This wine is exorbitantly priced, I must see if it truly tastes like liquid gold. Jiang Yunshu called out to Li Rani, you don't need to pour me any. I don't drink. Now that's just boring, Li Rani said, pouring the wine into a goblet. Red wine doesn't tea make you tipsy, it only invigorates you. Seeing Li Rani eagerly preparing to toast, Jiang Yunshu smiled helplessly. I'm pregnant, so I really can't drink. Chapter 9. To pick up Yunshu, Li Rani held a tall wine glass, her gaze suddenly fixating on Jiang Yunshu's lower abdomen. Are you expecting a baby? Jiang Yunshu nodded calmly, yes. Li Rani and Gu Jingyan exchanged wide-eyed glances, and after a moment, she turned back to Jiang Yunshu to confirm, really? Jiang Yunshu picked up her chopsticks and served herself some food. Indeed. Li Rani was overcome with excitement, as if she had won the lottery. Congratulations, Yunshu. You're going to be a mother, and I'm going to be an aunt. With both of you being so good-looking, your child is surely going to be beautiful. Just thinking about a cute little bundle calling me auntie in a small voice makes my heart bloom with joy. Jiang Yunshu chuckled softly, you're getting a bit ahead of yourself. IVE just conceived. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Li Rani and Gu Jingyan clinking their glasses together, downing the red wine in one go with the enthusiasm of drinking white liquor. Congratulations on becoming an aunt. Congratulations on becoming an uncle. Watching their exuberant reactions, Jiang Yunshu suddenly thought of Fu Qingze. In truth, she longed to hear Fu Qingze utter the words, congratulations, you're going to be a mother. Fu Qingze's dedicated driver was on leave today, so it was Uncle Li who was driving. After finishing his overtime, it was already past 10 in the evening. Under the night sky, Beicheng was bustling with traffic, illuminated by dazzling lights, exuding a sense of hurried yet solitary beauty. Once in the car, Fu Qingze leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. As they approached the Fu family residence, Uncle Li received a call from Jiang Yunshu. Uncle Li, please come pick me up now. Fu Qingze, not yet asleep, opened his eyes almost instantaneously upon hearing her voice. Uncle Li replied, of course, madam, please hold on a moment, I'll arrive in 10 minutes. No rush, drive safely. Understood. Hearing Uncle Li hang up, Fu Qingze inquired, Uncle Li, has Yunshu gone out today? Uncle Li responded, yes, madam went to Yuan for dinner with friends. Fu Qingze fell silent for a few seconds before commanding, turn around, let us pick up Yunshu. Young Master Fu, we are almost home. I can drop you off first and then go pick up madam. What I mean is, I will go pick up Yunshu and bring her home. Fu Qingze raised his gaze, meeting Uncle Li's eyes through the rearview mirror. Uncle Li quickly understood and immediately turned the car around. When Jiang Yunshu received the call that Uncle Li had arrived at Yuan's entrance, Li Rani had already had too much to drink and was dozing off while clutching an empty wine bottle. Let us go. Gu Jingyan patted Li Rani on the head, seeing her unresponsive, and pulled her gently, come on, your drinking ability is as lacking as your courage. Jiang Yunshu helped carry Li Rani's bag, trailing behind the two as they exited the private room. You've been drinking. It's unsafe for you to drive, I'll have Uncle Li take you both home. No need, I called a ride service to bring Rani's car back, otherwise, she'll have to come back tomorrow to retrieve it. After exiting Yuan, Gu Jingyan opened the backseat door and pushed Li Rani inside. He took the bag from Jiang Yunshu's hands. Yunshu, although I may not particularly like Fu Qingze and believe you deserve better, since you've already chosen him, Rani and I sincerely wish you both happiness. I hope you remain joyful and content. Jiang Yunshu rarely heard Gu Jingyan speak with such seriousness. She smiled and nodded earnestly, I will. Gu Jingyan patted her shoulder, I couldn't make it to your wedding, but I promise I'll take leave for the baby's full moon celebration and prepare a generous gift. All right. Jiang Yunshu smiled, let us hurry. As she watched Gu Jingyan get into his car, Jiang Yunshu waved goodbye and walked toward the vehicle parked nearby, only to realize it was Fu Qingze's tall figure. Dressed in a black suit, he stood tall, enveloped in the interplay of light and shadow. Jiang Yunshu approached and looked up into his deep black eyes. "Chenza, what brings you here?" "I had to work late tonight, and Uncle Li is driving. On the way back, I received your call, so I thought I'd pick you up." Fu Qingze opened the car door, shielding her head from the roof. "Get in." Jiang Yunshu nodded and bent down to enter the car. The vehicle moved smoothly along the road, the night scenery continuously shifting outside the window. The night breeze was cool, and having stood outside Yuyuan for a while, Jiang Yunshu felt a chill. Unconsciously, she rubbed her hands together. Fu Qingze glanced over, holding her hand. "Are you cold?" A warm hand enveloped her slightly chilled palm, and Jiang Yunshu was taken aback, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "Not really. It's just a bit chilly outside, but now that I'm in the car, it's fine." Fu Qingze nodded, his gaze landing on her fair wrist. Jiang Yunshu pulled up her sleeve slightly, revealing a jade bracelet. "My grandmother gave it to me." Fu Qingze's lips curled slightly. "It looks beautiful on you." Jiang Yunshu discreetly admired the side profile of the man, his dark eyes serene, shadows from his lashes falling on his eyelids, the contours of light and dark creating an ethereal effect. This reminded her of Gu Jingyan's earlier comment about his charm attracting many girls. Though the wording was somewhat imprecise, it wasn't too far from the truth. Indeed, many girls were fond of him. Years ago, she had witnessed half the stadium holding banners with his name, and some girls didn't even understand the game, they were simply there to see him. Noticing Jiang Yunshu lost in thought, Fu Qingze asked, "What is on your mind?" Jiang Yunshu met his cold, inky gaze. "The two friends I had dinner with tonight, do you remember them? One is my bridesmaid, Li Rani, and the other is your former classmate from Beihang, Gu Jingyan." After saying this, Jiang Yunshu discreetly observed his expression. His facial lines tightened, visibly becoming silent and stern. She sighed internally. On one side was her lawful husband, sharing a bed with her, while on the other were her longtime friends, both of whom disliked one another. It baffled her how a few minor disagreements from years ago had escalated to such animosity. Seeing that Fu Qingze did not wish to discuss the matter, Jiang Yunshu tactfully shifted the topic. "Tonight, I treated them to dinner at Yuyuan and ordered some asparagus soup. It was quite good. You should try it when you have the time." Upon hearing this, Fu Qingze's expression softened slightly as he nodded. Observing Jiang Yunshu's recently slightly gaunt face, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you still experiencing severe morning sickness?" Jiang Yunshu smiled faintly. "It's much better now. I am not feeling as uncomfortable." Fu Qingze let out a light sigh. "You've had a hard time." Jiang Yunshu shook her head. Chapter 10 The Search for a Daughter-in-Law. The car glided slowly into the alley and came to a halt before the courtyard gate. The courtyard was softly illuminated by the street lamps, and Fu Qingze draped his suit jacket over Jiang Yunshu's shoulders as they strolled side by side through the front yard to the grand hall. Fu Laotai was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a popular period family drama. Upon noticing the young couple's return, she exchanged a few pleasantries before urging them to ascend to their room for some rest. In the bedroom on the second floor, after finishing her shower, Jiang Yunshu, clad in a bathrobe, dried her damp hair and remarked, "I'm done washing up, you can go now." Fu Qingze turned back, his gaze clouded, and he suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. The woman before him had cheeks flushed with warmth, her smooth skin glistening under the light, droplets of water cascading from her hair to her fair collarbone. Entering the bathroom, he was met with a foggy shower stall, still lingering with her delicate scent. After considerable effort to suppress his desires and recalling Jiang Yunshu's recent struggles with morning sickness, Fu Qingze furrowed his brows and shook his head at his reflection in the mirror. Once Jiang Yunshu had dried her hair and changed into her sleepwear, she received a call from Gu Jingyan. "Hello, Yunshu, I've just dropped Rani off at her home. I've just stepped out of the elevator, and you won't believe whom I ran into." "Ran Yi's new target?" Jiang Yunshu speculated. Gu Jingyan exclaimed in surprise, "Have you developed clairvoyance? How did you guess so accurately?" Jiang Yunshu chuckled lightly, "With the tone of your gossip, it was merely a wild guess. Let me tell you, this person actually lives in the same community as Li Rani, right across from her." He was staring intently as I escorted Li Rani inside, so he must have some interest in our Rani. Jiang Yunshu replied, "Did you not explain anything to him?" "Explain what?" "I just tossed Li Rani onto the sofa and left their surveillance outside their door. If he truly cared, he do know exactly when I departed, that is called being discerning, do you understand? Jiang Yunshu smiled, not really. Alright, next time we meet, I'll gift you a love manual so you can learn the art of discernment. After hanging up, Jiang Yunshu descended to get a glass of water. Passing through the living room, she noticed Fu Laotai still seated, watching television. She approached her grandmother, sitting beside her. Grandma, I'll keep you company for a while. You needn't keep me company. If you're tired, just go rest, Fu Laotai replied. I'm not tired, it's still early, and I can't fall asleep. Jiang Yunshu set down her cup. I see you've been watching this ancient drama for the past few days. Could you tell me what it's about? At the mention of this, Fu Laotai transformed into an enthusiastic promoter of the show, eagerly recounting the plot. Meanwhile, upstairs, Fu Qingze had finished his shower and noticed Jiang Yunshu was not in the bedroom. After drying his hair and changing into his sleepwear, he ventured downstairs to find her halfway down the stairs. He suddenly halted. Jiang Yunshu, with her lustrous black hair cascading around her, had bright eyes that sparkled with laughter as she sat next to Fu Laotai, radiating a joyful and gentle aura. Fu Qingze watched her from a distance for a moment before descending the remaining steps. Seeing him approach, Fu Laotai playfully remarked in a tone mimicking the television drama, after a brief absence, you've come searching for your wife. Can T bear to be apart? Jiang Yunshu followed Fu Laotai's gaze and met Fu Qingze's eyes. Her ears flushed slightly, and she murmured, Grandma is reciting lines. Indeed, Fu Qingze acknowledged, glancing at the television screen before settling beside Jiang Yunshu on the sofa. Fu Laotai continued her teasing, Xiao Shu, you should head upstairs to sleep, he has come down to look for you. Jiang Yunshu's smile held a hint of exasperation. Grandma, just as I was beginning to understand the plot, you want me to leave? She turned to Fu Qingze and added, I'm still wide awake. You should go rest first, I'll stay with Grandma until the end. Fu Qingze casually placed a soft cushion behind Jiang Yunshu's back. It's still early. Jiang Yunshu, taken aback, asked, You want to watch too? Fu Qingze's gaze shifted from the television screen to her face. Jiang Yunshu remarked, Most viewers of these ancient family dramas are female, I thought you would find it quite dull. Fu Qingze replied, I've watched dramas with Grandma before. Oh, Jiang Yunshu nodded and turned to discuss the plot with Fu Laotai. As the two engaged in animated conversation, Fu Qingze leaned back against the sofa, slightly tilting his head to admire Jiang Yunshu's delicate profile, a softness gradually blossoming in his deep gaze. After a lengthy chat with Fu Laotai, Jiang Yunshu reached for the glass of water on the table. As she leaned forward, Fu Qingze swiftly retrieved the cup for her. Do you want some water? Jiang Yunshu glanced at him. I'll pour you a warm one. Fu Qingze returned, handing her a cup of warm water. Jiang Yunshu accepted it, instinctively thanking him. That moment, the television displayed a scene where the male lead returned victorious from battle, embracing the female lead after a long separation, passionately kissing as they entered the room. Jiang Yunshu lowered her gaze, sipping from the cup. The atmosphere was undeniably tinged with an awkwardness that was hard to articulate. Fu Qingze's eyes fell upon her warm, soft lips as she bit the edge of the glass, clearly feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and he found his mouth unconsciously curving into a slight smile. Once the kiss scene concluded, Jiang Yunshu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Time passed slowly, and the drama continued without nearing its end. Fu Laotai, having taken an afternoon nap, was still quite alert, while Jiang Yunshu began to feel the weight of fatigue. Noticing her yawn, Fu Qingze leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Are you tired? The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing her heart to race. She turned her head, feeling his soft, warm lips graze her ear. I'm all right, she replied, shaking her head. Fu Qingze gazed into her eyes, which glistened with moisture, and spoke softly, If you're tired, you should go to sleep. They were close enough that Jiang Yunshu could distinctly feel his warm breath lightly caressing her forehead, a teasing sensation that sent shivers down her spine. This episode is about to finish. Let us watch it before resting. Fu Qingze nodded. Jiang Yunshu stretched her neck and tilted her head to the left, misjudging the force and accidentally bumping her head against the shoulder of the man beside her. Fu Qingze glanced at her, raised his arm, and gently pulled her into his embrace. Jiang Yunshu froze momentarily, instinctively tensing her body at the warmth of his freshly washed skin, and the scent of his refreshing presence enveloped her, a familiarity that felt comforting. Once she regained her composure, Jiang Yunshu gradually relaxed, resting her head against his chest, a small smile tugging at her lips. As the end credits rolled, I finally noticed the young couple nestled together. It's getting late. One of you has work tomorrow, and the other is expecting. You should head to bed. Jang Yunshu lifted her head, sitting up straight. All right, Grandma, good night. You should also rest early. I'll watch the next episode preview before heading to my room. I urged them. Quick, go upstairs and rest. Feeling genuinely fatigued, Jang Yunshu made a trip to the restroom before slipping under the covers. Fu Qingze turned off the lights and lay beside her. The night was silent and windless, the moonlight streaming in like water, and she drifted into a dreamless slumber. Chapter 11 Turmoil. During the weekend, Jang Yunshu accompanied Su Shuping to an auction. As soon as they settled into their seats, Su Shuping handed Jang Yunshu the auction brochure, saying, Xiaoshu, take a look and see if there's anything that catches your fancy. I don't require anything, Jang Yunshu replied. You should see if I can bid on your behalf. Su Shuping beamed with delight. Ever since you became pregnant, I haven't had the chance to gift you anything. This time, I'm here specifically to select a present for you. It was unnecessary to mention that Su Shuping could easily afford to bid on any item, let alone just one. Naturally, Jang Yunshu did not wish to dismiss her kind intentions and began to peruse the brochure, remarking, You've gone to such lengths again, Mom. Su Shuping sighed. Xiaoshu, I truly appreciate you. Qingze is rather obstinate, steadfast in his decisions. He insists he doesn't want a child, which is merely a way for him to express his displeasure with me for having encouraged him to compete with his elder brother for the position of heir to the Fu family. Moreover, he has never had a fondness for children since he was little. There was a time when I genuinely feared the Fu family would have no descendants. Can you blame me for being anxious? Jang Yunshu nodded silently. Xiaoshu, please don't hold it against me for pressuring you. If I were to urge Qingze too insistently, he might neglect the company entirely and fly away on a plane, Su Shuping continued. Jang Yunshu gently reassured her. Mom, you needn't worry, Qingze won't do that. Before grandfather passed, he entrusted the responsibilities of the corporation to him, and he certainly wouldn't want to disappoint grandfather. Su Shuping smiled, pride evident in her tone. That much is true. Ever since Qingze took charge, the company has reached new heights, thriving remarkably. Shifting the topic, Su Shuping couldn't help but express her frustrations. I simply cannot fathom why, in comparison to his elder brother, Qingze is equally capable, if not more so. Yet, the Fu family seemed intent on allowing only his brother to inherit the fortune. As for Qingze, I never encouraged him to cheat or steal, I merely wanted him to earn his place with integrity, and somehow, I'd become the villain. As Jang Yunshu listened to Su Shuping lament, she occasionally offered her agreement and, when encountering disagreeable statements, carefully chose her words to counter or remain silent. Fortunately, the auction soon commenced, granting Jang Yunshu a moment of peace. The starting bids at this auction were rather high, but nothing particularly captivated Jang Yunshu's interest, save for a stunning jade and diamond brooch that genuinely surprised her. After the auction concluded, MRS.Lu from the back row approached Su Shuping to greet her. Mrs. Fu, what a coincidence! Oh, I thought I recognized someone. It's a familiar face, Su Shuping replied with a smile. You've come to the auction as well. I didn't see you earlier. I arrived late with Yao, and our seats were at the back, Mrs. Liu explained. Yan Siyuan followed closely behind her mother, casting a glance at Jang Yunshu, maintaining a gentle smile while suppressing a sneer within. Hello, Mrs. Fu, she addressed Su Shuping directly. Jang Yunshu chose to ignore Yan Siyuan and greeted MRS.Lu instead. MRS.Lu responded with a smile. Yunshu, do come over to our house for a visit when you have the time. Grandma Lu adores you. After she saw you as a judge on that program, she couldn't stop praising you. Jang Yunshu smiled back. Certainly, I will make a point to visit. Noticing Su Shuping in high spirits, evidently uplifted by the occasion, Mrs. Lu leaned in to inquire, Yunshu, are you still taking the herbal medicine? Su Shuping lowered her voice slightly. Isn't it a coincidence, I just received a prescription from you, and Xiaoshu is now pregnant. Really? Congratulations, Mrs. Fu. MRS.Lu exclaimed. Such delightful news, why didn't you mention it earlier? Su Shuping beamed, I didn't want to announce it during the first 3 months. MRS.Lu nodded eagerly. Once this period passes, you must host a gathering for us to celebrate properly. Absolutely. Yen Si-yuan's gaze flicked toward Jiang Yunshu's abdomen, her jealousy igniting a fierce discontent within her. After returning home with MRS.lu, she quickly called a few friends out for drinks. At the bar, Yen Si-yuan venomously vented her frustrations upon checking her phone and seeing the trending news. We need to stoke the flames further. After dining with Su Shuping, Jiang Yunshu received a message from Li Rani while on her way back to the Fu family residence. The phone buzzed incessantly, prompting Jiang Yunshu to glance at it. Yunshu, you need to see the trending news. Your husband's scandalous headlines. Is there really no one left in the entertainment industry? Your husband has taken it by storm single-handedly. What the heck, how is someone revealing your pregnancy? Oh my, infidelity during pregnancy? Yunshu, keep your composure, your health is paramount. You mustn't become overly agitated, considering you're with child. Before Jiang Yunshu could open the link sent by Li Rani, she noticed it had already been retracted. Clearly, Li Rani wished to spare her the sight of it. Maintaining her tranquility, Jiang Yunshu opened the app, and the first trending topic was Fu Qingze, CEO of the Fu Corporation, meeting a woman at the airport late at night. Upon clicking the entry, she glimpsed a photo of low clarity. She could easily identify Fu Qingze's figure, while the woman beside him was obscured by a hat and mask, rendering her features unrecognizable. There was a considerable distance maintained between them. Scrolling down, she encountered a trending topic regarding Fu Qingze's alleged infidelity during her pregnancy. The popular clips comprised her previous public appearances, accompanied by commentary that praised her beauty and poise, lamenting her unfortunate choice in partners. Before the car even reached the Fu family estate, Su Shuping received a call from the media seeking confirmation about Jiang Yunshu's pregnancy. We will announce any good news in due time. Thank you for your concern, dear media friends, Su Shuping replied, ending the call with displeasure. The media has become more intrusive over the years. How did they even get my contact information? I could sue them for invasion of privacy. No sooner had she spoken than another call came in, inquiring about Fu Qingze's alleged infidelity during his wife's pregnancy. This time, Su Shuping lost her temper, cursing before hanging up. Are they out of their minds? I need to contact a lawyer and sue them for defamation. Turning to see Jiang Yunshu engrossed in her phone, she quickly reassured her, Xiaoshu, don't pay attention to it, these people are simply idle. Qingze would never betray you. Jiang Yunshu put her phone away. Mom, I understand, and I trust Qingze completely. Yet, Su Shuping remained uneasy about Jiang Yunshu, fearful of her becoming distressed. Don't worry. I will call Qingze and let him explain everything to you directly. Jiang Yunshu stopped her. Mom, let's not complicate things for Qingze, he will handle it. I know you care about me, but do I seem like someone troubled? Seeing Jiang Yunshu remain calm eased Su Shuping's worries, and she sighed in relief. All right. Once they arrived at the Fu family estate, Jiang Yunshu responded to Li Rani's message. I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me. Once this matter is resolved, I'll share more details with you. Li Rani, immersed in the online frenzy, hesitated before replying with a simple okay. She no longer worried about Jiang Yunshu. The latter possessed a natural resilience, and such unverified rumors would hardly affect her. However, she now found herself concerned about Gu Jingyan, who was always willing to fight for his friends. Back in high school, when a boy deceived her, he had beaten the boy up and received school sanctions for it. After hanging up, he was likely on his way to the Fu Group's headquarters. The situation was already chaotic enough. It would be best not to share this with Yunshu just yet. Chapter 12 Jiang Yunshu, she is now my wife. Having concluded an extensive 2-hour online meeting with an overseas partner company, Fu Qingze strolled towards his office while instructing his assistant to cancel tonight's social engagements. How are things progressing? Upon returning to his office, Fu Qingze leaned back in his chair, raised his hand to massage his brow, and inquired about the gossip news that had just erupted prior to the meeting. The Public Relations Department has already issued a statement and a lawyer's letter, and the news has been retracted. Currently, the situation is under control. The assistant recounted the sequence of events in detail, pausing slightly before adding, however, the pressure from public opinion is considerable. The matter has not completely subsided. Since when did you become so roundabout in your speech? Fu Qingze lifted his gaze to look at him. Speak plainly and get to the point. The assistant quickly replied, someone leaked to the media that Madame is pregnant. suggesting you had an affair during the pregnancy. The Public Relations Department would like to request Madam to issue a clarifying statement, but they have yet to consult with you, so they haven't reached out to her. Fu Qingze frowned, falling into a brief silence. The phone on his desk rang, and upon glancing at the illuminated screen, he pressed the answer button, only to be met with Fu Jingquan's furious tirade on the other end. "You fool! At this critical juncture, stirring up such news, do you have any idea how much damage this could inflict on the company? Drop everything and have the Public Relations Department handle this matter immediately." Fu Qingze exhaled a deep breath, and before he could respond, Fu Jingquan had already hung up. For a few seconds, Fu Qingze even felt a sense of relief that there were no traces of Fu Jingquan and Su Shuping accompanying him throughout his childhood. As he exited the corporate building, he was about to get into his car when he heard a loud bang of a car door slamming behind him. Fu Qingze. Upon hearing his name, he turned to see Gu Jingyan striding towards him with purpose. Gu Jingyan immediately adopted an accusatory tone. "What's the meaning of those tabloid rumors? You went to the airport in the dead of night to pick up a woman. What do you think Yunshu must be thinking?" Fu Qingze found it amusing and replied coldly, "What authority do you possess to question me on such matters?" Gu Jingyan, unable to tolerate Fu Qingze's demeanor, seized his collar and threw a punch at him. Fu Qingze was caught off guard, his head snapping to the side as his body collided violently with the car door, prompting the assistant to urgently call for security. "Don't!" Fu Qingze halted the assistant, clenched his fists, and retaliated with a punch of his own. "Jiang Yunshu, she is now my wife." With this declaration, Fu Qingze disregarded Gu Jingyan further, opened the back door, and sat inside the vehicle. The assistant started the engine and glanced at Fu Qingze through the rear-view mirror. "Mr. Fu, you're injured, do you need to go to the hospital?" "Not necessary," Fu Qingze replied, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze dark and intense. Return to the old residence. Especially when he mentioned his wife, the look he cast at that man was laced with a hint of mocking disdain, as if genuinely angered. He dared not speculate on the intricacies of the situation, slightly accelerating as they drove in silence. Jiang Yunshu ascended the stairs with a warm cup of milk, just passing the stairway when she heard Su Shuping's sharp reprimand from downstairs. "Stop right there." Jiang Yunshu turned her head to see Fu Qingze returning. "What do those photos circulating online mean? Running to the airport in the dead of night, who are you picking up? Do you have any idea how many media outlets have come to me seeking confirmation on whether you have truly wronged Xiaoshu?" Fu Qingze did not respond, merely acknowledging her last statement. "You can choose not to answer them." "What kind of attitude is that? Do you have any idea how serious this situation is? You've only just taken office, and the old foxes in the company are already stirring. Don't think your position as the president of the Fu Corporation is unshakable." Fu Qingze chuckled coldly. "Do you think I willingly wish to occupy this position?" Her words struck a nerve with Su Shuping, causing her to raise her voice instantly. "Fine. Forcing you to transfer schools abroad was coercion, compelling you to take over the group was coercion, insisting you marry Xiaoshu was coercion, and even the child was forced upon you. Everyone is pressuring you. Are you satisfied now?" With that, Su Shuping stormed off. Fu Qingze tugged at his tie, and upon looking up, his gaze met Jiang Yunshu's at the second-floor railing. After a few seconds of eye contact, he lowered his gaze and ascended the stairs. Jiang Yunshu immediately noticed the bruise at the corner of Fu Qingze's mouth, her brow furrowing slightly as she asked, "Who did you get into a fight with?" The emotion in Fu Qingze's eyes dissipated somewhat as he replied evasively, "It's nothing." Jiang Yunshu did not press further. "You go to your room. I will go downstairs to fetch the first aid kit." Fu Qingze grasped her arm, saying, "No need." Jiang Yunshu handed him the cup and proceeded downstairs. Aunt Luo retrieved the first aid kit and handed it over to Jiang Yunshu, who instructed, "Aunt Luo, please accompany Mom and chat with her for a while. Just respond to whatever she says. Also, Grandma is currently out of the country and may not be aware of the situation here. If she calls, just tell her that the matter has been resolved." Aunt Luo nodded in agreement, watching Jiang Yunshu's retreating figure with a nod of approval. Jiang Yunshu entered the bedroom with the first aid kit, placing it on the table. As she opened it and prepared to attend to Fu Qingze, she instructed, "Sit at the edge of the bed." Fu Qingze observed her back for a moment before silently moving to sit at the edge of the bed. Jiang Yunshu picked up a cotton swab soaked in iodine, gently lifting his chin to inspect the injury at the corner of his mouth, carefully applying the antiseptic. I will try to be gentle. As she touched the wound, Fu Qingze furrowed his brow slightly, prompting her to ask, "Does it hurt?" Fu Qingze met her concerned gaze and softened his voice, "It doesn't hurt." Jiang Yunshu focused intently on treating the injury, discarding the used cotton swab into the trash can. As Fu Qingze watched her meticulously organize the iodine and cotton swabs back into the first aid kit, he called her name, Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu turned her head. "What is it?" Fu Qingze regarded her patiently, observing her calm demeanor before finally speaking. "Don't you have anything you wish to ask me?" "I have 2 questions." Jiang Yunshu closed the first aid kit. "The first question is what is circulating online true?" Fu Qingze replied, "No." I believe you." Jiang Yunshu's tone was nonchalant as she continued, "Who did you fight with?" Fu Qingze fell silent. Jiang Yunshu speculated, "Was it Gu Jingyan?" Fu Qingze did not respond. Jiang Yunshu sighed, "All right, I understand, I will apologize to him on your behalf." Fu Qingze frowned in displeasure, about to speak when a knock resounded from outside the door. Chapter 13. Trust. Jiang Yunshu approached and opened the door. Aunt Luo said, "Xiaoshu, Mr. Fu has requested Qingze to visit his study." Jiang Yunshu acknowledged with a good and handed the medical kit to Aunt Luo, turning to Fu Qingze to say, "Dad wants you to go to his study." Fu Qingze slowly diverted his gaze from her, stood up, and descended the stairs. Jiang Yunshu picked up her phone and dialed Fu Qingze's assistant. "Please have the PR department draft a clarification statement for me, as swiftly as possible." "Madam, the PR department has already prepared it. They are just awaiting Mr. Fu's directive." Sensing hesitation in the assistant's tone, Jiang Yunshu replied, "Just send it to me directly, I will discuss it with Qingze." The assistant responded promptly, "Understood, madam, I will send it to you right away." Jiang Yunshu released the clarification statement through her official account, and it quickly ascended the trending topics. She briefly skimmed through the comments, noting that many believed she was compromising too much. Exiting her social media account, she received a video call from Li Rani. "Yunshu, what is the situation now? Did you issue the statement yourself?" Jiang Yunshu replied, "The matter is nearly resolved, everything is fine." "But who exactly is your husband picking up from the airport, did you clarify?" "Rani, it's really unnecessary," Jiang Yunshu said. Previously, Qingze was embroiled in gossip due to his attendance at a social gathering, where a newly debuted young actress was arranged by a collaborator. The girl indeed harbored ulterior motives, seeking shortcuts, reporters, lurking about, maliciously captured misleading angles, leading to a frenzy of rumors. Fortunately, subsequent videos proved that when the young actress attempted to pour him a drink to get closer, he reprimanded her. "I trust his character, he is certainly not someone who would stray during marriage." Moreover, suspicion is the death knell of a good marriage, easily destroyed by a series of accusatory questions. Do not be swayed by external influences, just believe in his words. What is true and what is false is not determined by who shouts louder, time will reveal the truth. "You do make a valid point, but," Li Rani hesitated, "what if, just hypothetically, your husband is picking up his ex-girlfriend?" Jiang Yunshu fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "Qingze is a man of discretion. Since they parted ways, he would not entangle himself again with his ex. Besides, the photos that surfaced clearly show a safe distance between them. This trending topic has not reached a critical peak. There must be someone with ulterior motives pulling the strings." Li Rani nodded, "I don't care about anything else, as long as you are not being wronged. If your husband dares to betray you, I will undoubtedly confront Gu Jingyan and tear him apart." "You already knew Jingyan went to find Qingze?" Jiang Yunshu inquired. "I didn't tell you to avoid causing you more trouble," Li Rani stammered, then added indignantly, "Yunshu, who leaked your pregnancy to the media?" "It's absurd. Selecting this moment is clearly an attempt to escalate the situation and tarnish your husband's reputation." Knowing that only a few were aware of her pregnancy, Jiang Yunshu had a rough idea of who it might be. "It's not important. It's not something that cannot be disclosed. I have some matters to attend to. Please call Jingyan and clarify the situation with him." "All right." After hanging up, Jiang Yunshu went downstairs to brew a cup of ginseng tea and took it to Fu Jingkuan's study. Inside, she could hear Fu Jingquan's voice rising in reprimand, even from the doorway. Someone reached out to you previously regarding the photo buyout, is this true? Yes. Why are you so inflexible? Until the contract is signed, anything can happen. You represent the entire group. Such news can severely impact the company's credibility. Don't think that because you've achieved some success, you can act recklessly. What else would you have me do? Follow your example? Fu Qing's voice was cold. You once bought out the photos of you and my mother to protect your career. After marrying my mother, those bought photos were leaked, becoming evidence of your infidelity, with my mother branded as the homewrecker. Fu Jingquan exploded in anger. You've turned against me. Don't think that just because your grandfather is gone, no one can manage you. Fu Qing's sneered. Speaking of grandfather, that reminds me why he said you have the ability but lack the resolve. Jiang Yunshu heard the sound of a teacup shattering and quickly knocked on the door. Without waiting for a response, she pushed the door open and said, Dad, I made you some ginseng tea. Fu Jingquan's expression was displeased, yet he made an effort to suppress his anger in front of his pregnant daughter-in-law. Jiang Yunshu placed the teacup on the desk, noticing the shards on the floor and that Fu Qing's shirt was soaked with tea. You're soon to be a father, you must be more prudent. It is better to avoid unnecessary encounters with inconsequential people, refrain from causing a stir with frivolous news. After speaking, Fu Jingquan waved his hand, dismissing both of them. Once the bedroom door was closed, Fu Qing's removed his tea-soaked shirt. Jiang Yunshu approached, gazing at the reddened area on his chest, and asked, Was the tea hot? Fu Qing's eyes were dim, his voice slightly hoarse, It's nothing. Jiang Yunshu refrained from further inquiries, urging him to take a shower. After soothing Su Shuping's emotions, she finally retired for the night. Suddenly, a thunderstorm erupted during the night, startling Jiang Yunshu awake. Ever since her mother passed away, she had developed a fear of such tempestuous rainy nights, instinctively curling up in search of comfort. She attempted to distract herself, recalling Su Shuping's words, forcing you to marry Xiao Shu, even the child is a result of coercion. This reminded her of the time in Yunjiang, when, under her grandfather's subtle matchmaking, Fu Qingze casually brought up the topic of marriage. She understood then that Fu Qingze did not genuinely love her, yet, she was always willing to believe that he held some affection for her. It wasn't entirely coercive, after all, he was the one who initially proposed marriage, and his kindness towards her was not merely a fade. However, it seemed he was indeed somewhat compelled to accept the reality of having a child. That just as her thoughts wandered, she heard a nasal voice from beside her, Did I wake you? Jiang Yunshu came to her senses, yes. In the faint light, Fu Qingze discerned her curled-up form and asked, Are you cold? Not cold. Fu Qingze recalled Jiang Yunshu's previous reaction and speculated, Afraid of thunder? Jiang Yunshu silently confirmed with a small yes. In the next moment, a body pressed against her from behind as Fu Qingze wrapped her in his embrace. Through the layer of nightwear, Jiang Yunshu could distinctly feel the heat radiating from his chest. The warmth emanating from him, infused with his unique scent, enveloped her gradually. This closeness felt exceedingly intimate. Over a year of marriage, apart from post-intimacy moments of brief contact, they had never embraced like this before. This sense of intimacy illuminated her mind, allowing her to disregard the gains and losses between them. Had it been anyone else, she would have firmly refused a proposal for a hasty marriage, but this person was Fu Qingze, the one who stirred her heart profoundly, the one she willingly wished to share her life with. Their marriage had only just begun. With a long road ahead, they would become each other's closest companions. She heard Fu Qingze's voice, akin to a low murmur, Sleep now. Jiang Yunshu responded, feeling as if she were cocooned in a warm fortress, closing her eyes and quickly drifting into slumber. Chapter 14 The banquet. As the uproar surrounding the scandal gradually subsided, the atmosphere within the Fu household remained tense. Following her return from visiting friends abroad, it was soon time to celebrate the birthday of the matriarch, Madame Fu. Jiang Yunshu instructed Aunt Luo to secure a venue at the guild's theater in advance, planning a lively birthday feast for Madame Fu. The prolonged period of low spirits in the Fu family necessitated such a festive occasion to break the monotony. Around 9 in the evening, Fu Qingze returned home to find Jiang Yunshu seated at the table, enjoying a bowl of bird's nest soup. You're back, she inquired. Yes, he replied, pouring himself a glass of water and taking a seat across from her. In a few days, it will be Grandma's birthday. What would be an appropriate gift for her? Jiang Yunshu mused, I have some cherished calligraphy and porcelain pieces, but I find myself indecisive. Fu Qingze took a sip of water and remarked, whatever you choose, Grandma will surely appreciate it. However, she may prefer porcelain over calligraphy. Jiang Yunshu set her phone down, I think so too. Fu Qingze observed her closely, I heard from Uncle Li that you personally visited the theater today? Jiang Yunshu nodded, I asked Aunt Luo to accompany me. Some matters are best delegated to others. There's no need for you to take on everything yourself. Don't overexert, he advised. I'm not overexerting, it's refreshing to get some fresh air, she responded, gazing at the bird's nest in the bowl. Jiang Yunshu felt a lack of appetite and looked up at Fu Qingze, would you like to have some bird's nest? Fu Qingze was taken aback for a moment, glanced at the bowl, then back at her, no, you go ahead. Oh, Jiang Yunshu replied, lowering her eyes and slowly continuing to eat. Noticing her leisurely pace, Fu Qingze inquired, not feeling well? Jiang Yunshu nodded slightly, a bit. If you're not hungry, you needn't force yourself, he said, without lifting her head. She naturally replied, but we shouldn't waste it. After a brief pause, Fu Qingze said, then give it to me. Jiang Yunshu's eyes brightened at his words, and she hurriedly pushed the bowl towards him. He picked up the spoon and began to eat the remaining half of the bird's nest, his expression revealing neither fondness nor distaste for its taste. Jiang Yunshu watched him and suddenly chuckled softly. Fu Qingze looked at her and asked, "What's amusing?" "Nothing," she replied, clearing her throat to compose herself before curiously asking, "Have you ever had bird's nest before?" "No," Fu Qingze replied, adding, "Thanks to you, I'm trying it now." Jiang Yunshu smiled gently, "What do you think of the taste?" Her clear, attentive gaze softened his expression. He set down the spoon and candidly stated, "It's average." Footsteps echoed behind them, and Jiang Yunshu, quick to react, moved the empty bowl in front of herself. Aunt Luo approached, glancing at the empty bowl. "Xiaoshu, have you finished the bird's nest?" Jiang Yunshu nodded, "Yes, Aunt Luo." Observing her somewhat guilty yet obedient demeanor, reminiscent of a child concealing discarded medicine from an adult, Fu Qingze's lips curled into a slight smile. On the day of Madame Fu's birthday, many guests arrived to celebrate. The car halted in front of the Guild's theater, and Jiang Yunshu, linking arms with Fu Qingze, traversed the bamboo-shaded courtyard, entering the hall where the stage had been erected. Upon entering, the striking couple drew the attention of numerous onlookers. A table in front of the stage, accommodating over a dozen guests, was occupied by Madame Fu at the head, with several elders seated in succession. "This must be Qingze's new bride," an elder, appearing to be of similar age to Madame Fu, exclaimed joyfully upon spotting them from a distance. Madame Fu smiled and nodded, beckoning them, "Xiaoshu, Qingze, come over here." During their understated wedding, due to Mr. Fu's declining health, the celebration had been intimate, with only a handful of familiar friends and relatives invited. Thus, this was Jiang Yunshu's first encounter with many of the Fu family's relatives. "Hello, Auntie," Fu Qingze greeted first. Jiang Yunshu followed suit, "Hello, Auntie." The elder grasped Jiang Yunshu's hand, her eyes filled with affection and satisfaction for her junior. "Look at how lovely this new bride is. Indeed, she's more beautiful than a movie star. Her features are exquisite, without a single flaw," another elder chimed in. Jiang Yunshu smiled gently, "Hello, Auntie." Surrounded by several elders who praised the couple's compatibility and inquired, "When do you plan to have children?" Madame Fu, beaming with joy, answered for them, "She's already pregnant. It's been 4 months. "Oh, what wonderful news, sister, you're about to become a great-grandmother." Another elder urged, "Come now, Xiaoshu, you're expecting, please take a seat." Jiang Yunshu quickly insisted, "Auntie, please, you sit, there is still room." However, the elders were insistent, firmly placing her beside Madame Fu. Madame Fu instructed Fu Qingze, "Xiaoshu will sit here, you go and keep your uncle and aunt company." Fu Qingze glanced at Jiang Yunshu and nodded. The elders teased, "Look, Qingze can't bear to part with his wife." His aunt remarked straightforwardly, "Qingze, you might as well sit with us. You've already walked 2 miles, your eyes are still on your wife." Jiang Yunshu laughed, "Auntie, please don't tease him. Qingze is fortunate to have a wife who dotes on him, just a few playful jests, and he is protective." As the performers on stage softly sang to set the mood, the show had yet to officially commence. Madame Fu had chosen a play, The Golden Branch, and passed the script along. The elders urged Jiang Yunshu to select a performance, which she could not decline, reluctantly opting for the classic Yu opera, Mu Guiying Takes Command. Fu Qingze approached, requesting a cushion for Jiang Yunshu before taking a seat at a nearby table. After greeting the elders, he promptly raised a toast. "Jingkuan, this wine is truly a rare find," Fu Jingkuan replied. "It's brought by my daughter-in-law. She insisted on treating the family's elders well." The elders praised her profusely, and Fu Qingze expressed his gratitude on Jiang Yunshu's behalf, his gaze landing on a plate of pastries on the table. The matcha cake was one of her favorites. As the conversation turned to business matters, Fu Qingze's attention shifted from the pastries to a woman at the adjacent table, engrossed in the performance. She had donned makeup for the occasion, her raven hair framing her red lips, appearing radiant, her lips curved into a joyful smile as she occasionally engaged with the elders at her table. After observing her for a while, he noted she had consumed several pieces of matcha cake. Recognizing her enjoyment, he too reached for a piece to taste. Though he had never been fond of pastries before, he found the flavor quite delightful now. Chapter 15. You are beautiful today. As the fireworks faded, the birthday banquet drew to a close. Fu Qingze's aunt, having indulged in a few too many drinks, was rendered senseless and was assisted into the designated room for rest. A gentle breeze stirred in the night, and Fu Qingze cast a distant glance at Jiang Yunshu before finding an excuse to leave the table, heading to the car to retrieve his coat. He presented the coat to Jiang Yunshu, only to be halted by his great-aunt, who said, "Qingze, sit here for a while, your aunt has had too much to drink, and there's a seat available." Though Fu Qingze had also consumed a fair amount of alcohol that evening, he was fortunate to possess a decent tolerance. Returning to his original spot would inevitably require him to indulge in another round with several male elders, so he acquiesced to his great-aunt's request and took a seat at the main table. Although the event was a celebration for Elder Fu, the conversation swiftly veered towards children. "Little Shu is already 4 months along, why does she not show at all?" Jiang Yunshu replied, "It's not very noticeable when dressed, but there has been some change compared to before. How come this child seems even slimmer than when she got married? The morning sickness was quite severe recently. I had no appetite whatsoever, so how could I not lose weight?" Elder Fu remarked, "I have seen it with my own eyes, and it pains my heart." Su Shuping added, "I also feel for little Shu. When I was pregnant with Qingze, I didn't suffer from morning sickness, nor did I have much experience. It was Sister Luo at home who found ways to alleviate it a bit." Jiang Yunshu grasped Elder Fu's hand and comforted her, "It's fine now. I can eat anything. Do you know if it's a boy or a girl yet?" Great-aunt inquired. Jiang Yunshu responded gently, "Not yet." "Then, little Shu, do you prefer a daughter or a son?" Jiang Yunshu had not contemplated this question before. Placing her hand on her abdomen, her expression softened, "Either is fine." Su Shuping interjected, "For the firstborn, it's best to have a son." The words slipped out before she could catch herself, and when she realized, she hastily added, "Both grandsons and granddaughters are wonderful. It's just that if a boy is born first, he can look after his younger siblings if there's a second child later." Jiang Yunshu sighed inwardly. According to Su Shuping's wishes, it seemed that only by giving birth to a boy would she fulfill her duty. Great-aunt then asked, "Qingze, as the father, do you prefer a daughter or a son?" Jiang Yunshu turned her gaze towards Fu Qingze. She expected him to respond with an equally agreeable answer, but to her surprise, after a brief silence, he calmly replied, "A daughter." Great-aunt laughed heartily. "It is said that fathers prefer daughters. This indeed rings true." Su Shuping's expression suddenly soured, and she lightly remarked, "He just likes to contradict me. If I say daughter, he will surely say son." Elder Fu spoke up, "Whether it's a daughter or a son, as long as little Shu suffers less, and the child is safe and healthy, that is what matters most." Great-aunt chimed in, "That is absolutely true. The health and safety of both adults and children are paramount." The moon hung round and bright that evening, casting its silver light across the entire courtyard. After engaging in casual conversation for another 10 minutes, the birthday celebration came to an end. Elder Fu, having enjoyed her birthday, felt somewhat fatigued and decided to retire to her room with her sister for rest. Fu Qingze remained behind to accompany a few male elders until the gathering dispersed. After Jiang Yunshu removed her makeup, she heard a knock on the door and went to answer it. Has everyone left? Fu Chengze nodded in affirmation. How much did you drink today? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Yunshu knew he did not enjoy drinking. Aside from business engagements and festive occasions, he typically abstained. Fu Chengze loosened his tie, sat in a chair, tilted his head back slightly, and pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm fine. Jiang Yunshu brought him a bowl of hangover tea. I saw you drinking quite a bit, so I had some prepared in advance. Drink a few sips, and it will ease your discomfort. Fu Chengze accepted it, took a couple of sips, and set it aside. As he watched Jiang Yunshu let her hair down, her unadorned profile illuminated by the moonlight appeared ethereal and untainted. He softly called her name, Yunshu. What is it? Jiang Yunshu approached him. Just as she halted in front of him, Fu Chengze suddenly took her hand, gently kneading it, his thumb caressing the wedding ring she wore. Though he reeked of alcohol, there were no signs of drunkenness. Jiang Yunshu pressed her lips together, tentatively asking, Are you drunk? Fu Chengze did not respond. Instead, he tightened his grip slightly, pulling her into his embrace. He buried his face in her soft hair, inhaling the unique scent of her tea fragrance, and murmured, You are beautiful today. The moonlight was gentle, and silence enveloped them, with the sound of their breaths mingling softly. Jiang Yunshu felt her ears flush. I put on makeup today and applied lipstick. It enhances my complexion. Fu Chengze kissed her ear lightly, his voice low. You are even more beautiful without makeup. Jiang Yunshu felt a warmth creeping up to her ears, genuinely unable to discern whether Fu Chengze was inebriated or lucid. His embrace was not overly tight, likely mindful of the child within her, and he was conversing with her fluidly, clearly not inebriated yet. If he were indeed sober, Are you tired? His murmured voice broke her thoughts. Confused, she asked, What? Fu Chengze repeated, Are you tired standing? Jiang Yunshu felt a chuckle bubbling up. Even in a semi-drunken state, he was concerned about her comfort. She responded softly, laced with amusement, You should let me go first. Fu Chengze released her but still held onto her hand, insisting, Sit down. His hand was warm, the heat radiating through to her, and his gaze became intense. Jiang Yunshu lowered her eyes. Where should I sit? Fu Chengze patted his lap. He was truly intoxicated. With a resigned smile, Jiang Yunshu patted his hand. You've had too much to drink. It's getting late, so you should rest. Fu Chengze did not heed her words, gently gripping her wrist and pulling her onto his lap. Jiang Yunshu found herself sitting sideways on his lap, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, his warm breath laced with the scent of alcohol brushing against her sensitive neck. The closeness of their position made her feel somewhat shy. Chengze, you really have drunk too much. Jiang Yunshu asked, Can you still take a shower? Seeing that Fu Chengze did not respond, she sighed, Never mind, I suppose we can just make do with sleeping like this tonight. We can shower in the morning. Fu Chengze, supporting her waist, gazed intently at her lips as they parted and closed, his Adam's apple bobbing. His large hand cradled the back of her head, and with his eyes closed, he leaned in to kiss her. Chapter 16 Don't hide, I won't touch you. The kiss took her by surprise, leaving Jiang Yunshu in a daze as she clutched his shirt tightly, forgetting to close her eyes. His prominent nose pressed against hers, and she found herself gazing into his enlarged face, the sensation of his soft lips registering vividly, while the rich aroma of alcohol invaded her senses. Fu Chengze deepened the kiss, parting her lips and exchanging breaths with her. A light blush crept across Jiang Yunshu's ears and cheeks, her mind swirling in a haze. They had not shared many kisses before, and this fervent embrace was reminiscent only of that fateful first night when they had both indulged in copious amounts of wine. Chengze feeling a large hand caressing her lower back, Jiang Yunshu pressed her palm against his chest, summoning some strength to push him away. No, the child. We still have the child. Fu Chengze released her, observing the flush at the corners of her eyes. With a slight turn of his head, he exhaled deeply, burying his face in the crook of her neck to steady his breathing. Jiang Yunshu's heart raced, her breath erratic, a slight pant escaping her lips. Waves of warm breath brushed against her neck, sending tingles coursing through her body, making her instinctively want to shrink away. Fu Chengze leaned closer to her ear, his voice husky, Don't hide, I want to touch you. After a moment, Fu Chengze finally let her go. Do you still want some sobering tea? Jiang Yunshu inquired, glancing at the half bowl of tea remaining on the table. Fu Chengze shook his head, No, thank you. Jiang Yunshu extended her hand to assist him, then let us go to bed. Fu Chengze grasped her hand, I reek of alcohol, I'll just sleep on the sofa. Jiang Yunshu noted the logic in his words, which belied his inebriated state. Meeting his somewhat unfocused yet deep gaze, warmth flooded her chest, causing her cheeks to flush once more. After speaking, Fu Qingze rose and made his way to the sofa, resting his forehead on his hand and closing his eyes, succumbing to slumber. Zhang Yunshu covered him with a thin blanket and gazed at his sleeping visage, serene and composed. He appeared to be resting soundly. Turning off the room's main light, Zhang Yunshu changed her clothes and headed for a shower. The gentle sound of flowing water caused her thoughts to drift, recalling the night she and Fu Qingze first became intimate. It was the third day of their marriage, and Fu Qingze had accompanied her home. The relatives were warm and welcoming, pouring drink after drink. Fu Qingze politely answered the elders' questions while effortlessly downing his drinks. She too had partaken, though her tolerance was low, and she dared not overindulge. After the festivities had concluded, they retired to their room, showered, and lay down to rest. The specifics of how that night began eluded her, but she remembered the sensation of Fu Qingze embracing her from behind in the darkness, warm breath brushing against her neck and earlobe, as his large hand slid up her nightgown, tracing her delicate waist. The weight of his breaths grew heavier behind her. Her loose nightgown was soon discarded. For the first time, Zhang Yunshu found herself captivated by the desire evident in his eyes, feeling as if she were drowning, breathless and her heart racing. He leaned closer, kissing her tenderly. Their breaths intermingled, the rich scent of wine igniting their passions. The quiet bedroom was filled only with their labored breaths. Is it all right? The man sought her consent. Zhang Yunshu, feeling dizzy, let out a soft moan under his assertive touch. She hesitated, her voice trembling. Why yes, it's fine. Though she had prepared herself, the reality of the moment made her anxious. The initial pain was undeniable. Amidst the haze of warmth, she furrowed her brow, grasping his arm helplessly as tears slipped from her eyes. Fu Qingze adjusted his breathing, enveloping her in his arms to soothe her. With another attempt, the experience was markedly improved, compared to the earlier discomfort. The sensations now were beyond description. The sounds that escaped her were longer, a testament to her burgeoning emotions. They spent a considerable time entwined, and by the end, she felt utterly exhausted, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yunshu splashed water on her face. Recently, due to severe morning sickness, she had lost her appetite, let alone any other desires, yet Fu Qingze's unexpected kiss that night had ignited a flicker of longing within her. Perhaps it was the surge of hormones within her body. After drying her hair, Zhang Yunshu opened the bedroom door, treading lightly to the bedside, lifting the covers to join him. She reached out to turn off the bedside lamp, gazing at the man sleeping soundly on the sofa until her eyelids grew heavy, and she slowly succumbed to sleep. The following morning, after washing up, Zhang Yunshu emerged to find Fu Qingze seated on the sofa. She approached him, asking, "Why are you awake so early? How do you feel? Does your head hurt?" Fu Qingze rubbed his temples, looking up at her, his eyes glimmering slightly. He had drunk heavily the night before but remembered everything clearly. Zhang Yunshu felt a rush of discomfort as the memories of their previous night flooded her mind, prompting her to shy away from his gaze. Fu Qingze stretched his neck. "I'm fine, my head doesn't hurt." Zhang Yunshu nodded. "That's good, hurry and take a shower." Fu Qingze acknowledged her with a murmur, glancing at the thin blanket on the sofa. "Thank you for taking care of me last night." Zhang Yunshu smiled slightly. "I only covered you with a blanket." Fu Qingze stood to gather the blanket, which Zhang Yunshu took from him, saying, "Let me do it, you go shower." The sun shone brightly outside, and she opened the window slightly, allowing a gentle breeze to flutter the curtains. Once Fu Qingze finished showering, a white towel draped around his neck and drying his hair, he stepped out to find Zhang Yunshu seated on the edge of the bed, engrossed in her phone. He approached her, catching sight of the emerald and diamond brooch on the table. Zhang Yunshu followed his gaze. "I accompanied my mother to the auction, and she won it for me." Fu Qingze nodded. "I saw you wearing it yesterday. The orchid design is indeed distinctive. I think it's quite unique." Zhang Yunshu replied. "It's one of the 4 gentlemen series brooches representing plum, orchid, chrysanthemum, and bamboo. The other 3 have already been claimed by different collectors." Fu Qingze paused in his hair drying. "Do you like it very much?" Zhang Yunshu affirmed. "I've seen the pictures in the auction catalog. Each piece is unique, showcasing its own proud stance. I initially thought to contact the other 3 collectors to see if I could acquire all 4, but then I reconsidered. Such a unique brooch is something the other collectors genuinely appreciate, and I shouldn't deprive them of it. Collectibles are about fate, and there's also an anonymous bidder, making it difficult to obtain their contact information." Fu Qingze listened attentively, his gaze fixed on her face, nodding in understanding. A knock sounded at the door, prompting Jiang Yunshu to rise and open it, revealing a servant sent by Grandma Fu to summon them for breakfast. Chapter 17 Chess. After the birthday banquet last night, many guests departed, leaving only those closely related to the Fu family for the night. Following breakfast, Jiang Yunshu accompanied Elder Fu and several elders in a leisurely tea chat until Uncle Li escorted the guests who had traveled from afar to celebrate Elder Fu's birthday to the airport. Fu Qingze arrived at the company, seated in his office chair, rubbing his temples while listening to his assistant report on work matters. With a meeting scheduled for the morning, he glanced at a cup of freshly brewed black coffee on his desk. Once the assistant finished his report, he instructed someone to take the black coffee away and replace it with a cup of green tea. After sipping the tea, Fu Qingze seemed to recall something, typing away on the keyboard before turning to his assistant and saying, "The auction item number 5262 from Hall 3 of the Exhibition Center on the 2nd of last month is one of the series of brooches. Please check the contact details of the remaining 3 collectors." The assistant nodded, understood. "One of them may be an anonymous bidder, so try to find out who it is. Inform me once you have news." The assistant acknowledged again. Fu Qingze glanced at his watch. "Let us prepare for the meeting." In the evening, Elder Fu sat in the living room unwrapping gifts. She first chose a uniquely packaged azure blue box. Upon opening it, she discovered a vase adorned with intricate mountain and floral designs, which she greatly admired. She called over Su Shuping and remarked, "This vase has a rare and beautiful shape." Su Shuping observed it closely. The body of the vase carries a charm reminiscent of ancient painting paper. Elder Fu examined the vase. "This is a piece of monochrome 3-color ware, first coated with green glaze, then black glaze, followed by decorative outlines, and color glaze applied within the reserved areas. It's stunning, absolutely stunning." Su Shuping, though not well-versed in such matters, agreed. "Whose gift is this?" Elder Fu retrieved a card from inside, which bore a birthday blessing. "May your fortune be as vast as the ocean and your lifespan exceed that of the divine pine." Su Shuping read aloud, "There's no signature." "It's from Xiao Shu," Elder Fu chuckled. "The handwriting is elegant and powerful. It is clearly Xiao Shu's style. When Xingshan was still here, he often praised Xiao Shu's exceptional calligraphy." Elder Fu admired the vase for a while longer before asking Fu Jingquan to place it in Fu Qingshan's study, then continued unwrapping the gifts. The pile of received gifts resembled a small mountain, and by the end, Elder Fu's hands felt somewhat sore. Most of the gifts were mediocre, with few that truly delighted her. However, there was a jade chess set that she fondly caressed. "Xingshan loved to play chess when he was alive. He often asked me to play with him. Over time, I found chess quite interesting. After he passed, I hadn't played for a while." With that, Elder Fu rose. "Jingquan, come and play a game with me." Fu Jingquan hesitated. "Mom, I'm not very good at it." Elder Fu replied, "Learn as you go, let us just have fun." Upstairs, Jiang Yunshu was on the phone with Gong Yan, tentatively scheduling a time for a feature interview in the magazine Tea Rhythm World. When she went downstairs for water, she asked Aunt Luo, "Aunt Luo, where's Grandma?" Aunt Luo replied, "In the chess room, Mr. Fu was accompanying her for a game." "All right," Jiang Yunshu said, "I'll go take a look." As she reached the chess room, Fu Jingquan had just finished a game with Elder Fu. Seeing Jiang Yunshu, Elder Fu waved her over. "Xiao Shu, you've come at the right time. Come and play a game with Grandma. Your father knows a thing or two, but playing with him is truly uninteresting." Fu Jingquan felt relieved and quickly stood up, allowing Jiang Yunshu to take his place. Jiang Yunshu smiled. "Grandma, it's hard for anyone to win against you." Elder Fu took a sip of tea and replied with a smile, "You don't need to flatter me. In our games, your chances of winning are much higher." Jiang Yunshu remarked, "Grandma, I remember clearly that we played a total of 6 games, each winning 3 times, resulting in a draw." Elder Fu laughed joyfully and passed the black pieces to Jiang Yunshu. As she accepted the chess box, Jiang Yunshu said, "Since you've given me the black pieces, I'll have to play well this time and aim to win. Then Grandma will have to strategize carefully. I can't let you win too easily." The two began to set up the board, while Su Shuping and Fu Jingquan quietly observed the game. The match progressed with no clear advantage for either side. Time ticked away, and just as it seemed the white stones were about to be overwhelmed, Elder Fu unexpectedly turned the tides by using the scattered white stones as a counterattack weapon. The black pieces fell, and Jiang Yunshu clapped her hands. "Grandma, that was indeed splendid." Elder Fu chuckled. I took a risky approach and barely won. When it comes to exceptional chess skills, it's really your grandfather and my son-in-law who excel. Back in Yunjiang, the two of them once played a game that lasted an entire day. Zhang Yunshu gazed at Elder Fu, her heart filled with joy at her grandmother's happiness. Chengza has been standing there for quite a while. Why hasn't he spoken? Elder Fu joked, could it be that he is sulking because I won against Xiao Shu? Zhang Yunshu turned around and only then noticed Fu Chengza standing behind her, who seemed to have been there for some time. Fu Chengza shifted his gaze from the chessboard. I was merely observing. It was indeed captivating. As time grew late, Elder Fu had a cup of ginseng tea before retiring to her room. Fu Chengza and Zhang Yunshu ascended the stairs together. Once in the bedroom, as he loosened his tie and watch, he said to Zhang Yunshu, when playing chess with me, you strategize meticulously, putting thought into every move. Why did you stop halfway while playing with Grandma? Zhang Yunshu paused for a moment. Did you notice? Fu Chengza turned to her. At first glance, it seems Grandma won, but if we examine it closely, the game isn't over. The white pieces are the ones being constrained. Grandma just celebrated her birthday and is in high spirits. I didn't want to dampen her mood, Zhang Yunshu replied. Previously, Grandpa often intentionally lost to Grandma to make her happy. The skill gap is so vast that winning or losing loses its significance. It's all about enjoyment. Fu Chengza raised an eyebrow. So how do you think our skills compare? It's hard to say. We've only played one game in Yunjiang, although I won that time, it was by a narrow margin, so it was quite a challenge, Zhang Yunshu replied honestly. However, I can't beat my dad, and you can't beat Grandpa. We're both not experts. So, in comparison, our skills should be about the same. Fu Chengza chuckled lightly and asked, are you tired? Captivated by the warmth in his gentle gaze, Zhang Yunshu found herself momentarily lost in thought. Such a smile was rare on his face. She shook her head, not tired. Fu Chengza then inquired, would you be interested in finishing that game? Zhang Yunshu smiled, sure. Fu Chengza went downstairs to retrieve a chess set, and the two of them sat down at the small table by the window in the bedroom, reconstructing the earlier game from memory. Zhang Yunshu propped a cushion behind her and gazed at the board, a slight smile playing on her lips. At this point in the game, you don't hold the advantage. Fu Chengza met her gaze. That's what makes it challenging. Chapter 18. The clouds parting as the night deepened. The only sound in the bedroom was the soft clatter of chess pieces. The remnants of the game lay on the board, with several black pieces ensnared. Drawing from the lessons of his previous defeat to Zhang Yunshu, Fu Chengza was particularly attentive to the seemingly inconspicuous scattered black pieces. This time, Zhang Yunshu appeared to sense his thoughts, skillfully maneuvering her pieces with a strikingly different offensive strategy than the one she had previously devised. After she placed a piece that encircled and captured a white piece, Fu Chengza looked up at her in surprise. Unbeknownst to them, time had silently crept toward 1 o'clock in the morning. Gazing at the board where the black pieces were poised for victory, Fu Chengza nodded slightly and raised his eyes, saying, congratulations. Zhang Yunshu's lips curled into a smile, thank you for your kindness. Fu Chengza glanced at the time on his phone. It's quite late now. You should go to rest. Just as he was about to pack up the chess set, he noticed Zhang Yunshu still intently focused on the board. What's the matter? She inquired. I'm just studying the game a bit longer. I'm afraid you might have intentionally let me win to please me, he replied, lowering his gaze to her. His voice was low and soothing. If I were to let you win, that would only upset you. Zhang Yunshu met his gaze with laughter dancing in her eyes. Go to sleep. After clearing the board, Fu Chengza washed up and found Zhang Yunshu already asleep. He sat at the edge of the bed, watching her for a while. She looked serene and gentle in slumber. She had always had the habit of sleeping with the lights off. Even the bedside lamp could not be turned on. Now, the overhead light was still on, yet she had fallen asleep the moment her head touched the pillow. Playing chess had indeed taken its toll on her, and it seemed she was utterly exhausted. Reflecting on her earnest demeanor during the game, Fu Qing's smile faltered slightly. She seemed to approach everything with such seriousness, even watching a game, yet, at that time, the person in her eyes had not been him. Turning off the light, Fu Qingze lay down on the other side of the bed. Just as he closed his eyes, he felt her hand grasp his in her sleep. Taken aback for a moment, he turned toward her, and in the faint moonlight, he gazed at her peaceful features. His heart stirred. He leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Now, she was his wife. All he desired was for her to see him as the one in her eyes in the future. The following morning, they both awoke late. Upon opening their eyes, it was already 9 o'clock. Zhang Yunshu reached for her phone on the bedside table, glanced at the time, and then looked toward the still slumbering Fu Qingze. Just as she hesitated whether to wake him, he opened his eyes. "It's already 9, Zhang Yunshu reminded him. Fu Qingze's gaze lingered on her, murmuring, "No rush, there is no early meeting today, so it's fine if we leave a bit later." "All right," Zhang Yunshu replied. Once they made their way downstairs, they found only Aunt Luo in the living room. "Aunt Luo, have Grandma and my parents eaten breakfast?" Zhang Yunshu inquired. "They have already finished," Aunt Luo said, setting breakfast on the dining table, her expression somewhat troubled. Noticing Aunt Luo's unusual demeanor, Zhang Yunshu asked with concern, "Aunt Luo, is something wrong? Has something happened?" Fu Qingze, hearing her words, also turned to Aunt Luo. She sighed as she looked at the young couple, saying, "Shu Qingze, I've been with the Fu family for many years, and I'm grateful you both call me Aunt Luo. Please don't think I overstep, but I must speak frankly." Zhang Yunshu's expression turned serious. "Aunt Luo, please speak openly." Fu Qingze nodded in agreement. Aunt Luo clasped her hands together, lowering her voice intentionally. "Although Shu is past the early stages of pregnancy, the entire period remains precarious." In an instant, they understood Aunt Luo's implication. Sharing a glance, Zhang Yunshu felt her ears flush, a hint of helpless laughter escaping her lips as she quickly clarified, "Aunt Luo, you've misunderstood. We didn't eat last night, we just went to bed late." Aunt Luo was taken aback, looking uncertainly at Fu Qingze. He calmly nodded, affirming, "What Yunshu said is correct." Aunt Luo chuckled, "So it was my misunderstanding." Zhang Yunshu smiled gently, "It's all right, Aunt Luo, I know you care and are worried about me." Having opened the topic, Aunt Luo continued with a few words of advice, "You two are young and experiencing this for the first time. While it's not inappropriate, it should be approached with caution. Qingze, you must pay attention and find the right balance." Zhang Yunshu's gaze flickered, feeling warmth spreading uncontrollably across her cheeks, yet maintaining a composed expression as she nodded. Fu Qingze glanced at her, the corners of his mouth subtly curving upwards, calmly responding to Aunt Luo, noted, "Aunt Luo, you needn't worry, we will proceed with caution." Zhang Yunshu was momentarily taken aback. "Caution, that word could be applied in this context," Aunt Luo smiled in reply, Good. As long as you both are sensible, I won't say much more. If I go on, Shu will get shy." The presence of the bystander was too strong, and Zhang Yunshu exhaled softly, "I'm not." "Quickly eat your breakfast." "I'll go busy myself," Aunt Luo said before heading into the kitchen. Fu Qingze nonchalantly served a bowl of porridge and handed it to Zhang Yunshu. "I have a prenatal checkup this morning." "I can't eat breakfast," Zhang Yunshu said, pushing the bowl back toward Fu Qingze. Fu Qingze paused, his hand holding the spoon still as he turned to look at her. Seeing his serious expression, Zhang Yunshu felt a bit dazed. "What's wrong?" Fu Qingze slightly furrowed his brow, his features tense. "Didn't we agree that you would inform me in advance about your prenatal checkup?" "I forgot," Zhang Yunshu replied cheerfully. "You're so busy with work. You really don't need to accompany me. Aunt Luo will be here, and Mom is coming with me this time. I really don't need so many people." Fu Qingze sighed softly, his tone softening, "Yunshu, I am the father of our child." Zhang Yunshu blinked, her gaze caught in the calm seriousness of his eyes, her emotions bursting forth like a dam breaking, making them hard to control. This was the first time she had heard him say the word father. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, her emotions were easily stirred. She lowered her eyes, and tears fell onto the back of her hand. Fu Qingze paused, turning slightly toward her, his voice softer than usual, "Yunshu, I did not mean to reproach you, I merely wanted to express that I will always be there for your prenatal checkups." Zhang Yunshu nodded, yet tears continued to flow down her cheeks. Fu Qingze hurriedly grabbed a few tissues to dry her tears, feeling somewhat at a loss as he witnessed her cry for the first time. "It's my fault, I was inconsiderate." I apologize, please don't cry. He stood up, wrapping her in his arms, gently patting her back in a somewhat awkward attempt to console her. After a lengthy moment, Jiang Yunshu finally calmed her emotions. Fu Qingze breathed a sigh of relief, feeling both tender and pained as he noticed her eyes and nose redden from crying. I didn't note down your checkup time, I should have reminded you. That was my oversight. From now on, I'll make a note and have my assistant schedule it in advance. If I truly cannot escape my work, I will inform you beforehand, alright? Jiang Yunshu nodded, raising her eyes slightly. Alright. Fu Qingze noticed the tears still glistening on her eyelashes and couldn't help but gently rub the back of her head, asking, when are we going to the hospital? After you finish your breakfast, she replied. No need. I'll accompany you upstairs to wash your face. We'll go now. Jiang Yunshu grasped his hand, her voice soft yet her tone firm. You need to finish your breakfast first. Fu Qingze gazed at her for a few seconds, a light smile forming on his lips. Alright, I'll listen to you. Jiang Yunshu released his hand, her heart racing slightly. Chapter 19 Accompaniment. The vehicle came to a halt in front of the main building of the private hospital. Jiang Yunshu and Fu Qingze alighted from the car, whereupon two receptionists approached to greet them. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, please this way. The examination process unfolded smoothly. They began with some preliminary checks before proceeding to a blood draw. Fu Qingze stood beside Jiang Yunshu, gazing down at the nurse as she prepared to draw her blood. From a young age, Jiang Yunshu had harbored a fear of needles, and as soon as the tourniquet was fastened around her arm, she turned her head away. Fu Qingze's gaze fell upon her face, noting the palpable tension radiating from her. Just as he was about to reach out to her, Aunt Luo intervened, taking Jiang Yunshu's hand and gently patting her shoulder, offering reassurance. Xiaoshu, don't be anxious, it won't hurt much, and it will be over shortly. If you're truly nervous, just squeeze Aunt Luo's hand, there's no need to fear. Jiang Yunshu nodded in response. Fu Qingze observed the nurse draw a total of 4 vials of blood from her, during which she averted her gaze the entire time, only furrowing her brow at the moment the needle pierced her vein. Once the blood draw was complete, Jiang Yunshu let out a sigh of relief. At last, that's done, let us move on to the next step. Fu Qingze lowered his eyes, reflecting on that night when he had harbored a glimmer of hope, his expression tinged with guilt. You've had to endure this ordeal. This child shouldn't have to. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yunshu quickly raised her hand to cover his mouth, her urgency evident. Don't speak like that. Fu Qingze nodded and took her hand. I was in poor health as a child and had to visit the hospital almost weekly. Back then, I was still young and afraid of pain. Now, I am no longer frightened by blood draws or injections, it's merely the sight of the needle that still makes me a bit uneasy. After explaining, Jiang Yunshu lifted her gaze to him. You must promise never to utter such words again. Alright, Fu Qingze acquiesced, let us proceed to the next examination. The service level at the private hospital was exceptional, and after completing the entire process, they were left with only the final task of undergoing an ultrasound. Jiang Yunshu lay on the examination table, watching the screen display the adorable little figure with a protruding belly, her heart melting at the sight of the small, round shape. She turned her head to gauge Fu Qingze's reaction, only to find him standing behind the doctor, his attention fixed on the ultrasound machine. Jiang Yunshu could not discern whether it was merely her imagination, but she felt that the warmth of his gaze resembled gentle sunlight. The fetus is very healthy, and its size corresponds well with the gestational age. All indicators are normal. The doctor operated the equipment. The baby is waving hello to its parents, do you see? Jiang Yunshu watched as the little baby raised its tiny hand, a smile blooming on her lips, her eyes suddenly brimming with warmth. Fu Qingze glanced at the image of the baby on the monitor before turning his attention back to Jiang Yunshu. He maneuvered around the foot of the bed and took her hand at the head of the bed. Observing the baby's movements, Jiang Yunshu could not help but exclaim, the baby is simply adorable. Indeed, Fu Qingze agreed with a nod. Once all examinations were concluded, Fu Qingze inquired of Jiang Yunshu, are you hungry? A little, Jiang Yunshu replied, perhaps you should let Uncle Li take you to the company first. Fu Qingze responded, there's no rush. I will first escort you home. After lunch, I shall head to the office. Is the company not busy? Jiang Yunshu had noticed him receiving 3 or 4 phone calls during the prenatal checkup. Not particularly, Fu Qingze replied, opening the rear door of the car and shielding her head as she entered. Get in. The two hospital staff members, observing Fu Qingze and Zhang Yunshu getting into the car, engaged in a hushed discussion. Last time Mrs. Fu came for her prenatal checkup, she was only accompanied by the housekeeper. Wasn't there talk about their lack of affection? Being a socialite is no easy task, is it? But I see that Mr. Fu was genuinely concerned for his wife. It doesn't seem to be mere pretense. Why should we concern ourselves with such matters? Mrs. Fu hails from a prominent family and has ample support behind her. Moreover, matters of the heart are best understood by those involved. Let us refrain from idle chatter once we're inside. We wouldn't want to risk our positions. That evening, Fu Qingze remained at the office working overtime, while Su Shuping had arranged to go shopping with Mrs. Lu. Thus, the dinner table was left with only Zhang Yunshu and old Madame Fu. Midway through the meal, Su Shuping returned with an armful of bags. Mother, Xiao Shu, are you eating? Su Shuping appeared quite cheerful. Old Madame Fu inquired, have you eaten? Yes, I have, Su Shuping replied. Mother, I bought you a silk scarf, please take a look later and see if you like it. She then turned to Zhang Yunshu and asked, Xiao Shu, was your prenatal checkup smooth today? What did the doctor say? Zhang Yunshu responded, it went very well, the doctor said all indicators are normal, and the baby is quite healthy. That's wonderful, Su Shuping smiled. I went shopping with Mrs. Lu today, and she bought a plethora of clothes and toys for her grandson. I couldn't resist and brought back a few outfits myself. Zhang Yunshu glanced at the high-end brand logo on the packaging and remarked, Mother, it's still too early to buy clothes. We don't even know if it's a boy or a girl. Please don't spend too extravagantly, it's best to buy what you like for yourself in the future. Su Shuping's eyes sparkled with joy. There is no need to worry. I bought a set for both a boy and a girl, they will all be useful after the baby is born. It's not a waste. You two continue your meal, I'll go upstairs and change. By the time Su Shuping returned downstairs after changing her clothes, Zhang Yunshu and old Madame Fu had already finished their dinner. Sitting on the sofa, Su Shuping took out a beautifully packaged white box, untying the ribbon as she spoke. I instantly fell in love with this set. It's a pure white basic style, clean and delicate, with a wonderfully soft texture. As she displayed the various small garments, Zhang Yunshu found herself swept up in Su Shuping's excitement, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Mother. These clothes are lovely, and on behalf of the baby in my belly, I extend my gratitude to Grandma. This mention of Grandma filled Su Shuping with delight, and she gently caressed Zhang Yunshu's belly before hastily picking up a box set aside. Xiao Shu, this is a pregnancy oil I purchased for you. Zhang Yunshu was taken aback, accepting the box and glancing inside, noting that it was not the brand she was currently using. Mrs. Lu's eldest daughter-in-law used this pregnancy oil during her pregnancy. Mrs. Lu mentioned that it worked wonders. Her daughter-in-law didn't develop a single stretch mark. I have consulted several professionals regarding its ingredients, and it's very safe for pregnant women, so keep it and use it with confidence. Zhang Yunshu responded, alright, thank you, Mother. When I was pregnant with Qingze, I didn't pay attention and ended up with numerous stretch marks, which notably affected my mood during the pregnancy. It was only later that I couldn't bear to look at them anymore and sought treatment. However, pregnancy oil is not a panacea. Using it doesn't guarantee that stretch marks won't appear. It also relates to weight control, exercise, and genetics, but using it can't be a bad thing. Aunt Luo chimed in from the side, the madam is very considerate. Su Shuping grasped Zhang Yunshu's hand. I also looked at some maternal and baby products today. Next time there's an opportunity, I'll take you shopping with me. That sounds good, Zhang Yunshu replied. Once upstairs, just as Zhang Yunshu was about to take a shower, she received a call from her father, Zhang Zhenghua. Chapter 20. Why are you staring at me? On the other end of the line, Zhang Zhenghua's voice resonated. Xiao Shu, how have you been lately? I am doing quite well. I have passed the early stages of pregnancy, and each day has been very comfortable. I went for a checkup at the hospital today, and the doctor said the baby is healthy. That's wonderful. As long as my daughter is comfortable and happy, that's all that matters. Indeed, I am happy, though I do miss you a bit. It has been several months since I last saw you. As Zhang Yunshu conversed with Zhang Zhenghua, she sounded like a little girl indulging in her father's affection, her voice slightly sticky and markedly different from her usual clear and powerful tone. You should have told me sooner. I will have my assistant book a ticket, and I will be in Beijing tomorrow. Zhang Yunshu opened her wardrobe and selected a nightgown. No need for that, next week marks the anniversary of my mother's passing, and I will return to Yunjiang. This time, I plan to stay home for a few extra days to keep you company. All right. Zhang Zhenghua paused before inquiring, is Qingze coming back with you? Zhang Yunshu pursed her lips, he is quite busy with work and has not confirmed yet. I will ask him when he returns. If he cannot spare the time, I will return alone, so you can have Uncle Chen pick me up from the airport. How can you fly alone with such a big belly? Zhang Zhenghua remarked, if Qingze cannot make it, just let me know, and I will fly to Beijing to pick you up. What big belly? It is not that obvious yet, Zhang Yunshu laughed lightly. I will call you after I speak to Qingze. When Fu Qingze returned home, Zhang Yunshu had already dried her hair and changed into her nightgown, preparing to open the pregnancy oil that Su Shuping had bought for her that day. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Zhang Yunshu looked up and said, You're back, Aunt Luo left you some ginseng chicken soup, have you eaten? Fu Qingze replied, I have. Zhang Yunshu nodded and asked, Qingze, will you be very busy with work next week? Next week is your mother's anniversary, and I will accompany you back to Yunjiang. Zhang Yunshu was somewhat surprised. You remember the anniversary? It is an important date, I had my assistant note it down to remind me in advance. Zhang Yunshu acknowledged with a sound, while she unwrapped the pregnancy oil, urging him, then you should hurry and take a shower. All right. Fu Qingze took his nightgown and was about to head to the bathroom when he noticed Zhang Yunshu about to apply the pregnancy oil. He inquired, Do you need help? Zhang Yunshu turned her head to look at him, fearing she had misunderstood. Fu Qingze placed the nightgown on the bed, took the pregnancy oil from her hands, and said, Come lie down on the bed. Zhang Yunshu's lips curved slightly as she responded, Okay. Why are you not using the previous one? Fu Qingze asked, observing the pregnancy oil in his hands. This one was just bought by my mother today. She said that Lu's daughter-in-law used this brand before with good results, so I wanted to give it a try. Just as Zhang Yunshu was about to instruct Fu Qingze on how to apply it, he had already squeezed an appropriate amount of pregnancy oil into his palm, warmed it up, and applied it to her belly, executing the technique correctly. You know how to apply pregnancy oil? Zhang Yunshu was quite astonished. Fu Qingze glanced at her, I've seen those pregnancy and childcare books you left on the bedside table, one of them explained how to apply pregnancy oil. Zhang Yunshu replied, When do you have time to read those books? I flipped through a few pages while you were in the shower, Fu Qingze asked, Is this pressure okay? Zhang Yunshu nodded, Yes. If my technique is inaccurate or the pressure is unsuitable, please let me know. Zhang Yunshu gazed at him with her clear, sparkling eyes as he applied the pregnancy oil, her lips pressed together, her expression earnest and focused, resembling his demeanor at work. Inside, it felt as if a leaf had fallen upon the lake's surface, creating ripples. Watching him finish applying the oil to her abdomen, Zhang Yunshu pulled a tissue from the bedside table and handed it to him, Thank you. Your technique is quite professional, quickly wipe your hands and go take a shower. Fu Qingze did not take the tissue, his gaze drifting to her chest, asking, What about other areas? Zhang Yunshu followed his gaze downward, biting her lip, I can do that myself. I'll do it, Fu Qingze insisted, squeezing more pregnancy oil into his palm, casually adding, I've touched every part of you. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became slightly charged. In truth, Fu Qingze's intention was straightforward, he simply did not want her to exert herself, but the way it came out sounded somewhat flirtatious. Unbutton your nightgown, Fu Qingze broke the peculiar silence first. Zhang Yunshu feigned nonchalance as she undid her nightgown. She was not wearing anything underneath, and as she unbuttoned, it revealed her smooth, rounded skin. Their previous intimate moments had always occurred in the cover of darkness, and they had never bathed together. This was her first time before him, completely bare from the waist up. Fu Qingze warmed his palms and raised his hand to cover her. Zhang Yunshu instinctively bit her lower lip, her hand gripping the nearby thin blanket tightly. She swallowed hard, her ears turning red. Just apply it around, the middle part doesn't need it, Fu Qingze responded, I understand. Zhang Yunshu lowered her eyelashes, watching him intently. His technique was precise, his movements gentle, entirely different from the previous fervor they had shared, yet, her mind uncontrollably recalled those sultry moments. Though Fu Qingze appeared calm, the movement of his throat and the dryness in his throat betrayed the restlessness within him. Once he finished applying, he looked up to find Jiang Yunshu staring at him intently. "What's wrong?" Fu Qingze asked, meeting his deep gaze. Jiang Yunshu felt her cheeks warm. "Nothing." Fu Qingze took a tissue to clean his hands, his eyes glimmering with amusement as if he intended to tease her. "Then why are you staring at me?" Jiang Yunshu's eyes flickered, her mind racing. She raised her hand and gently traced his brow bone, shifting the topic. "I was just thinking how beautiful your eyes are. I hope our baby inherits your eyes." Fu Qingze gazed at her delicate face, warmth flooding his chest as he grasped her wrist, cupping the back of her head with his other hand, and leaned in to kiss her. Jiang Yunshu closed her eyes, a tingling sensation coursing through her heart. When Fu Qingze released her, she looked at him with a gaze full of depth and directly asked, Do you want it?" Fu Qingze was momentarily taken aback, then laughed in disbelief. "Have you forgotten Aunt Luo's admonishments? It's ultimately unsafe." He retrieved the pregnancy oil from the bedside table and continued to apply it to her thighs and buttocks. Once those areas were done, he finally headed to the bathroom for a shower. Jiang Yunshu leaned against the headboard, perusing a childcare book, and it was quite a while before Fu Qingze emerged from the bathroom. Tonight, his shower had lasted far longer than usual, and he returned with a lingering chill. Chapter 21. The interview. The summer rain fell with fervor, cascading down as noon approached, the droplets pelting the leaves with a rhythmic patter. The living room window was left ajar, allowing the rain to sweep in with the wind, instantly saturating the floor. Su Shuping hurried over to close the window and called for the maid to dry the wet floor. Recently inspired by an embroidery exhibition, old Madame Fu had taken a keen interest in learning the craft. At this moment, Jiang Yunshu was seated on the sofa, accompanying old Madame Fu as they embroidered a pouch. Over the course of the morning, Jiang Yunshu had crafted a pouch in the shape of a peace lock. Old Madame Fu set aside her own half-finished piece and took the pouch that Jiang Yunshu had made, beckoning Auntie Luo and Su Shuping to come over. "Come and see what little Shu has embroidered. Her hands are swift, and her work is exquisite." Auntie Luo, with a look of astonishment, remarked, "Little Shu's work is truly remarkable. Has she studied embroidery before?" "I have not," Jiang Yunshu replied, "but I have some prior knowledge. My skills aren't exceptional, but they are passable." Su Shuping praised, "Little Shu is both clever and dexterous. She learns with remarkable ease. Her work surpasses mine by far. I think we could add 3 more bells to the bottom of the pouch," old Madame Fu declared, sending Auntie Luo to fetch a gold necklace from her bedroom. The necklace featured a small bell adorned with auspicious cloud carvings, exquisitely crafted and delicate, producing a delightful chime as it swayed. Old Madame Fu held the pouch and necklace side by side, nodding in satisfaction. "Attaching this bell to the pouch is perfect. I shall have someone craft 2 more bells in gold to adorn it as well." Jiang Yunshu, somewhat amused and exasperated, replied, "Grandmother, this pouch is merely for my enjoyment. Why adorn it with such a precious item?" Old Madame Fu returned the necklace to its box, saying, "What value does a gold bell possess? The true worth lies in the sentiment. Consider it a gift for the child within." Auntie Luo chimed in, "Indeed, little Shu, your very first embroidered pouch, especially in the shape of a peace lock, holds such significance." "Thank you, grandmother," Jiang Yunshu responded with a smile. Old Madame Fu gently placed her hand on Jiang Yunshu's belly. "May blessings accompany the bell, bringing peace and joy. I wish for auspicious meanings." Jiang Yunshu nodded, turning to Su Shuping, "Mom, we still need to thread a hanging cord through the top. Could you do that? Once finished, this will be a gift from great-grandmother, grandmother, and mother to the baby." Upon hearing this, Su Shuping's eyes crinkled with a smile. "Oh dear, my hands are rather clumsy. Can I manage that?" Her tone was hesitant, yet her emotions conveyed eagerness. "No worries, I will guide you," Jiang Yunshu assured her. Su Shuping settled onto the sofa. "How about we add a red agate bead to the hanging cord? This red agate is an auspicious talisman." Jiang Yunshu nodded in agreement. Without delay, Su Shuping stood up. "I'll go upstairs to fetch it." A short while later, she returned with a box containing agate beads, selecting the one with the finest appearance and highest luster. Old Madame Fu took the pouch, now threaded with the hanging cord, and said, "Little Shu, I will keep the pouch for now. I shall return it to you once the bells are added." Jiang Yunshu replied, "All right." After lunch, the rain subsided, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Old Madame Fu was still resting, while Jiang Yunshu changed her clothes and stepped outside. She had arranged a special interview with Gong Yan at a new-style Chinese tea house at 3 o'clock that afternoon. Within half an hour's drive, Jiang Yunshu arrived at the filming location. Gong Yan was busy coordinating with the filming crew and lighting technicians. Upon seeing Jiang Yunshu enter, she promptly approached. "Hello, Teacher Jiang, it has been a while." "It has indeed," Jiang Yunshu replied, "no need for such formality. Just call me Yunshu Jia." Gong Yan agreed. "Of course, Yunshu Jia, please take a seat, the setup will be completed shortly, so just bear with us for a moment." Jiang Yunshu settled into a chair, greeted by the interview host and the main coordinator, who approached with warm smiles. During their conversation, Jiang Yunshu received a call from Gu Jingyan. "Apologies, I need to take this call." "Of course, Teacher Jiang," they replied. Jiang Yunshu stood and walked to a wooden, intricately carved window to answer the call. "Yunshu, where are you?" "I'm outside, waiting for the interview." "Interview?" Gu Jingyan asked. "You aren't accompanying Fu Qingze for some commercial interview, are you?" "No, it's a feature for T-Rhythm World magazine." "I came on my own." Gu Jingyan responded with a sound of acknowledgement. "Send me the address via WeChat, I have something for you." "Are you in Beicheng now?" Jiang Yunshu inquired. "I just arrived in Beicheng early this morning to submit some review materials," Gu Jingyan replied. "Send me the address. I'll come by for a bit of excitement." "It's just an interview, what excitement could you possibly find?" Jiang Yunshu chuckled. "You mentioned having something for me, what is it?" Gu Jingyan teased. "You'll find out when you arrive." Halfway through the interview, Gu Jingyan arrived at the tea house. Jiang Yunshu had informed the staff in advance, so as soon as he walked in, they welcomed him and showed him to a seat, providing tea and snacks. The interview progressed smoothly, with questions that had been pre-discussed and agreed upon. Jiang Yunshu had reviewed these questions and prepared thoughtful, well-reasoned responses. As the interview drew to a close, the host impulsively added a question. "Thank you very much, Teacher Jiang. As we all know, you also hold the identity of old Madame Fu. May I ask, has your career been affected after marriage? How did you and Mr. Fu meet, and what prompted you to embark on this journey of matrimony together?" Regarding these probing inquiries into her personal life, Jiang Yunshu responded with composure. "No, there has been no impact. My husband is very supportive of my career. As for the latter questions, perhaps you may find the answers in an interview with my husband in the future." After the interview concluded, the main coordinator expressed their gratitude profusely. Upon seeing Gu Jingyan approach, they inquired, "And who might this be?" Just as Jiang Yunshu was about to answer, Gu Jingyan interjected, his tone less than cordial. "Cousin." Given the host's penchant for prying into juicy gossip, it was likely that rumors of a relationship between him and Jiang Yunshu would circulate tomorrow. Jiang Yunshu understood Gu Jingyan's intention and chose not to elaborate further. Exiting the tea house, Gu Jingyan opened the car door and pulled out several boxes of pastries. "These are special treats I brought from Yunjiang for you and Rani. You can give them all to Rani," Jiang Yunshu said. "I'm heading back to Yunjiang tomorrow." Gu Jingyan expressed surprise. "You're returning to Yunjiang tomorrow?" Jiang Yunshu nodded. "The day after tomorrow marks the anniversary of my mother's passing." "I can be so forgetful," Gu Jingyan said, smacking his forehead, then asked, "Is Fu Qingze accompanying you back?" Jiang Yunshu affirmed with a sound. Gu Jingyan scoffed lightly. "At least he has some sense of conscience." Chapter 22. Returning to Yunjiang. Jiang Yunshu chuckled. "Don't always tell me he's not a good person, after all, he is the father of my child. I meant to compliment him by saying he has a conscience." Gu Jingyan expressed his innocence, pausing for a moment before inquiring, "Has Fu Qingze never mentioned me to you?" Jiang Yunshu pondered briefly. "He really hasn't." "He never brought up your name." Gu Jingyan clicked his tongue. "Is he implying that my name is inauspicious?" Recognizing his jest, Jiang Yunshu smiled and glanced at the car not far away. "You've made a fruitless trip. Uncle Li is still waiting for me, I must be on my way." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Gongyan approached to bid her farewell. "Sister Yunshu, thank you for agreeing to this interview. I apologize for the last question, it wasn't included in the documents I received, and I had no idea it would be asked." No need to apologize, it has nothing to do with you, Jiang Yunshu replied, noticing that only the filming crew's vehicle remained. She asked, how are you getting back? Gong Yan replied, we've wrapped up, I'll just take a taxi home. I'll give you a ride, Jiang Yunshu offered. Gu Jingyan extended his hand for a handshake. Gu Jingyan, Yunshu's cousin. Gong Yan reciprocated the handshake. Hello, I'm Gong Yan. Ah, Gong Yan, Gu Jingyan raised an eyebrow. I pronounced my name quickly, and it sounds quite similar to yours. Gong Yan silently reflected on the similarity between Gu Jingyan and herself. With a polite smile, she responded, thank you, but there's no need, I can take a taxi home. Don't be modest, Yunshu's friends are my friends, Gu Jingyan insisted. Jiang Yunshu turned to Gong Yan, how about you get in the car with me? I'll have the driver drop you off first. Gong Yan hesitated, not wanting to impose on Jiang Yunshu, especially since she was pregnant, which meant a longer journey home. Ultimately, she decided to join Gu Jingyan in his car. Once inside, Gong Yan felt slightly uneasy. Gu Jingyan attempted to engage her in conversation, but noticing her lack of enthusiasm, he assumed she was tired from a long day at work and suggested, if you're weary, you can take a nap. I'll wake you when we arrive. Alright. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence, prompting Gong Yan to close her eyes, deciding to feign sleep until they reached home. To her surprise, she genuinely dozed off midway. Gu Jingyan parked at the entrance of the community and turned to observe the slumbering Gong Yan. Just as he hesitated on how to wake her, his phone rang. The ringtone startled Gong Yan awake. She swiped to answer, responding with 3 quick hellos before ending the call. I apologize, it was a work-related call, and I answered directly. Not a problem, I understand, Gu Jingyan replied. Thank you for the ride back, she said gratefully. Think nothing of it, Gu Jingyan remarked, finding the young woman quite charming, her speech laced with formality. As Gong Yan exited the vehicle, she said, goodbye, and thank you. Gu Jingyan nodded, catching sight of a box of snacks in the rearview mirror. He quickly exited the car and called out, Gong Yan. Turning back, she saw Gu Jingyan approaching with 2 gift bags. He handed the bags to her, saying, these are local delicacies from Yunjiang, I wanted you to try them. Gong Yan protested, you've already been so kind to drive me home, I cannot accept any more gifts. Please take them. Consider it a promotion for my hometown's cuisine, he insisted, waving her off. Now, I must be on my way. Gong Yan watched as he got back into his car, then glanced at the gift bags in her hands, feeling a sense of gratitude. Jiang Lusher's cousin is truly kind. On the day of her return to Yunjiang, Su Shuping was concerned about Jiang Yunshu's pregnancy, pulling her close and offering countless pieces of advice. Jiang Yunshu nodded in acknowledgement and, after bidding farewell to Grandma Fu and Aunt Luo, headed to the airport with Fu Qingze. They arrived in Yunjiang at 3:30 in the afternoon. The airport was bustling with crowds. Fu Qingze pushed the luggage cart with one hand while firmly holding Jiang Yunshu's hand with the other. Dad, why are you at the airport? You could have just sent Uncle Chen to pick me and Qingze up. There was no need for you to come as well, she remarked. Alright, I understand. We're heading this way, he replied. As Jiang Yunshu was on the phone with Jiang Zhenghua, she felt Fu Qingze's hand draw closer. Glancing down, she noticed their tightly intertwined hands. The last time they held hands was at their wedding. This sensation felt both unfamiliar and sweet. Xiao Shu, over here. Jiang Zhenghua waved his hand, spotting him through the crowd. Tears welled up in Jiang Yunshu's eyes almost instantly. It had been nearly half a year since she last returned to Yunjiang, and her emotions had become particularly sensitive since her pregnancy. Sometimes, a single word or even a scene could profoundly affect her. Jiang Zhenghua opened his arms and embraced his daughter, gently ruffling her hair. Why are you crying? Jiang Yunshu wiped away her tears and linked her arm through his, her voice still choked with emotion. I'm just so happy to see you. Once in the car, Jiang Yunshu animatedly shared the latest happenings of the Jiang family with her father and Uncle Chen, while Fu Qingze remained notably quiet, only responding to Jiang Zhenghua's inquiries and silently listening to Jiang Yunshu. Upon returning to Yunjiang, she seemed to have changed in some way. The car rolled steadily along, soon arriving at the Jiang family's courtyard. The traditional Chinese-style villa, situated by the water, exuded an air of elegance and grace, with elements of mountains and bamboo forests seamlessly integrated into the design, achieving a picturesque harmony. Upon entering, they found Grandma Jiang seated in a pavilion beside the fish pond, admiring the lotus flowers, while a little great-grandson nearby peered into the pond at the red koi fish, prompting her to call out to her daughter-in-law, who was enjoying some snacks. "Keep an eye on him. We don't want him falling in." As she spoke, Auntie stood up, exclaiming, "Oh, Xiaoshu has arrived." Zhang Yunshu and Fu Qingze approached to greet everyone. "Auntie!" Little nephew Zhang Yuchen's eyes sparkled upon seeing Zhang Yunshu. He rushed over, eager to embrace her, but Auntie swiftly pulled him back. Zhang Yuchen looked up at his grandmother with a pout, saying, "I want to see my aunt." "Your aunt has a little baby in her belly. You can't hug her today. Be good and don't cause any trouble for your aunt, understood?" Zhang Yuchen obediently nodded, then looked up at Zhang Yunshu, asking, "Auntie, is it a sister in your belly? This child has been particularly clingy to me lately, insisting that I have another sister to play with him. It must be that his father wishes for a daughter, seeking a little helper." Everyone around burst into laughter. Zhang Yunshu affectionately patted Zhang Yuchen's head and patiently answered his earlier question, "I don't know yet. We'll find out during the new year if it's a brother or a sister." Zhang Yuchen lowered his head, counting on his fingers, but before he could figure out how many months until the new year, Auntie lifted his chin. "Have you greeted your little uncle yet?" Zhang Yuchen looked at the serious-looking man beside his aunt and immediately straightened his posture, obediently calling out, "Hello, little uncle." Fu Qingze, unfamiliar with interacting with children, merely nodded in acknowledgement, leaving the conversation at that. Chapter 23. We shall often return. Auntie has always been forthright, stating, "Qingze clearly lacks the knack for soothing children. He is soon to be a father and must learn how to care for them." With that, she urged Zhang Yuchen forward, saying, "Your aunt cannot hold you. Go to your little uncle for a hug." Zhang Yuchen immediately hid behind Auntie, timidly peeking out, "I don't want to be held by uncle." Auntie chuckled, providing an escape. "This child is shy. A simple outing to buy some candy will surely break the ice." Grandmother Jiang dotes on this granddaughter the most and had instructed the household chef to prepare several of Zhang Yunshu's favorite dishes and snacks early in the day. Before dinner, she discreetly pulled Zhang Yunshu aside to inquire about her time in Beicheng, her health and mood during pregnancy, and how the Fu family treated her, feeling reassured only after receiving positive responses. After dinner, Zhang Yunshu spent a considerable time in the living room conversing with grandmother Jiang and Auntie before finally retreating to her room. Upon opening the door, she found Fu Qingze quietly resting on the sofa with his eyes closed. Assuming he had dozed off from drinking too much, she approached, intending to rouse him for bed, only to see him open his eyes. "You haven't fallen asleep?" Zhang Yunshu asked. "No," Fu Qingze replied, "I was waiting for you to return to your room." Zhang Yunshu regarded him silently for 2 seconds, recalling that night during old Madame Fu's birthday celebration when she couldn't help but ask, "Did you drink too much?" Fu Qingze shook his head gently, "No." "Then you should go take a shower. We need to rise early tomorrow," Zhang Yunshu urged. Fu Qingze grasped her wrist, saying, "Yunshu." Zhang Yunshu turned to him, "What is it?" Fu Qingze tilted his head slightly to look at her, "Are you happy to be back in Yunjiang?" Zhang Yunshu nodded, smiling at him, "Very happy." "Good," Fu Qingze responded, "we shall return here often." Zhang Yunshu was momentarily taken aback, then settled beside him on the sofa. "Is it because of what aunt and uncle said during dinner?" "They meant no reproach, they simply spoke their minds in the moment. I've never been away from home for such a long time, and my family has missed me. Besides, you are busy with work. I could return on my OWNITS, just that this time is special. I cannot fly for the first 3 months, which is why I haven't been back in nearly half a year." Fu Qingze listened quietly until she finished speaking. "I see. I don't think of it that way. I am also happy to be back in Yunjiang." Zhang Yunshu noticed that he became more talkative when he drank, which made her feel even closer to him. Perhaps this sense of closeness was mutual, as she found herself instinctively voicing a small wish. "The new year in Yunjiang is quite lively. Can we go back this year to celebrate?" Fu Qingze nodded, "All right. Wait, this year might not be feasible. My due date is around New Year's," Zhang Yunshu said with a smile in her eyes. "Then let's bring the baby back to Yunjiang next year for the celebrations," Fu Qingze replied, his heart stirring as he glanced at her belly. "Okay. The following morning, Uncle Chen prepared the car and parked it in front of the Zheng family residence. As they stepped outside, Fu Qingze said to Uncle Chen, "Uncle Chen, hand me the car keys, I'll drive today." After getting into the car, Zhang Yunshu directed Fu Qingze to a flower shop first. Inside, she selected a large bouquet of fresh jasmine, her mother's favorite flower in life. Fu Qingze picked a bouquet of pure white chrysanthemums, both of which they took to the cemetery. Upon arriving at the grave, Fu Qingze placed the two bouquets down, his voice filled with reverence. "Mom, Yunshu and I have come to see you." Gazing at the black and white photograph on the gravestone, Zhang Yunshu felt a warmth in her eyes. Fu Qingze stood silently beside her, watching as she meticulously wiped the gravestone with a handkerchief, which bore little dust, his eyelids gently arched, his voice soft. As she began to choke up, Fu Qingze stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and softly asking, "Would you like me to wait for you by the car?" Zhang Yunshu nodded. He placed a packet of tissues in her palm, looking at the photograph on the gravestone. "Mom, I'll come to see you again." As her emotions gradually subsided, Zhang Yunshu continued, "Last night during the family reunion dinner, it was quite lively. Grandmother had Chef Zheng prepare many of my favorite dishes, and Auntie, as straightforward as ever, reminded Qingze to be attentive to family after marriage, fearing I might feel wronged. Then there was Chen, who was picky about vegetables. He was sternly educated by his sister-in-law and, with tears in his eyes, ate the vegetable she had given him. After dinner, my brother patiently explained to Chen why he needs to eat his greens, and the little fellow even went to apologize to his sister-in-law. He was so well behaved. The more lively it gets, the more I miss you. I thought to myself how wonderful it would be if you were there too." Zhang Yunshu slightly tilted her head back, wiping away her tears with her hand, forcing a smile. "Oh, I nearly forgot to share some good news with you. I am expecting a baby." She gently touched her abdomen. "It is a cherished child, and many are eagerly anticipating its arrival in this world." Although Qingze is not particularly fond of children, Zhang Yunshu lowered her eyelashes. "I believe he is a dependable person, full of responsibility. I trust he will make a commendable father. Perhaps it's because I am about to become a mother myself, or perhaps the sensitivity of pregnancy." Zhang Yunshu gazed at the photograph on the gravestone, tears spilling from her eyes once more. "I have been missing you dearly. Yesterday in Dad's study, I came across a photo of you holding me, and I couldn't help but feel an urge to cry. I don't even know what's come over me." Tearing open the packet of tissues, Zhang Yunshu sighed softly. "The year you left Dad and me, I was still just a child. Now, over a decade later, I am about to become a mother. How swiftly time passes." After speaking for a while longer, Zhang Yunshu dried her tears, revealing a bright smile. "Mom, I must return now, but I will come to see you again. Dad still visits you at sunset, just as before, to keep you company while watching the sun go down." As they approached the parking spot, Zhang Yunshu intentionally avoided Fu Qingze's gaze, softly uttering, "Let us go home." Fu Qingze didn't need to look closely to see her red eyes and nose from crying. He said little, simply pulling her gently into his embrace. On the way back, sunlight streamed through the car windows, illuminating the interior. Zhang Yunshu opened the window, allowing a refreshing morning breeze to caress her face. Fu Qingze glanced at her, noticing her slightly downcast mood, and asked, "Would you like to have breakfast outside?" Zhang Yunshu turned to him, still somewhat dazed. "Why should we eat outside? The night before returning to Yunjiang, didn't you mention wanting to eat the small steamed buns and plum blossom cakes sold in Yunjiang? But before coming to Yunjiang, Mom advised me to avoid eating things sold outside. So, do you want to go eat?" Fu Qingze inquired. Zhang Yunshu hesitated. "I want to, but," Fu Qingze replied, "occasionally indulging is perfectly fine." A smile returned to Zhang Yunshu's face. "Then let us go." Chapter 24 of the Fetal Movements. Zhang Yunshu and Fu Qingze had enjoyed breakfast outside and spent a considerable time wandering about. They returned only when the sun stood high, casting a hot glare upon their entrance into the living room. Their aunt greeted them. "Why have you two come back so late?" Zhang Yunshu approached her. "We were just strolling outside." The aunt paused her knitting. "I'm making little shoes and socks for the baby. What do you think of my handiwork?" "Your knitting skills are truly unparalleled, Aunt. The scarf you knitted for me was incredibly cozy. I still keep it, and I wear it every winter." Zhang Yunshu caressed the soft little socks. "They are so adorable. They must be delightful to wear." The aunt smiled brightly. I learned to knit when Chinchin was just born, and though I haven't knitted in years, it seems my skills have not waned. How many years have you worn that scarf? Is it still warm? If not, I shall knit you a new one. Jiang Yunshu's eyes sparkled. Thank you, aunt. In the afternoon, Mr. Jiang sat at the stone table in the pavilion, teaching his little great-grandson how to play chess. Place a black piece first. Now, can you count how many points are adjacent to it? Jiang Yuchen leaned against Mr. Jiang, pointing at the chessboard as he counted, 1, 2, 3, 4. Great-grandfather, there are 4. Correct, there are 4. How many white pieces do you need to remove the black piece from the board? Jiang Yuchen picked up 6 white pieces, surrounding the black ones completely. Mr. Jiang sighed and removed 2 white pieces from the board. Didn't you just count? You only need 4, these 2 positions do not extend from the black pieces, understand? Jiang Yuchen nodded, somewhat perplexed. Mr. Jiang collected the white pieces and placed a black piece. Now, how many white pieces do you need to remove the black piece? At that moment, their aunt brought over bamboo tube ice cream. The little one, unsure of his next move, gazed longingly at the ice cream without uttering a word. The aunt gently nudged her son, whispering, "Go play a game with your grandfather." "Grandfather, it's been a while since we played chess. Shall we have a game?" Jiang Jingzhou approached and affectionately ruffled the little one's hair. "Go enjoy your ice cream." Mr. Jiang watched as his great-grandson dashed away, sighing, "If we talk about the one with the highest understanding, it has to be Xiao Shu. When I taught her chess, she was just this tall." Mr. Jiang gestured to indicate her height and continued, "She would grab 6 white pieces and place them on the board, quite clever indeed." "Mrs. Jiang chuckled, "Did you hear that? The old man is bragging about his prized student again." The surrounding people laughed, and Jiang Yunshu remarked, "Grandfather, once Big Brother finishes this game with you, I too would like to spar with you." "Mrs. Jiang teased, "The old man just loves teaching chess, no one in the family is exempt. Once Xiaoshu has her baby, her little great-grandson will undoubtedly be roped into learning as well." Their aunt began distributing bamboo tube ice cream and, just as she extended it to Jiang Yunshu, she pulled it back and offered it to Fu Qingze instead. "It's too cold. Xiaoshu, you shouldn't eat it, especially since you're pregnant." Jiang Yunshu watched helplessly as the ice cream she adored, matcha flavor, was taken away, glancing up at Fu Qingze with a hint of grievance. Seeing her expressive face, Fu Qingze's lips curved into a smile as he scooped a spoonful of ice cream and offered it to her mouth. Jiang Yunshu looked at the ice cream, then back at Fu Qingze. "Just one bite." "It is fine," he urged, "hurry, it's about to melt." Jiang Yunshu opened her mouth to savor the ice cream, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Perhaps it was the allure of forbidden treats that made it taste even better. The fragrance of matcha and bamboo wafted around, and she believed it to be the most delightful ice cream she had ever tasted. Fu Qingze observed her pleasure with narrowed eyes and inquired, "Is it delicious?" Jiang Yunshu nodded, "It's delightful. You should try some." Fu Qingze took a spoonful and found it indeed exquisite. Jiang Yunshu watched him eat with longing, gently rubbing her belly, murmuring, "I envy you." Fu Qingze, captivated by her clear gaze, took a generous spoonful, one last bite. Jiang Yunshu's eyes lit up as she opened her mouth to receive it. "Qingze, that's enough. Don't let Xiaoshu eat anymore," their aunt interjected. "Pampering your wife should not be done to this extent." At her call, all eyes turned towards them. Jiang Yunshu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, while Fu Qingze calmly replied, "All right, just one last bite for Xiaoshu." That evening, after taking a bath, Jiang Yunshu lay in bed reading. Midway, she received a call from Li Rani, who spoke at length about her romantic misfortunes, reiterating one sentiment: the man she pursued was unworthy. After hanging up, Fu Qingze had finished his bath as well. As was his custom, he donned his pajamas and approached to apply pregnancy oil on her. In the initial days, Jiang Yunshu had felt a bit shy, but she had grown accustomed to his attentive care, lifting her shirt to continue reading her book. Fu Qingze's hand gently caressed her belly, and suddenly, he felt a jolt in his palm. After a moment of surprise, he looked up at Jiang Yunshu. "Did you feel that?" Jiang Yunshu, engrossed in her book, casually asked, "What's wrong?" "It moved." Fu Qingze maintained a calm exterior but was a whirlwind of emotions inside. "The baby?" Jiang Yunshu quickly set her book aside and placed her hand on her belly. They waited in silence for a few seconds before the baby kicked again, though not forcefully. It delivered several little kicks in succession. Jiang Yunshu grasped Fu Qingze's hand, her eyes brimming with warmth. I felt it. The baby is kicking me. Fu Qingze wiped his hands with a tissue before embracing Jiang Yunshu, gently ruffling her hair. Just yesterday, you told your aunt you couldn't feel any fetal movements. Now you can rest easy. Fu Qingze's gaze fell upon Jiang Yunshu's abdomen. It is growing well. Jiang Yunshu nodded, looking up at him. Didn't we bring the fetal heart monitor? Yes. Fu Qingze released her. It's in the suitcase. I'll go fetch it. Jiang Yunshu lowered her head, speaking to the child within her. Baby, I'm your mother, and I finally felt you moving. Fu Qingze returned with the fetal heart monitor, placing the probe on her belly, and soon the strong and steady heartbeat of the baby resonated. Jiang Yunshu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Fu Qingze handed her a tissue. All right now, no more crying, your eyes will get puffy. Perhaps sensing his mother's emotions, the baby kicked several more times. Jiang Yunshu managed to compose herself, softly speaking to her belly. Is the baby comforting mommy? Mommy is not sad, mommy is very happy. Fu Qingze gazed at her, his eyes also slightly reddening. He stood by the bed, wrapping his arms around her, and leaned down to kiss the top of her head. Chapter 25. Hand in hand home. As Jiang Yunshu's emotions gradually settled, her eyes were slightly red and swollen. Fu Qingze descended the stairs to fetch an ice pack from the housekeeper, wrapping it in a towel before gently applying it to her eyes. For a few minutes the emotional toll was immense, compounded by the absence of a midday nap, and soon Jiang Yunshu fell into a deep slumber. The moonlight outside poured in like water, casting a serene glow upon the floor. Bathed in this silvery light, Fu Qingze quietly gazed at Jiang Yunshu's sleeping visage, a gentle smile gracing his lips, suggesting that the fetal movement she had felt before sleep had truly brought her joy. Earlier, he had been focused solely on her emotional fluctuations, dedicating all his energy to comforting her. Now, in the stillness of the night, a myriad of sentiments began to unfurl within him. Since Jiang Yunshu's pregnancy, this was the first time he genuinely felt the presence of their child. If his initial feelings had stemmed from a sense of responsibility, then the fetal movement experienced that night had struck a chord deep within his heart. He leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her forehead, tenderly caressing her belly, watching over her until the early hours before finally succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Jiang Yunshu awoke to find Fu Qingze still soundly asleep. Feeling refreshed, she quietly rose from bed. When her aunt saw her downstairs, she inquired, Xiaoshu, why are you up so early today? I went to bed early last night, so I'm not tired, Jiang Yunshu replied. In truth, she could no longer recall the moment she had drifted into slumber, only remembering the soothing coolness of the ice pack that Fu Qingze had applied to her eyes, which had lulled her into a peaceful sleep. Where's Qingze? Is he still asleep? Her aunt asked again. Jiang Yunshu nodded, happily sharing with her aunt and grandmother the delightful news of the fetal movement she had experienced the previous night. Since the early stages of my pregnancy, when morning sickness subsided and my belly didn't show much, I had begun to feel as if I might not sense this child's presence at all. But last night, it kicked me several times. The sensation was both miraculous and blissful. Her aunt joked, could it be that the father was so excited last night that he couldn't sleep, which is why he hasn't woken up yet? Jiang Yunshu reflected on Fu Qingze's demeanor from the previous night. He had remained quite composed, he likely wasn't so agitated as to lose sleep over it. Back when your mother was pregnant with you, she first felt your movements at night, grandmother Jiang reminisced. She was watching television with me, while your father was nearby, and he was absolutely thrilled. Your mother had yet to shed a tear before your father was already in tears. Jiang Yunshu was astonished. My father cried? Grandmother Jiang nodded. Indeed, everyone in the family cherishes you, but your father cherishes you the most. When you were little and scraped your knee, it broke his heart. Jiang Yunshu cradled a glass of warm water, her eyelashes lowered as she drank. Though she was reluctant to compare Fu Qingze to her father, a tinge of melancholy inevitably lingered in her heart. This sentiment, though faint, persisted well into the evening. Noticing Jiang Yunshu's downcast mood after dinner, Fu Qingze casually inquired, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" His question jolted Jiang Yunshu back to reality. She realized she had been wallowing in her low spirits for nearly an entire day. Much like a frog slowly boiling in water, she managed to smile at Fu Qingze. I'm not unhappy. At that moment, her brother and sister-in-law were preparing to take Jiang Yuchen out for a walk with the dog. prompting Fu Qingze to ask Zhang Yunshu, "Would you like to take a stroll?" Before she could respond, her sister-in-law chimed in, "Let us all go for a walk. Xiao Shu is pregnant and needs to move around more." Zhang Yunshu agreed, saying to Fu Qingze, "Let us go." As they stepped outside, Zhang Yunshu walked ahead with her sister-in-law and young nephew while Zhang Jingzhou trailed behind with Fu Qingze. Upon reaching the square, Zhang Yuchen spotted a stall selling glowing swords and tugged at his mother's sleeve, looking up with eager eyes. "Mommy, can you buy me a glowing sword?" "No, you've already gotten so many toys this week." "Didn't we agree that you could only have 2 toys per week?" Zhang Yunshu replied. Observing the disappointment on her nephew's face, she gently ruffled his hair. "Auntie will buy it for you." Zhang Yuchen, though young, held firm to his principles, shaking his head. "I don't want it." Dejected, the little boy took a few steps forward before suddenly running back and wrapping his arms around Zhang Jingzhou's leg. "Daddy, I want to buy a glowing sword." Zhang Jingzhou lifted him effortlessly. "Didn't Mommy say you can't?" With utmost seriousness, the little one replied, "Can I buy 3 toys this week and none next week?" "You're quite clever," Zhang Jingzhou remarked. "But what I say doesn't count. Ask your mother if she agrees." The boy's eyes sparkled with hope. "Mommy, can I?" After receiving an affirmative response, he raised his arms in triumph. "Yay!" Zhang Jingzhou chuckled, sharing with Fu Qingze, "Raising kids is an art. Couples must be united. When you become a father, you'll understand." He took his son to buy the glowing sword, saying, "Son, call your mother over." The little boy, noticing his mother conversing with his aunt, innocently asked, "Why?" Zhang Jingzhou replied, "Because your uncle wants to hold hands with your aunt." Zhang Yuchen nodded and shouted, "Mommy, come here. Uncle wants to hold hands with auntie." Zhang Jingzhou found the situation both amusing and bewildering. Watching his brother and sister-in-law crouched over a stall, selecting glowing swords, Zhang Yunshu suddenly felt someone take her hand. Glancing down at their intertwined fingers, a faint smile graced her lips. As they walked hand in hand, they passed a roadside stall where a little girl cheerfully called out to Zhang Yunshu, "Sister, would you like to buy a hairpin? We have so many beautiful ones." Zhang Yunshu approached the stall, where the little girl gazed at her with wide, sparkling eyes. "Wow, sister, you're as beautiful as a fairy." "Thank you, you're beautiful too, a little fairy yourself," Zhang Yunshu replied, examining the array of hairpins on display. She chose a small white bear wool felt hairpin. "Sister, you can try it on," the little girl suggested, pointing to a mirror. "There's a mirror here." Fu Qingze took the hairpin from her hands. "Let me help you put it on." He raised his hand and fastened the hairpin in her hair, nodding in approval. "Looks lovely." Zhang Yunshu smiled, glancing at her reflection in the mirror. "All right, let us buy this one." Fu Qingze then selected a crocheted lily of the valley charm, paying for both items. On their way back, her brother, sister-in-law, and nephew walked ahead. Zhang Jingzhou carried his son in one arm while holding his wife's hand with the other, their family moving forward in laughter and conversation. This scene struck Zhang Yunshu deeply, softening her heart in ways she could scarcely comprehend. Suddenly, the man beside her halted, prompting her to look up at Fu Qingze and ask, "What's wrong?" Fu Qingze's voice was deep and warm. "Do you feel a bit happier after our walk?" Zhang Yunshu's eyes brightened, and she nodded. Fu Qingze lowered his gaze to her, and in a spontaneous gesture, he leaned down to gently peck her soft lips before resuming his grasp on her hand. "Let us go." The cool evening breeze brushed against them as Zhang Yunshu savored the warmth of his palm, a smile playing on her lips as they strolled home together. Chapter 26. A foot soak. After taking a shower, Zhang Yunshu changed into a cotton nightgown. Just as she settled on the edge of the bed, Fu Qingze entered with a basin for soaking feet. "While I was downstairs getting water, Aunt Luo reminded me that after such a long walk, a foot soak would bring you some comfort." "All right." Zhang Yunshu lifted her feet and placed them into the basin, the water at an ideal temperature. A little over 10 minutes later, Fu Qingze emerged from his shower, a soft towel in hand. "You should not soak for too long, it's time to come out." Responding with an acknowledgement, Zhang Yunshu set her book aside and was about to lift her feet when a large hand grasped her delicate ankle. She opened her eyes to see Fu Qingze raising her legs and placing them on the towel he had laid across his lap. He dried her feet and gently began massaging her legs. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat. Fu Qingze lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Is something uncomfortable?" Jiang Yunshu found herself lost in the depths of his eyes, her voice airy. It's a bit ticklish. Fu Qingze lowered his gaze and continued to massage her legs. A bit of rubbing will feel better. Jiang Yunshu quietly observed him. His high nose bridge cast shadows on his profile in the light, and no matter how many times she looked at him, her heart fluttered. When he glanced up, he caught her staring, her eyes bright and her cheeks tinged with color. Jiang Yunshu silently swallowed, and Fu Qingze, his eyes darkening, reached up to cradle the back of her neck and pulled her towards him, kissing her. Unlike the fleeting kiss from before, this time it was deep and lingering. As the kiss ended, Jiang Yunshu's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her hands gripping the fabric of Fu Qingze's shirt tightly. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Once the lights were extinguished, the room was bathed in the soft, ethereal glow of moonlight. Jiang Yunshu felt warmth radiating from his hands, soft sighs escaping her lips, her mind gradually clouding with bliss. Fu Qingze took a tissue to wipe his hands, then patiently helped her clean up. Jiang Yunshu snapped back to reality, her heart racing as if scorched. You should get some rest, Fu Qingze said, his gaze somber. Just as he was about to rise, Jiang Yunshu grasped his wrist. He turned to look at her. A gentle mist from the humidifier swirled around the bedside, filling the air with a soothing, woody fragrance. Fu Qingze leaned his head on her shoulder, his breaths heavy. That night, both of them fell into a deep slumber. After spending over a week in Yunjiang, Jiang Yunshu and Fu Qingze returned to Beicheng. Due to work commitments, Fu Qingze landed in Beicheng without the chance to return home, needing to catch a flight abroad for business negotiations. His assistant had already prepared the documents and luggage. Waiting at Beicheng International Airport, Uncle Li came to pick up Jiang Yunshu and had arrived at the airport early. Standing by the car, Fu Qingze looked at Jiang Yunshu, lowering his gaze slightly. Yunshu, I sincerely apologize. The schedule is too tight, I cannot accompany you home. It's alright, your work is important, and with Uncle Li here to pick me up, you needn't worry, Jiang Yunshu replied, lifting her eyes to meet his for a brief moment before asking the question that weighed on her heart. How long do you expect to be away? Fu Qingze studied her features, his heart feeling drenched in warmth, his voice softening. This trip may take longer than usual. I will try my best to finish quickly and return as soon as I can. Jiang Yunshu nodded, fluttering her long eyelashes, awkwardly expressing her reluctance and concern. Take care of yourself while abroad. Before she could finish, her phone rang. Fu Qingze observed her. You should answer. Jiang Yunshu took out her phone, seeing it was a call from Li Ranyi, and answered, Hello, Jinshu. I called you earlier, why didn't you pick up? I was still on the plane, I just landed. You're back in Beicheng? Yes, I brought back some local specialties from Yunjiang, all your favorites. Wonderful. Let us meet this afternoon, I have so much to tell you. By the way, Gu Jingyan is also in Beicheng, I'll invite him along. Jiang Yunshu was taken aback. How did Jingyan end up in Beicheng? Hearing this, Fu Qingze's expression shifted momentarily. His lips pressed into a straight line as he slowly turned his gaze from his watch to her face. Why was he grounded for 3 months? Jingyan is not someone who disregards discipline and rules. His flight rescue skills are well known. How can such a punishment be meted out based solely on one person's word? Jiang Yunshu asked, her brow furrowing, her tone resolute. Sunlight glinted off the watch face, casting a blinding reflection. Fu Qingze gradually lowered his wrist, his brow furrowing deeper. I'm not entirely sure. It seems to be due to a poor decision made during a critical moment in a rescue operation, which nearly led to an accident and resulted in an irreparable mistake. We can ask him about it when we meet this afternoon. Jiang Yunshu sighed lightly. Alright, I'll hang up for now. After ending the call, Jiang Yunshu glanced at the time on her phone, then looked up at Fu Qingze, urging him, It's getting late. You should hurry to board your flight, your assistant is waiting for you. Fu Qingze regarded her, his gaze softening as he opened the back door of the car. Please, get in. Jiang Yunshu looked at the open door, then back at him, responding with a soft agreement as she climbed into the car. Make sure to get some rest, Fu Qingze said before closing the door, turning to Uncle Li. Let us go, Uncle Li. As Jiang Yunshu watched Fu Qingze's figure recede through the car window until it vanished from sight, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Was it too much to ask for a farewell embrace before he left for half a month? After all, he had kissed her that night during their stroll in Yinjiang. In the brief pause at the traffic light, Uncle Li remarked, Madam, during the week you were away, the old lady has been mentioning you every day. She must be so glad to have you back. Jiang Yunshu returned to the present in reply to Uncle Li upon arriving at the Fu family residence. She first joined Grandma Fu and Su shopping for lunch, then after a short nap upstairs, she left around 3 in the afternoon to meet Li Ranyi and Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan glanced back and forth between Li Ranyi and Jiang Yunshu before heaved a deep sigh. Are you two interrogating me? It's just a 3-month grounding. In essence, I was sabotaged by some envious individuals who couldn't stand to see me rise. Li Ranyi scoffed. If you truly didn't care, would you be moping around like this? You look like you haven't shaved in ages. Why not go for a rugged look? Jiang Yunshu didn't join their banter but asked seriously, do you need any help with this matter? Gu Jingyan smiled, considering you're expecting, it's best to worry less. Have you forgotten who my father is? There are people watching over me, you two don't need to fret. Li Ranyi suddenly felt enlightened. Gu Jingyan's family held significant power and influence, and even though his relationship with his father was strained, no matter how fierce the tiger, it does not eat its offspring. Jiang Yunshu and she had indeed been worrying unnecessarily. After sipping her coffee, Li Ranyi leaned over to touch Jiang Yunshu's belly, speaking in a sing-song voice. Hello, little baby, I'm Aunt Ranyi. Gu Jingyan grimaced. Li Ranyi, can you speak normally? You giving me goosebumps. Li Ranyi playfully punched him in the back, then turned back to Jiang Yunshu. Yunshu, have you and your husband decided on a name for the baby yet? Isn't it too early for that? Jiang Yunshu replied, we don't even know if it's a boy or a girl. Too early? If it were me, I would have been thinking about names since we started trying. Gu Jingyan interjected, stop thinking so far ahead, you should focus on getting your own love life sorted out. This remark struck a nerve with Li Ranyi, who pouted at her straw. It's not easy to find someone. I'll switch targets, and I'll be single in no time. Just then, her phone vibrated on the table. Li Ranyi picked it up, a smile breaking across her face. She didn't reply, instead flipping the phone face down on the table. Oh, not responding? Gu Jingyan raised an eyebrow. Li Ranyi made a gesture of holding back, adopting a coy demeanor. Dinner plans are set for tonight. Gu Jingyan chuckled, someone is treating you? Bring us along. Li Ranyi shot him a glare that evening. After finishing her shower, Jiang Yunshu picked up the pregnancy oil from the table and glanced at the time. By now, Fu Qingzi should have landed safely. She reached for her phone, intending to send him a message, just as she received a WeChat notification from him. Just landed, I've arrived. It's already 10 at night in Beicheng. Get some rest early. Jiang Yunshu gazed at the words in the chat box, lowering her eyelashes as she replied frowny face okay. Chapter 27. A necklace for you. Fu Qingzi had been on a business trip for nearly 2 weeks, and soon it was time for Jiang Yunshu's prenatal checkup. At 10 in the morning, as she ascended the stairs to change her clothes, she received a message from Fu Qingzi. Frowny face, are you going for your checkup today? Sitting on the edge of her bed, she replied, yes, I'll head out once I change. In the next moment, Fu Qingzi sent her a video call invitation. Jiang Yunshu was momentarily taken aback but swiped to answer, only to see him sitting at the head of his bed, his upper body bare, the contours of his chest accentuated beneath his neck, a white towel draped over his shoulder, his hair damp, and his deep-set eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. Due to the time difference, it was evening on his side, as if he had just emerged from a refreshing shower. Jiang Yunshu gazed at him for a few seconds, her heart swelling with longing. Did you just finish showering? She inquired. Yes, Fu Qingzi replied, drying his hair. Who is accompanying you for the checkup today? Aunt Luo, Jiang Yunshu responded, and Ranyi is joining me as well. Fu Qingzi nodded slightly. He had accompanied her to a prenatal checkup only once amidst countless visits, and his immediate instinct was to apologize. I'm sorry, there is no need to apologize, Jiang Yunshu interjected, not allowing him to finish. You've said sorry to me countless times. There is no need for such formality. Her softened tone, devoid of reproach, carried a hint of playful affection. The two exchanged glances through the phone screen, and Fu Qingzi lowered his head, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his lips. Noticing his faint smile, Jiang Yunshu bit her lip and lifted her gaze to ask, what are you smiling about? Fu Qingzi raised his head once more, sidestepping her question and instead saying, Yunshu, when I return home this time, I want to gift you a necklace, alright? The swift change in topic left Jiang Yunshu momentarily bewildered. Fu Qingzi's gaze fell upon the black cord necklace with a jade Buddha that she wore around her neck, reiterating, I want to gift you a necklace when I return. Since her pregnancy, her family and friends had showered her with various gifts, and understanding his intention, Jiang Yunshu's eyes brightened as she readily replied, "Sure." Just then, Aunt Luo knocked on the door, and Jiang Yunshu turned her head to acknowledge her before saying to Fu Qingze, "I'm heading out now. You should rest early." Fu Qingze looked at her, replying with a simple, After ending the video call, Jiang Yunshu changed her clothes and went downstairs. Aunt Luo noticed the uncontainable joy on Jiang Yunshu's face and remarked, "Xiaoshu, what has got you so happy?" Jiang Yunshu, even unaware of her own expression, responded, "Is there something? Your happiness is written all over your face." Aunt Luo chuckled, "It's good to be happy. Children can sense their mother's emotions. When you're happy, the baby is happy too." Jiang Yunshu gently touched her belly. Upon arriving at the hospital, she found Li Rani waiting at the entrance. As soon as she saw Jiang Yunshu alight from the car, she hurried over, giving her a gentle, air-kiss embrace before bending down to greet the baby in her belly. "Hi, sweet baby, I'm Aunt Rani. We met last time, remember?" Jiang Yunshu watched her, amused by her childlike demeanor and words, and introduced, "Rani, this is Aunt Luo." Li Rani greeted Aunt Luo, saying, "Hello, Aunt Luo, I'm Yunshu's close friend. You can just call me Rani." Aunt Luo smiled and nodded. The checkup proceeded smoothly. They were having a 4D ultrasound this time, and the images were remarkably clear, revealing the baby's facial expressions. The baby was adorable, giggling as it wiggled its little belly. Li Rani was utterly enchanted, pulling out her phone to record a short video to send to Jiang Yunshu. "Yunshu, just from the ultrasound, it's evident we have a high beauty baby with big eyes and a prominent nose. It's even smiling. How cute. I've sent you the video. You should forward it to your husband so he can see just how adorable your child is." Jiang Yunshu gazed at the baby, her expression softening. Following Li Rani's suggestion, she sent the video to Fu Qingze, informing him that the checkup had gone well. Calculating the time, she knew he would be asleep, so she refrained from waiting for his reply. Li Rani linked her arm with Jiang Yunshu's, curiously asking, "So, what was your husband's reaction?" Jiang Yunshu fell silent for a few seconds. To be honest, she was unsure of his response. "But, I mean, seeing such a cute baby would surely evoke excitement," Li Rani said. "Your husband, soon to be a father, can't possibly be indifferent, right? He has a calm demeanor. Even when he is happy, it's a quiet joy. He wouldn't express it as overtly as you do." Jiang Yunshu paused, searching for an appropriate term. "Let loose." Li Rani sighed, "Yunshu, even though I haven't been married, I understand one fundamental truth. Spouses are each other's closest companions. You two have been married for over a year, yet why does it feel like there's still a layer of distance between you?" "That's not true, we're quite good, very close," Jiang Yunshu retorted softly. Li Rani directly posed a question. "How do you address your husband?" Jiang Yunshu replied honestly, "I just call him by his name." "Have you ever called him husband?" Li Rani pressed further. Jiang Yunshu chose to remain silent. Li Rani, being straightforward, had no qualms in speaking her mind, and she earnestly asked Jiang Yunshu, "Yunshu, don't you feel that your relationship with your husband isn't even as close as the one you share with me and Gu Jingyan?" Jiang Yunshu frowned. "That's not a fair comparison. We've known each other for over a decade, but the one you share a bed with, the one you'll spend your life with, is your husband." Li Rani exclaimed, "You're such a perceptive person, why do you become oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart?" Jiang Yunshu pondered. "It's about taking things slow, flowing gently." Li Rani, exasperated, sighed heavily and advised, "You should send your husband a WeChat message right now." "What should I send?" Jiang Yunshu inquired. "Just send." Li Rani paused. "Husband, do you think our baby is cute?" Jiang Yunshu furrowed her brow. "Let us not." Li Rani looked at her in confusion. "What is wrong with that? Calling him husband and having him call you wife back is quite normal, isn't it? Our way of interacting isn't that mushy." Jiang Yunshu replied, "Alright, stop worrying, we're doing just fine." Li Rani grew a bit anxious. "Oh, Yunshu, you should definitely listen to me." Seeing her friend's urgency, Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but chuckle, quickly conceding, Alright, I'll listen to you. Given the time difference, he is probably asleep now. I'll send it when it's daytime on his side." Li Rani snapped her fingers and then turned to the baby in Jiang Yunshu's belly. "Sweet baby, Auntie is teaching your mommy how to flirt with your daddy. Isn't Auntie wonderful?" Jiang Yunshu laughed at her antics. After the checkup, Aunt Luo invited Li Rani to the Fu family residence for lunch. Li Rani, being her extroverted self, was about to agree when a call from her company interrupted her. Before leaving, she pouted at Jiang Yunshu, saying, "If you provoke me today, I'll quit and go home to inherit my family's fortune." On the way back, Jiang Yunshu asked Uncle Li to take her to Shanghai Ufu. She had previously borrowed a business management book from Fu Qingze's study, initially intending to pass the time. However, after reading it, she found it quite enlightening. She only took the first volume and planned to return to Shanghai UFU to retrieve the second and third volumes to bring back to the old Fu residence. As she gazed out at the scenery through the window, Jiang Yunshu recalled Li Rani's words previously. She hadn't felt this way, but after returning from Yunjiang and spending days apart from Fu Qingze, she realized she indeed wished for him to care for her a bit more, for their relationship to be more intimate and affectionate. Perhaps she should choose a suitable moment when he has finished his work and is ready to rest, and take the initiative to video call him. Chapter 28 Photographs. Upon arriving at the Shanghai UFU, Jiang Yunshu fortuitously encountered the regular housekeeping staff who were scheduled for cleaning. She instructed the housekeeper, Aunt Luo, "Please take a seat in the living room and enjoy a glass of water. I shall ascend the stairs to retrieve some books." "Xiao Shu, let me accompany you upstairs," Aunt Luo offered. "I can assist in your search as well." "There's no need for that, Aunt Luo. I am well aware of where the books are kept. Please, do sit and relax." Entering the study, Jiang Yunshu approached the bookshelf and swiftly located the middle and lower volumes of the series she sought. Considering the rarity of her visit, she decided to select a few additional books to take home. She gazed up at the shelves, which were adorned with an array of literature, predominantly focusing on business management and law, alongside biographies, cultural studies, psychology, and notable literary classics. In contrast to Fu Qingze, Jiang Yunshu had not ventured into such a diverse array of subjects. Her reading had mostly revolved around tea, with some history and literary masterpieces interspersed. Motivated by a desire to understand Fu Qingze more deeply, she had begun exploring books on economics and business since their marriage. As she selected a few more tomes, Jiang Yunshu suddenly noticed a hidden compartment beneath the bookshelf. Pulling it open, she discovered a collection of long-ago business magazines. As she flipped through them, she stumbled upon an interview magazine featuring Fu Qingze, and beneath it, a few issues spotlighting Fu Chengsheng, along with an interview from years past with the elder Fu. Adjacent to these magazines lay a sturdy cardboard box, recalling Fu Qingze's invitation to freely explore his study during her last visit. Jiang Yunshu, without further hesitation, reached to open the box. She had anticipated finding childhood reading material belonging to Fu Qingze, yet was taken aback to find a camera nestled within, accompanied by numerous photographs. Jiang Yunshu paused. Perhaps she had already sensed the truth within her heart, for she stared at the photographs for a considerable time, summoning the courage to slowly lift one. The image she held depicted a girl in her early 20s, with a high ponytail, clad in a sports jersey, standing confidently atop a soccer ball, radiating youthful exuberance. The girl in the photograph was familiar to her. She was Fu Qingze's former girlfriend. Jiang Yunshu set the photograph down and picked up several others to examine. There were candid shots of joyful moments at a restaurant, playful poses in front of a Christmas tree, confident runway images from a fashion show, and casual home photos featuring the girl in pajamas cradling a dog. Each photograph captured her beauty, exuding an intimacy and ease that came from being with someone cherished. Suddenly, a saying crossed Jiang Yunshu's mind: the lens possesses emotions. Those who love you will capture you beautifully. She could almost envision the indulgent smile that would have graced Fu Qingze's face while taking these photos. This recollection brought to mind a scene from years ago when she had witnessed Fu Qingze with his ex-girlfriend. Standing by the eastern gate of Beijing Aviation University, she observed as Fu Qingze's former girlfriend handed him her suitcase and borrowed his phone to make a call. After their conversation, the two shared laughter as they boarded a vehicle together. Also present at that moment was Gu Jingyan, who had been standing beside her. No wonder so many girls cannot win Fu Qingze's heart. It seems he indeed has a girlfriend. One here in the country and the other abroad, engaged in a long-distance relationship that transcends time zones. It's clear he genuinely cares, Jiang Yunshu mused. As she accepted the iced white tea oolong tea from Gu Jingyan, a chill spread from her fingertips, mingling with the unacknowledged warmth stirring within her heart. Jiang Yunshu placed the photograph down, opting not to examine the remaining stack in the box. She lowered her eyelashes and closed the box. On the shelf was a photograph of Fu Qingze at 19, his smile radiating sunshine, a vibrant image she had never encountered before. Sitting at the desk, she stared at the photograph for a long while until Aunt Luo knocked on the study door. Returning to reality, she gathered the books from the desk and exited the study. Aunt Luo took the books from Jiang Yunshu's hands and inquired, "Xiao Shu, I noticed you hadn't come downstairs for quite some time, so I came to check if you found the books you wished to take home." Jiang Yunshu nodded. "Yes, I have found them all." Aunt Luo studied Jiang Yunshu's countenance, frowning slightly. "Oh dear, Xiao Shu, Why does your complexion appear so diminished? Jiang Yunshu forced a smile. It's nothing, I'm just a bit fatigued. Then let us make haste and return home so you can rest properly. Alright, Jiang Yunshu replied, let us go. On the journey back, pedestrians and vehicles hurried past. Jiang Yunshu gazed out the window, reminiscing about the summer following her high school graduation when she, along with Li Rani and Gu Jingyan, went to see a film. So much time had elapsed, and she realized she did not particularly enjoy that movie, rendering most of its plot unclear in her memory. However, she distinctly recalled how, upon exiting the theater, Li Rani expressed her profound sentiment, stating that if she were the heroine, she would undoubtedly miss the hero, as she lacked the heroine's fearless audacity. Gu Jingyan had patted Li Rani on the shoulder, asserting, "You are mistaken, you never truly had a chance with the hero is drawn to the kind of bold, passionate individuals like the heroine. You and the heroine are fundamentally different, the hero would never be inclined to fall for you from the outset." At that time, both she and Li Rani had teased Gu Jingyan, speculating whether he had experienced heartbreak to articulate such a piercing observation. In retrospect, Gu Jingyan's words indeed held profound wisdom, much like what Fu Qingze had expressed when proposing marriage to her. We are well suited, after the fervent, tumultuous romances of youth, finding a compatible partner to nurture a marriage proves far more practical than merely seeking someone you love. That evening, after dinner, while accompanying the elderly Madame Fu in the living room to watch television, Jiang Yunshu received a message from Fu Qingze. As long as the prenatal checkup goes smoothly. It was a mere 6 succinct words. Jiang Yunshu lowered her gaze to the phone screen, watching as it gradually dimmed until it extinguished. "Xiao Shu, is something troubling you?" Madame Fu inquired, tilting her head to regard Jiang Yunshu, gently grasping her hand with concern. "If something is amiss, do not keep it to yourself. Share it with your grandmother." Since lunchtime, Madame Fu had discerned that Jiang Yunshu appeared to be in a less than ideal mood. She had inquired with Aunt Luo, who assured her that the prenatal checkup had gone smoothly and that nothing untoward had occurred. Jiang Yunshu set her phone aside, donning a smile. "Grandmother, I assure you, I am perfectly fine, there is no need for concern." To alleviate her grandmother's worries, she provided a credible reason. "I simply feel a bit anxious during this pregnancy, fearing that various changes will occur in my body after the baby is born." Madame Fu affectionately patted her head, offering reassurance. "Such anxieties are entirely normal. Rest assured, Xiao Shu, modern postpartum rehabilitation specialists are quite skilled. I will find you the very best." Jiang Yunshu nodded. "Thank you, Grandma." Chapter 29. Anxious. Separated by a time difference of several hours, Fu Qingze concluded his work just as the sun began to rise in his homeland. The vibrant metropolis was ablaze with lights, and outside the car window, neon signs flickered upon the buildings, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled the eye. Fu Qingze gazed at the video that Jiang Yunshu had sent him, replaying it over and over, never having anticipated that he would soften so profoundly. In truth, he had already watched it countless times since waking that morning. The 4D color ultrasound revealed a clear image of the baby's facial expressions. So small and yet so adorable when smiling, it melted his heart. It appeared likely that they would be having a daughter, as she resembled her mother's exquisite beauty. As he waited at a traffic light, his assistant stole a glance at Fu Qingze through the rearview mirror. Noticing the gentle smile that adorned his face, so different from the stern and serious demeanor he exhibited during negotiations with partners, the assistant was struck by the contrast. Fu Qingze turned his gaze to the shopping complex outside the window and instructed his assistant to alter their route. He alighted from the car and entered a specialty store for mothers and infants within the shopping center. Under the guidance of a sales associate, he purchased a newborn gift set that included a cozy blanket, a onesie, a diaper cover, a small handkerchief, a crocheted toy, and adorable socks. He was well aware that their home was overflowing with baby supplies, but he desired to bring these items back as a token of his anticipation and longing for the arrival of their child. On the day of his return, before boarding, Fu Qingze sent Jiang Yunshu 2 messages. Frowny face. "I'm about to board, I'll land around midnight. Get some rest." He did not receive a reply before the flight took off. It was only upon landing in Beijing that he saw her response, a single word, "Okay." The car came to a halt at the Fu family residence, and Fu Qingze glanced at his watch. It was precisely 1 o'clock in the morning. Upon entering the living room, he noticed Aunt Luo still seated at the table. "Aunt Luo, why are you still awake at this hour?" he inquired. "Qingze has returned, Aunt Luo replied hastily, rising to her feet. The old lady instructed me to wait for you, knowing you would be home late. Fu Qing's gaze shifted from the second floor back to Aunt Luo. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Luo. There is no need to wait for me, please rest early next time. Aunt Luo smiled lightly. What are you saying? It's not a bother at all. The old lady has granted me a little vacation, and I was just waiting for this opportunity to return home. My luggage is all packed, I'm just waiting to head to the airport this afternoon. Fu Qingze nodded and asked, is Yunshu doing well in all aspects lately? Her diet, exercise, and sleep are all fine, though her emotions have been a bit affected, Aunt Luo replied. Now that her belly is growing larger, she is experiencing some pregnancy anxiety. You probably know that some women develop stretch marks after giving birth, their skin becomes loose and wrinkled like old tree bark, and some even get spots, making them appear as if they've aged 10 years in an instant. It is possible that Yunshu has seen some photos of pregnant women online, which may have influenced her mood. Fu Qingze furrowed his brow. These were matters Jiang Yunshu had not shared with him. I'll go upstairs to check on her. Aunt Luo called out to him, lately, Yunshu has been sleeping lightly. At this hour, it's best not to disturb her. Wait until tomorrow morning, it won't make much difference. Fu Qingze paused, nodding in agreement. Qingze, Aunt Luo continued, pregnant women are naturally sensitive to emotions. Now that you're back, spend more time with Yunshu. If you have the chance, take her out for a change of scenery. Although the lady and the old lady often accompany her, it's different from having someone who sleeps beside her. Fu Qingze nodded. You make a valid point. I have indeed been negligent. Aunt Luo reassured him, there is no need to be too hard on yourself. Yunshu understands. Even when the old lady criticized you last time, Yunshu defended you, but don't worry too much. The hormonal changes during pregnancy can cause emotional instability, which is entirely normal. Alright, Fu Qingze replied, thank you, Aunt Luo, I understand. Aunt Luo smiled and asked, have you eaten? Would you like me to make you a bowl of noodles? No, Aunt Luo, I've already eaten. Very well, then go upstairs and rest early. The guest room is ready for you, just for tonight. Fu Qingze entered the guest room, and after washing up, he sat on the edge of the bed, retrieving the necklace he had prepared for Jiang Yunshu. It was a piece meticulously crafted by a renowned Italian artisan, featuring a dazzling and resplendent diamond. This diamond was taken from one of the wedding rings he had originally prepared. However, Jiang Yunshu preferred understated elegance and had chosen a different, yet equally stylish, wedding band. Gazing at his own wedding ring, he admired it as well, for the inner band was engraved with their initials. He placed the box containing the necklace on the bedside table, turned off the lamp, and contemplated Aunt Luo's earlier words, finding it difficult to fall asleep. He felt guilty for not recognizing Jiang Yunshu's emotional state and disheartened by the distance that seemed to persist between them. It was not until dawn began to break that he managed to catch a few moments of sleep. The following morning, Fu Qingze received an urgent call from his assistant, informing him that an overseas partner was willing to pay a hefty penalty to terminate their contract with the Fu Group. If the partner withdrew at this critical juncture, the company would face significant risks. Having slept for barely 2 hours, he quickly dressed and left. At 6:30 in the morning, Jiang Yunshu was still asleep. Everything could wait until he returned that evening. 2 hours later, Jiang Yunshu awoke and descended the stairs after freshening up. In the dining room downstairs, the household staff had already laid out a variety of breakfast dishes. As Mrs. Fu took her seat and noticed Jiang Yunshu approaching, she inquired, Xiao Shu, did you sleep well last night? Quite well, Jiang Yunshu replied, sitting beside Mrs. Fu and turning to Aunt Luo. Aunt Luo, when did Qingze come home last night? He arrived home just past 1 o'clock. It seems there was an urgent matter at the company, and he left early this morning. Jiang Yunshu lowered her eyelashes, picking up a spoon to sip the congee in front of her. After a few mouthfuls, she asked Aunt Luo about the afternoon flight schedule. After Aunt Luo departed in the afternoon, Jiang Yunshu went upstairs for a nap. Following a brief slumber, she awoke and made her way to the bathroom, only to be met with an unexpected occurrence. She saw blood. Recalling her recent hike with Mrs. Fu, she believed herself to be in good health, having traversed nearly 4 kilometers, and had noticed some faint brown discharge a few days prior, which she had dismissed at the time. Now, reflecting upon it, she felt a surge of anxiety. Flustered, Jiang Yunshu instinctively sought out Aunt Luo but remembered that Aunt Luo was already on a flight. She stepped out of her bedroom to find Su Shuping, her tone frantic. "Mom, I just went to the bathroom and noticed blood. I felt some discomfort in my lower abdomen last night, but I didn't think much of it. The baby won't be in danger, will it?" Su Shuping was taken aback. "Blood? How much?" "Not a lot," Jiang Yunshu replied, her nervousness intensifying at Su Shuping's reaction. "Xiaoshu, don't be afraid," Su Shuping quickly reassured her. "The baby will be fine. Let us head to the hospital right away. Go change your clothes, and I'll accompany you." On the way to the hospital, Su Shuping noticed Jiang Yunshu's restless demeanor, her hands constantly resting on her belly. Recognizing that her daughter usually maintained a calm exterior, she could only imagine the fear that lay beneath. Quickly, she reached out to pat Jiang Yunshu's shoulder. "Xiaoshu, don't worry, seeing blood isn't necessarily serious. I'll call Qingze. Having him by your side will ease your mind." Chapter 30. The divide. Su Shuping took out her phone and dialed Fu Qingze's number. Jiang Yunshu clasped her hands tightly, glancing at Su Shuping as she made the call. She felt as though she might succumb to tears upon hearing Fu Qingze's voice, yet all she heard was the sound of an unanswered call. "Perhaps he's in a meeting. I'll try again later," Su Shuping remarked as she stowed her phone in her bag, urging the driver to accelerate. Jiang Yunshu lowered her eyelashes, her heart racing with trepidation, accompanied by an increasingly palpable sense of helplessness. Upon arriving at the hospital, Su Shuping escorted Jiang Yunshu into the examination room. "Don't be afraid, Xiaoshu," the doctor mentioned that spotting during the second trimester is quite common and not as severe as one might think. "I'll call Qingze again. He'll be here shortly. Just cooperate with the doctor for the examination," she reassured. Jiang Yunshu nodded and proceeded with the examination. Su Shuping went to the reception area to make another call, still unable to reach Fu Qingze. With a deep sigh, she dialed his assistant's number. "President Fu is currently in an online meeting with our overseas partners. His phone is likely on silent mode. If there is something urgent, please let me know, and I can inform him," the assistant explained. Frowning, Su Shuping expressed her dissatisfaction. How can he be engaged in another online meeting with foreign clients right after returning from abroad? What about his wife and child at home? The partner has breached the contract unexpectedly, and the situation is quite delicate. The senior executives are also in a meeting discussing alternative plans. President Fu was genuinely too busy to step away, the assistant replied. Understanding Fu Qingze's circumstances, the assistant felt compelled to defend him, recalling how he had recently contacted Italian artisans for a custom necklace for his wife and personally selected gifts for their child amidst his hectic schedule. Su Shuping sighed, acknowledging that Fu Qingze's work was indeed of utmost importance, especially since Jiang Yunshu was already at the hospital. From the doctor's earlier remarks, it seemed that the situation was not dire. His presence would merely mean having someone to offer comforting words to Jiang Yunshu, which, in the grand scheme, seemed of little significance. "All right, I'll just ask him if he'll be home for dinner. Tell him to finish his work and come home as soon as possible," she concluded. The assistant, sensing her impatience, quickly assured her, "Understood. I will relay your message to President Fu as soon as his meeting concludes." After completing the examination, Jiang Yunshu anxiously inquired about her condition. The doctor reviewed the report and replied, "There is no need for concern, the fetus is perfectly normal, you should rest well at home, and I'll prescribe 2 boxes of dydrogesterone tablets. Please return for a follow-up in a week." Upon hearing that she needed to take medication, Su Shuping bombarded the doctor with questions regarding the spotting, the side effects of the medication, and its effects on both mother and child. The doctor patiently addressed her concerns, reassuring her, "Caution is always wise, but there is no need for excessive anxiety. Ensure you get plenty of rest, and maintain a cheerful disposition." Jiang Yunshu nodded, feeling a sense of relief. "Thank you, doctor." On the way home, Su Shuping gently patted Jiang Yunshu's hand. "Now you can rest easy. The baby is fine. However, Xiaoshu, you must refrain from hiking in the future. Regardless of your physical fitness, you must prioritize the well-being of the child. If you wish to clear your mind, consider a leisurely stroll in the park instead." Jiang Yunshu nodded in agreement. Noticing her low spirits, Su Shuping quickly added, "And regarding Qingze, he is currently in an urgent meeting. The overseas partner's unexpected breach is serious. They seem unconcerned about the hefty penalty fees, likely instigated by competitors." IVE informed his assistant to have him return home as soon as he can. Zhang Yunshu merely nodded in response, remaining silent. Su Shuping continued, Xiaoshu, you must also empathize with Chengze. He arrived home in the early hours of the morning and barely had a few hours of sleep before diving back into work. His responsibilities weigh heavily upon him, don't you think? Zhang Yunshu mustered a smile. Mom, I understand. You needn't worry, I harbor no grievances against him. Besides, even if he were at the hospital, he wouldn't be able to help much. She placed a hand on her abdomen, her smile gradually fading. As long as the baby is safe and healthy upon entering this world, everything else pales in comparison. Su Shuping smiled gently, exactly, as long as the child is well. Later that night, just past 10, Fu Chengze exited the office building. Settling into the car, he crossed his arms low over his chest, leaning back against the seat to rest his eyes. Having just returned to the country, he hadn't yet adjusted to the time difference. After a brief 2-hour nap, a strong cup of black coffee fueled his subsequent meetings and negotiations. Even the sturdiest of individuals would feel exhausted under such circumstances. As the car halted in front of the Fu residence, the assistant hesitated to awaken him, noting his peaceful slumber. However, fearing repercussions of neglecting his duties, he eventually spoke up, President Fu, we've arrived. Fu Chengze opened his eyes and stepped out of the car. Glancing at his watch, he realized that Yunshu was still awake at this hour. The thought instantly alleviated some of his fatigue. Ascending the stairs, Fu Chengze gently pushed open the bedroom door, finally laying eyes on the person he had longed to see. Zhang Yunshu was lying on the bed, engrossed in a book. Hearing the noise, she slightly lifted her gaze. You're back? Her tone was flat, almost mechanical, as if indifferent to whether he responded. Observing her despondent demeanor, Fu Chengze felt a surge of guilt and distress, recalling Aunt Luo's words. He removed his jacket, placing his watch and phone on the bedside table, and approached Zhang Yunshu. Yunshu, before returning home, I brought gifts for you and the baby. They're in the guest room. I'll go fetch them now. Zhang Yunshu's expression remained impassive. She simply nodded, her gaze fixed on her book, seemingly absorbed in its contents. Fu Chengze watched her for a few moments in silence before heading to the guest room. As he walked away, Zhang Yunshu sighed wearily, feeling a wave of defeat wash over her. Just then, his phone on the bedside table vibrated. Turning her head, she noticed a WeChat message had come through. She quietly observed the screen dimming until she heard the door close, drawing her attention back. Zhang Yunshu glanced at the gift box Fu Chengze was carrying. The outer packaging clearly indicated it was a newborn essentials set from a high-end brand specializing in mother and baby products, undoubtedly a purchase made by Fu Chengze's assistant. Just as Fu Chengze prepared to speak, Zhang Yunshu interjected, Your phone just buzzed, it seems urgent, you should reply first. All right. Fu Chengze placed the gift box on the table and walked over to pick up his phone. Upon seeing the message, his brow furrowed deeply. He quickly dialed a number, his tone grave. Where are you right now? Zhang Yunshu watched him intently, having never witnessed such a display of anxiety from him before. Whatever was being said on the other end prompted Fu Chengze to respond, Understood, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Fu Chengze grabbed his jacket and turned to Zhang Yunshu. Yunshu, I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please sleep first, I'll give you the gift tomorrow. Chapter 31. The separation of rooms. The phrase felt eerily familiar. It was the same words he had uttered on the night she discovered her pregnancy with a test. Chengze. Zhang Yunshu called out to him, her hands tightly gripping the corner of the blanket, her voice tinged with a pleading tone as she asked, Could you please refrain from going out tonight? For the first time, she did not wish to maintain her usual calm, rational, and understanding demeanor in front of him. Lowering her gaze, her voice softened, I simply do not want you to go out tonight. Zhang Yunshu was genuinely distressed at the thought of him becoming the subject of gossip once again the following day. She could no longer afford the unfounded trust she had previously placed in him, nor in the unwavering fidelity of their marriage. She even harbored doubts that the person he had gone to the airport to meet last time was his ex-girlfriend. While she could choose to believe in the innocence of his relationship with her, she found it impossible to remain indifferent. Hearing Zhang Yunshu speak in such a tone was a surprise that momentarily disoriented Fu Chengze, but he had no time to ponder it. He quickly approached her, gently rubbing the back of her head. There is something urgent I must attend to. I will explain everything when I return, you should rest. With that, he hurriedly left the room. Once the door closed, silence enveloped the room. An overwhelming sense of loss, nearly akin to despair, surged within Jiang Yunshu, threatening to engulf her. Hot tears cascaded onto her hands, the skin feeling as if it had been scorched. She had once believed that marriage was a mutual need, that even if she were not Fu Qing's one true love, they would traverse life together in a steady stream. Yet in this moment, such thoughts seemed utterly absurd. Having grown up enveloped in unconditional love, she now found herself compromising, relying on what she perceived as Fu Qing's modest affection for her as her foundation, entering the sanctity of marriage with him, willingly becoming his second choice. She even pondered whether he disliked children or simply did not wish to have children with her. Those long-suppressed emotions surged forth, bitter and aching. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sat on the bed, silently and fiercely allowing her emotions to spill forth. After what felt like an eternity, her tears seemed to have run dry. She rose to wash her face in the bathroom, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, feeling an emptiness within her, devoid of any emotion. Turning off the light, Jiang Yunshu closed her eyes, her body and mind weary, drifting into a deep slumber. However, her sleep was not peaceful. She experienced a rare nightmare. First, she dreamed of her mother's death, watching helplessly as her mother was laid to rest. Then, the scene shifted abruptly, and she found herself tumbling down a staircase, blood gushing from between her legs, staining the floor beneath her. She grasped the doctor's arm tightly, pleading for the doctor to save her child, but the doctor ignored her desperate cries. She called out for Fu Qingze, only to see him standing there, calm and indifferent, saying, "If the child is gone, then it's gone. He never liked children anyway." Jiang Yunshu awoke in fright. "What is it? Did you have a nightmare?" A familiar voice broke through her reverie. Jiang Yunshu sat up, her gaze locking onto the man from her dream, now merged with the one before her, a newfound sense of aversion swelling within her. Fu Qingze turned on the bedside lamp, offering her a couple of tissues to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead, then enveloped her in his arms, comforting her. "Dreams are mere illusions. Do not be afraid, I am here." The pain in her eyes reminded Jiang Yunshu of the tempest of tears she had shed before sleep, yet at that moment, all she could think of was the child. The traces of her bitter, despairing emotions seemed to have vanished. Fu Qingze poured her a glass of warm water, and after she took a few sips and set it down, he began to explain. "Yunshu, perhaps we can discuss it tomorrow," Jiang Yunshu replied, her tone composed. After speaking, she lay back down and closed her eyes. In the dim light of the bedside lamp, Fu Qingze quietly observed her for several seconds before reaching up to turn off the lamp, gently stroking her hair, his voice barely above a whisper, "Sleep well." The following morning, the sun shone brightly, its rays filtering through the sheer curtains and casting patterns on the floor. Upon awakening, Fu Qingze noticed Jiang Yunshu still deep in slumber. He glanced at the time, leaned down to place a kiss on her forehead, lifted the covers, and got out of bed. The warmth of his breath lingered on her eyelashes as Jiang Yunshu slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, her heart still devoid of any emotion. When the bathroom door of the master bedroom opened once more, she instinctively closed her eyes again. Fu Qingze approached the bed, dressed himself while stealing glances at Jiang Yunshu's sleeping face, and fastened his watch. Once he was fully attired, he gently closed the bedroom door behind him and descended the stairs. He had no time for breakfast at home. After instructing the housekeeper not to disturb Jiang Yunshu's slumber, he got into his car and headed to the office. Upon entering his office, he pulled out his phone and made a call. "Please investigate a person named Dong who worked as a driver for the Liu family, particularly any distant relatives. The more detailed the information, the better." After hanging up, his assistant entered to report. "Mr. Fu, we've discovered that the reason for the sudden breach of contract by the partner is due to the manipulation of Liu Shirsi, the second young master of the Liu family. He not only paid the partner 3 times the penalty fee but also secured them a new client." "Understood," Fu Qingze replied, unfazed. "When will the representative of the new partner arrive?" The assistant responded, "They will land in Beijing at 11 o'clock, and we have already arranged for someone to pick them up. The hotel accommodations are also sorted." Fu Qingze nodded. "Inform all departments to hold a meeting at 10 o'clock and ensure the contract is finalized in the afternoon." The assistant acknowledged, "Yes." Fu Qingze absently rubbed his wedding ring and inquired, "Have you managed to find the contact information for the other 3 brooch collectors I asked you to look into?" "Yes," the assistant replied. "The anonymous bidder is a French-Chinese individual, the founder of a sports brand. According to his public itinerary, he will be coming to China at the end of this month. The other 2 bidders have already been contacted. They are willing to part with their items for the right price. However, we have not dared to reach out to this French-Chinese gentleman due to his anonymity. Fu Qingze nodded. Arrange a meeting with him in my name under the guise of business. Understood, the assistant replied, and seeing that Fu Qingze had no further instructions, he left the office. Fu Qingze picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhang Yunshu. Are you awake? At the moment Zhang Yunshu received Fu Qingze's message, she was about to head downstairs for breakfast. She glanced at her phone but chose not to reply. Once downstairs, she sat at the table, sipping her porridge while speaking to the housekeeper. Please prepare the guest room and move Mr. Fu's clothes and personal items there. As she spoke, Mrs. Fu walked in after watering the plants. Xiaoshu, why are you sleeping in separate rooms with Qingze? Mrs. Fu inquired. Zhang Yunshu maintained a composed facade, explaining, Grandma, I have been following the doctor's advice to rest more and sleep early. He has been very busy with work, and by the time he returns, I am already asleep. I tend to have a light sleep and can easily be awakened, and once disturbed, it is quite difficult for me to fall back asleep. Mrs. Fu nodded in agreement. Then it is best to sleep separately, otherwise, it will disrupt your rest. Zhang Yunshu said nothing further and continued sipping her porridge. Chapter 32 Heart palpitations. As dusk descended, Fu Qingze returned home just in time for dinner. Su Shuping had been invited abroad for an event, leaving only Zhang Yunshu, old Madame Fu, and Fu Jingquan at the dining table. Upon seeing Fu Qingze enter, old Madame Fu inquired, Qingze, why are you home so early today? Have you had dinner yet? Not yet, Fu Qingze replied, his gaze falling upon Zhang Yunshu's back, noting that she did not even turn her head. Xiao Lu, please bring an extra set of chopsticks, old Madame Fu called towards the kitchen. Fu Qingze took a seat beside Zhang Yunshu and turned to look at her. She was quietly sipping her soup, her head bowed. Fu Jingquan broke the silence, asking, what happened with the partner suddenly backing out of the agreement? Fu Qingze glanced at him, responding in a nonchalant manner, it's a common tactic in business. Isn't it obvious? The matter has been resolved, and you needn't pry further. Choosing to collaborate with an unknown company and even offering concessions, do you really consider that a resolution? Fu Jingquan challenged. It seems you have quite a few informants in the company, Fu Qingze scoffed, raising his gaze to meet Fu Jingquan's. The new partner is thriving. You've been away from the company for just a few years, and you've lost your foresight. If you believe my solution is inadequate, I would appreciate a better alternative from you. Fu Jingquan was rendered speechless. You insolent brat. Do you even realize who you're speaking to? Enough. Old Madame Fu, irritated by the quarrel between the father and son, interjected, is it too much to ask for a peaceful meal? If you wish to argue, take it outside. Naturally, Fu Jingquan refrained from speaking further, despite his indignation, fearing to upset old Madame Fu. Fu Qingze glanced at Zhang Yunshu, noticing her serene demeanor, and quietly resumed eating. Seeing that the two men had ceased their bickering, old Madame Fu turned to Fu Jingquan, saying, Jingquan, since the company is now in Qingze's hands, he holds the power to make decisions. You should refrain from meddling. Fu Jingquan nodded, understood. After addressing Fu Jingquan, old Madame Fu turned to Fu Qingze, saying, Qingze, I had the maid prepare the guest room for you. From now on, you will rest there. Fu Qingze looked taken aback, glancing at Zhang Yunshu. Old Madame Fu noticed the couple seemed to be at odds but dismissed it, believing that every couple experiences disagreements. Matters between spouses are best left to them to resolve. She chose to feign ignorance and teased, what are you staring at Xiaoshu for? Shouldn't you reflect on what might have upset her? Only upon hearing this did Zhang Yunshu speak up, Grandma, please don't joke about that. The reason for separate sleeping arrangements is to ensure quality rest. Old Madame Fu smiled, placing a piece of steamed bass on Zhang Yunshu's plate. This fish is quite well prepared. Do give it a try. Sure, Zhang Yunshu replied, lowering her head to eat the fish, it's indeed fresh. During the meal, Fu Qingze also served Zhang Yunshu some of her favorite broccoli, but she pretended not to notice, leaving only his selections in her bowl by the time dinner concluded. Old Madame Fu observed this keenly, and once Zhang Yunshu ascended the stairs, she called Fu Qingze over, advising, Qingze, while you are busy with work, do pay more attention to Xiaoshu's feelings. Given that she is pregnant, even if there were no child, you ought to be more considerate of your wife. Sometimes, you need to lower your pride and offer apologies, clearing the air. Fu Qingze felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Jiang Yunshu had always been understanding around him. They had been married for nearly 2 years without her ever throwing a tantrum. In fact, he had hoped she might exhibit a touch of stubbornness at times. Yet, in this moment, he realized how unsettling it was when Jiang Yunshu truly chose to disregard him. Old Madame Fu glanced upstairs. Xiao Shu was not a petulant person. Surely, you have erred somewhere. I know you are not one to cling to pride. Reflect on your mistakes and go apologize to her, coaxing her a little. Fu Qingze nodded and ascended the stairs, gently pushing open the bedroom door. He found Jiang Yunshu seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Approaching her, he knelt down and took her hand. Shall we go for a walk together? Jiang Yunshu gently withdrew her hand from his grasp. No, you go ahead, the doctor has advised me to rest more. Fu Qingze frowned slightly. Yunshu, could you tell me why we're sleeping apart? Weren't we just discussing this at dinner? Jiang Yunshu replied, her tone tinged with impatience. You returned late, disrupting my sleep quality. Fu Qingze observed her focus on her phone and, after a few moments of silence, spoke. Yunshu, I know you're upset with me. I was wrong last night. I'm feeling weary. Jiang Yunshu did not wish to hear his apologies. As for explanations, she had no interest. Whatever he did in the future would no longer concern her. She stood and moved to the wardrobe, retrieving her sleepwear. I'm going to take a shower now. You've had a long day at work, so go rest. Fu Qingze understood Jiang Yunshu's temperament well. Once she refused to engage, it indicated she had closed off. Speaking more would only exacerbate the situation, and her current mood was not conducive to heightened emotions. He grasped her wrist gently, steering the conversation to a more suitable topic. Have you opened the baby set I bought? I wasn't familiar with maternity and baby products. Do you find them suitable? Jiang Yunshu nodded. Quite suitable. Hearing her cold and perfunctory tone, Fu Qingze slowly released her wrist and retrieved a small box from his pocket. Previously, I mentioned wanting to gift you a necklace. Please take a look and see if you like it. Jiang Yunshu accepted it, opened the box, and glanced inside. It's nice. Her response felt like a mere formality. She didn't examine it closely nor express any particular enthusiasm, nor did she exhibit the joy he had envisioned when she would eagerly remove her existing necklace for him to help her wear this one. Fu Qingze lowered his gaze. After your shower, rest early. I'll be in the next room. Call me if you need anything. Jiang Yunshu did not reply, placing the box on the table before turning into the bathroom. Watching her retreat, Fu Qingze returned to the guest room. He loosened his tie, sank into the sofa, and pinched the bridge of his nose, suddenly yearning for a cigarette. Yet, he had been smoke-free for 2 years. The year Fu Chengsheng passed away, he had taken up smoking, having grown accustomed to seeking brief respite in it. However, after marrying Jiang Yunshu and learning of her aversion to cigarette smoke, he gradually quit. He began to understand the reason Jiang Yunshu was unwilling to communicate. He had overlooked her earnest request for him to stay last night. She had never spoken to him in a tone that resembled pleading. With this realization, Fu Qingze felt increasingly anxious. He took out his phone and sent Jiang Yunshu a WeChat message. Frowny face. Yunshu, I'm sorry, I was thoughtless last night and neglected your feelings. The person I met was my brother's ex-girlfriend. She informed me that the accident involving my brother was likely not accidental. It's a long story, and when you're ready to talk, I'll explain it in detail. Is that all right? Chapter 33. Do not ignore me. After approximately half an hour had elapsed, Fu Qingze, unable to quell his unease upon noticing Jiang Yunshu had not responded to his messages, rose and made his way to the master bedroom. Upon reaching the door, he placed his hand upon the doorknob, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to knock gently. Noticing the silence within, he softly pushed the door open, only to find the room transitioning from light to dark. This was Jiang Yunshu's reply. She steadfastly refused to engage in communication with him. Fu Qingze lingered at the doorway for over half a minute before gently closing the door and returning to the guest room. In the following days, Jiang Yunshu's demeanor towards Fu Qingze remained one of indifference. As usual, she would engage in conversation with Elder Fu, watching television together, and would speak tenderly to the baby growing within her, even reading books borrowed from his study. Yet, she resolutely declined any form of interaction with him. Each time he attempted to assist her in applying pregnancy oil, she rebuffed him. On Friday evening, Fu Qingze returned to the Fu residence, holding 2 tickets to a musical. Upon entering, he observed Jiang Yunshu arranging flowers at the table. Approaching her, he initiated conversation. Yunshu, I have 2 tickets to a musical. Would you care to join me tomorrow? Jiang Yunshu replied coolly, you may find someone else to accompany you. I have prior commitments tomorrow. Fu Qingze grasped her hand, studying her face intently, his voice imbued with sincerity. Yunshu, please do not ignore me. Zhang Yunshu's expression remained entirely unchanged as she withdrew her hand from his grasp, stating, I truly have matters to attend to tomorrow. With that, she summoned a servant to tidy up the flower stems she had cut. As Fu Qingze watched her ascend the stairs, he was about to follow when his assistant called. Mr. Fu, I have contacted Mr. Yuan, but he is only available tomorrow afternoon. Fu Qingze replied, then let us schedule the meeting for tomorrow afternoon. The assistant tactfully reminded him, Mr. Fu, your schedule is quite full for tomorrow. Fu Qingze loosened his tie, declaring, cancel everything, go ahead and arrange the meeting. Given the personal nature of the matter, the assistant did not dare to inquire further, promptly responding, understood. On Saturday afternoon, Fu Qingze met with Mr. Yuan. Upon opening the door to the private room, he was greeted by a fragrant aroma of tea and the sound of a guzheng being played. Mr. Yuan raised his hand, signaling the musician to depart, and stood to shake hands with Fu Qingze. Mr. Fu, I have long admired your reputation. Fu Qingze returned the greeting. Mr. Yuan, the pleasure is mine. Mr. Yuan invited Fu Qingze to take a seat and, being a straightforward individual, wasted no time in asking, Mr. Fu, I am merely a small sports brand, how could I possibly compare to the Fu Group? Your invitation to meet is not solely for business, is it? Fu Qingze nodded. Mr. Yuan, to be candid, my intention in meeting you is twofold. Firstly, I indeed wish to explore potential business collaboration. Secondly, I have heard that you acquired a jade diamond brooch in the shape of bamboo last year. Might I be so bold as to inquire if you would consider parting with it? Mr. Yuan sipped his tea. Mr. Fu, your information is quite impressive. To ask such a question may seem presumptuous, but name your price. My wife has a genuine fondness for the plum, orchid, chrysanthemum, and bamboo series brooches, each of which she finds exquisite, each boasting its own unique allure. She was fortunate enough to acquire one, yet it is regrettable that she cannot collect all four. I have seldom seen her so enamored with an object and sincerely wish to help her remedy this regret. Fu Qingze spoke with earnestness, prompting Mr. Yuan to set down his teacup. Mrs. Fu possesses remarkable taste, however, collecting is contingent upon serendipity, and it is not essential to obtain them all. My wife has expressed a similar sentiment, yet I feel that having 3 pieces compels me to seek a sense of completeness, Fu Qingze replied. Moreover, the opportunity to meet with you today and potentially become partners is also a form of fate, is it not? Mr. Yuan, having seen numerous individuals in his lifetime, appreciated Fu Qingze's sincere yet assertive approach in business. He chuckled, as you say, it does come across as somewhat presumptuous. I had someone procure that brooch for me out of my own admiration for it. I've heard you have a keen interest in traditional Chinese painting, and I happen to possess a piece titled De Chen Mountain in Water. Would you be open to a trade? It seems you have done your research on me. Mr. Yuan chuckled. Since you've come prepared, I can only assume you anticipated my agreement. Fu Qingze raised his cup of tea in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yuan, for your generosity. Prior to their meeting, Mr. Yuan had also conducted some inquiries about Fu Qingze and was aware of Jiang Yunshu. With the conversation reaching this juncture, he felt no need for pretense and remarked, I have heard that Mrs. Fu possesses considerable knowledge of tea. I hope to have the opportunity to make her acquaintance in the future. Fu Qingze nodded. Should the occasion arise, my wife and I would be delighted to express our gratitude in person. After leaving the meeting venue, Fu Qingze received a phone call. There was indeed a Mr. Dong who worked as a driver for the Lu family. He has a distant nephew named Li Shangue, who dropped out of middle school and had spent time at an auto repair shop, frequently getting into trouble with the law. The driver of the vehicle that collided with Qingxing's car during the accident was Li Shangue. Fu Qingze furrowed his brow. Where is he now? He died abroad last year, apparently beaten to death by debt collectors. The voice on the other end continued. I also found out that your father had investigated him previously, but it seems he uncovered nothing. Fu Qingze nodded. I understand Qingxing has been deceased for so many years, you wouldn't be suspecting foul play now, would you? Your father found nothing back then, and now there are no witnesses, making it difficult to investigate. Fu Qingze acknowledged. Indeed, I have such suspicions, not to pry, but I am curious as to why you suddenly have these doubts? The caller inquired. Fu Qingze, unreserved, replied, do you remember Cunzi, Qingxing's former girlfriend? Yes, Fu Qingze confirmed. She informed me some time ago that she has been looking into this for years. Based on her findings, I do not believe it was merely an accident. Who does Cunzi suspect? Fu Qingze's expression darkened. Lu Shisi, the second young master of the Lu family. Goodness, he is a notorious figure. rumored to lead a rather extravagant lifestyle and has blood on his hands, the caller remarked. Fu Qingze instructed, continue to investigate Li Shangue. The more detailed the information, the better. Look into whom he associated with over the years, particularly any connections to the Liu family. You want me to investigate a deceased person? Are you out of your mind? Fu Qingze merely stated, double the reward. Upon hearing this, the other party promptly agreed, done, leave it to me, though it may take some time. After hanging up, Fu Qingze directed the driver to the Yu Garden, ordering several signature dishes, along with the superior broth asparagus that Jiang Yunshu had previously praised. During dinner, Fu Qingze lifted a spoonful of superior broth asparagus and offered it to Jiang Yunshu. I remember you mentioned it was quite delightful. I made a special trip to the Yu Garden to bring it back. Do give it a try. Jiang Yunshu glanced at him. No need, you enjoy it. I no longer like it. Chapter 34 of the divorce agreement. Fu Qingze was uncertain whether Jiang Yunshu had truly lost her affection, but it was undeniable that she had not taken a single bite of her meal. After dining, Jiang Yunshu received a call from her aunt. Little Shu, do take a look at the scarf I knitted for you. Do you like it? Jiang Yunshu's eyes sparkled with delight. I love it, thank you, aunt. I also knitted one for the baby in your womb, a pristine white, suitable for either a boy or a girl. On the video call, her aunt showcased the finished scarf. Jiang Yunshu responded, it looks beautiful, please convey my gratitude to grandma for the baby. As Fu Qingze observed the radiant smile on Jiang Yunshu's face, he was struck by the pang of longing, realizing it had been ages since he had seen her so joyful. The ache in his heart intensified, making him feel increasingly like a cat. While Jiang Yunshu listened to her aunt recount recent happenings in the Jiang family, a child's voice suddenly chimed in through the speaker. Auntie! Auntie! Jiang Yunshu replied, and the little one, with utmost seriousness, inquired, Auntie, is your little baby well behaved? Very much so. Jiang Yunshu's eyes glimmered with warmth. It's quite obedient. Mommy said that during the new year, we will get to meet Auntie's little baby, right? Indeed. Yay! Someone to play with me. I've saved lots of candy and toys for the baby, including my favorite building blocks. Mommy said I will be a big brother, and I must be a brave protector for my little siblings. Listening to the vibrant voice of the child, Jiang Yunshu felt her heart swell with warmth. That's right, Qinchin is a little gentleman. Her aunt praised her grandson before asking Jiang Yunshu, what about Qingze? Why haven't we seen him? Fu Qingze remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yunshu, who seemed to lose her smile for a brief moment before rising and drifting upstairs, casually responding that he wasn't around. Fu Qingze pinched the bridge of his nose. He had initially intended to wait until Jiang Yunshu calmed down before offering a sincere apology, yet, it appeared that the more composed she became, the more indifferent she was towards him. Meanwhile, old Madame Fu was engaged in casual conversation with the family maid, Lu Jia, when the phone on the table rang, a video call from Su Shuping. Hello, Mom, have you eaten yet? I have, just chatting with Lu. And little Shu? Old Madame Fu turned around, noticing only Fu Qingze seated on the sofa, and replied, she's upstairs. Did little Shu go for a checkup today? What did the doctor say? Upon hearing this, Fu Qingze's brow furrowed, and he turned his head to listen intently. So, when Yunshu mentioned she had something to attend to today, she was referring to a hospital visit? It wasn't yet time for the next prenatal checkup, so what kind of examination was it? Old Madame Fu answered. She went, don't worry, the doctor said everything is fine. That's good to hear. She doesn't need to take the medication prescribed last time, right? I'm always concerned about the side effects affecting both little Shu and the baby. She no longer needs it. That's a relief. Fu Qingze stood up and walked over, inquiring, Grandma, what's wrong with Yunshu? Little Shu was startled by some spotting during her last visit. Old Madame Fu frowned. You weren't aware of this? Fu Qingze tightened his jaw. When did this happen? Just a few days ago. Let me think. Old Madame Fu paused. It was the afternoon of the day you returned from your business trip. Fu Qingze recalled that day, when a partner had suddenly reneged on their contract. He had been in an urgent meeting, and Su Shuping had called him twice. Initially puzzled, he had intended to return her call, but his assistant reported that Su Shuping was merely inquiring if he would be home for dinner, so he dismissed it. Old Madame Fu sighed, realization dawning upon her. No wonder little Shu has been avoiding you for so long. Fu Qingze hurried upstairs, pushing open the bedroom door just He crouched beside the bed, took her hand, pressed a kiss on her knuckles, and gazed up at her, his voice lacking its usual steadiness. Yunshu, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were at the hospital that day, and I failed to be by your side when you needed me. I am deeply remorseful, please grant me another chance, I promise to make amends. Jiang Yunshu attempted to withdraw her hand from Fu Qing's grasp, but he held on tightly, making it impossible to escape. Please let go. I need to fetch something for you. Only then did Fu Qingze slowly release her hand. Jiang Yunshu stood up and retrieved a document the size of an A4 sheet from the table. She approached him and handed it over. This is the divorce agreement I had drafted with the lawyer, please review it and let me know if any changes are necessary. My request is simple. I only seek custody of the child. Although the baby has yet to be born, it is highly likely to be a girl. I believe it would be better for a daughter to be with her mother, especially since you do not care for children. Thus, I hope you can willingly relinquish your parental rights. Jiang Yunshu's voice was calm, her tone imbued with the resolute determination that followed careful deliberation. The 5 stark black characters pierced Fu Qing's vision. His hand holding the divorce agreement felt as though it had frozen, evoking a suffocating sense of despair within him. He set the divorce agreement down and spoke with difficulty, I do not agree. Jiang Yunshu did not concern herself with his response and continued, I have already signed it. If you find no need for modifications, please sign it promptly. As for grandma and my parents, we can inform them after we obtain the divorce certificate. I understand that the divorce may affect the company's stock prices, so I will cooperate and wait for an opportune moment to make it public. I plan to move out in the next few days, and since it is inconvenient for me to stay given my pregnancy, I intend to take Aunt Chen with me. Fu Qingze embraced Jiang Yunshu from behind, pressing his face against hers, pleading, Yunshu, I may not be a good husband, but please do not punish me so severely. Jiang Yunshu closed her eyes momentarily, I do not intend to punish you, nor is this a spur-of-the-moment decision. I am speaking earnestly. We married because we were well suited, but I have grown weary, and separation is only natural. Under your circumstances, you would certainly find a Mrs. Fu who resonates better with you. There will be no one else, only you. Fu Qingze interrupted her, that night, I was at fault. My brother's sudden passing hit me hard. Receiving news of his demise was a shock, and in my panic, I failed to consider your feelings and did not take the time to explain things properly. I let you down and made you endure so much. He earnestly dissected his mistakes, genuinely remorseful, yet felt his words were woefully inadequate. Jiang Yunshu extricated herself from his embrace, her beautiful eyes reflecting an icy detachment. Fu Qingze, you likely do not comprehend the fatigue this marriage has brought me. You should know that once I make a decision, I will not waver. I am not one to settle. A child raised in a home fraught with parental discord will not find happiness. Fu Qingze gazed at Jiang Yunshu, his heart brimming with a bittersweet ache, his words emerging weak and ineffective. Please give me a chance to make amends, just this once. Jiang Yunshu replied with calm resolve, there are only 2 ways to atone. Fu Qingze, as if grasping a lifeline, eagerly inquired, what are the 2 ways? The first is that you can turn back time, choosing to stay when I implored you not to leave. Upon hearing this, a mix of guilt and regret surged through Fu Qingze, overwhelming his heart, and then he heard Jiang Yunshu continue, the second is to sign the divorce agreement as soon as possible. Jiang Yunshu lowered her gaze, tears welling in her eyes, though she fought valiantly to keep them at bay. This marriage has caused me too much emotional turmoil. I only wish for the baby to arrive safely in this world, and I strive to avoid thoughts connected to you to prevent emotional upheaval. If you truly care for my well-being, please sign. Chapter 35. Resolute. The calm demeanor of Jiang Yunshu revealed her unwavering determination, leaving Fu Qingze with an unprecedented sense of suffocation, as if anything he said or did would be in vain. Slightly tilting her head, Jiang Yunshu wiped away the tears that had gathered in her eyes, then sat down by the bed, silently folding the baby's clothes. The weather was particularly fine today. She had instructed the household servants to wash several new outfits for the baby, and when they returned dry, she had asked them to place them on the bed, wishing to fold them with her own hands. Sitting at the edge of the bed, her head bowed, her slender figure exuded a wordless weariness. In an instant, guilt and heartache surged within Fu Qingze. He approached her, his hand gently resting on the back of Jiang Yunshu's head while his other arm wrapped around her shoulder, pulling her closer. Yunshu, I do not dislike our child. Indeed, from the very beginning, I felt more of a sense of duty. However, during the last prenatal checkup, especially that night when I felt the baby move, I truly began to grasp the essence of fatherhood. It is not merely a sense of responsibility, but also a sense of joy. I love this child. Countless images since her pregnancy flooded Jiang Yunshu's mind, yet she could not recall a single moment of his paternal joy. Perhaps he had been hopeful, perhaps even delighted, but she felt none of it. A sense of responsibility is sufficient. Jiang Yunshu's lowered lashes concealed the light in her eyes. Of course, it would be best if you could cherish this child. I too wish for it to receive abundant love in this world. Fu Qingze half squatted beside the bed, intertwining his fingers with hers before gently placing his hand on her abdomen. Shall we love it together in the future? I admit, I have not been attentive enough to you and the baby. That was my mistake. Jiang Yunshu withdrew her fingers from his grasp, her tone resolute. In the coming days, I will have the household staff pack my belongings and move them to the apartment I lived in before our marriage. I am giving you 3 days. If by then you have not signed the divorce agreement, I will return to Yunjiang. It was a silent yet powerful threat. Once she returned to Yunjiang, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to see Jiang Yunshu again. She was that kind of person, serene and gentle, capable of silently enduring all pressures and grievances, but once she accumulated enough disappointment, she would leave decisively, offering no opportunity for retention. Fu Qingze studied her for a long while, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke with difficulty. You can stay, I will find a reason to move out instead. Aunt Luo will be back in a couple of days. With her taking care of you, you will feel more at ease. However, Yunshu, I do not agree to the divorce. That if you do not wish to see me now and feel averse to me, I will move out. Fu Qingze relocated to Shanghai Ufu. The distance from the company was significantly closer than that to the Fu family's old residence. He moved to Shanghai Ufu under the pretext of being busy with work and reducing his commute. Su Shuping and Aunt Luo were both away during this time, so they were oblivious to any issues. However, ever since Fu Qingze returned to Shanghai Ufu that night, Grandma Fu sensed that the discord between this young couple was far from trivial. The problem was more serious than she had anticipated. After dinner, Grandma Fu presented Jiang Yunshu with a safety lock pouch adorned with a golden bell. Jiang Yunshu accepted it, a smile gracing her face. It's beautiful, thank you, Grandma. Grandma Fu took her hand, inquiring, Xiaoshu, have you and Chengze been at odds recently? Your belly is growing. Despite how busy he is, he cannot possibly move back to Shanghai Ufu. The matter of divorce was like a fire that could not be concealed. It was only a matter of time before Grandma would find out. Jiang Yunshu's fingers brushed the bell, and she did not deny it. Grandma Fu comfortingly patted the back of her hand. Do share with Grandma, what grievances has this rascal caused you? With Grandma around, I shall seek justice for you. Jiang Yunshu lifted her gaze and smiled faintly at Grandma Fu. Grandma, please do not worry about us. You often tell Mom that grandchildren will have their own fortunes. Regardless of how we fare, you will always be my family and the baby's great-grandmother. That will never change. Upon hearing this, Grandma Fu's heart sank, and she quickly advised, Xiaoshu, I can see that both you and Qingze care for each other. Having conflicts can actually be a good thing. If you communicate, your relationship can deepen. What is truly frightening is remaining silent and letting the conflicts grow larger. Jiang Yunshu lowered her eyelashes. We have already talked things through. Just as Grandma Fu was about to say more, Jiang Yunshu's phone on the low table rang. She picked it up to find it was a video call from Li Rani. Grandma, I'm going upstairs to take a video call, you should rest early. Saying this, Jiang Yunshu took the pouch and her phone and ascended the stairs. When the video call connected, Li Rani's voice erupted, Yunshu, I'm no longer single, a high mountain flower has now fallen under my pomegranate skirt. Congratulations, when did you confirm the relationship? Jiang Yunshu was genuinely happy for Li Rani, having known her for so long. It was the first time she had seen her so enamored with someone. Just today, right outside my building, the iron tree has bloomed, and he kissed me. Li Rani was exhilarated, rolling around on her bed, and even after sitting up, her excitement was unabated as she playfully hit the stuffed bear, producing a series of comical sounds. Jiang Yunshu watched her exuberance and could not help but chuckle, suddenly recalling the first time Fu Qingze kissed her. Although she did not express her feelings as openly as Li Rani, her heart raced just the same, pounding like a drum in her chest. That was her first kiss, and she had feigned calmness to mask her anxiety, yet, he had likely kissed others before her. When he kissed her, perhaps there was not even a ripple in his heart. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a hint of melancholy flickered in Jiang Yunshu's eyes, accompanied by a tinge of self-mockery. Li Rani, too caught up in her excitement, failed to notice Jiang Yunshu's unusual mood and exclaimed, "Yunshu, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to take you and Gu Jingyan out for dinner. He has been quite free lately. We might as well keep him company, this lonely old man." "I'm free." Jiang Yunshu returned to the moment, smiling. "The real purpose is to show off your newfound relationship, isn't it?" "That is one purpose, but the main reason is to introduce him to several marriage brokers my mom pushed on me." Li Rani laughed until her stomach hurt, finally calming down. "How have you been lately? Is the baby behaving?" Jiang Yunshu nodded. "Quite well, the baby is very good." After ending the call, Jiang Yunshu booked a flight from Beijing to Yunjiang. She did not wish for the Jiang family to learn of the divorce just yet, fearing they would worry for her. However, she had to take the step to compel Fu Qingze to sign the divorce agreement, concealing the flight information. She sent a screenshot to Fu Qingze. Meanwhile, at Shangbaiuefu, Fu Qingze sat quietly in his study, extinguishing a half-finished cigarette in the ashtray. Upon receiving Jiang Yunshu's message, he felt as though he were suffocating under despair. His fist clenched tightly as he struck his forehead in frustration. The phone on the table displayed a notification that tomorrow marked the anniversary of Fu Chengsheng's death. Yet Fu Qingze pondered whether Jiang Yunshu had felt more helpless and desolate than he did at this moment after he had left that night due to the uncertain accident that might have been man-made. Chapter 36. I agreed to the divorce the following day. Fu Qingze drove alone to the cemetery, gazing at the photograph on the gravestone. Memories from his childhood flooded back. During that time, the tumult between Fu Jingquan and Su Shuping often seemed to rise and fall like waves, and he found himself involuntarily entangled in their affairs, frequently pursued by other children who taunted him as the illegitimate child. Fu Chengsheng would invariably stand up for him, and when he got into fights with those children, Fu Jingquan would punish him by making him stand, yet Fu Chengsheng would accompany him in his punishment. As he grew older, he yearned for freedom, aspiring to become a pilot. He shared this dream with Fu Chengsheng, who, in turn, supported him in applying to Beijing Aviation University. Su Shuping often claimed that Fu Chengsheng was vying for the position of heir to the Fu family, oblivious to the fact that he had forsaken his own ambition of becoming an internationally renowned pianist, willingly shouldering the responsibility of inheriting the family business. Fu Chengsheng supported him, and he reciprocated that support. For instance, when Fu Chengsheng began dating Sun Zi, he faced vehement opposition from Fu Jingquan, who deemed Sun Zi an inconsequential model unworthy of the Fu family. Only Fu Qingze wholeheartedly backed Fu Chengsheng's decision, genuinely wishing him and Sun Zi well. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed behind him. A woman approached, placing a fresh bouquet of red roses before the gravestone, her crimson lips parting as she said, "Why did you arrive earlier than me this year?" Fu Qingze did not respond, his gaze fixed upon the red roses. "Every time a member of the Fu family visits my brother and sees the red roses placed before the gravestone, they assume they are from my brother's enemies and utter the most disparaging remarks." Sun Zi smiled slightly. "And so what? Let them scold." Chengsheng once mentioned that he loves red roses. "When I come to see him, I must bring red roses. Just look at those white chrysanthemums beside them, utterly hideous." Fu Qingze sighed lightly. It was not that his brother favored red roses, it was merely because she did. Yet fate is often unjust, cruelly tearing apart this affectionate couple. In their prime, one lived while the other perished, forever separated between life and death. "How did you get involved with Lu Shirsi recently?" Fu Qingze inquired. Sun Zi caressed the features in the black and white photograph, pausing momentarily upon hearing his question, before responding, "You were supposed to investigate Lu's chauffeur, why are you looking into me instead?" Fu Qingze regarded the black and white photo on the gravestone. "Stop this, Lu Shirsi is not someone to be trifled with. My brother does not wish to see you in danger. Leave this matter to me, I will uncover the truth." Sun Zi's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Living like a walking corpse, what danger do I have to fear? Your brother is the only one who has ever truly loved me. If Lu Shirsi orchestrated this accident, I would personally see to his demise, 1,000 cuts and more." Fu Qingze frowned. "You should know that my brother would not want to see you like this." Sun Zi looked at the most familiar face in the photograph, the sorrow concealed in her eyes ultimately surfacing. Fu Qingze cast her a sidelong glance before silently stepping away, allowing her time to converse with Fu Chengsheng alone. Once in his car, Fu Qingze called old Madame Fu. He had intended to inquire about Jiang Yunshu's current activities but learned that she had gone out for a meal with friends. Fu Qingze then called Uncle Li to obtain Jiang Yunshu's specific location. The windowside table had been reserved in advance by Li Rani, offering a splendid view of the scenery outside. Jiang Yunshu rested her chin on her hand, listening intently as Li Rani animatedly recounted her arduous attempts to win over a seemingly unattainable heart, laughing occasionally at the amusing anecdotes. On the day he invited me to dinner, I was dressed in a lovely little dress, brimming with excitement, only to discover upon arrival that he simply wished to apologize and told me not to waste my time on him. It infuriated me, and after downing half a bottle of wine, I ended up pinning him to his seat and kissing him. Li Rani feigned shyness, then continued, after that kiss, oh dear, it was quite the scandal. Don T, you think it's because my kissing skills are exceptional? Gu Jingyan scoffed lightly, there are no outsiders here, we can dispense with the embellishments of getting drunk and kissing a man, losing your first kiss in a drunken stupor, and then boasting about your skills. Are you certain you've sobered up? Li Rani rolled her eyes at him, who do you think you're looking down on? Kissing poorly can be improved with practice, I have a partner for practice, do you? Gu Jingyan turned to Jiang Yunshu, Yunshu, can you not rein her in? Can I file a complaint against her for verbal assault? Meanwhile, Fu Qingze sat inconspicuously in a corner, observing Jiang Yunshu from a distance, captivated by her radiant smile, so infectious in its beauty. This brought to mind the ease she exuded in Yunjiang, where her lightness and contentment were palpable, much like at this moment. We originally married because we were suited for each other, but now I am weary, and separation is only natural, Jiang Yunshu's words echoed repeatedly in his mind. Observing her current smile, juxtaposed with the pain and exhaustion she had revealed in his presence, caused Fu Qingze's already heavy heart to feel as though it had come to a standstill. If being with him made her feel burdened and unhappy, should he not acquiesce to her request for divorce? At the very least, that would bring her joy. After dinner, Gu Jingyan received a call and excused himself, claiming to have identified the culprit who had caused his 3-month flight ban. Following his departure, Jiang Yunshu chatted with Li Rani for a while before picking up her phone to call Uncle Li for a ride home. Just as she lifted the phone, a familiar figure appeared before her. She looked up, and their eyes met unexpectedly. Fu Qingze observed Jiang Yunshu. He noticed her brow furrow slightly, the relaxed joy on her face instantly replaced by a sense of heaviness and fatigue. Her reaction left him feeling utterly disarmed, and the words he had yearned to say in a bid to reconcile burned away in his mind. Li Rani glanced between Jiang Yunshu and Fu Qingze, keenly sensing the tension in the atmosphere. What brings you here? Jiang Yunshu's tone was less than pleasant, even tinged with annoyance. Fu Qingze did not answer her question. Instead, he lowered his gaze and asked, are you ready to go home? Jiang Yunshu remained silent. Fu Qingze continued, let us go, I'll take you home. Li Rani, assuming they had merely had a small quarrel and that Fu Qingze was attempting to placate Jiang Yunshu, eagerly urged, Yunshu, hurry back with your husband. I have something to attend to this afternoon and must leave as well. Once in the car, before Jiang Yunshu could speak, Fu Qingze preemptively asked, Yunshu, do you think you would feel much lighter and happier if we divorced? Jiang Yunshu sat in the back seat, their gazes meeting in the rearview mirror. Fu Qingze saw her nod without hesitation in the reflection. After a silence that stretched for several seconds, he finally spoke with difficulty, all right, I agree to the divorce. Chapter 37 Signature. Fu Qingze sought the expertise of a professional lawyer to redraft the divorce agreement, resulting in an extensive document spanning over a dozen pages. Jiang Yunshu merely skimmed through it, paying little heed to the substantial wealth she was about to relinquish. She focused solely on confirming her custody of their child before signing her name at the bottom of the agreement. The pair visited the Civil Affairs Bureau one afternoon a week later. Jiang Yunshu, with her slender and delicate fingers, picked up the pen and decisively inscribed her name on the divorce registration form. Fu Qingze turned his gaze towards her, seemingly devoid of any regret or nostalgia regarding their marriage. He exhaled softly and then took up the pen himself. The autumn wind rustled, and the sun began to set earlier each day. Upon exiting the bureau, darkness enveloped the surroundings. In the heavy silence, Fu Qingze broke the stillness, saying, let me take you home. Jiang Yunshu did not decline. In her eyes, their separation was amicable, devoid of any bitterness or blame. Furthermore, with a child between them, it was inevitable that their paths would remain intertwined for life. The car glided smoothly along the road, both lost in thought. After disembarking, Jiang Yunshu gently suggested, her voice soft yet detached, it's time for dinner. Shall we go in together? Fu Qingze replied affirmatively, all right. According to their prior arrangement, Jiang Yunshu would reside in the Fu family's ancestral home until the child was born, after which she would choose her own place. As for Fu Qingze, he could opt to stay at Shangbeiyu residence or remain in the family home. As Jiang Yunshu had pointed out, the ancestral home was where he had grown up, and she had no right to compel him to leave. Jiang Yunshu cast a glance at her bare finger, where her wedding ring had once rested, and remarked, "The matter of our divorce cannot be concealed. If the opportunity arises during dinner tonight, please inform Grandma and my parents." A bitter sensation welled up within her as Fu Qingze responded in a subdued tone, "Yes, I will take care of that." Jiang Yunshu chose not to elaborate further and stepped through the gates of the Fu family residence. Fu Qingze followed closely behind, and together they entered the living room. At the dining table, they took their seats, and the atmosphere felt heavier than usual. Su Shuping sat down at the table and inquired, "Xiao Shu, I haven't been home lately. Have you been attending your prenatal yoga classes?" Jiang Yunshu nodded, "I have." "That's good to hear. Your belly is growing larger now, especially as you approach the later stages of pregnancy. Without adequate exercise, labor could be quite strenuous," Su Shuping continued, glancing at Fu Qingze. "Qingze, I've enrolled Xiao Shu in a prenatal training class that requires the presence of the expectant father. You need to make time to accompany her." Before Fu Qingze could respond, Jiang Yunshu interjected, "Mom, the company is quite busy, Aunt Luo can accompany me." "It's customary for the husband to attend, not an aunt," Su Shuping remarked disapprovingly, turning to Fu Qingze. "You need to prioritize your responsibilities. Xiao Shu is nearing the end of her pregnancy, and yet you've moved to Shangbeiyu residence. What is going on?" Jiang Yunshu furrowed her brow and glanced at Fu Qingze, saying, "Mom, Qingze and I went out earlier today." Her statement was deliberately vague, but Fu Qingze understood and sighed, announcing, "This afternoon, Yunshu and I obtained our divorce certificate, and custody of the child will belong to her. We have agreed that until the child is born, Yunshu will continue to reside here." A profound silence descended upon the spacious room, a stillness so palpable that even the slightest sound felt magnified. Su Shuping turned to Jiang Yunshu, asking, "Xiao Shu, is what he said true? Did you go to get the divorce certificate this afternoon?" "Yes," Jiang Yunshu confirmed with a nod. "The fault lies with me," Fu Qingze added. Yunshu was already quite exhausted. "If you have any questions, please direct them to me." Su Shuping was furious. "You just decide to divorce without a word, treating your marriage like a child's game. You obtain a divorce certificate and then inform us? How can you be so brazen?" Fu Jingquan, his jaw tense and expression displeased, interjected, "What irreconcilable issues could compel you to choose divorce during your wife's pregnancy? Your actions have grown increasingly reckless. Have you considered the potential impact on the company's stock price once word gets out about your divorce?" Madame Fu sighed deeply, remaining silent. Aunt Luo, equally astonished, felt it inappropriate to speak at that moment. Su Shuping took a moment to collect herself, questioning, "Have you too considered the child in this situation?" Jiang Yunshu lowered her gaze, remaining silent, yet the question struck a chord within her. She too wished for their baby to be born into a loving family, but she could not envision spending her life with someone who only felt guilt and regret towards her. Fu Qingze's gaze fell upon Jiang Yunshu, noticing her clenched fingers and the pain etched on her face. He looked back at his displeased parents and stated, "For now, we will keep the divorce confidential. As for the child, Yunshu and I will co-parent and strive to be responsible parents." Su Shuping, incensed by Fu Qingze's demeanor, threw down her chopsticks and stormed out, too upset to finish her meal. Fu Jingquan also found his appetite lost and stood to leave. Only 3 remained at the table. Madame Fu, mindful of Jiang Yunshu's feelings, served her some food, saying, "Let us discuss this after dinner." After the meal, Fu Qingze called out to Jiang Yunshu as she began to ascend the stairs. "Yunshu, they will need some time to process this news. The atmosphere here is rather gloomy. To preserve your spirits, you should move back to Shangbeiyu residence. I will speak with Aunt Luo shortly and have her assist you with the move." Pausing, he added, "Shangbeiyu residence is now under your name and is closer to the hospital, making it convenient for your checkups. My moving out will not disturb you." Jiang Yunshu agreed that relocating from the Fu family home seemed more appropriate, nodding, "All right." Fu Qingze observed her, noting that the emotions reflected in her beautiful eyes were now filled with avoidance, relief, and detachment. "Yunshu, will I still be able to accompany you to your checkups?" he asked tentatively, fearful of rejection. There's no need, Jiang Yunshu replied. There's nothing requiring your cooperation before the baby arrives. A silence enveloped them. Fu Qingze gazed at Jiang Yunshu, feeling a profound sense of loneliness. Finally, he sighed, if you're tired, you should rest upstairs. I'll inform Grandma and the others about the move back to Shangbeiyu residence. Jiang Yunshu merely acknowledged him with a soft before ascending the stairs. Fu Qingze knocked on Madame Fu's door, and after being chastised, he proposed having Aunt Luo assist Jiang Yunshu with her move to Shangbeiyu residence. Understanding his intentions, Madame Fu consented and called Aunt Luo into the room to relay several instructions. Observing the turmoil that had driven the two young souls to divorce, Aunt Luo, anxious, implored Madame Fu, "Old Madam, shouldn't we try to dissuade them? Xiao Shu and Chengze are so well suited for each other." How did it come to this? Madame Fu had come to terms with the situation. What good is advice now? The divorce certificate is already in hand. If they truly cannot reconcile, no amount of persuasion will suffice. You make a valid point, Aunt Luo conceded, but both children are so compatible. Anyone who observes them would agree they should be together. Madame Fu sighed softly. A marriage can end in divorce, and even after a divorce, reconciliation is possible. What others say is inconsequential. It ultimately depends on whether their hearts remain intertwined. Chapter 38 Foolish Mistakes. Jiang Yunshu had moved back to Shangbeiyu Mansion. Her life remained as fulfilling and pleasant as before, with Aunt Luo and Aunt Chen taking care of her. The only source of her annoyance was Fu Qingze, who incessantly messaged her, inquiring about the brand of shampoo she used at home, her recent sleep quality, the temperament of her baby, and nearly every possible conversation starter. She refrained from responding even a single word and promptly blocked him. At that moment, Fu Qingze gazed at the unsent messages, tossing his phone onto the table, leaning back as if drained of all energy, sinking into the sofa. He had relocated to the apartment he resided in before marriage. Although it was significantly smaller than Shangbeiyu Mansion, it felt eerily empty. The ringing of his phone echoed in the silence. He picked up a cigarette box from the table, adeptly extracted one, lit it, and watched the smoke swirl around him. After marrying Jiang Yunshu, he had almost quit smoking. However, since their divorce, he found himself unable to resist the urge to smoke again, especially when his faint hopes of a fresh start were repeatedly extinguished, leaving him to seek solace in this vice to alleviate the turmoil and regret within. His phone rang again, and Fu Qingze answered. "Mr. Fu, the company has received the item sent by Mr. Wu. It is the jade diamond brooch you exchanged for with Deki and Chanhui. Fu Qingze replied with a curt acknowledgement. "Package it as I instructed and place it on my desk." After hanging up, he glanced at the calendar on his phone. Next Saturday marked Jiang Yunshu's birthday. He recalled that last year, while she celebrated her birthday, he was abroad, merely sending a gift without even a video call or phone call to personally wish her a happy birthday. Now, he felt he deserved this fate, lacking even the right to celebrate her birthday. This year's snowfall arrived particularly early, with flurries beginning in November. Upon receiving a video call from Li Rani, Jiang Yunshu had just concluded her yoga class, accepting the thermos cup from Aunt Luo and sipping some warm water. "Yunshu, will you be home tomorrow?" Li Rani inquired. "Yes," Jiang Yunshu replied. "What's the matter?" "I will come to see you tomorrow to give you your birthday gift early. Next Saturday, I have to go to Singapore and want to be able to celebrate your birthday with you. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten my own birthday. When you come to Shangbeiyu Mansion tomorrow, let us have lunch together. I'll ask Aunt Chen to prepare some of your favorite dishes." "Great, I want to eat spicy hot pot and stir-fried kidney." Hearing Li Rani already ordering the dishes, Jiang Yunshu smiled. "All right." "Wait, Yunshu, weren't you living at the old house? When did you move to Shangbeiyu Mansion?" "It's been a while," Jiang Yunshu replied vaguely. Li Rani responded with an "oh," continuing, "Although I can't celebrate your birthday with you this year, it's a bit regrettable, but at least your husband is by your side. However, since you're expecting a baby and are nearing the end of your pregnancy, with candles and flowers set up, the atmosphere will be perfect. Nothing untoward should happen." "Rani," Jiang Yunshu interrupted, "I've divorced Fu Qingze." On the other end of the line, Li Rani fell silent in shock, as did Gu Jingyan, who was urging her to settle the bill. "Yunshu, you're not joking, are you?" Li Rani's emotions were complex, filled with shock and regret, but mostly concern for Jiang Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu smiled. "Do you think I would joke about such a thing? It's just that due to various reasons, it hasn't been made public yet." Then, Li Rani asked, are you alright? What could possibly be wrong with me? Don't worry, I'm doing just fine. Lirani furrowed her brows tightly. Why didn't you tell me? I couldn't be there for you when you were upset. Jiang Yunshu comforted Lirani in return. Look forward, and there is nothing left to be sad about. After hanging up, Lirani and Gu Jingyan began to berate Fu Qingze, cursing him for his lack of appreciation and sensibility, their anger only deepening their concern for Jiang Yunshu. Gu Jingyan, inflamed with rage, demanded Lirani's car keys. Seeing his fierce demeanor, Lirani grabbed his arm. You're not planning to confront Fu Qingze, are you? Have you forgotten how you injured him last time, and what Yunshu said to you? Gu Jingyan longed to smack Lirani on the forehead. They're divorced now. Even if I end up in jail for confronting him, Yunshu would still bail me out, understand? That makes sense, Lirani conceded, but you still shouldn't go violence won't solve anything. Beating him up won't benefit Yunshu. But it would be satisfying. Gu Jingyan declared, before driving off in Lirani's car towards the Fu Corporation's office building. Due to the lack of an appointment, Gu Jingyan was unable to see Fu Qingze. He waited in his car until Fu Qingze finished work. As Fu Qingze emerged from the building, Gu Jingyan stepped out, calling out, Fu Qingze. Fu Qingze turned around, his eyes revealing impatience upon recognizing who it was. Just like last time, Gu Jingyan approached with the intent to strike him. However, Fu Qingze was already on guard, and Gu Jingyan's punch missed, crashing into the car window instead. Fu Qingze, disinterested in engaging physically, pulled out his phone to call security, but Gu Jingyan shouted, Jiang Yunshu is wonderful in every way, except her taste is as terrible as yours. To ensure your grandfather could leave at ease, she married you without hesitation, only to end up pregnant and filing for divorce. Jiang Yunshu must have owed you in her past life. Hearing Jiang Yunshu's name from Gu Jingyan's lips, Fu Qingze clenched his right hand and delivered a fierce punch to his face. Shaking his hand, he coldly remarked, my divorce from her was precisely what you wished for, wasn't it? Gu Jingyan froze mid-motion, his brow furrowing deeply. What do you mean by that? Fu Qingze ignored him and attempted to open the car door. Gu Jingyan blocked his way. What you just said implies that I have feelings for Jiang Yunshu and wanted her to divorce you. I have nothing to discuss with you, Fu Qingze stated. If you don't move aside, I'll call security. Gu Jingyan, furious, laughed derisively. Do you realize what kind of logic that is? It is the logic of your father being fond of your own aunt. You actually suspect that I have an inappropriate relationship with Yunshu? Use your brain. If I were interested in her, what business would you have in it? Just because we're close, I'm also close with Lirani. Why don't you accuse me of wanting to marry both of them? Reflecting on their university days, Fu Qingze recalled that summer afternoon when Jiang Yunshu's friends teased her, questioning whether she had taken his photo because she liked him. He stood not far away, watching as Gu Jingyan draped his arm over Jiang Yunshu's shoulder, saying, Do you lot even consider me? With me around, how could she possibly be interested in a Fu? Later, he witnessed Gu Jingyan gifting Jiang Yunshu a black corded jade Buddha necklace, which she wore for many years. Yet, he had never asked Jiang Yunshu why she wore it so persistently. Fu Qingze stared intently at Gu Jingyan, finally realizing the magnitude of his foolish mistake. Gu Jingyan seemed to sense Fu Qingze's thoughts and twisted the knife deeper. Do you know that Jiang Yunshu never even dated before hastily marrying you? You re something else, proving that she won't turn back until she hits a wall. Chapter 39. Eager to see her at this juncture, Fu Qingze could not fail to comprehend that Jiang Yunshu had subtly and sincerely bestowed upon him affection she had never offered to another. With a pang of regret, he closed his eyes. He had always believed that Jiang Yunshu married him merely due to the compatibility of their circumstances. She had never overtly expressed her emotions, and the smile she wore in his presence was akin to ripples on the surface of a deep pool, superficial, overlooking the necessity of sincerity in a marriage that had bypassed the courtship phase. His long-standing inaction had drained her hopes for love and matrimony, leading her to ultimately choose to let go after repeated disappointments. Gu Jingyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, reveling in the sight of Fu Qingze's remorseful expression. The last time we clashed, it stemmed from your late-night airport rendezvous with another woman trending on social media. I felt it was an injustice to Yunshu. The matter was left unresolved, and I particularly want to ask you if you ever clarified to Yunshu who that woman was you picked up that night? Faced with such an inquiry, Fu Qingze could only respond with profound silence. At that time, seeing Jiang Yunshu's calm demeanor, devoid of any jealousy or concern, he had indeed felt a sense of competition, thinking that since she did not care, the need for explanation was rendered moot. It appears you did not, Gu Jingyan sneered, each word a piercing jab to Fu Qingzai's heart. But it no longer matters. You are merely Yunshu's ex-husband now. He deliberately emphasized the term ex-husband and added, from now on, you can pick up whomever you wish, even your ex-girlfriend, and it will have nothing to do with Yunshu. Fu Qingzai furrowed his brow. What ex-girlfriend? Your ex-girlfriend, Gu Jingyan replied impatiently. Fu Qingzai pressed his lips into a thin line, his brow furrowing even deeper upon hearing the question. Does Yunshu think the same way? Gu Jingyan could not help but chuckle at this. Jiang Yunshu was once your wife, and you still need to ask others about her thoughts? Did you ever truly care for her? Fu Qingzai stood frozen, as if a force were pulling him down, the entire world sinking beneath him. It was only now that he truly understood the profound weariness Jiang Yunshu felt regarding their marriage. Having received a punch from Gu Jingyan, he had no desire to retaliate, finding satisfaction in witnessing Fu Qingzai's self-reproachful demeanor, which brought him greater pleasure than delivering a blow. Yunshu doesn't inquire because she trusts you, believes in the fidelity of your marriage, that is her stance. But your failure to explain shows that you do not care for her feelings, and that is your stance. Gu Jingyan mocked, divorce is for the best, Yunshu deserves better. With that, Gu Jingyan drove away. He parked near a pharmacy and was about to exit the vehicle when he received a call from Li Rani. What's your situation now? You haven't been severely injured, have you? Gu Jingyan scoffed, if I were really to brawl with that Fu fellow, do you think I could hold my own? Li Rani muttered under her breath that the odds were not in his favor and urged, just tell me what's happening right now. Gu Jingyan recounted the events that had just transpired, glancing at the wound at the corner of his mouth. I gave that Fu guy a piece of my mind. It was somewhat satisfying. Yunshu has always been the type to internalize her troubles. She may claim to be fine, but I know she is hurting. When you see her tomorrow, don't bring up this distressing matter. Li Rani replied, understood. After ending the call, Gu Jingyan exited the car and pushed open the glass door of the pharmacy, only to spot a girl in a mask at the checkout. He felt a sense of familiarity and involuntarily stared a moment longer. As the girl completed her purchase and turned around, she was pleasantly surprised to see Gu Jingyan. Hello, Jiang Lusher's cousin. I didn't expect to see you here. Hearing the address, Gu Jingyan couldn't help but chuckle softly. What a coincidence, are you here to buy medicine too? Yes, just some cold and fever medication. Gong Yan noticed the wound at the corner of Gu Jingyan's mouth and gently advised, your injury looks quite serious. You should consider visiting a hospital. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about, Gu Jingyan replied. And please, no need for formalities, you can just call me by my name. Gong Yan nodded slightly. Gu Jingyan, noticing the girl's demure demeanor, couldn't resist teasing her. I even sent you 2 boxes of Yunjiang specialties, you haven't forgotten my name, have you? Gong Yan replied earnestly, Gu Jingyan, I haven't forgotten. Suppressing his smile, Gu Jingyan observed her casual attire, pajama pants paired with a black coat and cotton slippers, her hair slightly disheveled, clearly indicating she lived nearby. It's quite chilly outside, and you're unwell. You should head back. Gong Yan acknowledged him and said her goodbyes, then I'll take my leave. Due to her profession, she habitually addressed unfamiliar individuals with their surname followed by teacher. However, upon noticing Gu Jingyan's raised eyebrow, she abruptly swallowed her words and blurted, goodbye. Gu Jingyan smiled and nodded, goodbye. Traffic was severely congested due to an accident ahead. Fu Qingzai's mind was a tumultuous tangle as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white, the veins on the back of his hands bulging from the strain. He yearned to see Jiang Yunshu with an urgency he had never experienced before. Fragments of their intimate moments flashed through his mind. How could he have perceived her flushed cheeks and glistening eyes as mere signs of her indulgence and desire? How could he only feel her uncontainable longing when he bullied her? He had never even kissed her cheek in tender moments, nor had he declared his love during their most intimate exchanges. If only he had voiced his affections when she proposed divorce, would he have been afforded a chance to retain her, even if clumsily expressed, as long as she knew he had always held her in his heart. His heart felt as though it were being crushed, and the mere thought of Jiang Yunshu's tears cascading down her cheeks sent familiar waves of suffocation crashing back into his chest. The car came to a halt at Shanghai Ufu. Stepping out, Fu Qingze gazed anxiously at the illuminated window of the master bedroom on the second floor. Approaching, he pressed the doorbell. It was Aunt Luo who answered the door upon seeing Fu Qingze. Her emotions were complex, a mix of surprise and regret. Fu Qingze inquired, "Aunt Luo, is Yunshu home?" "She is." Aunt Luo quickly ushered him inside. "Come in. It's quite cold outside." After changing his shoes, Fu Qingze entered. The decor remained unchanged from before, however, whereas he had once been the master of this abode, now he felt like an outsider upon re-entering. Aunt Luo poured him a cup of hot water. Noticing his gaze continually drifting upstairs, she spoke, "Xiao Shu is upstairs." Fu Qingze nodded. "Aunt Luo, how has Yunshu been these past few days?" "She is doing well, though she is approaching the later stages of pregnancy, which has made things more challenging." Aunt Luo, sensing Fu Qingze's concern for Jiang Yunshu, couldn't help but add, "Qingze, please don't think I'm meddling. I've watched you grow up. You've always been steady in your actions, but your decision to divorce was indeed hasty. Even if it was Xiao Shu's request, you should have waited until after she gave birth to discuss it. Once the divorce certificate is issued, no matter how difficult her late-stage pregnancy becomes, you lose any right to assist in her care." Fu Qingze pinched the bridge of his nose. "Aunt Luo, you're right. I was excessively rash." Aunt Luo had never witnessed Fu Qingze in such a state of defeat and disappointment, and she comforted him, "Mistakes can be rectified. Divorce doesn't preclude remarriage. As long as Xiao Shu still holds you in her heart, there remains a chance. Go upstairs and talk to her. Some knots are easier to untie than others, so don't rush it, take your time." "Thank you, Aunt Luo." Fu Qingze ascended the stairs, pausing to take a deep breath as he stood before the door, anxiously adjusting his coat and inhaling. She disliked the smell of smoke, yet he had smoked today. Standing outside her bedroom door, he waited, his heart trembling slightly under the weight of unspeakable tension and pressure. Chapter 40. "I only love you." Upon hearing the knock on the door, Jiang Yunshu assumed it was Aunt Luo and called out towards the entrance, "Aunt Luo, the door isn't locked, please come in." On the other side of the door, Fu Qingze recognized the familiar voice, his heart aching with a bittersweet sensation. "Yunshu, it's me." Jiang Yunshu paused her reading, sighed softly, set the book aside, and rose to open the door. As the door swung open, Fu Qingze, upon seeing Jiang Yunshu, fought to suppress the overwhelming urge to embrace her, fully aware that he no longer possessed the right or qualification to do so. "What brings you here?" Jiang Yunshu asked, her brow furrowed in discontent. Fu Qingze swallowed hard. "Yunshu, I have something to discuss with you." Jiang Yunshu had no intention of allowing him entry, her tone icy and detached. "You can express whatever you have to say over the phone. Besides, we are divorced. Your arrival at this hour is quite inappropriate." "Yunshu, Gu Jingyan came to see me today," Fu Qingze stated succinctly, diving straight into the matter, apprehensive that Jiang Yunshu might close the door on him at any moment. Jiang Yunshu's brows knitted slightly at his words as she lifted her gaze to meet his. Fu Qingze looked deep into her eyes. "Yunshu, I have no ex-girlfriends and have never loved anyone else. You have always been the sole occupant of my heart. I only love you." He had never confessed to anyone, nor was he adept at sweet talk, yet at that moment, his tone was imbued with unwavering sincerity. Jiang Yunshu stood frozen, clearly taken aback. Doubt flickered in her eyes as she lowered her lashes, her mind swirling chaotically, momentarily at a loss for words. Fu Qingze grasped her hand, holding it tightly. "Yunshu, the person I picked up from the airport last time was my brother's ex-girlfriend, Sunzi, whom I mentioned to you. She had just returned from abroad and intended to visit my brother right after landing. They met at a 24-hour self-service flower shop, and every time she visited him, she would bring a bouquet of red roses. That night, instead of hailing a taxi, she called me, asking me to bring her a bouquet." Sensing the skepticism in Jiang Yunshu's eyes, he elaborated, fearful that she might doubt him. "I apologize for not explaining clearly last time. I misunderstood you, thinking you had moved on and wouldn't feel jealous or care at all. It was my lack of honesty that allowed our relationship to drift apart." A torrent of emotions surged within Fu Qingze. He had so much he wished to convey to Jiang Yunshu, yet she offered him no reprieve. Gradually, she pried his fingers apart, withdrawing her hand from his grasp. "Fu Qingze, the past no longer holds significance for me. I dislike looking back. Let bygones be bygones, not everything can be rectified, let us both look forward. As her warm, soft hand slipped from his palm, Fu Qingze yearned to reclaim it but hesitated. How despicable he must be to have drained her of all her fervor and patience. He tightened his fist slightly, his voice hoarse. Yunshu, I recognize my faults and have no right to plead for a chance at redemption. However, I have never abandoned my desire to atone for my past mistakes. Zhang Yunshu blinked, her expression of doubt and wariness beginning to wane. Fu Qingze cautiously monitored the subtle changes on her face as he continued, agreeing to the divorce was born out of my inability to witness your sorrow and weariness, coupled with the fear that you might truly return to Yunjiang, leaving me with no chance to see you again. But I never contemplated giving up, for in the future I envision, your presence is ever constant. Zhang Yunshu closed her eyes, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke, Fu Qingze, you claim that I reside in your heart, and perhaps that is true. Yet in the past 2 years, what I perceived was not love, but merely a sense of obligation towards me and this marriage. Your love only leaves me feeling unsettled, perpetually experiencing loneliness and disappointment. Fu Qingze felt a sharp pang in his heart. Her words sliced through him like a blade, leaving him with nothing but apologies as a means of solace. Zhang Yunshu exhaled softly, we cannot return to the past, it suffices for you to love our child well. Fu Qingze yearned to articulate further, yet upon hearing Zhang Yunshu's I am tired, he swallowed his words, choosing to hold them back. Aunt Luo was right, emotional bonds are easily formed but challenging to untangle. Her heart had not grown cold in a day, and it was improbable that his belated confessions and honesty could rekindle warmth so swiftly. For now, he was grateful that she still permitted him to see her. Very well, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Should you need me, do not hesitate to call. Fu Qingze paused before asking, Yunshu, may I accompany you to the prenatal checkup next week? Let it be for the sake of our child. I care deeply about their well-being, just as you do. Zhang Yunshu offered no reply, denying him even the courtesy of a farewell as she closed the door decisively. Resuming her place on the sofa, she picked up her book once more, yet found herself unable to concentrate on a single word, her mind consumed by his earlier declarations. According to Fu Qingze's earlier account, the photographs she had seen in the study that day must have been taken by Fu Chengsheng, depicting Sun Zi, his girlfriend in life. Reflecting on those images, she recalled that alongside them, there were also magazines featuring interviews Fu Chengsheng had given years ago. She had witnessed Fu Qingze laughing and chatting with his girlfriend as they entered a car. It had all been a misinterpretation without any basis for confirmation. Zhang Yunshu could not deny that Fu Qingze's recent words had stirred something within her, yet, the pain he had caused her by disregarding her pleas that night remained too profound, leaving her heart in a state of anguish and despair even now. She could not simply overlook her hurt, nor could she bring herself to forgive him. Each individual possesses their own understanding of love, and for her, love meant always being prioritized, no matter the circumstances. However, Fu Qingze's comprehension of love evidently diverged from hers. If his affection could only reach such depths, she would rather wish he did not love her at all. As Zhang Yunshu lost herself in thought, the baby within her began to kick and punch, reminiscent of the previous night. She glanced down, lifting her shirt to observe her noticeably rounded belly, a gentle smile illuminating her features as she softly spoke to her unborn child, Baby, why do you become so lively at night? The past had drained her of much of her emotional energy. Now, she wished to focus solely on the life growing within her. As for everything else, she had no remaining feelings or thoughts. Fu Qingze lingered at the door for an extended moment before finally departing with heavy steps. Aunt Luo, noticing his disheartened demeanor, immediately understood he had been met with rejection. Concerned, especially as she observed Zhang Yunshu's growing belly and increasing nighttime awakenings, she realized that although she cared for Zhang Yunshu as if she were her own child, she could never replace the support and assistance that the child's father should provide. As Fu Qingze reached the entrance, Aunt Luo said, Qingze, you can surely see how much Xiao Shu loves the child. Accompanying her to the checkups and prenatal classes would not be rejected. She would welcome your presence. Actions speak louder than words. You must make amends through tangible efforts, wouldn't you agree? Fu Qingze nodded. You are right, Aunt Luo. I will remember your words. Chapter 41. The child takes her surname. The following day, just before noon, Li Rani hurriedly arrived at Shangbayu Mansion. Zhang Yunshu, observing her change her shoes, chuckled, Are you here to deliver my birthday gift, or are you simply here for a meal? Li Rani glanced at Zhang Yunshu's belly, wary of disturbing the baby, and instead, playfully wrapped her arms around her shoulders, saying, Oh, I truly couldn't get up this morning, as you well know. Once they settled onto the sofa, Jiang Yunshu called for Aunt Chen to bring in a platter of fruit and inquired, "Is Jing Yan all right?" Li Rani stuffed a strawberry into her mouth and stammered, He is fine, what could possibly be wrong? Didn't he go to find Fu Qingze yesterday?" Jiang Yunshu remarked, "Could he really refrain from taking action?" Li Rani's eyes widened in surprise, "How did you know?" Jiang Yunshu casually replied, "Fu Qingze came to see me yesterday." Li Rani had vowed never to mention Fu Qingze's name, fearing it might affect Jiang Yunshu's mood, yet she was taken aback when Jiang Yunshu brought it up herself. "It's nothing, just like last time, he received a punch," Li Rani said. "Hasn't Fu Qingze divorced you? Why would he come looking for you? He can't possibly be trying to garner your sympathy by feigning injury, can he?" Jiang Yunshu was amused by Li Rani's imaginative leap. He wasn't even injured. Where would the notion of seeking sympathy come from? Li Rani squinted, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yunshu's. "Yunshu, something's off. Confess honestly, do you still harbor feelings for Fu Qingze?" Jiang Yunshu remained silent. Li Rani frowned. "Yunshu, I've refrained from asking for your sake, but what truly caused your divorce from Fu Qingze? Both of you are quite composed, hardly prone to quarrels. It seems improbable that you would have rushed into divorce in a fit of anger. If it were due to a lack of love, I see that you both still care for each other." As their conversation unfolded, Li Rani's imagination ran wild again. "He couldn't have committed an unforgivable mistake during your pregnancy, could he?" "No," Jiang Yunshu replied. "Things are quite complex. Marriage isn't as simple as I had imagined. We had a whirlwind marriage, progressing rapidly, yet our feelings stagnated over time. A rift formed. I proposed the divorce after much contemplation. Separation truly is the best choice." Li Rani nodded. "That sounds profound, though I don't quite grasp it. But as long as you're okay, that's what matters. If it comes to it, we can find someone else to love." Jiang Yunshu smiled lightly, placing her hand gently on her belly. "I love it." Li Rani leaned closer to Jiang Yunshu's belly. "Dear baby, Auntie loves you too." The morning dawned with an ominous overcast, suggesting an impending rain or snow. It was time for the prenatal checkup, and as Jiang Yunshu dressed and descended the stairs, she spotted Fu Qingze seated on the sofa. Upon seeing her, Fu Qingze immediately rose to his feet. Jiang Yunshu's brow furrowed slightly. Even though his confession had stirred something within her, her recent aversion to him had become a reflexive response, and she did not conceal her displeasure, stating, "If I'm not mistaken, Shangbeiyu Mansion is now under my name. Your current behavior could be construed as trespassing. You also mentioned that you wouldn't disturb me. I hope you will adhere to that promise." Aunt Luo quickly interjected, "Xiao Shu." Qingze knocked on the door. "I invited him in." Jiang Yunshu's tone turned serious. "Aunt Luo, do not let anyone in without my consent in the future. If this happens again, you shall return to the old residence to care for grandma." Aunt Luo, understanding the weight of Jiang Yunshu's words, replied, "Of course, this time it was my oversight. It won't happen again." The coldness and wariness in Jiang Yunshu's eyes served as a persistent reminder to Fu Qingze of his past transgressions. He carefully chose his words, gauging Jiang Yunshu's demeanor, attempting to inch closer without overstepping. "Yunshu, I never intended to intrude. It is just that now you are in your late pregnancy, and each prenatal checkup deserves utmost attention. We both want our child to arrive safely and healthily into this world, so I implore you not to reject me, may I?" Seeing him adopt a submissive demeanor, Jiang Yunshu felt as though her punch had landed on cotton. She bypassed Fu Qingze and told Aunt Luo, "Aunt Luo, let us go." As Aunt Luo had predicted days prior, Fu Qingze shamelessly followed them into the car. Throughout the journey, Aunt Luo engaged Jiang Yunshu in conversation, attempting to ease the tension that lingered between her and Fu Qingze. "Xiao Shu, have you thought about what to name the baby?" Jiang Yunshu shook her head. "Not yet. Time flies." "It's about time to consider it," Aunt Luo said, then turned to Fu Qingze. "What about you, Qingze? Have you thought of any names?" Before Fu Qingze could respond, Jiang Yunshu interjected, her tone unconsciously tinged with grievance and sarcasm. "He is so busy with work and doesn't like children. How could he possibly have the time or inclination to think about naming the baby?" Though Fu Qingze felt a deep sense of guilt and regret, he was grateful that Jiang Yunshu could express her feelings to him. Whether it was complaints or hatred, he feared that Jiang Yunshu might permanently close her heart to him, leaving only the chilling void of indifference. The painful lesson of their divorce had taught him to respond with utmost sincerity and clarity. Yunshu, I love our child. The night I first felt the baby's movements, I was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to calm down until the early hours of the morning. He caught Jiang Yunshu's gaze in the rearview mirror, speaking earnestly, I share your anticipation for its arrival into this world. As Jiang Yunshu looked into the depths of his eyes reflected in the mirror, she experienced, for the first time, the truth that eyes could indeed convey emotions. Despite his previous statements about disliking children, she could not deny his love and eagerness for the baby at this moment. Turning her head to avoid his gaze, she looked out the car window and declared, there is no need for you to concern yourself. The child will take my surname, and I shall choose the name. Having never discussed the topic of naming the baby before, Jiang Yunshu's words served as a direct notification to Fu Qingze she would decide both the surname and the name. All right, Fu Qingze nodded, not daring to voice any objections. The child was to be born of her 10 months of labor. It was her prerogative to decide the surname. After the checkup, Fu Qingze accompanied Jiang Yunshu to a prenatal training class. The course was extensive, covering everything from labor to postpartum care and support, with thorough explanations, learning how to hold a baby, prepare formula, and change diapers. While these tasks seemed simple, they involved many nuances and techniques when put into practice. Despite having hired an experienced confinement nanny, Fu Qingze still engaged earnestly with the training instructor. At the conclusion of the course, the instructor smiled at Jiang Yunshu, saying, Mrs. Fu, your husband will undoubtedly make a competent father. Jiang Yunshu merely offered a polite smile in response, not voicing her thoughts. It was only when she accepted the thermos from Fu Qingze that she noticed he was still wearing his wedding ring. Chapter 42. Pretending to sleep. The vehicle came to a halt at Shangbeiyu Mansion. Upon disembarking, Aunt Luo spoke first. Xiaoshu, it's already mealtime, why not invite Qingze to stay for dinner before he departs? Jiang Yunshu, sensing the inappropriateness of the suggestion, unhesitatingly declined. Fu Qingze had never harbored such expectations. Lowering his gaze to Jiang Yunshu, he softly remarked, make sure to rest well at home. Rest assured, I shall not frequently intrude upon you. However, may I accompany you to your next prenatal checkup and training session? Jiang Yunshu acquiesced with a simple as anything concerning the child was inherently worthy of her support. Fu Qingze internally sighed in relief and further inquired, Yunshu, could you possibly remove me from your blacklist? I promise not to inundate you with messages again, only reaching out prior to the checkups and training sessions. He cautiously leaned closer to her. Any amelioration of their strained relationship, even if minuscule, warranted considerable effort. Yet, Jiang Yunshu saw through his intentions, stating, there's no need, a phone call would be far more convenient. Fu Qingze exhaled lightly, all right, it's cold outside. You should head in. Jiang Yunshu did not afford him the opportunity to bid farewell, turning on her heel and departing. Fu Qingze did not restrict his presence solely to Jiang Yunshu's prenatal appointments as he had claimed. On Saturday, which marked Jiang Yunshu's birthday, both old Madame Fu and Su Shuping visited Shangbeiyu Mansion to celebrate, departing only after dinner. Perhaps they had previously agreed not to broach the subject of her divorce from Fu Qingze in her presence, for she was able to enjoy this birthday in relative peace. Shortly after their departure, Jiang Yunshu received a phone call from Fu Qingze. Given the timing, the purpose was all too clear. Downstairs, Fu Qingze held a birthday cake and gift box, the beeping of his phone abruptly ceasing. Jiang Yunshu declined to answer his call. He anticipated this outcome, and with one hand, he texted her, Yunshu, I won't disturb you. I'll leave after placing the cake and gifts down. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Yunshu gazed at the message on her phone, just about to reply that it was unnecessary when a video call from grandmother Jiang came through. She had refrained from informing her family about the divorce, fearful of causing them concern over her plight, intending to wait until after the child's birth to choose a suitable moment to disclose the news. Now, accepting the video call would undoubtedly prompt questions about Fu Qingze. After a brief hesitation, she instructed Aunt Luo, please open the door. Upon hearing this, Aunt Luo immediately understood who awaited outside, nodded in acknowledgement, and proceeded to open the door. Fu Qingze, surprised to see the door ajar, confirmed with Aunt Luo, did Yunshu ask you to open the door? Aunt Luo smiled and nodded, come in quickly, it's quite chilly outside. Removing his outer coat and changing his shoes, Fu Qingze walked over to the living room sofa, placing the cake and gift box down. Yunshu, happy birthday, he said. Jiang Yunshu did not even glance at the cake and gifts he had set on the table. Instead, she looked up at him and, in a businesslike tone, stated, "I need to return a video call to my grandmother. They are still unaware of our divorce." Fu Qingze understood her implication and nodded. "All right, if you need anything later, I will cooperate." "Please, have a seat," Jiang Yunshu replied. Fu Qingze watched as she picked up her phone and asked, "Would you like to taste a piece of cake?" "No, thank you. I already had lunch," Jiang Yunshu replied dismissively, opening WeChat to dial the video call that had been missed earlier. "Happy birthday, our little Shu is another year older," Grandmother Jiang exclaimed as soon as the connection was made. A child's voice chimed in from afar. "Happy birthday, Auntie, did you eat cake and blow out the candles?" "Thank you, Chen. Auntie has had her cake." As Jiang Yunshu had anticipated, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Grandmother Jiang inquired, "What about Qingze?" Jiang Yunshu adjusted the camera angle. "He is sitting right here. He just returned from the office." Fu Qingze moved closer, greeting Grandmother Jiang. "So, Qingze didn't get to enjoy any cake?" Grandmother Jiang remarked playfully. "Qingze, in the future, try to come home earlier for Xiao Shu's birthday. She has always cherished her birthdays and doesn't mind having more cake. Moreover, there is a significant difference between how elders celebrate her birthday and how you do." Though uttered in jest, her words subtly conveyed discontent towards Fu Qingze. Jiang Yunshu redirected the camera. "Grandma, we are about to cut the cake." Fu Qingze untied the ribbon on the box, revealing a cake adorned in a delicate matcha hue, topped with white cream decorations, exuding a vintage yet refreshing charm. Jiang Yunshu's gaze momentarily brightened at the sight of the cake. "Oh, this cake is beautiful!" Grandmother Jiang exclaimed, her expression radiating satisfaction. Concerned about delaying the couple's celebration, she hastily concluded the video call after a few more remarks. Fu Qingze, observing Jiang Yunshu in the call, asked, "Would you like to try some?" Jiang Yunshu took a small spoon, scooping a bite of cream to her mouth. "Thank you for your cooperation earlier. I have already tasted the cake. As for the gift, I shall not accept it." Just as Fu Qingze was about to respond, his assistant called, prompting him to rise and answer. There was an urgent matter requiring his attention. "Yunshu, may I use the study? There is something I need to address urgently." Jiang Yunshu glanced at him and nodded. Watching as Fu Qingze entered the study, she cast a glance at the delicately wrapped gift box on the table, its exquisite packaging eliciting no curiosity from her, and she found herself devoid of the joy she had felt when unwrapping gifts from him the previous year. After attending to his work, Fu Qingze emerged from the study close to 10 o'clock at night. At this hour, Jiang Yunshu was still not ready for bed. He paused before the master bedroom door, raising his hand to knock. After several knocks without a response, a wave of concern washed over him. Fearing something might have gone awry, without a second thought, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, he finally felt a sense of relief. Taking a seat on the sofa, Fu Qingze awaited Jiang Yunshu's return from her shower, intending to wish her a happy birthday before leaving. As he sat in silence, contemplating the content from the prenatal training course he had attended days prior, discussions on frequent nighttime awakenings in late pregnancy, declining sleep quality, and techniques for massaging a pregnant woman's back and legs to alleviate discomfort, regret washed over him for his earlier arrogance in so easily acquiescing to Jiang Yunshu's request for a divorce. She still harbored resistance towards him, making it implausible for her to agree to his staying to care for her. As he pondered these thoughts, the sound of running water ceased abruptly. What if staying here tonight could lessen her wariness and aversion towards him? Would broaching the topic of caring for her tomorrow yield a more favorable outcome? Before his mind could provide an answer, his body made the decision first. He reclined on the sofa, closed his eyes, and feigned sleep. Emerging from the bathroom, Jiang Yunshu halted in her tracks upon seeing the figure sprawled on the sofa. Chapter 43. Coexisting in one room. Jiang Yunshu slightly furrowed her brows as she approached the sofa, calling out his name, Fu Qingze, her tone tinged with a hint of impatience. Fu Qingze feigned ignorance, only acknowledging her call with a slight frown when he heard his name again, yet he remained unresponsive. Jiang Yunshu gazed down at him, not doubting that he was merely pretending to sleep. It wasn't he that his acting skills were particularly remarkable, but rather that feigning sleep was not something he would typically do, especially given the evident fatigue etched on his face. Unable to rouse him, and unwilling to engage in a futile contest of wills, she chose to disregard him entirely, treating him as though he were invisible. Fu Qingze dared not open his eyes, fearing that if discovered, he would be promptly expelled. It was not until the room was enveloped in complete darkness that he finally dared to blink awake. In the pitch-black room, he could not discern Jiang Yinshu, but he was certain she had succumbed to slumber. He pulled a coat from the sofa over himself, fixating on the indistinct figure on the bed, and before he knew it, he too drifted off to sleep. He awoke again, stirred by the illumination of the room. Once accustomed to the dim light of the bedside lamp, he saw Jiang Yinshu sitting upright in bed. He quickly rose from the sofa and approached her, noticing her rubbing her calf. "Cramps?" he inquired. Jiang Yinshu curled her legs in discomfort, her brows knitted tightly, remaining silent. "I'll help," Fu Qingze offered, sitting by the edge of the bed gently. He lifted her leg to lay it flat, grasping her toes and stretching them towards her head. Observing the tension in her face ease and her clenched hand gradually relax, he asked, "Is it better now?" Jiang Yinshu nodded in acknowledgement. Fu Qingze continued to massage her calf. "Have you been cramping often?" Jiang Yinshu, having been jolted awake by the pain of cramps, was in a foul mood and chose to remain silent, ignoring him entirely. The training course mentioned that there are many causes for cramps. If they occur frequently, it's advisable to see a doctor for a thorough examination, he began, but Jiang Yinshu, irritated by his rambling, interrupted, "I'm just hot, I kicked off the blanket, and my feet got cold." Fu Qingze, recognizing her displeasure, merely nodded in understanding, refraining from further commentary. Jiang Yinshu took a couple of sips of warm water to soothe her throat, then turned onto her side to resume her sleep. Fu Qingze tucked her in with the blanket before returning to the sofa. Although the room was equipped with automatic temperature control, the winter nights could still be quite chilly without a blanket. Concerned about catching a cold himself and potentially passing it to Jiang Yinshu, as well as fearing she might use it as an excuse to keep him at bay, he quietly tiptoed into the cloakroom, searching for an additional quilt. Unsure of where the blankets were stored, he opened the wardrobe, revealing an assortment of baby clothes hung inside, along with neatly folded baby blankets and small quilts beneath. As he touched the tiny garments, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, stirring the softest corners of his heart. Regrettably, he had made too many mistakes. The adjacent wardrobe, which should have housed his own clothes, now stood empty. After closing the wardrobe, he crouched down to retrieve a blanket from below. In the early hours of the morning, shortly after 5, the lights in the room flickered on once more. Fu Qingze, a light sleeper, awoke almost instantaneously with the illumination. "What's wrong, another cramp?" he inquired as he moved closer, sitting at the edge of the bed. "Move aside," Jiang Yinshu glanced at him, "I need to use the bathroom." Fu Qingze stood and extended a hand to assist her. Perhaps due to her groggy state or a diminished sense of vigilance in the night, Jiang Yinshu did not resist his support. After washing her hands and emerging from the bathroom, she saw Fu Qingze standing just outside the door, moving closer to her, prompting her to assert, "I can walk by myself." "All right," Fu Qingze replied, watching as she slowly made her way to the bed before he turned to head toward the sofa. Before 8 o'clock in the morning, Fu Qingze awoke again. Being mindful not to disturb Jiang Yinshu, he stole a few glances at her from a distance, then quietly exited the bedroom. Downstairs, Aunt Luo called out to Fu Qingze, "Qingze, why not have some breakfast before you leave?" "No, thank you," he replied, catching sight of the gift still resting on the living room table. "Aunt Luo, please remember to take the gift to her room once Yinshu wakes up." After departing from Shanghai Yueli, Fu Qingze returned to his residence to shower and change clothes, quickly having breakfast before heading to the office. He arrived at the company just as Jiang Yinshu was waking up. Lying in bed, she took a moment to gather her thoughts and glanced toward the sofa, surmising that Fu Qingze had already left. After getting ready, she proceeded downstairs for breakfast. It was not until afternoon that she noticed the gift box on her bedside table. Seated at the edge of the bed, her gaze fell upon the exquisite box, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, she finally decided to pick it up. Upon opening it, she discovered 3 diamond and jade brooches in the shapes of plum blossoms, chrysanthemums, and bamboo. Her initial reaction was one of astonishment and surprise. She had suspected it might contain jewelry, but she had not anticipated these particular brooches. As the afternoon sunlight streamed in, it illuminated the brooches, casting a dazzling light that momentarily captivated Jiang Yinshu. This sight involuntarily reminded her of the morning after Grandma Fu's birthday when Fu Qingze had inquired if she liked this series of brooches. A flicker of doubt and wariness within her began to wane, however, as her gaze shifted away from the brooches. Unwelcome memories of past grievances assailed her, making it difficult to relinquish her reservations. This tug-of-war felt like a torment, leaving her in a state of conflict and exhaustion. Resolutely, she chose not to dwell on it any longer, pulling open the bottom drawer of the bedside table to stow the gift box inside. That evening, Fu Chunza returned to Shangbaiueli. Jiang Yunshu was in the midst of her dinner when she heard a knock at the door. Instantly guessing who stood outside, Aunt Luo glanced at her and said, "Xiaoshu, it might be Chengza at the door. If you don't wish to see him, I can tell him to go back. It has been quite cold these past few days, and staying outside for too long could lead to catching a cold. If that happens, he won't be able to attend the prenatal checkups and classes with you, and he'd have to wait until the baby is born to learn how to hold the child." Though Aunt Luo did not explicitly speak in Fu Chengza's favor, her series of implications was clear to Jiang Yunshu. She cast a glance toward the door, lowering her eyelashes. "Aunt Luo, let him in." Upon hearing this, Aunt Luo felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. Whether reconciliation was possible remained to be seen. However, at this critical juncture, accepting the care and assistance of the prospective father was a positive step. Fu Chengza entered, holding a large bouquet of orchids. The flowers appeared remarkably fresh, their petals shimmering with a delicate luster under the light. "Yunshu, I recall you quite like orchids. On my way here, I passed a flower shop and couldn't resist picking up a bouquet," he said. Jiang Yunshu did not reach out to take the bouquet but instead turned to Aunt Luo. "Please find a vase for these." Though Fu Chengza felt a pang of disappointment, he was at least glad the flowers had found a place in the room. Chapter 44. A desire to kiss the baby. Fu Chengza sat quietly at the table, observing Jiang Yunshu as she ate. Jiang Yunshu savored her meal, engrossed in her thoughts, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the person across from her, as if he were merely a specter. After she had finished dining and Aunt Chen had cleared away the bowls and plates, Fu Chengza finally broached the topic of the delivery bag checklist. "Ruo will take care of everything. All you need to bring is your identification card," he stated. Jiang Yunshu succinctly concluded her response. However, as Fu Chengza shifted the conversation to the baby's clothing, she could no longer contain herself and interjected, "What is it that you truly want?" Fu Chengza gazed at her earnestly, his tone sincere. "Yunshu, with less than 2 months until your delivery, I cannot help but feel anxious. Please allow me to stay and care for you, alright? Just as last night, I will do my utmost to minimize my presence so as not to disturb your rest." "There's no need," Jiang Yunshu replied. "Although I am in the late stages of pregnancy, I am still quite capable of moving about. If there is a necessity, I will hire someone to assist me." Aunt Rua entered, bringing 2 glasses of water to the table, and said, "Chengza, starting tonight, I will take care of Xiaoshu in her room, so you need not worry." Jiang Yunshu frowned slightly upon hearing this. Since her pregnancy began, Aunt Rua had been diligently caring for her, managing every aspect of her daily life. It was already taxing enough during the day, and having her come in at night would deprive her of rest. If she were to hire another aunt to stay overnight, it would feel quite uncomfortable. With this in mind, Fu Chengza's willingness to shoulder that burden seemed a reasonable option. "Aunt Rua, you already work so hard during the day," Jiang Yunshu finally relented. "Since he wishes to stay, let him do so. After all, it is for the child, and our intentions are aligned." Thus, Fu Chengza remained at Shangbeiyu Mansion. In the initial days, Jiang Yunshu felt somewhat resistant to his presence, but gradually, she began to regard him as a source of free labor, delegating tasks that had previously fallen to Aunt Rua, such as preparing foot baths. In mid-December, a heavy snowfall blanketed North City. Jiang Yunshu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, entranced by the swirling snowflakes outside. Fu Chengza brought the footbath to the bedside, glancing at Jiang Yunshu, a sense of regret washing over him once more. He could have walked over, embraced her from behind, and whispered sweet nothings about how much he adored her and their baby as they watched the snowfall together. Alas, such moments could only exist in his dreams now. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "Yunshu, come over and soak your feet." Jiang Yunshu turned to glance at Fu Chengza before walking over and sitting at the edge of the bed. As she submerged her feet into the warm water, she received a video call from Li Rani. "Yunshu, I just saw your post. I can't believe it's snowing so heavily in North City this year. If I had known, I would have flown back yesterday," Li Rani exclaimed. Jiang Yunshu teased, "Aren't you on vacation in the Maldives with your boyfriend? Would you really come back?" "Hee hee, I'm going diving soon," Li Rani replied. How have you been? I heard from my mom that the late stages of pregnancy can be quite difficult, back pain, trouble sleeping, and swollen feet. It sounds exhausting. Perhaps it's due to individual differences. I haven't been that uncomfortable. My back hurts a bit if I stand for too long, but otherwise, I'm fine. The baby is also quite well behaved and hasn't woken me up with kicks. What a little angel! Ronnie exclaimed. Once the baby grows a bit, you can take it out for snowball fights and to build snowmen. Jang Yunshu smiled at the thought. Speaking of which, I still have photos of the snowman we built on the playground back in high school. Ronnie pulled out another phone and began scrolling through her photo album, asking, "Do you remember that boy in high school named Chin Yujo? The incredibly handsome one who pursued you for half a semester. I can't believe I still have his pictures." Ronnie pointed the camera towards the screen, showing Jang Yunshu a photo. Honestly, even by today's standards, he wasn't bad looking. Fu Qingze stood nearby, casting a discreet glance at the photo of the boy in his school uniform, his brows slightly furrowing. Ronnie, ever the conversationalist, seamlessly transitioned from reminiscing about high school to discussing Fu Qingze. I can't help but criticize him daily with Gu Jingyan. He is just so ungrateful. If it were me, and I married someone as wonderful as you, I would spoil you to the heavens. Yet, this man doesn't appreciate you and makes you so unhappy. Unbeknownst to her, the dog man she spoke of was listening intently to every word. Ronnie, that's all in the past, Jang Yunshu interjected. Let us not dwell on it. Right. No need to bring up unpleasant matters. Ronnie quickly changed the subject. Yunshu, I bought you a gift. I'll bring it back when I return to North City. Alright, Jang Yunshu replied. After ending the video call, Jang Yunshu concluded her foot soak. Fu Qingze took the basin away and, as usual, returned to massage her legs and lower back. Though their physical contact was intimate, an emotional distance loomed large between them. He attempted to bridge that gap through conversation. Yunshu, your friend is correct. I have indeed been ungrateful and failed to cherish what I have. Of the pain and hurt I caused you in the past are irreversible, and I do not expect your forgiveness. However, I want you to know that I am striving to get closer to you, not solely for our child, but also because Jang Yunshu cut him off. I do not wish to hear these words. They hold no significance for me. Fu Qingze felt a dryness in his throat. Very well, I shall refrain from speaking. The tense atmosphere between them was shattered by the baby's movements. Jang Yunshu smiled gently, her gaze softening as she looked down at her belly. Baby, why are you so fond of tickling mommy? Fu Qingze observed the noticeable movement and inquired, why is the baby so lively today? When it came to the child, Jang Yunshu was quite willing to engage in conversation with him. It has been very good lately. It was truly mischievous a while back, causing quite the ruckus like a little Neza stirring up the sea. Fu Qingze earnestly watched Jang Yunshu, noticing how her eyelashes gently drooped, and her lips curved into a smile as she spoke to their baby with warmth and patience. In that moment, happiness materialized in the air around them. After quietly watching her for a while, he slowly leaned down and pressed a kiss on her belly. Jang Yunshu, momentarily taken aback, instinctively grabbed his hair and pulled him back, questioning, what are you doing? Her consent for Fu Qingze to stay did not equate to an approval of this ambiguous intimacy. Fu Qingze softened his usual intensity, his sharp gaze becoming gentler. I simply wished to kiss the baby. He looked into her eyes, sincerely asking, is that not permissible? Jang Yunshu was momentarily stunned, releasing her grip on his hair, rendered speechless in that instant. Chapter 45 of the Residual Warmth. Objectively speaking, Fu Qingze possesses an undeniable allure. His piercing, profound eyes once emanated an air of distance, compelling her to challenge and explore the enigma they represented. In this moment, however, those very eyes were fixed upon her with a gentle intensity, while her own fervor and affection lay like ashes after a fire. Only a lingering warmth remained, incapable of offering a commensurate response. Jang Yunshu tugged her nightgown down to cover her abdomen, stating, "You're kissing my belly, the baby cannot feel it." Such a reply was a firm refusal, dismissing any rationale for his intimacy. Her cautious attempts at engagement were met with rejection, and his kiss upon her cheek felt like the musings of a deluded dreamer. Fu Qingze lowered his gaze, internally exhaling a sigh. It felt as though a thick layer of snow blanketed her heart, and he was at a loss as to when it might thaw. What deepened his sense of helplessness and frustration was the fact that he was the architect of this situation, yet he could find no remedy. Time passed swiftly, and soon the year drew to a close. New Year's Eve was an ordinary night for Jiang Yunshu and Fu Chengzi. As per her usual routine, Jiang Yunshu retired to bed at the appointed hour. Fu Chengzi, however, remained on the sofa, staying awake until the early hours. Seizing the opportunity to cover her with a blanket, he gazed at her serene slumber and murmured, "Yunshu, I am sorry for the sorrow I caused you this past year. In the coming year, I hope you find joy." He reached out, intending to stroke her hair, but his hand hesitated in midair before retracting. His voice was barely above a whisper. "In the new year, can we have a fresh start?" The only reply was the gentle sound of her breathing. Around 1 in the morning, not long after Fu Chengzi had fallen asleep, he sensed the lights in the room flicker on. As he opened his eyes, he heard Jiang Yunshu calling his name. Fu Chengzi quickly rose from the sofa and approached her, assisting her to sit up. "Do you need to go to the bathroom?" he inquired. "I think my water broke," Jiang Yunshu replied calmly. "Let us go to the hospital." "All right, to the hospital we go." With the baby arriving a fortnight ahead of schedule, Fu Chengzi felt a surge of anxiety, far more intense than Jiang Yunshu's calm demeanor. Once in the car, he held her hand tightly. Aunt Luo turned to inquire, "Xiaoshu, are you feeling contractions?" Jiang Yunshu glanced at the time on her phone. "Yes, there will be a wave shortly, but the contractions aren't very painful." "It's alright, don't be nervous," Aunt Luo reassured, then, noticing Fu Chengzi's worried expression, added with a smile, "Chengzi, why are you more anxious than Xiaoshu? Even though the baby is arriving 2 weeks early, it's perfectly normal, so don't worry." Upon reaching the hospital, Jiang Yunshu began to genuinely feel pain, continuously adjusting her breathing to alleviate the discomfort. After being wheeled into the delivery room, a nurse conducted an internal examination, checked her blood pressure, and monitored the fetal heartbeat. Jiang Yunshu reclined on the bed, awaiting the administration of an epidural. After her blood was drawn, Fu Chengzi completed the necessary forms and signed his name before sitting at her bedside, gripping Jiang Yunshu's hand tightly. He watched her brow furrow in pain, gasping as if her very heart were constricting. In the past, he could handle even the most challenging situations with composure, yet now it felt as if he were facing insurmountable obstacles. His jaw clenched, and his lips pressed tightly together. The hours dragged on painfully. Slowly the Fu family received the news and hurried to the hospital. As the moment of delivery approached, Su Shuping turned to Fu Chengzi and said, "It's nearly time. You should step outside. I'll stay with Xiaoshu." Fu Chengzi, fraught with tension, stroked Jiang Yunshu's head, his eyes filled with unshakable concern. "Can I stay with you? It's not suitable for you to be here." Su Shuping observed Fu Chengzi's unwavering grip on Jiang Yunshu's hand. Since Jiang Yunshu did not ask him to wait outside, Su Shuping reluctantly conceded, "During the delivery, you can stand at the head of the bed and just watch Xiaoshu." Don T looked behind. Aunt Luo, concerned that Fu Chengzi might not grasp Su Shuping's reasoning, took the time to explain. Jiang Yunshu experienced a smooth delivery. Despite the excruciating pain, she did not shed a single tear until she heard the baby's cries, at which point her own tears flowed abundantly, her sobs louder than the infant's wails. "Congratulations, it's a girl," the nurse exclaimed with a smile. Fu Chengzi gently wiped away the tears from her eyes, leaning down to kiss her forehead, his voice choked with emotion. "Yunshu, you were so brave and remarkable. You've worked so hard." Once the baby was dressed and placed on Jiang Yunshu's chest, she ceased to cry. Fu Chengzi gazed down at the tiny being, her fair skin and large eyes reminiscent of Jiang Yunshu, though her nose and mouth bore a closer resemblance to him. Jiang Yunshu tenderly caressed the baby, her eyes radiating warmth. "Baby, I am your mother." Su Shuping remarked, "This child is truly beautiful. The upper half of her face resembles Xiaoshu, while the lower half resembles Chengzi." Jiang Yunshu lifted her gaze to Fu Chengzi, her voice faint. "Do you want to hold her?" Fu Chengzi's eyes lit up instantaneously, a mix of surprise and delight washed over him as he nodded, carefully taking the child into his arms. The baby opened her mouth and blew a bubble at him. As he looked down at the infant in his embrace, his eyes began to well with unshed tears. Outside the delivery room, when the nurse emerged carrying the baby, Grandma Fu, Fu Jingkuan, and Aunt Luo immediately rose from their chairs. "Congratulations, mother and daughter are safe. It's a little princess." Su Shuping stepped out of the delivery room, smiling as she spoke to Grandma Fu. "Mom, look at how beautiful this child is, even more so than Chengzi when he was born." "How can you compare her to Chengzi? We have a little lady here." Grandma Fu beamed, then asked, "Is Xiaoshu alright?" Su Shuping nodded. "She has just had the baby and is a bit weak. Chengzi is with her." Inside the room, Jiang Yunshu, having expended considerable energy, closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Fu Chengzi watched her for a while in silence before gently closing the door and stepping outside to call the Jiang family with the joyous news. Just before hanging up, He recalled how Jiang Yunshu had clutched the jade Buddha necklace around her neck for quite some time before falling asleep and asked, "Dad, was that jade Buddha necklace around Yunshu's neck a gift from you?" It was given to her by her mother, to bless Xiaoshu with a life of peace and smooth sailing. Fu Qingze hung up the phone, his throat tightening as he silently clenched his fists. He longed to punch himself fiercely. Years ago, he had witnessed Gu Jingyan hand over the jewelry box containing the jade Buddha necklace to Jiang Yunshu, watching her open it and drape the necklace around her neck, leading him to mistakenly believe she cherished the gift from Gu Jingyan. A single question could have clarified it all, yet he remained silent, ultimately succumbing to his own pride. Stepping back into the room, Fu Qingze sank into the sofa, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Yunshu, who lay in deep slumber. No matter how she might push him away, treat him coldly, or even trample upon his affections in the future, he resolved never to relinquish her hand. Chapter 46 Jiang Chu. Upon receiving the joyous news, the Jiang family hastily booked flights from Yunjiang to Beicheng. Fu Qingze instructed his assistant to arrange for someone to pick them up at the airport early the next morning. By the time Jiang Zhenghua and others arrived at the hospital, it was already past 3 in the afternoon the following day. The moment Jiang Zhenghua laid eyes on his daughter Jiang Yunshu lying in bed, his eyes instantly turned red. Standing anxiously outside the delivery room felt surreal. In the blink of an eye, his precious daughter had become a mother herself. Jiang Yunshu's eyes also glistened with emotion, yet her face bore a smile. "Dad, go take a look at your granddaughter, she is awake right now." Jiang Zhenghua approached the crib and saw the tiny baby staring intently at her own little hands. Su Shuping smiled as she spoke to her in-laws. The doctors and nurses all praised this little girl for her beauty and cheerful disposition. Although she arrived half a month earlier than her due date, thanks to Xiaoshu's care, she is healthy and fair, hardly resembling a newborn. Su Shuping's joy was palpable, and it was clear how much she adored her granddaughter. Jiang Yunshu was somewhat taken aback by Su Shuping's reaction. Previously, she had expressed a preference for a grandson, especially considering the inheritance issues of the Fu family, leading Jiang Yunshu to believe that Su Shuping was eagerly hoping for a boy. "She is truly beautiful," Jiang Zhenghua remarked. "Her eyes are just like when Xiaoshu was born." Fu Qingze, standing nearby, gazed at the baby with affection and tenderness. "She is as lovely as her mother." "Have you two decided on a name for the child?" Jiang Zhenghua inquired. Fu Qingze looked at Jiang Yunshu, refraining from answering on her behalf. Jiang Yunshu took the cue. "We've thought it through. The baby was born on New Year's Day, at dawn around 7 o'clock, so we decided to name her Jiang Chu. We hope she can always stay true to herself and approach every endeavor with calmness." Fu Qingze pondered for a moment and nodded. "Jiang Chu is a beautiful name, rich in meaning. It truly is a lovely name," Jiang Zhenghua replied, glancing at Su Shuping and then at Fu Qingze, cautiously asking, "The child will carry the Jiang surname?" Unaware that the couple had already agreed to name the child after her mother, Su Shuping turned her gaze toward Fu Qingze. Fu Qingze affirmed, "The baby will take Yunshu's surname, as we discussed beforehand." Su Shuping felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but, considering that the couple was divorced and custody belonged to Jiang Yunshu, she chose not to press the matter further. Fu Qingze turned his attention to the infant, softly calling, "Jiang Chu, sweetheart, do you like the name your mother chose for you?" Jiang Yunshu looked at Fu Qingze, her eyes shimmering slightly as she recalled the kiss he placed on her forehead at the moment of their baby's birth. His voice choked with emotion. The baby seemed to understand her father's words, breaking into a smile and playfully sticking out her tiny tongue. Fu Qingze chuckled softly, gently touching her little face, speaking tenderly to her. "You like the name your mother chose, don't you?" "Oh my little darling is so clever, even smiling at daddy," Su Shuping exclaimed, almost unrecognizable in her delight at seeing her son like this. After the emotional turmoil of his divorce from Jiang Yunshu, she felt a newfound tranquility, releasing a breath of relief as she said, "Let us stick with this name. Jiang Chu sounds far more charming than Fu Chu." Jiang Zhenghua nodded in satisfaction, reassured that the Fu family had treated his daughter well. The postpartum center where Jiang Yunshu resided was surrounded by a serene and picturesque environment, with a full sea view suite that allowed for the enjoyment of stunning sunsets in the afternoon. The Fu family had selected a postpartum caregiver early on, along with a nutritionist and a recovery specialist. Jiang Yunshu adhered to her postpartum recovery regimen diligently, occasionally indulging in facial treatments. When Li Rani video-called her, she jokingly remarked that Jiang Yunshu seemed to be on vacation. During this period, Fu Qingze remained at the postpartum center, only returning to the office when absolutely necessary. He usually worked in the study, eating whatever Jiang Yunshu left over from her meals. Even though two caregivers rotated in caring for the baby, Fu Qingze preferred to be hands-on, changing diapers and learning how to bathe the infant from the caregivers. The prenatal classes proved beneficial, as he confidently soothed the baby to sleep and expertly burped her, all while engaging her with black and white cards. Jiang Yunshu spent over 40 days in the postpartum center, and the baby's full moon celebration was also held there. After a complete month of recovery, Jiang Yunshu's body had restored its functions, and she had engaged in thorough recuperation. On the eve of her departure from the postpartum center, Jiang Yunshu watched Fu Qingze change the baby's diaper. She gently pinched the baby's chubby little feet and smiled. "Your little feet are so adorable." Jiang Chu had been well taken care of and had grown significantly in just over a month. Fu Qingze smiled as he finished changing her diaper and dressing her, playfully poking her little cheek. "Sweetheart, your mother is complimenting your cuteness." Jiang Chu had been a cheerful baby since birth, rarely crying except when hungry or needing a diaper change. Now, having been fed and changed, she beamed with delight, her round, grape-like eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Jiang Yunshu's heart melted at the sight. She slipped on the baby's little socks and leaned down to kiss her cheek. "Mommy's precious baby, how can you be so adorable?" Fu Qingze sat by the bed, recording the moment on his phone. Over the past month, his photo gallery was filled with countless images of Jiang Chu and Jiang Yunshu, even changing his lock screen to a picture of the two of them together. Jiang Yunshu had seen it by chance but chose to pretend she hadn't. As Fu Qingze watched the baby drift off to sleep, he put away his phone and he slightly tilted his head, observing Jiang Yunshu, whose lips curved into a gentle smile as she gazed lovingly at their sleeping child, and his heart softened. Unconsciously, he took Jiang Yunshu's hand and brought it to his face, placing a kiss on her fingertips. There was no hint of desire, just a tender touch, as light as a dragonfly landing on water. Feeling the coolness of his lips against her hand, Jiang Yunshu lifted her gaze to meet Fu Qingze's. The distance between them had narrowed, close enough for her to see her reflection in his eyes and discern the tenderness nestled within his brows. Fu Qingze longed not only to kiss her hand but also to embrace her and kiss her cheek. Noticing that Jiang Yunshu did not push him away, he reached up to caress the back of her head, leaning in to kiss her forehead. Just then, Jiang Yunshu, as if awakening from a dream, turned her head away. Fu Qingze withdrew his hand, his lashes fluttering downwards. Over this past month, Jiang Yunshu had indeed been touched. Each time she witnessed Fu Qingze cradling their baby and speaking softly to her, her heart would soften. But what truly moved her was the beautiful bond between father and daughter, the identity of Fu Qingze as a father. As for her relationship with Fu Qingze, it remained distinctly defined by their past as ex-spouses, with him firmly established in her mind as merely the baby's father. Until she could fully accept Fu Qingze once more, she was unwilling to ambiguously concede to the possibility of a fresh start. "The baby is asleep," Jiang Yunshu murmured softly. "Let us lay her in the crib." Fu Qingze nodded. "Alright." Chapter 47. A father's embrace. On the day of their departure from the confinement center and return to Shanghai Uefu, it was the 30th day of the 12th lunar month. Early in the morning, Aunt Luo arranged for the house to be beautifully decorated to welcome Jiang Yunshu and the baby home. The weather was splendid, warm and clear without a breeze. The baby, clad in a onesie and a charming hat, lay peacefully asleep in the stroller. Shortly after Fu Qingze and Jiang Yunshu arrived home with the baby, Li Rani and Gu Jingyan came bearing gifts. Aunt Chen opened the door. Having met Li Rani numerous times before, she greeted her warmly. Gu Jingyan, not considering himself an outsider, entered enthusiastically and introduced himself. "Hello, Auntie, this is my first visit, so you haven't met me before. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Jingyan, a friend of Yunshu's and the uncle of the child. You may call me Jingyan or Xiao Gu." Aunt Chen responded amicably, observing the two and smiling as she inquired, "Are you and Ronnie in a relationship?" "Who is in a relationship with him?" Li Rani replied with a disdainful expression. "Auntie, I have a boyfriend who is far more handsome." Gu Jingyan chuckled. "Auntie, the three of us, Ronnie, Yunshu, and I, are like siblings from different parents." "It seems Auntie has misunderstood," Aunt Chen said with a smile, inviting the two of them inside. Li Rani handed the flowers to Aunt Chen and asked, "Auntie, where are Yunshu and the baby?" Upon hearing the commotion at the door, Jiang Yunshu walked over to see the two changing their shoes and smiled. "You two are here so early?" Li Rani slipped on her slippers and immediately embraced Jiang Yunshu, asking, "Where is the little treasure? Is she sleeping?" Jiang Yunshu replied, "She is in the living room, having slept throughout the journey and just waking up now. I didn't manage to visit during her full month celebration, but now I can finally see my little niece," Gu Jingyan said, handing a gift to Jiang Yunshu. A small golden spoon. "I truly couldn't think of anything more original." Jiang Yunshu accepted it, saying, "It's not about the gift, it's the thought that counts." Fu Qingze was watching the baby, who had just woken up in the crib, when he heard the voices at the door. "Hurry, take me to see the little treasure," Li Rani said after washing her hands in the bathroom, linking her arm with Jiang Yunshu as they walked inside. Upon seeing Fu Qingze, Li Rani halted and whispered, "What is he doing here?" Jiang Yunshu smiled helplessly, "He is the child's father." Emerging from the restroom, Gu Jingyan followed Jiang Yunshu and Li Rani, locking eyes with Fu Qingze and raising an eyebrow, conveying a hint of provocation. Since learning that Jiang Yunshu had never harbored feelings for Gu Jingyan, Fu Qingze found him somewhat more agreeable, realizing that he was indeed somewhat at fault for his earlier remarks. It was a case of not knowing one another until now. Fu Qingze nodded at him in acknowledgement. This left Gu Jingyan momentarily perplexed, and after a pause, he remarked to Li Rani, "Now I see you're trying to win over Yunshu's family." "It's too late." Li Rani softly agreed and followed Jiang Yunshu, who led them to the crib where the baby was raising her tiny fists. With a teasing tone, she said, "Little treasure, do you remember your auntie?" The baby waved her little arms, rubbed her face, pouted, and began to cry. Li Rani gasped, looking disappointed. "Yunshu, does the baby not like me?" Jiang Yunshu reached out to hold the baby and reassured her, "She just woke up and wants to be held, it's not that she doesn't like you." Li Rani observed that the baby stopped crying as soon as Jiang Yunshu held her, yet she still felt disheartened. On the day of her full month, the nanny held her just fine, but when I reached out, she cried. "I must have no affinity with children." Jiang Yunshu chuckled, "She doesn't dislike you, if you reach out to her, she will grasp your finger immediately." Just as Li Rani was about to extend her finger toward the baby, she glanced at her manicured nails and withdrew her hand, saying, No, my nails might get in the way. "I wouldn't want to hurt the baby." Jiang Yunshu encouraged, "Now that she is awake, if you play with her, she'll smile at you." "Little treasure, you like your auntie, don't you?" Li Rani coaxed, "Give your auntie a smile. I have a big red envelope for you." The baby, well rested, let out a soft coo, nearly melting Li Rani's heart. Gu Jingyan reached out to the baby, who flailed her arms as if searching for her umbilical cord, gripping his finger tightly. Fu Qingze, seated on the sofa watching, furrowed his brow slightly but remained silent. Encouraged, Gu Jingyan eagerly asked, "Yunshu, may I hold her?" "Do you know how to hold a baby?" Li Rani immediately questioned. Gu Jingyan retorted, "I've held my cousin's child before and even lulled her to sleep. I have much more experience than you." Jiang Yunshu laughed softly and handed the baby to Gu Jingyan, saying, "Here, let your uncle hold you." Gu Jingyan indeed had some experience and held the baby correctly. However, Jiang Chu did not favor being held by strangers. Upon sensing something amiss, she began to whimper. Don't cry, is it uncomfortable being held by your uncle?" Gu Jingyan panicked at the sound of her cries and hurriedly attempted to return the child to Jiang Yunshu. Fu Qingze stood up and reached out to take the baby first, saying, "Be good, baby, daddy will hold you." His declaration carried an unmistakable pride in joy. Gu Jingyan could even detect a hint of boasting in his tone. Fu Qingze cradled the baby in his arms, gently patting her back while softly soothing her. "Don't cry, little one, daddy has got you." As soon as the baby was in Fu Qingze's embrace, she ceased her cries, licking her lips and beginning to blow bubbles. Li Rani and Gu Jingyan exchanged glances, both tilting their heads to observe Fu Qingze as if he were a stranger. "Yunshu, your husband," Li Rani began, only to realize her slip of the tongue. "I mean, your ex-husband actually has such a tender side?" Jiang Yunshu glanced at Fu Qingze, who held the baby, making her appear even smaller. "You both were quite gentle just now, speaking so sweetly to each other. Little treasure is so adorable. Even her cries are sweet and endearing. It makes me want to have one of my own," Li Rani remarked. "Yunshu, my mother is especially grateful to you. Previously, she urged me to find a partner, and I retorted that I would never marry or have children in this lifetime. Recently, when I video called her, I kept mentioning the little treasure, praising how lovely and beautiful she is. She has sensed the possibility of having a granddaughter and is over the moon." Jiang Yunshu smiled and asked, "Aren't you going back to Yunjiang for the new year?" "Of course," Li Rani replied. "I have a flight this afternoon. I am just stopping by for lunch, and then I'll head home for the New Year's Eve dinner." Jiang Yunshu nodded and then turned to Gu Jingyan, asking, "What about you, Jingyan? Where will you be spending the new year?" I'll be staying in Beicheng for the new year, Gu Jingyan said. My parents arrived in Beicheng yesterday afternoon and will be spending the holiday with my grandparents there. Li Rani cast a glance at Fu Chengze and quietly asked, Yunshu, do Jiang uncle and the others still not know about your divorce? Yes, Jiang Yunshu replied. Let us just enjoy the new year. I'll inform them after the holiday. Li Rani nodded, lost in thought, imagining that if Jiang uncle were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly bring Jiang Yunshu and the little treasure back to Yunjiang. Chapter 48 The father's status enhances the daughter's worth. As lunchtime approached, Fu Chengze observed the baby making persistent sucking motions with her tiny mouth. A glance at the clock on the wall confirmed that it was indeed time for her feeding. Since her birth, Jiang Chushu had opted for exclusive formula feeding, a decision she made early on, having herself been raised on formula. Additionally, the baby had shown no adverse reactions to the formula, reinforcing her choice. Fu Chengze gently lifted the baby from the stroller and walked over to Jiang Chushu, notifying her, Yunshu, the baby is hungry. I will take her upstairs to feed her. No sooner had he spoken than the baby began to whimper, on the verge of tears. Jiang Chushu rose from her seat, acknowledging, it is time for her feeding. While soothing the baby, Fu Chengze turned to Jiang Chushu, saying, you stay with your friends, I can manage this. Hearing this, Li Rani and Gu Jingyan exchanged knowing glances, silently communicating, how can this former husband make such... Jiang Chushu nodded in agreement, glancing at the baby who was now nibbling on her own tiny hand. Are you hungry, my dear? Let daddy take you to your milk. Fu Chengze carried his daughter upstairs, and as soon as they entered the room, the baby erupted into cries that tugged at his heartstrings. Accepting the bottle from the nanny, he brought the nipple to the baby's lips, murmuring, there, darling, no need to cry. Instantly, the baby ceased her wailing upon tasting the milk. Fu Chengze exhaled in relief, watching as his little one obediently drank, a sense of tranquility washing over him. He softly inquired, is it delicious, my little one? The baby, fists clenched, responded with contented sounds, gradually succumbing to sleepiness as she continued to drink, a delightful sight that amused Fu Chengze. Once he confirmed that the baby had fallen asleep, he quietly exited the room and descended the stairs. Downstairs, Jiang Chushu inquired upon seeing him, is the baby asleep? Fu Chengze nodded, she fell asleep right after finishing her milk. She is very well behaved. Jiang Chushu glanced toward the dining area, asking, would you like to stay for lunch, or return to the old house to celebrate the new year with grandma and your parents? Fu Chengze looked at her and replied candidly, I wish to stay here. Jiang Chushu met his gaze, saying, that is fine. Grandma just called to inform me that it is too cold outside, and she advised against bringing the baby back to the old house for New Year's Eve. She and my parents will come here in the afternoon, and we will have our reunion dinner together tonight. Fu Chengze nodded in understanding. The four of them gathered at the table, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness and subtle tension. If one were to rewind a few years, Gu Jingyan would never have believed that he would one day share a meal with Fu Chengze at the same table. Throughout the meal, it was primarily Li Rani who dominated the conversation. Jiang Chushu and Gu Jingyan occasionally ventured into their own topics, while Fu Chengze only chimed in when the baby was mentioned, leading her to suspect that the Fu family had a rule of silence during meals. As Li Rani busied herself with her food, she pondered how adept Fu Chengze was at soothing children, yet he struggled to comfort his own wife. He truly was rather reserved. After lunch, with Li Rani in a rush to catch her flight, she retrieved a red envelope from her bag and handed it to Jiang Chushu. Yunshu, this is a red envelope for Chuchu. Since the baby is still sleeping, Ani cannot say goodbye to her, so please wish her a happy new year on my behalf. Jiang Chushu accepted it, replying, all right, send me a message when you arrive in Yunjiang. As Li Rani prepared to leave, Gu Jingyan also took his leave, accompanying her out the door. Outside, Gu Jingyan encountered Li Rani's boyfriend, Su Jingji, who appeared quite dependable. My boyfriend is driving me to the airport, Li Rani said, shrugging nonchalantly. While Yunshu has a baby, I have found a boyfriend. It seems you are still standing still, here as to hoping you find someone in the new year. As Li Rani pumped her fist in encouragement, Gu Jingyan waved her off with a teasing retort, hurry along now. Once in the car, Li Rani asked Su Jingji, why did you call a cab instead of driving yourself? Su Jingji replied, my car is in for maintenance. Li Rani nodded, resting her head on his shoulder, what should I do? We are about to start a long-distance relationship, and I'm going to miss you so much. I want to tuck you into my pocket and take you with me. Su Jingji smiled, taking hold of her hand. They encountered some traffic on the way, and upon arriving at the airport, Li Rani was in a hurry to board, unable to bid a proper farewell to Su Jingji. As she hurriedly wished him a happy new year and turned to leave, he grasped her hand, leading her toward the boarding gate. Li Rani was taken aback. Why are you going in this direction? I also booked a ticket to Yunjiang, on the same flight as you, Su Jingji explained. I will accompany you back to Yunjiang for the new year. I've already booked a hotel. Li Rani was pleasantly surprised, but her thoughts immediately turned to his parents. Aren't you spending the new year with your family? My parents are traveling abroad, Su Jingji reassured her, dispelling her concerns. Li Rani gleefully shook their joined hands. As the plane took off, Li Rani glanced at Su Jingji and quickly planted a kiss on his cheek, whispering, "Thank you." Su Jingji turned to her, asking, "Are you happy?" Seeing her nod, he gently ruffled her hair, saying, "As long as you're happy." Gu Jingyan returned home after leaving Shanghai Ufu, where the household staff had begun preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. In the hours leading up to the dinner, he was incessantly urged by the elders to find a partner. Knowing he had dined at Shanghai Ufu, Gu's mother casually mentioned Jiang Chushu. "I genuinely like this girl, Yunshu. I never expected she would marry and have children. Back when you were in high school, I had hoped you would develop a relationship with her." Gu Jingyan frowned. "Mother, I have always regarded Yunshu as a sister, and as you said, she already has a child." That comment was quite inappropriate. Please refrain from mentioning it again. Gu's father interjected, "Director Zhao and I are old acquaintances. His daughter is 2 years younger than you. In a few days, accompany me to a dinner meeting." The implication was clear. Gu Jingyan was unwilling to engage in an argument with his father during the festive season, glancing at his young nephew. How, let us go out and watch the fireworks." Taking his nephew outdoors was meant to provide a breath of fresh air, but the little one insisted on buying candy. He led his nephew to a 24-hour convenience store, and just as they approached, he spotted a familiar face through the glass. What a fortuitous encounter! Gu Jingyan entered the store and greeted, "Gongyan, what a coincidence to see you again." Gongyan, enjoying some oden, looked up at the sound of his voice. "Gu Lao." "Gu Jingyan, what a pleasant surprise." His nephew glanced between his uncle and the beautiful lady, tugging at Gu Jingyan's sleeve. "Uncle, is this sister your girlfriend?" Chapter 49. Happy New Year. The air hung thick with an unspoken awkwardness for several seconds. Gu Jingyan affectionately ruffled his young nephew's hair, saying, "Don't speak out of turn, this is your uncle's friend, call her Sister Gongyan." The little nephew obediently chimed, "Hello, Sister Gongyan." Gongyan smiled warmly, replying, "Hello." Gu Jingyan cast a glance at the oden before her and playfully inquired, "Did you not have enough to eat for New Year's Eve dinner?" "I didn't have the New Year's Eve dinner. I just finished work," Gongyan explained. "I'm not from Beicheng, so I didn't return home for the holidays this year." Gu Jingyan was somewhat taken aback and asked, "Are you spending the New Year alone?" Gongyan nodded, "It's quite all right. For me, the greatest significance of the New Year is simply to relax and indulge in sleep." Gu Jingyan regarded her thoughtfully. "Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal." The sudden invitation left Gongyan momentarily stunned, and she quickly declined, "Thank you, but that's not necessary. I'm almost full." "Is this really all you plan to eat on New Year's Eve?" Gu Jingyan retorted. "Don't be so polite, I'm familiar with this place, and I'll take you to a restaurant owned by a friend of mine that is still open at this hour." Noticing Gongyan's lingering hesitation, he turned to his nephew and added, "They have chocolate cupcakes." Upon hearing chocolate cupcakes, the little nephew's eyes sparkled with excitement as he tugged at Gongyan's hand, exclaiming, "Sister, let us go." Gongyan looked at Gu Jingyan, caught in a moment of indecision. Gu Jingyan gestured toward the door with a tilt of his chin, "Come on, or else this little rascal will start causing a ruckus." Outside, trees adorned with twinkling lights created a vibrant New Year atmosphere. Gu Jingyan led Gongyan and his nephew to a quaint restaurant nestled in a small alley. As they entered, someone called out, "Brother Jingyan," warmly inviting them to take a seat initially reserved. Gongyan gradually relaxed as the lively ambience enveloped her. As the restaurant owner escorted guests out, he discreetly pulled Gu Jingyan aside and asked, "Are you fond of that girl?" Gu Jingyan, uncharacteristically patient, replied, "I just couldn't bear to see her spending the new year alone in a foreign place." "I see, so you feel sorry for her." The owner chuckled. Gu Jingyan, realizing he shouldn't have explained, playfully admonished, "Get lost." Afterward, Gu Jingyan accompanied his nephew and escorted Gongyan to the entrance of her residential complex. As she began to express her gratitude, he interrupted, "How many times have you thanked me? No need to be so polite." Just then, fireworks erupted overhead, and he proclaimed, "Happy New Year." Gongyan glanced up at the dazzling display, her eyes misting slightly as she redirected her gaze to his face, returning the New Year wishes. Upon returning home, Gu Jingyan found the elders of the family gathered on the sofa, engrossed in the Spring Festival Gala. His nephew, shedding his outer coat, dashed over to share a secret, exclaiming, "Uncle has a girlfriend. He took a beautiful sister out to dinner." Gu Jingyan shot a glance at the rumor spreader, feeling an inexplicable itch in his palms. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the concerned elders, he resigned himself to the situation, nodding absently, all right, we'll talk more when the relationship stabilizes." The Shangbayu mansion had hired a private chef for a lavish New Year's Eve feast. After the dinner, Granny Fu distributed red envelopes, the first of which she presented to Jiang Chu, saying, "This is your first New Year, my dear." The baby seemed to sense the festive atmosphere and was particularly lively, babbling incessantly. "Whose little chatterbox is this?" Su Shuping teased the baby, "Look at those sparkling eyes." The baby shyly hid in Jiang Yunshu's embrace upon being teased. Su Shuping's eyes brimmed with affection. "Oh dear, our Chu Chu is feeling shy." After 10 o'clock, following the departure of Granny Fu, Su Shuping, and Fu Jingkuan, the once bustling room fell into a serene quiet. Ascending the stairs, Fu Qingze cradled the baby in his arms, preparing to give her a bath. Jiang Yunshu leaned over the bed, kissing her chubby little face. "Sweetheart, soon it will be time for your lovely bath." The baby giggled, waving her little arms to touch Jiang Yunshu's face. Fu Qingze gathered the bathing supplies and approached Jiang Yunshu, saying, "It's time for the bath." "Just a moment," Jiang Yunshu replied, watching their daughter with a smile, "Who was making a stinky?" Fu Qingze settled beside the bed, observing the baby clenching her tiny fists and making soft sounds. After the baby finished her business, she looked at her parents with a particularly sweet smile. Jiang Yunshu laughed at the baby's antics and was completely unaware that Fu Qingze had leaned in closer. As she rose to undress the baby, she accidentally bumped her head against his chin. Fu Qingze quickly reached out to stroke her hair, furrowing his brow. "Did that hurt?" "I'm fine, it didn't hurt," Jiang Yunshu replied, creating some distance between them. Fu Qingze gazed at her for a few seconds, then remarked as he watched her casually unbutton the baby's clothes, "Let me handle this." Just then, Jiang Yunshu's phone buzzed with a message. She acknowledged it with a nod, relinquishing the task to Fu Qingze. Sitting up, she glanced at her phone. It was a fireworks video shared by Li Rani. Fu Qingze disposed of the soiled diaper and, after cleaning the baby, gently wiped her little face with tenderness and patience. The baby squirmed in Fu Qingze's embrace, waving her little hands and feet, clearly resisting. "Be good, sweetheart, we'll wash your face and then it's bath time," Fu Qingze soothed while wiping her face. Hearing the baby's whines, Jiang Yunshu approached and held her little hand. "What's wrong? Aren't you the one who loves baths the most?" Fu Qingze supported the baby's head with one hand while continuing to wash her hair. At this moment, the baby was obedient, neither crying nor fussing. Jiang Yunshu gently pinched her little face, saying, "So that's it, you wanted mommy to join you, didn't you? Is it because mommy was looking at her phone earlier?" Listening to Jiang Yunshu speak to the baby, Fu Qingze couldn't help but smile, so adorable. Jiang Yunshu watched as Fu Qingze skillfully dried the baby's hair and placed her on the bath mat, exclaiming, "Fu Qingze, you are going to be a wonderful father." Surprised by her words, Fu Qingze turned to glance at her, covering the baby's belly with a small towel, and softly replied, "Yunshu, you know I aspire to be more than just a good father." Jiang Yunshu lowered her eyelashes and touched the baby's tiny feet, saying, "What is making you so happy? You love baths the most, don't you?" After bathing the baby and completing her massage, Jiang Yunshu felt drowsy watching the baby fall asleep. Noticing her yawn, Fu Qingze lowered his voice, "If you're tired, go to sleep. I'll stay here." With the nanny on holiday for the new year and Aunt Luo also gone for the family reunion, Jiang Yunshu felt much more at ease with Fu Qingze present. Outside, fireworks illuminated the night sky, and Jiang Yunshu turned her head to watch. Fu Qingze, however, kept his gaze fixed on her. When she turned back, he said softly, "Happy New Year." Chapter 50. The new year passed in a rather mundane manner, yet the presence of baby Jiang Chu brought forth moments of joy and warmth. On the first day back at work following the holiday, Fu Qingze brought a framed photograph of Jiang Yunshu and the baby to the office, placing it prominently on his desk. The outside world remained oblivious to the news of Fu Qingze's divorce from Jiang Yunshu, though his assistant was well aware of the situation. Upon noticing the picture frame on his boss's desk and glancing at the wedding ring adorning Fu Qingze's finger, the assistant quickly comprehended the current dynamics. The mode of address could not change, she still had to refer to him as Sir. During the first month back at work, Fu Qingze found himself exceedingly busy, with numerous social obligations leaving him little time for rest. Nevertheless, every day after work, he would make a trip to Shangbaiju Mansion to spend time with the baby, and it also afforded him the chance to see Jiang Yunshu. However, more often than not, baby Jiang Chu would be asleep, and he seldom caught sight of Jiang Yunshu. On this particular Friday, Fu Qingze decided to decline some less important social engagements, leaving the office early and instructing his driver to head to Shangbaiju Mansion. Upon entering, he was greeted by Aunt Luo, and he immediately inquired, "Aunt Luo, is Yunshu at home?" "She is not home," Aunt Luo replied. "Xiao Shu has been quite busy with work lately. I overheard her mentioning something about dealing with trademark infringement issues." Fu Qingze nodded and ascended the stairs to see the baby. Upon pushing open the door, he observed the nanny assisting the baby with tummy time and rolling over. "Mr. Fu," the nanny acknowledged, stepping aside to allow him space. Fu Qingze settled down at the bedside, softly calling out to the little one. The baby turned her head and, after a moment of surprise, recognized her father. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she waved her little arms and smiled sweetly. In that instant, all fatigue dissipated. Fu Qingze lifted the baby into his arms, pressing his cheek against hers. "My dear, are you so happy to see Daddy?" He grasped her tiny hand. "Daddy is happy too. You re such a good girl." Upon returning home, Jiang Yunshu immediately deduced from the shoes by the door that Fu Qingze was upstairs. She shed her coat, changed her shoes, and after washing her hands in the restroom, ascended the staircase. As she entered the room, the sounds of her baby's laughter and Fu Qingze's gentle voice engaging with the child reached her ears. Hearing the door close, Fu Qingze turned to see Jiang Yunshu. She appeared somewhat different today. Her makeup accentuated her features, with brows like distant mountains and lips akin to cherry blossoms. Her long, lustrous hair was elegantly pinned up, and she donned a knitted cardigan adorned with multicolored diamond buttons, enhancing her graceful and refined demeanor. Jiang Yunshu approached, gently pinching the baby's little face. "My darling, did you forget who mommy is after just a short while?" The baby seemed to understand her playful teasing, breaking into a wide grin and babbling incoherently with joy. Fu Qingze gazed down at Jiang Yunshu, his eyes lingering on her long, alabaster neck. Feeling a warmth rise within him, with a tender gaze, Jiang Yunshu reached out to the baby. "Would you like mommy to hold you?" Observing the baby extend her little arms, Jiang Yunshu took her from Fu Qingze's embrace. The baby nestled against Jiang Yunshu's chest, laughing as she hid in her embrace. Jiang Yunshu felt her heart melt. "Did you miss mommy?" Fu Qingze, brought back to the moment, yearned to respond on behalf of his daughter. He thought about how much he missed her. Although it had only been 4 days since they last saw each other, it felt as though 4 months had passed. Perhaps it was because the parents hadn't spent time together with her in a while, that baby Jiang Chu, after finishing her milk, refused to sleep, yawning and amusing herself with her own antics. As her phone rang, Jiang Yunshu retrieved it from her pocket, answering while the baby clutched her little pinky tightly with her other hand. Upon hearing a man's voice on the other end, Fu Qingze looked at Jiang Yunshu, unable to discern the conversation. He only caught her replying, "All right, let us meet at 6 tomorrow evening. Any location is fine." "Yataishuan, that works, it's not far from where I live." "Great, see you tomorrow then." Fu Qingze watched as Jiang Yunshu ended the call, lowering his gaze to quickly type a message with one hand, seemingly forwarding a document to someone on WeChat. Presumably regarding work matters, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. As Jiang Yunshu put her phone away, Fu Qingze spoke up. "I heard from Aunt Luo that you've been busy dealing with trademark infringement issues. What is going on?" Jiang Yunshu briefly explained. it's a matter of trademark authorization. I've already consulted a lawyer. Fu Qingze responded with a simple, before asking, do you need my assistance? Jiang Yinshu shook her head, her gaze lowered, no, I can handle it. Fu Qingze studied the woman before him, his gaze fixating on her elegant nose and beautiful red lips, his eyes deepening with contemplation. Jiang Yinshu gestured for silence, whispering, the baby is asleep. Turning his head, Fu Qingze noticed that the baby had indeed fallen asleep in that brief moment. As they stepped out, Fu Qingze was about to finish the conversation they had left hanging when a call from his assistant interrupted him. Jiang Yinshu, also preoccupied with her own busy schedule, paid no mind to Fu Qingze as she walked into the study to attend to her work. After concluding his call, Fu Qingze knocked on the study door. Hearing a response from within, he entered to find Jiang Yinshu engrossed in her tasks, not even glancing up at him, prompting him to refrain from interrupting. The following evening, Jiang Yinshu donned her coat and stepped out, hailing a cab to Yatechuan. Since taking on her work responsibilities, she had been particularly busy, juggling projects from the Jiang Group alongside an invitation from the Tea Circulation Association. Considering her need to care for the baby, Jiang Yinshu only took on critical tasks. Her schedule had initially been well organized, but she encountered issues with trademark infringement. As the founder of Wunlan Chaos Hen, she had not authorized the trademark to Fengshan Tea Industry, thus enlisting a lawyer to protect her rights. However, due to previous collaborations with Fengshan Tea Industry, resolving the matter proved more complex than anticipated. Upon entering Yatechuan, Jiang Yinshu was guided to a private room by the waiter. Upon seeing her, Chisun promptly rose and extended his hand. Ms. Jiang, a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Yinshu reciprocated, hello. Chisun invited her to take a seat, stating, Ms. Jiang, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I need to travel early tomorrow, so I could only meet you at this hour to discuss the progress of your case in detail. Jiang Yinshu nodded, no problem, I understand. Chisun retrieved documents from his briefcase, glancing at Jiang Yinshu as he asked, would you like me to order you a drink? I can order myself, Jiang Yinshu replied, summoning the waiter, a glass of soda water, please. Thank you. Meanwhile, the Fu Group's office building gleamed brightly. Fu Qingze finished signing documents and glanced at his watch, noting it was already 6:20. He rose and approached the window, observing the light drizzle outside, his expression contemplative. The driver parked in front of the office building, promptly opening the rear door as Fu Qingze exited. Once inside, the driver started the vehicle, mentally mapping the route to Shangbaiju Mansion, but was then instructed from the back seat, take me to Yatechuan. Chapter 51. On the verge of shattering as the soda on the table dwindled to half a glass, a call from Jiang Zhenghua interrupted the moment. Jiang Yinshu picked up the phone resting on the table and said to Chisun, I apologize, I need to take this call. By all means, Chisun extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. On the other end of the line, Jiang Zhenghua's voice was notably grave. Xiao Shu, what has transpired between you and Qingze? Jiang Yinshu's eyes widened. I am currently preoccupied. I will explain everything in detail when I return home. Very well, then, you continue with your tasks, I shall not disturb you further. Jiang Zhenghua added, Xiao Shu, I may have spoken rather harshly earlier, but my call was not an interrogation. I merely worry that you might be feeling wronged. I stand by my previous statement, whatever decision you make, I will support you. Jiang Yinshu felt a lump in her throat, replying softly, thank you. Chisun observed as Jiang Yinshu ended the call, putting away his own phone. He had noticed her bare ring finger earlier, and seizing the moment, he inquired, is Ms. Jiang currently single? Jiang Yinshu furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing this. I mean no offense, Chisun clarified, in Beicheng, it is nearly impossible not to know President Fu. Initially, I was torn between addressing you as Mrs. Fu or Ms. Jiang. However, considering that our communication is in the capacity of the founder of Wunlan Chaoshang, I deemed it more appropriate to refer to you as Ms. Jiang. I was contemplating how I should address you in future encounters. Jiang Yinshu's expression softened. Chisun exhibited a commendable composure and affability, revealing a person of great refinement. She smiled politely, saying, it is quite all right. This form of address is perfectly suitable. Chisun nodded in understanding and tactfully shifted the conversation back to business. As for the progress of the rights protection, the overall situation is as follows. While the circumstances have become somewhat intricate, the likelihood of success remains high. In the coming days, should any issues arise, please feel free to contact my assistant. Jiang Yunshu nodded. Alright, thank you. Chisun smiled. You are too kind. Upon arriving at the Ataishian lobby, Chisun noticed the rain had begun to fall outside and instructed the attendant at the entrance to fetch 2 umbrellas. Since giving birth, Jiang Yunshu had not called Uncle Li to be her dedicated driver, allowing him to return to work at the Fu family estate. While waiting for the attendant, Jiang Yunshu opened her phone to summon a ride, but Chisun interjected, "Allow me to drive you home." Jiang Yunshu politely declined, "No need, thank you." Chisun glanced outside and remarked, "The rain is intensifying, and given the peak traffic hour, hailing a cab will be quite difficult." Jiang Yunshu checked her ride-hailing app and realized it was indeed impossible to get a ride, contemplating that driving herself would be more convenient next time. "I had originally scheduled for tomorrow morning, so I feel quite guilty for coming a day early." Chisun, now holding the umbrella, said, "Let us go. My car is parked just outside." Chisun opened the umbrella and extended it toward Jiang Yunshu. "Thank you." As she reached out to take it, a familiar voice mingled with the sound of raindrops reached her ears. She lifted her gaze, following the sound, and saw a man approaching her, holding a black umbrella and striding toward her with impeccably tailored suit pants. Fu Qingze stopped before Jiang Yunshu, his brow furrowed in an inscrutable darkness, his eyes scanning Chisun with a scrutinizing glance. Chisun, observing the man with the umbrella, noted his tall, statuesque figure, sharp features, and an aura of aloofness and authority that surrounded him, exuding a commanding presence. Although he had never directly interacted with Fu Qingze, he had seen him in magazines and business channels. Ignoring the subtle, unspoken tension between them, he composedly greeted, "President Fu, it is a pleasure." Fu Qingze's expression was cold. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yunshu, caught off guard, glanced at his long, pale hand gripping the umbrella before looking up at him and asking, "What brings you here?" Hearing her question, Fu Qingze's gaze softened considerably. "It is raining outside. I came to take you home." Jiang Yunshu responded with a non-committal then turned to Chisun, saying, "Shilu, I will trouble you with the rights protection matter. If there are any developments or if additional information is needed, we will get in touch promptly." Chisun replied affirmatively, "Understood. Goodbye." Fu Qingze positioned the umbrella over both of them, tilting his gaze down to notice Jiang Yunshu's coat was rather thin. He inquired, "Are you cold?" Jiang Yunshu replied that she was fine, and together they walked to the car. Chisun observed the two walking side by side under the same umbrella, though a subtle distance lingered between them, reminiscent of his own amicable separation from his ex-wife. Once inside the car, Fu Qingze instructed the driver to raise the heating. Jiang Yunshu's phone buzzed incessantly with incoming messages. Turning to her, Fu Qingze asked, "Have you been busy lately?" Jiang Yunshu responded somewhat dismissively, scrolling through photos sent by the photographer's studio. "I have scheduled a photographer to come and take 100-day portraits of Chu-Chu. If you have time, you might want to join us. It would be helpful to soothe the baby when she is uncooperative." Fu Qingze acknowledged, "All right," noticing her placing the phone to her ear, dialing a number. "Brother Jingzhou, have you been busy lately?" Upon hearing this, Fu Qingze realized she was speaking to her cousin, Jiang Jingzhou. "Yes, I am currently overseeing 2 projects at the company, and due to trademark infringement issues, I have indeed been quite occupied. Chu-Chu is still small. I do not want to miss the time to accompany her because of work, so I would like to delegate one of the projects." "Thank you, Brother Jingzhou. I will inform Shaoli to prepare for the handover." Throughout the journey, Jiang Yunshu was preoccupied with returning calls and messages, determined to settle all trivial matters before arriving home to spend quality time with her baby. Upon arriving at Shangbaiuefu, Jiang Yunshu removed her coat and, while changing her shoes, asked Aunt Luo, "Has Chu-Chu woken up?" "Yes," Aunt Luo replied, "the maternity nurse has just changed her diaper." Jiang Yunshu turned to Fu Qingze, saying, "You go upstairs to play with Chu-Chu for a while. I worry about catching a cold, so I will take a hot shower first." She added to Aunt Luo, "Please boil me a bowl of ginger water." Fu Qingze's footsteps upstairs felt unusually heavy. He had been waiting, hoping for Jiang Yunshu to grant them another chance at a fresh start, yet, aside from their time spent with their daughter, their communication had been nearly non-existent, and their relationship had shown no signs of progress. Until today, he had remained patiently hopeful, but now he felt a profound sense of urgency, for he had come to realize that the person Jiang Yunshu might be willing to give another chance to was not necessarily him. After finishing her shower, Jiang Yunshu donned her pajamas and went to the baby's room. "Let me hold her," she said, taking the baby from Fu Qing's arms and affectionately pressing her nose against the baby's. Fu Qingze gazed intently at Jiang Yunshu, contemplating for a long moment before softly calling her name, Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu was engrossed in her interaction with the baby, responding absent-mindedly, "May I pursue you?" Jiang Yunshu was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at him, and seeing the seriousness in his expression, which held a hint of vulnerability and caution. "I wish to start anew with you. I do not want our only interactions to be when we are with our daughter." Jiang Yunshu blinked slowly, inexplicably reminded of the day Fu Qingze proposed to her, calm and unassuming, as if those words, which should have carried immense weight, were casually mentioned. And at this moment, he seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart. Chapter 52. Anyone can. Fu Qingze fixed his gaze on Jiang Yunshu, attempting to decipher her inner thoughts through her expressions, while his own anxiety was candidly etched upon his face. Confronted with Fu Qingze's profound gaze, which bore the semblance of one awaiting judgment, Jiang Yunshu felt quite uneasy. Ever since the birth of their child, she had devoted nearly all her energy to the baby, and coupled with her hectic work schedule, she found herself devoid of time to contemplate the evolution of her relationship with Fu Qingze. Moreover, whoever in pursuit would first inquire if it were permissible to pursue. One person anxiously awaited a response, another felt at a loss for how to reply, and a third was cooing in baby language to garner the attention of her parents. "What's the matter, darling?" Jiang Yunshu tilted her head to look at the baby, gently touching foreheads. "Is it because mommy hasn't played with you?" Fu Qingze followed her gaze to their daughter. Couldn't she wait for mommy to finish speaking? He reached out and lightly touched her small face, letting out a helpless yet amused sigh. At that moment, the phone on the bedside table lit up, and Jiang Yunshu glanced over to see it was a call from Jiang Zhenghua. Fearing he might worry, she decided to return the call first. "I'm going to call my dad back," Jiang Yunshu said, handing the baby to Fu Qingze. "You keep her entertained for a bit." Fu Qingze, aware of her recent workload, assumed she was discussing work matters with Jiang Zhenghua and paid little mind to it. He cradled the baby, noticing her gaze following Jiang Yunshu's retreating figure. Her lip quivered as if on the verge of tears. Hastily, he picked up a small rattle nearby to capture her attention, gently coaxing, "Sweetheart, mommy's just stepping out to call grandpa. She'll be back soon." Jiang Yunshu entered the study to return the call, succinctly explaining the reasons and timing of her divorce from Fu Qingze. "It's been quite some time since the separation. Why didn't you inform the family sooner?" "I didn't want to worry you," Jiang Yunshu replied. "Rest assured, I'm doing well now, not a bit wronged. The Fu family has never treated me poorly. If nothing else, the fact that our daughter carries my surname speaks volumes, doesn't it?" Jiang Zhenghua felt a surge of indignation. "While the Fu family may not have wronged you, they must have hurt your heart." Jiang Yunshu lowered her gaze. Perhaps time truly possesses a healing power. Emerging from the shadows of past emotions, those that once caused her pain and disappointment had gradually faded, much like the adage suggests, time heals all wounds. Not hearing a response from his daughter, Jiang Zhenghua sensed her inner turmoil and prompted, "Xiaoshu, if you have something on your mind, please share it with me. The more you remain silent, the more I worry." Jiang Yunshu responded with a soft hesitating for a few moments before saying, "Dad, do you think I might be being overly sentimental? A significant part of the reason for my divorce from Fu Qingze stemmed from misunderstandings, which he has since clarified. Now that we have our daughter, shouldn't I consider reconciling with him?" Jiang Zhenghua detected her confusion and, from the perspective of an observer, advised, "Xiaoshu, ask yourself 2 questions." "What questions?" Jiang Yunshu inquired. "First, do you wish to reconcile primarily for the sake of our daughter? Second, are you able to accept him anew without any reservations?" Upon hearing these questions, Jiang Yunshu found herself with clarity. "Xiaoshu, I have always taught you to be patient in all endeavors, and relationships are no different. Do not rush, take your time, and remember, you deserve the very best. I take great comfort in your thoughtful choices." A warmth enveloped Jiang Yunshu's heart as she replied, "Thank you, Dad. Do not allow yourself to be wronged. If you no longer wish to remain in Beicheng, just tell me, and I will take you and our daughter back to Yunjiang. With her heart steady, she affirmed, all right. In the room, Fu Qingze lay on the bed, a colorful fabric book in hand, narrating a bedtime story to the baby. Jiang Yunshu approached the bedside and sat down, listening to the fluctuations in Fu Qingze's tone as he mimicked various animal sounds, eliciting a soft laugh from her. Fu Qingze, keenly attuned to her smile, inquired, "What brings you joy?" "This storytelling truly tests one's imagination," Jiang Yunshu remarked. "You're doing quite well. Please continue." However, Fu Qingze's focus was not on her praise of his imaginative storytelling but rather on the smile she had just bestowed upon him. Unaware of his encouraged gaze, Jiang Yunshu lay down beside the baby, reaching out to hold her tiny hand. As Fu Qingze spun tales of a fantastical forest, Jiang Yunshu felt her eyelids growing heavier, and despite her attempts to stay awake, she soon succumbed to slumber. Noticing her closed eyes, Fu Qingze set the fabric book aside, gently draping a blanket over her. He whispered to the baby, "Daddy may not have lulled you to sleep, but he has certainly lulled Mommy to rest." Cradling the baby, he began to sway gently, pacing the room. The baby nestled in his arms, as if cradled in a rocking chair, slowly closed her eyes. When Fu Qingze placed the baby in her crib, she immediately awoke and began to wail. All right. Fu Qingze swiftly lifted her back into his arms, soothing her, "Chuchu, be a good girl and don't wake Mommy." He continued to comfort her while glancing back at Jiang Yunshu, who had been stirred awake by the cries. Jiang Yunshu rose and approached Fu Qingze, asking, "What's the matter?" Fu Qingze gently patted the baby, responding, "She woke the moment she touched the mattress." "She finds security in sleeping in your arms," Jiang Yunshu noted. "Just yesterday, it took half an hour of rocking her to sleep before I could set her down. With such efforts, it would take another half an hour for the baby to drift off again." Exiting the room, Jiang Yunshu stifled a yawn, intending to return to her own room for some rest when Fu Qingze called out to her. Jiang Yunshu gazed at him through misty eyes. "You still haven't answered me," Fu Qingze said earnestly, "may I pursue you?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yunshu felt a surge of clarity and nodded. Fu Qingze's eyes flickered with hope, only to hear her add, "Anyone can." Her heartbeat seemed to falter for a moment. Noticing the slight droop of his eyelashes, she turned and walked towards her room. "Yunshu," Fu Qingze grasped her wrist, "since you've permitted me to pursue you, please remove me from your blacklist." Jiang Yunshu did not refuse. She merely nodded in agreement. Upon returning to his residence, Fu Qingze discovered that Jiang Yunshu had accepted his friend request. He browsed through her social media, noting that in the past 3 months, she had posted only a single photo of the baby. Lacking experience in dating and pursuing, Fu Qingze nonetheless harbored a multitude of activities he wished to share with Jiang Yunshu. Coincidentally, a film he knew she adored was set to be re-released. Just as he was about to mention this to her, she sent a message stating her intention to visit Chaocheng. Chapter 53. Waiting for your return. This marks the first time since the birth of their child that Jiang Yunshu has ventured far from home. Although a maternity nurse and Aunt Luo are present in the household, and Fu Qingze visits the Shangbeiyu residence daily to accompany their baby, Jiang Yunshu still feels a twinge of unease in her heart, primarily due to her reluctance to part with her daughter, even if only for a brief span of 2 or 3 days. Observing Jiang Yunshu's apprehension and sorrow, Fu Qingze offered reassurance, saying, "Rest assured, I will remain here these few days. If you miss our daughter, just video call me." Jiang Yunshu nodded in acknowledgement, replying softly, Fu Qingze took hold of her suitcase. "Let us go, I will escort you to the airport." The weather today was delightful. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow, enveloping them in comfort. As they journeyed to the airport, the atmosphere within the car was tranquil, with Fu Qingze playing a gentle, soothing melody. Stealing a glance at the person beside him, he found immense contentment simply being in her presence. However, Jiang Yunshu's thoughts lingered on their daughter, prompting her to pick up her phone and call Aunt Luo. "Aunt Luo, the weather is lovely today. Once Chuchu wakes up, please remember to take her out for some sunshine." After Jiang Yunshu ended the call, Fu Qingze inquired, "Yunshu, may I ask what work you will be attending to during your business trip to Chaocheng?" He subtly sought to delve into her professional life, hoping to weave himself back into the fabric of her existence. "There is an event organized by the Tea Circulation Association to select representatives for national tea figures. I am honored to have been awarded the title of a national tea figure in the floral tea category, thanks to the brand Wunlan Chaosheng, Zhang Yunshu explained. In addition to attending the award ceremony, I will also be meeting with a partner from the food and beverage industry. Fu Qingze could sense the busyness of her schedule and felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, understanding it was her work, he refrained from intervening and simply advised, no matter how busy work gets, make sure to rest well and do not overexert yourself. Zhang Yunshu replied affirmatively, I will keep that in mind. After a moment of silence in the car, Fu Qingze posed another question. Yunshu, is the Wunlan Chaosheng brand related to your mother? Zhang Yunshu was taken aback and turned to look at Fu Qingze. How did you know? His inquiry confirmed Fu Qingze's suspicions. On the night he had picked her up from Yutashuan, perhaps driven by a man's intuition and an unexpected sense of crisis, he had instructed his assistant to investigate Qi Sr. In the course of examining the trademark infringement case, he had also looked into the brand she had created, Wunlan Chaosheng. This brand utilized tender buds from early spring as the tea base, blending them with unbloomed jasmine flowers to achieve a perfect fusion of floral and tea aromas. Given that Zhang Yunshu's mother bore the surname Wen, coupled with the jasmine, he had arrived at this conjecture. I merely guessed based on your mother's surname and the jasmine flower, Fu Qingze remarked. Once you finish this busy period, let us take Chu-Chu back to Yunjiang. Fu Qingze's casual conjecture stirred a wave of emotions within Zhang Yunshu. She had not anticipated that he would take the time to learn about her floral tea brand, nor that he would sense her yearning for her mother. Turning to face Fu Qingze, her expression remained cool and aloof, yet his gaze upon her was as gentle as the warm sun at that moment. Zhang Yunshu lowered her eyes, her gaze falling upon the wedding ring on his ring finger. My father is already aware of our divorce. Fu Qingze was rendered speechless, a bittersweet sensation flooding his heart once more. He understood that her words implied he was not qualified to accompany her and their child back to Yunjiang. In truth, he was aware of this reality. After the gifts he had sent to the Jiang family in Yunjiang were returned, he had spoken with Jiang Zhenghua, who had already learned of their divorce. Jiang Zhenghua had not berated him outright, but the implications of his words were clear. He would no longer be welcomed into the Jiang family. Upon arriving at the airport, Fu Qingze retrieved her suitcase from the trunk. Zhang Yunshu accepted it from him, saying, just drop me off here, thank you. Fu Qingze reached out and took her hand, slipping a small tin into her palm. Zhang Yunshu looked down and found a box of Sakura peach-flavored mints. She was momentarily taken aback, then raised her gaze to meet his steady eyes. Many years ago, during a chance encounter at a convenience store near Beijing Aviation University, she had picked up a box of mints Sakura peach flavor, the very same brand as the one she now held in her hand. Fu Qingze seemed to anticipate her thoughts and remarked, I wonder if you still enjoy this flavor of mint. Zhang Yunshu felt a strange sensation wash over her. I haven't had it in many years. Yunshu, I must confess that I was already infatuated with you back then. Had it not been for the misunderstanding that you were involved with Gu Jingyan, perhaps we would not have missed each other for so long. His unexpected confession rendered Zhang Yunshu momentarily speechless, as a flood of memories surged forth. Fu Qingze glanced at his watch. It's almost time, we mustn't let you miss your flight. Regaining her composure, Zhang Yunshu placed the mints into her coat pocket. Once I land in Xiaocheng, could you send me a message? Fu Qingze asked, looking at her. Zhang Yunshu nodded in agreement. After boarding the plane, she opened the mint packaging and popped 2 mints into her mouth, gazing out the window at the clouds, her mind filled with Fu Qingze's earlier words. Yunshu, just as you find it hard to park with our daughter, I find it equally difficult to park with you. Wishing you a successful work trip, our daughter and I await your return. She closed her eyes, feeling as though the gentle, warm sun were illuminating her heart. Upon landing in Xiaocheng, night had already fallen. Zhang Yunshu boarded the car that had come to pick her up and sent Fu Qingze a message confirming her safe arrival. After reaching the hotel, she had a simple dinner, and following a shower, she took out her laptop to attend to work. By the time she finished, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. At this hour, their baby was likely sound asleep. She picked up her phone to send Fu Qingze a message. Has Chu-Chu fallen asleep? Fu Qingze replied promptly, she is asleep. Zhang Yunshu glanced at her schedule. She was to meet with the business partner the following evening at 6. If the discussions went smoothly, she should be back at the hotel by 8 or 9, allowing her the opportunity to video call her daughter. Her phone vibrated with another message from Fu Cheng's a frowny face. Haven't you rested yet? Just wrapped up, about to sleep. Go to bed soon, good night. As Jiang Yunshu read the messages in the chat, her gaze fell upon the small tin of mints on the table, feeling as though she were experiencing a touch of affection. The next morning, after breakfast, Jiang Yunshu participated in a video conference with the relevant project team from Jiang Group. By evening, she took 2 assistants to meet with the business partner. Arriving at the venue 10 minutes earlier than scheduled, she pushed open the door to the private room and vaguely heard voices from within. Upon entering, she spotted the representative from the partnering company seated at the main position, the daughter of the chairman of Shangshur Group, Xia, along with her companion, Xi Sr. Chapter 54, Could you also take a look at me? Jiang Yunshu had previously perused the information regarding the representative of their collaborative partner, Xia, yet she had never associated Qisen with the Shangshur Group. At that moment, upon witnessing the 2 of them seated together, she instantaneously connected the dots. Observing Jiang Yunshu approaching, Xia promptly rose and extended her hand, greeting, Ms. Jiang, it is a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Yunshu reciprocated the gesture, replying, hello. Standing beside them, Qisen wore a friendly smile and also reached out to Jiang Yunshu, saying, it's good to see you again. Jiang Yunshu nodded, offering a polite smile in return. Xia, taken aback, inquired, brother, you 2 know each other? Qisen nodded, explaining, I am currently handling a case concerning the trademark infringement of Wenlan Chaosheng, and Ms. Jiang is my client. What a coincidence! Xia glanced at Qisen, sensing that his presence today to accompany her for the collaboration discussion might be more than mere chance. Jiang Yunshu took her seat, remarking, it is indeed quite unexpected to encounter Qi Lu here. During dinner last night, I overheard father mentioning the upcoming international chef season hosted by the Shangshur Group, which led me to learn that the collaborating brand is under the Jiang Group, Qisen stated. Coincidentally, the collaborating brand happens to be Wenlan Chaosheng, hence my spontaneous decision to accompany my sister for the discussion. Jiang Yunshu maintained her composure, saying, so, Qi Lu is affiliated with the Shangshur Group. The progress of this business collaboration exceeded Jiang Yunshu's expectations, concluding earlier than anticipated. After signing her name and affixing her seal on the contract, Jiang Yunshu accepted a tissue from her assistant to wipe her hands, then stood to shake hands with Xia, stating, wishing us a fruitful collaboration. Wishing us a fruitful collaboration, Xia echoed. Upon reaching the entrance of the venue, she remarked to Jiang Yunshu, upon entering, we are partners, but upon exiting, we are friends. Calling you Ms. Jiang feels too formal, would you mind if I address you as Sister Yunshu? Jiang Yunshu replied in a congenial tone, I wouldn't mind. Then you can call me Xiaoya, or just like my brother, you may refer to me as little sister. Xia glanced at Qisen and added, I am quite familiar with this area. There are many local delicacies. Sister Yunshu, would you like to join me for a late-night snack? Jiang Yunshu politely declined, no, it's getting late, and I need to return to the hotel to video call my daughter. Perhaps next time, we can go together. Xia was astonished, Sister Yunshu, you have a daughter? Jiang Yunshu smiled softly and nodded. Observing Jiang Yunshu entering her car, Xia furrowed her brow and remarked to Qisen, brother, she already has a daughter. You should dismiss any lingering thoughts you might have. What of having a daughter? Qisen replied nonchalantly, she is divorced and currently single. Xia raised an eyebrow, you seem to have done your homework on her. Qisen gave her a sidelong glance, asking, didn't you inquire about her identity before the discussion? No, I only researched the Jiang Group and the Wenlan Chaosheng brand. Xia paused before continuing, isn't she just the daughter of the Jiang family? What other identities could she possibly have? Qisen replied, the head of the Beicheng Fu Group, Fu Chengze, is her ex-husband. Xia suddenly appeared enlightened, so it was a business marriage. In their circle, such alliances based on mutual benefit were not uncommon. They could unite without affection for profit and part ways amicably when interests diverged. Once inside the car, Xia fastened her seatbelt and asked, brother, do you truly intend to pursue Ms. Jiang? Her ex-husband is quite a notable figure, and she has a daughter. Father would never approve. I have great admiration for her, Qisen responded, it is still too early to discuss such matters. We can start as friends. Xia couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, you have truly outgrown the age of impulsiveness. I remember when you eloped with Sister Xiaxia without telling our parents, and you even ended up stealing the household registration book. Shi Sen and his ex-wife, Chang Xia, were college classmates, and during their time of courtship, they were infatuated with one another. They secretly obtained a marriage certificate, believing they would be together forever, but once the passion faded, various conflicts arose. Their marriage lasted less than 2 years before they chose to part ways amicably. They still had each other's contact information but had not been in touch for many years, marking a favorable conclusion to their relationship. You've been single for so many years, our parents are quite anxious, Xia noted. Ms. Jiang is indeed beautiful and capable, and her family background is impressive. Perhaps our parents might agree. However, I sense she doesn't seem to reciprocate your feelings. Shi Sen remained silent for a few seconds before asking, do you have time tomorrow? I do, Xia replied. What's up? Would you accompany me to an awards ceremony tomorrow? An award ceremony? Xia questioned. What kind of award ceremony? Shi Sen briefly explained. It's organized by the Tea Circulation Association. Oh, I see. Xia patted her chest. Leave it to me to arrange everything. Once I set it up, I'll make a swift exit, you can count on me. Upon returning to her hotel, Jiang Yunshu removed her coat, slipped into her slippers, and settled into the sofa, retrieving her phone to send a message to Fu Qingze. Is Chu Chu awake now? When Fu Qingze received the message, he was seated on the sofa, watching their baby, who was joyfully playing in the rocking chair, clutching the feet of a dangling toy rabbit and kicking her little legs in delight. He recorded a brief video to send to Jiang Yunshu, stating, awake and having a great time. Barely a few seconds after sending the message, Jiang Yunshu's video call came through. Darling, Mommy finally has time to video call us, Fu Qingze said, gazing at the phone screen while gently pinching the baby's little foot, appearing even happier than their daughter. Once the video connected, Jiang Yunshu noticed Fu Qingze dressed in the black pajamas she had previously bought for him. It seemed he would be staying at the Shangbeiyu mansion for the next few days. Their eyes met, and Fu Qingze gazed at her for a few seconds before speaking in a low yet gentle voice. Have you finished all your work? Jiang Yunshu nodded eagerly, her tone urgent. Let me see Chu Chu. Fu Qingze held up the phone and turned the camera. Upon seeing her daughter, a warm wave of affection washed over Jiang Yunshu, making her heart swell with longing. She softly called out, baby, yet the little one was engrossed in her play and did not respond. Fu Qingze gently beckoned to their daughter. Baby, Mommy is calling you. The baby's attention shifted to the phone screen, and upon seeing Jiang Yunshu, she began to babble cheerfully. Fu Qingze lifted the baby from the rocking chair and sat on the sofa, capturing both father and daughter in the frame. Chu Chu, do you miss Mommy? Is that little pout of yours asking for a kiss from Mommy? Jiang Yunshu gazed at her daughter in the video, her eyes filled with tenderness, her voice soft. Fu Qingze stared intently at Jiang Yunshu, watching her interact lovingly with their baby, and finally couldn't help but call out her name, Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu glanced up, meeting Fu Qingze's gaze, and heard him say, could you also take a look at me? Chapter 55. The forgotten video call. Fu Qingze's gaze was as gentle as spring water ruffled by the breeze, and the bright anticipation in his eyes was difficult for her to overlook. After a brief silence, Jiang Yunshu lowered her long lashes and inquired, why are you already in your pajamas? Are you planning to stay at Shangbeiyu mansion tonight? Fu Qingze nodded. Yes, I stayed here last night as well. Having conveyed this information, he hastily added, may I stay here? Jiang Yunshu nodded slightly. Given that he was already residing there and cradling their daughter, it was hardly feasible for her to ask Aunt Luo to send him away. Was your work smooth today? Fu Qingze asked again. Quite smooth, Jiang Yunshu replied. The contract has been signed, and after the award ceremony tomorrow, I will return the day after. Fu Qingze blurted out, remember to send me your flight information. I will come to pick you up. Jiang Yunshu responded, there's no need. Having been rebuffed, Fu Qingze quickly added, I'll bring our daughter along to fetch you. Jiang Yunshu was momentarily taken aback. She didn't require his assistance, merely considering that he had work commitments and needn't take time out just to collect her, which was not the same as her previous aversion to him. Observing Fu Qing's cautious demeanor, her heart softened unexpectedly as the two exchanged glances, and just as Jiang Yunshu was about to speak, their baby suddenly began to cry. She shifted her attention to her daughter, asking, "Sweetheart, why are you crying?" Fu Qingze, soothing the baby, glanced at his phone screen and said, "Yunshu, she might need a diaper change." Jiang Yunshu replied with an affirmative, "Then hurry and change her." Fu Qingze casually set his phone down on the table and took the baby to the bed for a diaper change. As Jiang Yunshu was about to end the video call, she heard Fu Qing's voice reach her ears as if from a distance. "So, it turns out she has made a mess. Don't cry, sweetheart. Daddy will hold you soon. I'll hold you after the diaper change, alright?" Hearing Fu Qing's gentle repetitions, Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Since the arrival of their daughter, he seemed to have transformed significantly, increasingly embodying the role of a devoted husband. His voice, while not overly effeminate, was rich and soothing, resonating with tenderness. As the baby's cries subsided, Jiang Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since becoming a mother, she found it unbearable to hear her baby cry. She refrained from ending the call, continuing to listen to Fu Qingze speak to their child. "Little darling, come here, let daddy wipe your face. Choo-choo is the most adorable child in the world, just as beautiful as mommy. When we spoke to mommy earlier, did you pucker your little lips because you wanted to kiss her? Daddy wants to kiss mommy too, but she doesn't allow it. Sweetheart, when do you think mommy will forgive daddy?" The deliberately softened tones flowed clearly through the speaker, resonating in Jiang Yunshu's ears. A warmth, inexplicably rising within her, gradually coursed through her heart, blanketed in a layer of snow. The following day, Jiang Yunshu attended the award ceremony. She donned a new style, white, long cheongsam with intricate pleats that accentuated her graceful figure. With a light touch of makeup, her eyes sparkled with intelligence and a gentle smile, exuding an elegant and refined aura from within. On the screen behind her, bold letters announced, "The Tea Circulation Association's National Tea Figures. Master Tea Makers, the 9th selection, Ms. Jiang Yunshu of Yunjiang Mingfu Tea Industry, awarded the title of National Tea Figures Master Tea Maker in the flower tea category." Chisun watched Jiang Yunshu ascend the stage to receive her award, his heart beating steadily, rekindling a sense of uncontrollable joy. Chia, seated nearby, turned to Chisun with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Brother, your taste is impeccable. Even as a woman, I find myself captivated." Jiang Yunshu accepted the certificate from the president of the Tea Circulation Association, posed for a commemorative photo, and delivered a brief acceptance speech. After the ceremony concluded, she engaged in conversation with several industry veterans, including two friends of Jiang Xinghua, whom she felt obliged to greet. Chia approached her, saying, "Sister Yunshu, it's lovely to see you again." Jiang Yunshu nodded and spotted Chisun walking towards her from behind Chia. "Ms. Jiang, congratulations. Earning the title of National Tea Master is truly well-deserved," Chisun praised sincerely. Jiang Yunshu expressed her gratitude. "Brother, calling her Ms. Jiang feels too formal," Chia interjected. "She was first a client, then a partner, and now we can consider her a friend." Chisun, observing Jiang Yunshu's expression, courteously inquired, "May I call you Yunshu?" Jiang Yunshu, without overthinking, nodded amiably. Chia extended another invitation, "Sister Yunshu, it's a pity we couldn't enjoy supper together last night. Let's go for afternoon tea. I have a wonderful place in mind where you can see the iconic architecture of Xiaocheng. As a local, I truly wish to invite you to take some photos." Having declined once already and now finding herself with free time, Jiang Yunshu agreed. The venue Chia selected was upscale, with a highly designed ambience, and the afternoon sunlight cast striking shadows. Once seated, Chia enthusiastically introduced Jiang Yunshu to the landmarks of Xiaocheng. Midway through her explanation, Chia received an urgent phone call and, sounding regretful, told Jiang Yunshu, "Sister Yunshu, I'm so sorry, but I must attend to an urgent matter at the company." Jiang Yunshu replied, "It's all right. You go ahead." "Brother, please take good care of Sister Yunshu," Chia said. "Sister Yunshu, let my brother accompany you for afternoon tea. I apologize for the inconvenience. I promise to treat you to dinner next time." With that, Chia hurriedly departed, leaving Jiang Yunshu and Chisun alone. Chisun pushed a plate of pastries toward her, saying, "Try this, it's a local delicacy." "Thank you," Jiang Yunshu replied, taking a bite. It was overly sweet and somewhat cloying. Chisun initiated a conversation about work, and after a while, he casually asked, the person who came to pick you up last time at Yatai-shin was your ex-husband, wasn't he? May I ask what led to your divorce from President Fu? At his words, Jiang Yunshu furrowed her brows slightly, noticing her change in demeanor. Shisun quickly clarified, I mean, no offense. It merely reminded me of my own experience with my ex-wife. We were college sweethearts who hastily married after graduation, but we chose to divorce due to incompatible feelings. We haven't been in contact for years. I was surprised to see how well you and President Fu got along. If my question is intrusive, I sincerely apologize. It's fine, Jiang Yunshu replied, her furrowed brow gradually relaxing. After Chisun's explanation, she felt no offense taken, but she had no desire to discuss her relationship with Fu Qingze with someone she barely knew, so she brushed over the topic. The circumstances are different. We also have a daughter together. After their afternoon tea, Shisun expressed a desire to invite Jiang Yunshu to dinner. However, she politely declined, citing other commitments. Meanwhile, at Shangbeiyu Mansion, Fu Qingze had just concluded an online meeting in his study and was scrolling through reports regarding the award ceremony. As he gazed intently at a photo of Jiang Yunshu holding her certificate, warmth surged within his chest, and he felt an overwhelming sense of pride for her. As he continued to skim through the news articles, he paused at a particular image, confirming that the man in a suit at the awards ceremony was indeed Chi Sr. Chapter 56 The Beauty of the Flowers. Fu Qingze furrowed his brow, recalling the moment he had inquired whether he could pursue Jiang Yunshu, to which she had responded that anyone could. He picked up his phone and dialed his assistant's number. How's the investigation on the person I asked you to look into a while back? Mr. Fu, I was just about to call you to report. Speak. Mr. Chisun indeed possesses another identity. He is the eldest son of the chairman of the Chaocheng Shengshur group. The information about him was challenging to obtain due to the stringent confidentiality measures in place, hence the delay. After hanging up the phone, Fu Qingze rotated the wedding ring on his finger, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. Moments later, he picked up his phone again, navigating to the chat interface with Jiang Yunshu. After much contemplation, he found himself unable to articulate words that would instruct her to stay away from Chi Sr. He felt he had no right to interfere with her friendships, nor the authority to demand she reject the affections of other men. Gently placing his phone on the table, he felt it vibrate, glancing down to see a message from Jiang Yunshu. He quickly picked it up to read. It was flight information she had sent. His taut expression softened slightly as he replied, Received, I will pick you up tomorrow. The following afternoon, Fu Qingze returned to Shangbeiyu Mansion for lunch after a day at the office. He had barely finished eating when their baby woke up from her nap upstairs. Fu Qingze ascended the stairs, taking the milk bottle from the nanny's hands to feed the baby. My dear, we are going to pick up mommy soon. He cradled his daughter and went to the cloakroom, opening the wardrobe to admire the array of pastel-colored baby clothes. Choose one. Daddy will help you change. The baby reached out with her small hand and grabbed a cream-colored onesie adorned with a bear. Fu Qingze took the outfit from the wardrobe and opened the adjacent drawer. Let me find a little hat to match. After dressing her, Fu Qingze grabbed the mother and baby bag and carried his daughter out the door. The baby was seated in her safety seat, reaching for the hanging balloon bear charm to play with. Fu Qingze first drove to a flower shop, holding his daughter as he selected a bouquet for Jiang Yunshu. The pair attracted the attention of other customers as soon as they entered the shop. Look, he is so handsome. An excited girl in a dress exclaimed to her friend. Oh my, the baby is adorable. Those big, sparkling eyes, who could have given birth to such a cutie? His wife must be exceptionally beautiful. Have you seen his wife? Could he be buying flowers for her? How blissful. Fu Qingze held his daughter. Sweetheart, what flowers do you want to give mommy? The shop manager approached. Good day, sir. May I ask who you are buying flowers for? Fu Qingze's gaze fell upon the roses. For my wife. These roses are all very fresh, the manager informed him. May I ask what type of rose your wife prefers? The cappuccino and ice blue varieties are the best sellers and quite popular among women. Fu Qingze chose not to heed the manager's suggestions, instead opting for manta roses and white tulips, asking the attendant to wrap them in stone-patterned paper. He leaned down to his baby, speaking softly, Darling, pick one flower to give to mommy. How about this pink tulip? The baby, fascinated by everything around her, didn't he understand her father's words but smiled brightly. Fu Qingze instructed the attendant, "Please wrap this tulip." The attendant selected a pastel pink paper to wrap the tulip, finishing it with a lovely bow upon disembarking from the plane. The afternoon sun was warm. Jiang Yunshu removed her jacket and, reaching for her phone to call Fu Qingze, merely lifted her head to see him waving at her, cradling their baby. As Jiang Yunshu walked toward him, Fu Qingze's heart swelled with emotion. Even if he could not hold her close, simply seeing her brought him solace. Jiang Yunshu, spotting her daughter, felt her heart soften, reaching out her small hand. "Sweetheart, did you miss mommy?" The baby pouted, expressing her grievances with a series of coos and whimpers, her eyes brimming with tears. Jiang Yunshu felt a pang of sorrow. "It's mommy's fault for being busy with work, isn't it? Did I make you feel neglected?" She opened her arms. "Can mommy hold you?" Fu Qingze handed the baby to her, taking her jacket and pulling her suitcase closer, presenting the tulip to her. "This is from Chu Chu." Jiang Yunshu's eyes brightened as she planted a kiss on her daughter's forehead. "Did my sweet baby buy flowers for mommy?" Fu Qingze admired her delicate profile, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. As they exited the airport, Jiang Yunshu watched as Fu Qingze opened the passenger door. "Please place Chu Chu in her safety seat, I will sit in the back with her." "Understood," Fu Qingze replied, opening the door. "This is for you." Jiang Yunshu glanced over to see a bouquet resting on the passenger seat, the buds plump and the colors harmoniously arranged, nothing kitsch about it. Fu Qingze caught a glimpse of her faint smile and asked gently, "Do you like it?" Jiang Yunshu nodded. The aesthetic sense of this flower shop staff is indeed commendable. Fu Qingze raised an eyebrow slightly, lowering his gaze to her as he spoke softly, "I arranged it myself, and I chose the wrapping paper as well." Jiang Yunshu lifted her gaze from the bouquet to his face. The man stood against the light, his features sharply defined by shadows, his deep-set eyes revealing a hint of pleased acknowledgement. Bending down, he looked into her clear, glistening eyes and meaningfully remarked, "Both I and our daughter have given you flowers." As he leaned closer, Jiang Yunshu's heart raced unexpectedly. Yet, instead of the gentle kiss he anticipated on her cheek, a small hand suddenly slapped his face. Jiang Yunshu chuckled softly, grasping her baby's tiny hand. "Sweetheart, we mustn't hit daddy." Fu Qingze straightened up, playfully pinching the baby's cheek, smiling helplessly. He glanced at Jiang Yunshu before walking over to open the rear door. On the drive back to Shangbaiju Mansion, the baby fell asleep in her safety seat. Jiang Yunshu quietly observed her daughter, and when she looked up, she caught a glimpse of Fu Qingze in the rearview mirror. The afternoon sun streamed through the car window, casting a warm glow over part of his figure. Reflecting on Fu Qingze's earlier gestures, she mused to herself that he must be quite adept at courting. Upon arriving at Shangbaiju Mansion, Fu Qingze exited the car, handing the bouquet to Jiang Yunshu. "Let me carry our daughter." Jiang Yunshu, cradling the flowers, followed Fu Qingze as he picked up the baby and entered the house. Aunt Luo opened the door, whispering, "Is she asleep?" Fu Qingze nodded gently and said to Jiang Yunshu, "Yunshu, I'll take her upstairs." Jiang Yunshu nodded, "Go ahead." "Xiao Shu, you're finally back," Aunt Luo inquired with concern. "Was your business trip tiring?" Jiang Yunshu shook her head, "Not at all." Aunt Luo noticed the bouquet in Jiang Yunshu's arms and smiled, "These flowers are truly beautiful." Jiang Yunshu hummed in agreement, lowering her head to inhale the delicate, refreshing fragrance that filled the air. Chapter 57 of the 100 Days. On the second day after Jiang Yunshu's return, she invited a photographer to the Shangbaiju Mansion to capture the 100-day portraits of the baby. She had previously communicated her ideas to the photographer, expressing her preference for a simple and natural style rather than extravagant props and outfits, believing it would adequately showcase the baby's pure beauty. Fu Qingze placed a fluffy little bunny hat on the baby, turning his head to glance at Jiang Yunshu. Their eyes met, and with a slight flutter of her eyelashes, she inquired, "What's the matter?" Fu Qingze gazed into her eyes, a smile suddenly curving his lips. "Chu Chu's eyes truly resemble yours. They are beautiful." The photographer raised his camera, successfully capturing that moment. Approaching with his camera, he remarked, "Madame Fu, this photograph could very well be my magnum opus." Staring at the image frozen in time, Jiang Yunshu was momentarily taken aback. In the natural light, both the baby and Fu Qingze looked at her, one grinned sweetly, while the other gazed at her with affectionate admiration. The photographer chuckled, "Madame Fu, it's evident from his eyes that Mr. Fu loves you dearly." Fu Qingze leaned in for a closer look, nodding in satisfaction. "This shot is indeed quite remarkable." Zhang Yunshu smiled at the photographer. "Please continue, let us take advantage of the baby's cooperation while it lasts." After the shoot, Fu Qingze inquired about Zhang Yunshu's preferences. "Yunshu, where would you like to hold our daughter's 100-day banquet?" "I've already discussed it with Grandma," Zhang Yunshu replied. "It would be more convenient to host relatives at the old residence." Fu Qingze nodded. "All right." As Zhang Yunshu carried the baby upstairs, she urged him, "Your assistant has called you twice. Hurry and handle matters at the office." Fu Qingze left Shangbayu Mansion, returning close to 11 o'clock, pulling along 2 suitcases. Since that night Zhang Yunshu had gone on a business trip to Chaochang, he had been residing in the mansion. He unpacked his suitcase, hanging each article of clothing in the side bedroom's wardrobe before heading to the bathroom for a shower. "Take your time, there's still a wall between us." On the day of the 100-day banquet, Zhang Yunshu donned a pleated long dress paired with a short, traditional-style woolen coat in the same color as her daughter's attire. Sitting on a stool, she selected earrings, ultimately deciding that pearl earrings complemented her outfit best. After adorning herself with the earrings, she appeared to have an epiphany, rising to walk to the bedside. She opened the bottom drawer of the bedside table, retrieving a gift box containing 3 brooches. Zhang Yunshu opened the box and chose a bamboo-shaped brooch. Downstairs, Fu Qingze held their daughter, watching as Zhang Yunshu gracefully descended the stairs, momentarily captivated. Aunt Luo chuckled, "Xiao Shu looks exceptionally beautiful today." "Thank you, Aunt Luo," Zhang Yunshu replied with a smile, gently pinching her daughter's little cheek. "Let us go." Once in the car, Fu Qingze noticed Zhang Yunshu wearing the brooch he had given her, instilling him with newfound confidence. Upon arriving at the Fu family's old residence, Zhang Yunshu stepped out and saw Fu Qingze lifting their daughter from the safety seat. She informed him, "I also invited Rani and Jingyan today. I've already spoken to Grandma about it." Fu Qingze nodded. "I'm glad your friends can join us." Zhang Yunshu glanced at him. "You've been much friendlier towards Jingyan lately." Fu Qingze candidly replied, "If you don't have feelings for him, then naturally, I find him more agreeable." This statement took Zhang Yunshu by surprise, leaving her momentarily speechless. Fu Qingze, still holding their daughter, reached for her hand. "Let us go." Zhang Yunshu's gaze fell on their intertwined hands. Feeling the warmth of his palm, she did not resist and allowed him to lead her inside. Upon entering the main hall, Su Shuping immediately noticed Fu Qingze and Zhang Yunshu holding hands. Secretly pleased, she approached, reaching out to embrace her granddaughter. "Come here, let Grandma hold you." Little Chu Chu was reluctant to be held by Su Shuping, beginning to fuss as Fu Qingze extended her outward. Zhang Yunshu took the baby into her arms, saying to Su Shuping, "Mom, Chu Chu is shy, let her play with you for a bit before holding her." Before the meal, Su Shuping had already cradled the baby in her arms, and the family relatives gathered around. "The child is truly beautiful, radiating charm. Those big eyes and double eyelids resemble Xiao Shu, destined to be a beauty when she grows up. Her eyes are like Xiao Shu's, but her mouth and nose are more like Qingze's. Oh, look at those eyelashes, like tiny brushes." Zhang Yunshu smiled, sitting beside Grandma Fu, listening to the relatives showering praises. Fu Qingze stood beside her, pushing a plate of matcha yam cake towards her, gently urging, "Try it." Zhang Yunshu took a piece, savoring the familiar taste that she adored. "What was the name we gave the child again?" asked Fu Qingze's cousin. Su Shuping replied, "Zhang Chu." The cousin smiled. "Fu Zhang Chu, that's a lovely name." "It's Zhang Chu," Su Shuping corrected, "not Fu Zhang Chu." The cousin paused, frowning. "The child's surname is Jan, not Fu?" Su Shuping's expression darkened. The relatives were unaware of Fu Qingze and Zhang Yunshu's divorce, and she found it difficult to explain. Fu Qingze cast a glance, his voice cold. "The child is born from Yunshu's 10 months of hardship. What's wrong with her taking her surname?" Zhang Yunshu looked up at Fu Qingze, noticing his stern expression, feeling an unfamiliarity in his demeanor. It was reminiscent of the night he had come to pick her up from Mutashuan, glancing at Qi Sr. She suddenly realized how drastically Fu Qing's demeanor changed. He usually exuded a cold, distant aura in front of others. The cousin quickly clarified, "I didn't mean anything by it. I was just asking casually." Zhang Yunshu wished to avoid any unpleasantness during her daughter's 100-day banquet, gently tugging on Fu Qing's hand. The warmth and softness of his touch surged through her palm, and Fu Qing's turned his head, looking down at her with a softer gaze. He understood her intent and nodded in acknowledgement. The minor disagreement faded as the banquet commenced. During the meal, Li Ranyi and Gu Jingyan sampled several local delicacies from Yunjiang, all authentically prepared. Although they weren't seated at the same table as Zhang Yunshu, they were familiar with Aunt Luo at their table and remarked, "Aunt Luo, the chef you've hired is truly remarkable. These Yunjiang dishes are incredibly authentic." Aunt Luo smiled. This chef was specifically hired by Qingze. The previous one didn't quite capture the essence of Yunjiang cuisine, that he knew Xiaoshu wouldn't eat much, so we hired a new one at a high salary. Li Ranyi and Gu Jingyan exchanged glances, smiling as they responded, "Very thoughtful, indeed." After sending off the guests, Zhang Yunshu, Fu Qingze, and their daughter remained at the Fu family's old residence for the night. Although Su Shuping initially desired a grandson for inheritance reasons, setting aside all factors, she found herself preferring her granddaughter. When she had Fu Qingze, she nearly faced a life-threatening delivery. Had it not been for that, she would have wanted another daughter. After watching her granddaughter sleep, she lingered in the room for a while before leaving. Late at night, when all was quiet, Zhang Yunshu finished her bath and felt a bit thirsty, heading downstairs for a drink. The downstairs was dimly lit, but the moonlight streamed in through the window, allowing her to discern the room's furnishings. She approached the table, picked up a glass, and poured herself a cup of warm water. As Fu Qingze descended, he caught sight of the slender, graceful figure at the living room table. He paused momentarily before walking down slowly. Having shared a few drinks with his elders that evening, Fu Qingze was not drunk but felt a slight haze of inebriation. Normally, he would not act so impulsively, but at that moment, unable to restrain the urge, he approached and embraced her from behind. Chapter 58. Sobering up. The moment Fu Qingze embraced Zhang Yunshu from behind, he closed his eyes. The softness in his arms, accompanied by the delicate aroma of tea that permeated his senses, was a fragrance uniquely hers. It felt like a grand and blissful dream. The warmth of his body pressed against her, enveloping Zhang Yunshu entirely. Fu Qingze rested his chin on her shoulder, his breath tinged with the scent of alcohol. Disliking the smell of smoke and spirits, Zhang Yunshu frowned slightly and struggled to push him away. Sensing her resistance, Fu Qingze felt a pang of disappointment in his heart and reluctantly released her, as if the beautiful dream had come to an abrupt end, returning him to the stark reality. Zhang Yunshu raised her head to look at him, noticing the shadows cast by his slightly drooping eyelashes on his eyelids, giving him an air of melancholy. She inquired softly, "How much did you drink tonight?" Fu Qingze, expecting Zhang Yunshu to turn away, was pleasantly surprised when she initiated conversation. Meeting her clear, dark eyes, he swallowed hard and confessed, "Not much." The measure of one's alcohol tolerance varies from person to person. Although he claimed it was little, who could say how much actually settled in his stomach? Zhang Yunshu sighed lightly, then asked, "Is your stomach uncomfortable?" Fu Qingze's gaze deepened as he scrutinized her, momentarily altering his original response. He murmured, "A bit." Zhang Yunshu gestured toward the sofa, "Why don't you sit down for a while?" Fu Qingze nodded and made his. Zhang Yunshu headed to the island counter, retrieving an apple and a jar of honey from the refrigerator. She turned on a small lamp, washed the apple thoroughly, cut it into small pieces, and placed them into a health pot, adding water and patiently waiting for the steam to rise. Fu Qingze watched her silhouette at the counter, reminiscing about the feeling of holding her close just moments ago, his chest warming to an uncomfortable heat. Observing the swirling steam, Zhang Yunshu switched off the power, poured the brewed liquid into a bowl, allowed it to cool slightly, and added a spoonful of honey. She carried the glass bowl over, placing it on the table, and glanced at Fu Qingze, saying, "It can't compare to Aunt Luo's sobering soup, but this will ease your stomach a bit." Fu Qingze, seated on the sofa, gazed up at Zhang Yunshu, reaching out to grasp her wrist, his voice husky, "Yunshu, finish it and then go upstairs to sleep," Zhang Yunshu retorted, freeing herself from his grip as she ascended the stairs. Watching her depart, Fu Qingze felt a hollow ache within, yet found a slight comfort in the sobering soup on the table. He picked up a spoon and took a taste. The sweetness seemed to seep into his very heart. After finishing the bowl of soup, he finally made his way upstairs. After a shower, he lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. It was unclear how much time passed before he finally drifted off. On the weekend, Jang Yunshu was invited by Li Rani to soak in a hot spring. This private hot spring was well hidden, offering a unique charm as one soaked while gazing at the gentle sway of the bamboo in the breeze. As Li Rani observed Jang Yunshu in her swimwear, she glanced down at her own chest and sighed. "Yunshu, how is it that your physique is so obedient? It all seems to grow in the right places." Having heard this line each time she accompanied Li Rani to the hot spring, Jang Yunshu had developed a sort of immunity and stepped into the hot spring pool. Submerging herself in the warm water, she felt her pores open up, stretching luxuriously. Li Rani soon joined her, leaning against Jang Yunshu as she continued, "I'm not just talking about size, but also shape." She gestured with her hands, round, full, voluptuous. "It's simply stunning. Writing an 800-word essay in high school would have left me bald from stress, yet now your vocabulary seems so rich," Jang Yunshu remarked, noticing Li Rani's intense gaze. With a helpless smile, she shook her head. "Stop staring, let us just enjoy the hot spring." Li Rani refused to comply, wrapping her arms around Jang Yunshu's waist, her face a picture of disbelief. "This tiny waist is so slim and firm. If someone said you had a baby, who would believe it? With postpartum recovery and fitness, my body can quickly return to its ideal state," Jang Yunshu replied, instinctively dodging as she was ticklish. Li Rani persisted. "What are you hiding from? Your husband can hold you, but I can't." Realizing she had misspoken, she slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oops, I tend to speak faster than I think." Jang Yunshu chuckled. "It's fine. It's just that Fu Qingze is always clinging to you." "I can't shake the feeling that you two are not divorced," Li Rani continued. "At Chuchua's 100-day banquet the other day, you and Fu Qingze's dynamic didn't resemble that of ex-spouses at all. You seemed so natural together." Jang Yunshu joked, "Should we have put on a show of indifference at our daughter's 100-day banquet?" Li Rani raised an eyebrow. "I saw you holding hands with Fu Qingze. Surely that wasn't just for the relative sake?" "Yunshu, tell me honestly, have you already forgiven Fu Qingze in your heart?" Jang Yunshu nodded, her honesty evident though it was expected. Li Rani still found it hard to believe and asked, "Was it for Chuchu?" Jang Yunshu shook her head. "If it were for Chuchu, we would have reconciled long ago." "So, Fu Qingze truly moved you?" Li Rani felt delighted for Jang Yunshu. "Yunshu, let me clarify, I'm not fickle. I genuinely believe Fu Qingze treats you well. Of course, I can only see it from an outsider's perspective. How he truly treats you is best understood by you, the one involved." Jang Yunshu smiled. "Indeed. What is your relationship now?" Li Rani inquired. Jang Yunshu pondered, "The relationship of a pursuer and the pursued." Li Rani raised her eyebrows and applauded Jang Yunshu, her excitement palpable, even a bit vindicated. "Well done, he should be the one pursuing. When you agreed to marry him, I almost choked on my blood. Even with Su Jingji, whom I pursued, I kept him hanging for a week. This time, you must make him chase you for a while. It's a test of his patience towards you." Jang Yunshu squinted her eyes, lazily enjoying the pleasure of soaking in the hot spring. "I wouldn't say it's keeping him hanging. I just feel he should be quite the pursuer. When the right opportunity arises, we will naturally reconcile." Li Rani popped a strawberry into her mouth, commenting, "Potential is only unleashed when cultivated. Enjoy the feeling of being pursued." After a pause, she added reflectively, "But there are gains and losses to this too." Jang Yunshu turned to her, her expression serious as she sought her perspective. "Do elaborate." Li Rani, ever forthright, stated, "There is no couple's nightlife to be had." Jang Yunshu's eyes curved in amusement, a hint of helplessness in her smile. Li Rani fed her a strawberry, teasing, "Oh, what are you thinking? Your cheeks are turning red." Chapter 59. In jealousy, Jang Yunshu cast a helpless glance at her companion, exclaiming, "I wasn't thinking about anything, just soaking in the hot spring." Li Rani linked her arm with hers, seizing the opportunity to delve deeper into the conversation. "After being single for so many years, I have finally experienced the exhilarating sensation." Jang Yunshu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "So you and Su Jingji have taken it to that level?" Li Rani nodded vigorously, pointing to the fading kiss mark on her neck, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "At this age, it's truly hard to resist the allure of male beauty. Su Jingji may be a bit older, but he possesses incredible stamina. Recently, I've been dragged along to the gym by him." Jang Yunshu astutely remarked, chuckling, "It's not that you can't resist temptation. It's that Su Jingji couldn't withstand your advances. You're too familiar with me, that's the only downside, I can't hide even the tiniest lie. Lirani laughed until her stomach hurt, wiping away tears of mirth with a tissue before continuing. I remember being so curious and asking you about your feelings, but you always avoided the topic. I thought you were just shy, however. Now that I've experienced it, I realize that sensation is indeed quite difficult to articulate. Jiang Yunshu had genuinely been lost in thought until Lirani's words diverted her attention, and her mind was now filled with images of her entangled with Fu Qingze. As Lirani continued speaking, she couldn't help but wrap her arms around Jiang Yunshu's slender waist, exclaiming, Fu Qingze treats you so well, I'm envious. Jiang Yunshu teased in return, are you not being treated well? Lirani, blushing, replied, well, I am treated decently too. As they soaked and chatted, after finishing their time in the hot spring, they wrapped themselves in dry towels, showered, and then indulged in a massage. Jiang Yunshu's phone vibrated on the table. She reached for it and checked the message. It was from Qi Sr. Congratulations, your rights protection was successful. Do you have time tomorrow afternoon? Phoenix Tea Industry proposed a new compensation plan. I suggest you review it before making a decision. Jiang Yunshu replied, I have time. See you at the law firm tomorrow afternoon. Lirani turned her head upon seeing Jiang Yunshu texting and casually inquired, who is it? Jiang Yunshu responded, it's my lawyer. He just informed me that the trademark rights protection for Wanlan Chaoshan was successful. Is that the same person I met when we had coffee together? Jiang Yunshu nodded. Lirani's expression turned contemplative, and she remarked, Yunshu, I think he has feelings for you. Jiang Yunshu set her phone down, saying, don't be absurd. I'm serious. Lirani insisted. Back in high school, I could always tell who liked you and wanted to pursue you. I'm just his client. Isn't it normal for him to buy me a cup of coffee? It's quite easy to discern whether he has feelings for you. It all comes down to whether he frequently seeks your presence. To put it plainly, you two are merely in a client-lawyer relationship. Reflect on it. Aside from this case, have you encountered him often? As Jiang Yunshu considered this, she realized that her recent encounters with Qisen had indeed become rather frequent. Lirani crossed her legs, teasing, after treating Gu Jingyan as your imaginary rival for so long, looks like Fu Qingze has a real competitor now. Jiang Yunshu frowned slightly. It would be better to clarify this matter sooner rather than later. Awakening early the next morning, Jiang Yunshu finished washing up and opened her bedroom door, only to bump into Fu Qingze stepping out of the adjacent room. He gazed at her unadorned, flawless visage and greeted, Yunshu, good morning. Jiang Yunshu nodded and proceeded towards the baby's room. I checked on her, Chuchu is still asleep, and the night nurse is watching over her, Fu Qingze said, grasping her wrist. Let's go downstairs and have breakfast together. Jiang Yunshu did not refuse and followed him downstairs. Aunt Luo had set the breakfast on the table, and seeing the two seated across from each other filled her heart with satisfaction. As Fu Qingze watched Jiang Yunshu quietly sipping her porridge, he asked, Yunshu, do you have time this Friday evening? Jiang Yunshu lifted her gaze to meet his, asking, is there something you need? How about we go to the movies together? Fu Qingze suggested. I wanted to ask you before you went to Chaocheng. Jiang Yunshu paused momentarily before nodding, sure, just send me the details. After breakfast, Fu Qingze headed to the office. When his assistant entered to report on work matters, he noticed that Fu Qingze appeared to be in good spirits, typically composed. Regardless of the scale of the deals he signed, he maintained a steady demeanor. It seemed evident that this was related to personal matters. Before leaving the office, the assistant caught sight of a new picture frame on Fu Qingze's desk, a family portrait of the three of them. The sight alone evoked feelings of happiness, explaining why the boss was in such a good mood. In the afternoon, Jiang Yunshu arrived at the law firm as scheduled. Qisen personally received her and provided a detailed analysis of the compensation proposal from Phoenix Tea Industry along with the current progress of the rights protection. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Yunshu decided to accept the compensation plan offered by Phoenix Tea Industry. With this case settled, congratulations on your successful rights protection, and I wish for the continued success of the Wanlan Chaosheng brand, Qisen said, standing to shake her hand. Jiang Yunshu reciprocated, thank you, lawyer Qi. Qisen wore a friendly smile, would it be too much to ask you to join me for a meal? Remembering Li Ronnie's words, Jiang Yunshu pondered for a few moments before nodding. During the meal, before Jiang Yunshu could speak, Shisun took the lead. Since the case is resolved, you are no longer my client. To be honest, I truly admire you and feel we resonate well together. I wonder if there might be an opportunity for us to become friends, specifically, friends who might explore a deeper relationship. No, thank you, Jiang Yunshu replied decisively. This meal carries no other meaning. It is solely to express my gratitude for your efforts in protecting the rights of Wenlan Xiaoshang. Since Wenlan Xiaoshang will be collaborating with Shangshire Group, we may have opportunities to meet again. I simply want to clarify this from the start. Shisun fell silent for several seconds before speaking. May I ask a somewhat presumptuous question? Do you still have feelings for your ex-husband? Jiang Yunshu nodded softly. Shisun sighed, a hint of relief in his voice. If that is the case, then I suppose I have no chance. However, if you are merely not considering romantic matters at the moment, I am quite patient and willing to wait for you. Jiang Yunshu smiled amiably but chose not to respond further. After the meal, Jiang Yunshu drove back to Shangbeiyu Mansion. Upon entering, she spotted Fu Qingze on the sofa, playing with their daughter. After washing her hands in the bathroom, she approached, lifting her daughter into her arms. Sweetheart, mommy's back. Yunshu, Fu Qingze said, looking at her. Aunt Luo mentioned you went to the law firm this afternoon. Yes, the case is settled. Have you had dinner outside? Fu Qingze inquired again. Hearing this, Jiang Yunshu turned to him, meeting his gaze that was filled with unmasked concern, subtly tinged with jealousy. Fu Qingze noticed her nodding again and frowned slightly. Is Shisun pursuing you? Jiang Yunshu suppressed the smile that threatened to curve her lips. I suppose so. Fu Qingze felt as though a vinegar jar had been overturned within him, leaving a sour, uncomfortable sensation, yet he found himself in no position to express his jealousy. Chapter 60. Low pressure. That evening, Fu Qingze found himself plagued by insomnia. The mere thought that Jiang Yunshu might be entwined with another man ignited a fierce jealousy within him, leaving him restless and agitated. At dawn, Fu Qingze made his way to the company for an early meeting. When his assistant entered the office to deliver documents, he keenly sensed the unusually low pressure emanating from his boss. In the conference room, Fu Qingze occupied the head seat, his countenance stern. As the leaders of two key projects bickered heatedly over profits, he rapped his fingers against the table, his voice cold and measured. Present the data and get to the point. The room fell silent in an instant. Attendees held their breath, and the two managers addressed felt a cold sweat break out upon them. After the meeting concluded, watching Fu Qingze stride out of the conference room, the two managers wiped their brows and hurried back to amend their proposals. The assistant knocked and entered the office, reminding Fu Qingze of a social engagement that evening. That night, as Fu Qingze settled into his car on the way to the club, he sent a message to Jiang Yunshu. Yunshu, I have a social engagement tonight, I will be home late. Upon arriving at the entrance of the club, he received her reply. Frowny face. I'll just be putting our daughter to sleep. Reading her words, Fu Qingze's brow furrowed slightly. His lingering presence at Shangbeiyu was not solely to accompany their daughter. He yearned for a life intertwined with her, sharing meals together, agreeing to watch movies side by side, and allowing him to leave more of his mark on Shangbeiyu. In those moments, Fu Qingze could always sense Jiang Yunshu's willingness to permit him back into her life, yet, she frequently framed his actions through the lens of their daughter, leaving him acutely aware of the long road ahead. What troubled him further was the knowledge that other men were vying for her affection, exerting considerable effort to pursue her. The waiter pushed open the door to the private room, gesturing, Mr. Fu, please. Fu Qingze stepped inside, where the assembled guests immediately rose to welcome him to the main seat. No sooner had he taken his place than the door swung open once more. The occupants turned to see Lu Shirsi, the second son of the Lu family, striding in. Fei Jun, seated beside Fu Qingze, stood and greeted, Mr. Lu, what a coincidence, are you here for business at the Juyong Club as well? Not for business, Lu Shirsi replied. Fei Jun was taken aback. Mr. Lu, did you perhaps enter the wrong room? Without waiting for an invitation, Lu Shirsi seated himself beside Fu Qingze, tilting his head towards him with an irreverent smile. I'm here to see you, Mr. Fu. Fu Qingze toyed with his wineglass, his fingers elegantly defined. If Mr. wishes to discuss business, you may arrange a separate appointment with my assistant. I cannot entertain uninvited interruptions like this. Lu Shirsi, cigarette poised between his fingers, retorted, are you here to discuss business with me, or to vie for it? Vi? Fu Qingze set down his glass, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Surely you haven't forgotten the dealings you've orchestrated behind the scenes. If we speak of competition, it is merely reciprocal. Lu Shirsi fell silent for a moment, placing the cigarette at his lips and clapping his hands. Two alluring women entered, one bearing a bottle of wine. I have come today to offer my apologies, Mr. Fu, Lu Shirsi said, tilting his head and raising an eyebrow. What are you waiting for? Pour Mr. Fu a drink and light a cigarette. The woman with the wine approached, but before she could reach Fu Qingze, Fei Jun intercepted her. Mr. Lu's good intentions are appreciated, but Mr. Fu does not drink. He recently celebrated the birth of his daughter and is busy putting her to sleep. He has refrained from alcohol in recent engagements. An admirable husband and father, Mr. Fu has certainly cultivated a fine image. Lu Shirsi paused before continuing, but I heard Mr. Fu has divorced his lovely wife? Fu Qingze raised his gaze to meet Lu Shirsi's, his demeanor shifting to one of cold severity, his words laced with a subtle threat. You should know that I could easily initiate discussions with your brother. Lu Shirsi's expression darkened for a moment, but he swiftly resumed his carefree demeanor. One hand languidly draped over the edge of the sofa, he chuckled. Please, Mr. Fu, don't misunderstand, I merely seek to befriend you. Fu Qingze had no time for such games. The phrase making a show on the surface while scheming in secret is one you should understand well, Mr. Lu. Last time you played me, I simply returned the favor. In reality, we remain two rivers that do not cross. Fei Jun, listening in confusion, could sense the underlying tension but failed to decipher the veiled meanings exchanged between them. Lu Shirsi's demeanor grew serious, acknowledging Fu Qingze's adeptness at uncovering the fact that Lu Yinshan was merely a pawn in a larger game, one that Fu Qingze intended to dismantle. I won't intrude on your business discussions any longer. I hope to invite you to my wedding someday, he stated, rising. Oh, by the way, with Cinzi. Fei Jun was puzzled. Wasn't Lu Shirsi engaged to Yin Xiao from the Yin family? Why was he now set to marry the 18-line star Cinzi? Upon hearing this, Fu Qingze's brow furrowed slightly. The remark was clearly aimed at him. As Lu Shirsi exited, he turned back and added, These two ladies are yours to enjoy, Mr. Fu. Once the door closed behind them, Fei Jun studied Fu Qingze's expression, waiting for him to speak. The woman holding the wine appeared eager, driven by a desire for a taste of wealth and fortune. She leaned forward, placing the wine on the table and reaching for a cigarette, offering, Mr. Fu, may I light one for you? Fu Qingze's tone turned frosty, tinged with impatience. Leave. The woman, startled, fumbled, dropping the cigarette she had clutched. Hearing this, Fei Jun promptly ushered her out. Upon exiting the Juyong Club, Fu Qingze took out his phone and sent a message to Cinzi. Where are you? Let us meet. Cinzi quickly replied with a bar address. Fu Qingze entered the car, instructing the driver to take him directly to the bar. Inside, beams of red and green light flickered chaotically. As he moved deeper into the establishment, he spotted Cinzi at the bar, taking shot after shot. Stop drinking, Fu Qingze said, seizing the bottle from her grasp. Half drunk, Cinzi turned to him. Oh, you arrived rather quickly. Fu Qingze replied succinctly, the incident involving my brother was indeed man-made, but Lu Shirsi is not the culprit. Stay away from him. Cinzi frowned, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. What are you saying? How can he not be the culprit? There is ample evidence to prove otherwise, Fu Qingze stated. Leave the country, go wherever you wish. My brother would want you to start anew and live well. Cinzi raised her head, brushing away tears. Fu Qingze sighed, my driver is waiting outside, let him take you home. Cinzi waved her hand dismissively, no need, I'm not drunk, I can make my own way back. She stood, ordering a strong drink. This one's for you. Being the only person Fu Qingze's brother had dated, he was reluctant to let her return alone and instructed his driver to follow her. Fu Qingze settled at the bar, watching the drink served to him, and downed it in one gulp. Chapter 61 of Fu Qingze slowly removed the wedding ring from his finger, holding it in his hand and examining it closely. The inner band of the ring was engraved with the initials of him and Jiang Yinshu, and as the light caught it, it reflected a glimmer of silver. He had investigated Qixin, even scrutinizing the photographs he had shared on social media, images featuring the landmark architecture of Chongqing, sunsets, teacups, and delicacies, as well as a particular bag from an obscure brand. That was a bag Jiang Yinshu adored, in a color and style she favored. She had even flown to Italy to meet the founder of the brand, investing a substantial sum in it. Fu Qingze furrowed his brow, staring into the glass before him, his throat tightening with uncontainable emotion. What if the snow that had settled upon her heart had melted away under another man's warmth? The driver followed the ride-hailing vehicle, watching as Chenzi alighted and safely entered the residential complex before returning to the bar to pick up Fu Qingze. Once in the car, Fu Qingze reclined in the back seat, tilting his head slightly backward, raising a hand to massage his temples. The alcohol he had consumed was potent, and its effects were overwhelming. He was barely managing to maintain a semblance of clarity. The vehicle halted at Shanghai Yufu, and Fu Qingze stepped out, glancing up at the lighted second-floor master bedroom. She had not yet retired for the night. Upon entering, Fu Qingze shed his outerwear and ascended the stairs with unsteady steps. Jiang Yunshu heard the knock and walked over to open the door. Upon seeing Fu Qingze, she froze for a few moments, detecting the heavy scent of alcohol, and frowned as she remarked, "Why have you drunk so much again? If you've been drinking, you shouldn't hold our daughter." Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Qingze enveloped her in his embrace. His arms clutched her waist tightly, as if he wished to meld her into himself, holding her in a profound silence, leaving no space between them. Through the fabric, Jiang Yunshu could feel the heat radiating from his body. She widened her eyes in astonishment and asked, "What's wrong? Why have you drunk so much?" Initially, Jiang Yunshu had presumed his excessive drinking was due to business socializing, but she knew that if he truly wished to abstain, no one could compel him to drink so heavily. "I'm sorry," Fu Qingze murmured against her shoulder, his voice muffled. Hearing his apology took Jiang Yunshu by surprise. She had believed her tone had been one of concern, gentle and devoid of accusation, so why had he suddenly apologized? "I didn't mean to control you," she struggled to say, "please let me go." This time, Fu Qingze did not relent. Instead, he tightened his hold around her. "Yunshu, will you care for me? As long as you forgive me, I will do as you say." His voice dropped lower, "Just don't concern yourself with others." At this, Jiang Yunshu realized that his drinking stemmed from her. The intoxicating scent of alcohol mingled with the woody aroma that clung to him, wrapping around her like a delicate thread. She raised her arm, her slender fingers lightly patting his back, as if soothing a child. All right, I will care for you, but you must let go of me first." Fu Qingze remained unyielding. Jiang Yunshu, unable to suppress a smile, said, "You're holding too tightly, it's uncomfortable." His grip finally relented. "Yunshu, you must not entertain the advances of other men. He accompanied you for afternoon tea, and you even allowed him to dine with you. I am almost driven mad with jealousy. Tell Chi-Sen to keep his distance. If he dares approach you again, I swear I will ruin him." Jiang Yunshu could not help but laugh. When he was intoxicated, he always contrasted sharply with his sober self, yet the Fu Qingze speaking now bore an oddly childish and obstinate tone. It seemed he was not merely drunk on alcohol but also stewing in jealousy. Jiang Yunshu felt a playful urge to tease him, deliberately countering, "I am currently single, why can't I accept the advances of others?" Not aloud, Fu Qingze replied, his voice low, his hands tightening around her waist once more, a hint of grievance evident in his tone. Jiang Yunshu's lips twitched, struggling to hold back laughter. She was particularly eager to see the expression on Fu Qingze's face, wondering if it mirrored the tone of his voice, filled with a semblance of grievance. "Could you please sit on the sofa? You're weighing down on me too heavily." Fu Qingze slowly released Jiang Yunshu. She looked up at him and noticed a faint flush on his face and neck, his eyes no longer clear. He gazed at her with drooping eyelids, the corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of moisture, as if he felt wronged at observing his current state. Jiang Yunshu finally understood from whom their daughter had inherited that pitiful expression when she sought to charm. Suppressing her smile, she feigned seriousness, asking, "Did you just say you wanted me to care for you?" Fu Qingze gently entwined his fingers with hers, nodding in affirmation. "Then you mustn't drink so much in the future." Although he had been intoxicated before, he had never shown visible signs of inebriation. Now, however, his face was flushed. It was perplexing that he did not take better care of his health. Fu Qingze nodded again. "Tomorrow when you wake up, you mustn't forget," Jiang Yunshu instructed. Fu Qingze echoed, "I promise Yunshu I won't drink so much in the future." He even remembered to whom he was making this promise. Was he truly drunk or not? "Come on, let us go sit on the sofa." Jiang Yunshu assisted Fu Qingze onto the sofa, quietly observing him for a moment, contemplating whether to call Aunt Chen to prepare a bowl of hangover soup. However, just as she stood up, he grasped her tightly from behind. His heated breath brushed against her ear, and warmth enveloped her earlobe. It had been so long since they had shared such intimacy that Jiang Yunshua's heart skipped a beat, warmth flooding her body, her sensitive form quivering in response. "Yunshu, I beg you, please don't start something with him." The voice behind her was nearly pleading, rendered hoarse by alcohol, causing her ears to tingle. His tone was soft, yet his actions were assertive, binding her securely in his embrace, planting fervent kisses along her neck and ear. "It tickles," Jiang Yunshu protested, attempting to evade his kisses. He halted, resting his head against her shoulder as if thwarted. Jiang Yunshu slightly turned her head, about to speak, only to hear his voice catch in his throat. "You still have feelings for me, don't you?" Those words made Jiang Yunshu's heart ache. She couldn't help but respond, "Of course, I still care for you." Fu Qingze appeared genuinely intoxicated, reclining on the sofa, his eyelids drooping lazily before eventually closing. It seemed he would not be able to drink the hangover soup after all. Jiang Yunshu stepped into the bathroom, retrieving a clean towel, dampening it with warm water before gently wiping Fu Qingze's face. She first unclasped his watch and placed it on the table, then loosened his tie, and unbuttoned two of his shirt buttons, tenderly wiping his neck. Placing her palm against his chest, she could feel his warmth and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. As her fingertips grazed his Adam's apple, she instinctively swallowed hard. After laying down the towel, she found a blanket to cover him. Sitting on the carpet beside the sofa, Jiang Yunshu gazed at him, her mind swirling with his earlier words, pleading her not to begin something with another, questioning if she still held him in her heart. If she didn't care for him, how could she possibly permit him to remain in Shanghai Yufu? Recalling the pitiful expression he had worn moments ago, almost on the verge of tears, Jiang Yunshu reached out to caress his cheek, her lips curving into a smile. "Fool." Chapter 62. An appointment tonight. Upon awakening from a night of revelry, Fu Qingze was beset by a throbbing headache, and as he opened his eyes, his brow furrowed tightly. He sat up from the sofa, raising a hand to massage his temples, only to realize he was in the master bedroom. Last night marked the first occasion in his life that he had drunk to the point of blackout. He vaguely recalled promising Jiang Yunshu that he would no longer indulge excessively, yet the rest remained a blur. The more he pondered, the more his temples ached, leading him to abandon his recollections. He glanced at the watch on the table and noted the time. It was already 9:30. Rising to his feet, he opened the door and stepped out into the corridor, where he could hear the laughter of his daughter mingling with Jiang Yunshu's voice from the nursery. When Fu Qingze pushed the door open, he was met by Jiang Yunshu looking up at him. As she dressed their baby, she inquired, "Awake? Do you have a headache?" "Not too bad," he replied, moving closer to lean against the table. He observed Jiang Yunshu quietly for a few seconds, stating, almost as if confessing, "Yunshu, I drank too much last night." Jiang Yunshu nodded in acknowledgement, planting a kiss on the baby's chubby cheek before glancing back at Fu Qingze. "You blacked out." The light sculpted the contours of Fu Qingze's profile, his eyes downcast as he murmured, "Yes." Jiang Yunshu raised an eyebrow. "You don't remember anything?" "Only fragments." He spoke with a hint of uncertainty. "What do you recall?" She pressed further. Fu Qingze fixed his gaze on her. "I promised you that I would never drink excessively again." Jiang Yunshu lifted the baby into her arms. "Is that all?" Fu Qingze pinched the bridge of his nose. "Yunshu, as long as you remember the most important part, that is sufficient," she interjected. "Aunt Chen has made some hangover soup downstairs. Drink it before heading to the office." The baby giggled in Jiang Yunshu's embrace, her round eyes sparkling as she waved her chubby little arms. Jiang Yunshu held the baby's hand gently, her voice tender. "Sweetheart, don't let Daddy hold you. Daddy drank alcohol and smells bad. Be good, sweetheart. Daddy will hold you after his shower," Fu Qingze said, his heart warming at the sight of Jiang Yunshu and their daughter. As he stepped toward the door, he turned back to call out to Jiang Yunshu, "Yunshu." Jiang Yunshu looked up at him. "It is Friday," he reminded her. "We have an appointment tonight." A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Yunshu's face, her heart raced. Fu Qingze gazed at her intently. "I'll pick you up after work." "All right." Jiang Yunshu nodded. "Okay." With a relieved expression, Fu Qingze headed to the bathroom to shower. When he finished and changed into his clothes before heading downstairs, he found Jiang Yunshu cradling the baby, instructing Aunt Luo to place a sun hat on the little one, preparing to take her to the garden for some sunlight. "May I hold her for a moment?" Fu Qingze extended his hands to take the child from Jiang Yunshu. He lowered his gaze to the baby, then turned his attention to Jiang Yunshu, fixating on her ears, a few fragmented memories flashing through his mind, a shadow of melancholy crossing his eyes. Had he kissed her ears last night? Just as he was lost in thought, Fu Qingze's phone rang. Answer the call, Zhang Yinshu said, transferring the baby back into her arms and pushing the stroller through the side door toward the garden. Fu Qingze answered his assistant's call. Yes, I'll be at the office in half an hour. After drinking the hangover soup that had been left on the table, Fu Qingze, pressed for time, stood up to leave when An Chen emerged from the kitchen carrying a clay pot, calling out to him. Mr. Fu, this soup was specially prepared for you by Madam. If you're not in a hurry, please drink it before you go. Fu Qingze paused momentarily, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Put it in a thermos. I'll take it with me. His assistant was on high alert, fearing the repercussions of any mistake. As he awaited Fu Qingze in the lobby upon entering the private elevator, he noticed Fu Qingze carrying a thermos. Once inside the office, the assistant promptly reported on the work at hand, demonstrating efficiency and showcasing his capabilities very well. Fu Qingze commended his assistant's performance, instructing, notify Manager Huang and Manager Wang for a meeting. At lunchtime, when the assistant delivered the data report to the CEO's office, he found Fu Qingze sipping from the thermos. Only porridge for lunch, how delicious could it be? The assistant dared only to wonder silently as he placed the documents down and exited the office. As Fu Qingze savored the porridge, not only did he feel the effects of the alcohol dissipate, but his mind also cleared. Yunshu held a place in his heart. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Fu Qingze's car arrived punctually at Shangbayu Mansion. Upon entering, he did not see Jiang Yunshu and was about to ask Aunt Luo when he spotted her descending from the second floor. She was clad in a sky-blue spaghetti strap gown that accentuated the elegant curve of her neck and collarbone, complemented by a knitted cardigan that further highlighted her gentle grace. Her makeup was exquisite, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. After exchanging a few words with Aunt Luo, Jiang Yunshu looked up at Fu Qingze. Let us go. Fu Qingze nodded, following her out the door. Initially assuming the driver would be at the wheel, Jiang Yunshu was surprised when Fu Qingze walked over to open the passenger door for her. You're driving yourself? She asked. Fu Qingze nodded, offering her a bouquet of pink lychee roses that had been resting on the passenger seat. Jiang Yunshu accepted the flowers, inhaling their fragrance before settling into the car. She adored flowers and cherished receiving them. Previously, on significant occasions, Jiang Zhenghua would gift her a bouquet, and after she married Fu Qingze and moved to Beicheng, he would ensure that no important date passed without flowers. Regardless of the recipient, receiving flowers always lifted her spirits. Once inside the car, Fu Qingze removed his jacket, started the engine, and played a soothing melody. Jiang Yunshu glanced at him, noting his focused gaze ahead, his long fingers resting on the steering wheel, the sleeves of his shirt slightly rolled up, revealing the sensual contours of his arms. As the traffic light turned red, Fu Qingze turned his head to look at Jiang Yunshu, catching her gaze as she diverted her eyes. Emotion swelled within him, and he gently took her hand, enveloping it in his palm. Neither spoke until half a minute later when the light turned green, and Jiang Yunshu attempted to withdraw her hand, only for him to grip it tighter. Let go of me. Focus on driving, she urged. Fu Qingze did not relent, steering with one hand. I'm a skilled driver. I'm serious. Jiang Yunshu insisted. Drive properly. Fu Qingze, maintaining his earnest demeanor, negotiated. I'll heed your words, but once we exit the car, you must allow me to hold your hand. Taken aback by his words, Jiang Yunshu stared at him. Is that agreeable? Fu Qingze understood the art of persuasion. Jiang Yunshu nodded softly, sensing his grip loosen, and swiftly withdrew her hand from his grasp. A glance at Fu Qingze revealed a distinctly joyful smile gracing his lips. Chapter 63. A date. The car came to a halt outside a lavish French restaurant. Stepping out, Jiang Yunshu glanced up at the opulent entrance, suddenly feeling another warmth enveloping her hand. Long fingers glided down from the base of her palm, intertwining with her own. Let us go, we shall dine first. Fu Qingze firmly held her hand, guiding her inside. Jiang Yunshu had initially anticipated a simple Western meal, but to her surprise, Fu Qingze had arranged for a candlelit dinner. During their time as a couple, they had never indulged in such a romantic setting. Now, as a pursued individual, she found herself experiencing it. Once seated, she noticed the bottle of red wine on the table and inquired, "You drove, how can you drink?" "I want tea," Fu Qingze replied. "If you wish to drink, I can pour you a little." Jiang Yunshu, who lacked a high tolerance for alcohol, allowed him to pour just a small amount. Watching her cut a delicate piece of steak and savor it, he asked, "Is it to your liking?" Jiang Yunshu nodded, "It tastes delightful." Fu Qingze responded, "If you enjoy it, we should come here often." Jiang Yunshu slightly lifted her gaze, expressing a hint of her subtle dissatisfaction. Rani made a valid point. Potential is always brought to light. We never had a candlelit dinner during our anniversary, yet now that you're pursuing me, you remember to arrange such things. Fu Qing's eyelashes naturally lowered. I apologize for my previous oversight, believing you were not fond of such rituals, thus neglecting your desires. He raised his gaze, his expression earnest as he tentatively asked, shall we make up for it in the future? Jiang Yunshu sidestepped the question, let us eat. It will taste different if it gets cold. After dinner, they proceeded to the cinema. After checking their tickets and entering the screening room, Fu Qingze held the ticket stub in Jiang Yunshu's hand as they found their seats. As the lights dimmed and the film was about to begin, the screen glowed with a soft white light. Fu Qingze turned to Jiang Yunshu, noticing a slight smile at the corner of her lips, indicating her interest in the film and her cheerful demeanor. Being so close to her, it was impossible not to feel a flutter in his heart. He intertwined his fingers with hers once more, leaning slightly to whisper, Yunshu, have you ever watched a movie with another man? In the dimness, Jiang Yunshu felt the warm breath against her ear and neck, igniting a flicker of heat within her. She replied succinctly, yes. Fu Qing's brow furrowed immediately at her response, jealousy washing over him like a tide. Did you allow other men to hold your hand like this? He attempted to mask his unease, but his voice betrayed him. Jiang Yunshu recalled his tone from the previous night, tinged with grievance, and her heart ached for him. She quickly clarified, I have watched many films with Jing Yan and Ran Yi. Fu Qingze let out a silent sigh of relief, realizing she had answered him intentionally. In the future, whenever you wish to watch a movie, I will accompany you. Although I have no right to make demands, I still wish to ask you, please do not watch movies alone with other men, alright? He gently caressed her thumb, confessing, I may not show it outwardly, but I do feel jealousy. Even the mere thought of Qi makes my heart ache. Jiang Yunshu was taken aback by his words. They hardly seemed to originate from his lips, especially in such a sober state. A smile involuntarily crept across her face, her eyes mirroring the joy. When Fu Qingze asked her once more if it was acceptable, she nodded slightly. As the film played on, both were engrossed. When a scene of the lead couple kissing in a dimly lit room unfolded, a palpable tension filled the cinema, igniting excitement in the audience. A couple seated in the front row, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, began kissing as well. Fu Qingze turned to Jiang Yunshu, his gaze lingering on her soft lips, his throat instinctively tightening. Feeling the heat of the neighboring couple's actions, Jiang Yunshu lowered her eyelashes, her ears quietly flushing. Fu Qingze, hesitant to overstep, deemed public displays of affection inappropriate. Instead, he simply held her hand, pressing a gentle kiss on her fingers. After the film concluded, they strolled along the riverside. The gentle spring breeze of Beijing enveloped them, and Jiang Yunshu felt the warmth of his hand, realizing that she had been held by Fu Qingze all evening, as if she were bound and would escape the moment he released her. Are you cold? Fu Qingze inquired. The nighttime temperature was indeed low, and Jiang Yunshu's eyes glistened slightly from the breeze as she replied softly, not really. Fu Qingze draped his jacket over her shoulders. Jiang Yunshu noticed he wore only a shirt underneath and protested, no need, I'm not cold. Just wear it, he insisted. If you catch a cold, I won't be able to hold our daughter. Reluctantly, Jiang Yunshu accepted his jacket. After lingering by the river for a few more minutes, she suggested, it's getting late, let us head back. Fu Qingze agreed, then asked, would you like some cake? Shall I buy a small one to take home? Jiang Yunshu, fond of sweets, nodded, yes. Fu Qingze drove to a nearby cake shop and asked, what flavor do you want? Jiang Yunshu gazed at the cakes displayed in the glass case, her eyes landing on a cherry chocolate cream cake. I'll have that one. On the way back, Fu Qingze glanced at Jiang Yunshu, noticing her cheerful demeanor, and his mind was already arranging their next date. Being with someone you love imbues every moment with meaning. Even a simple walk while holding hands felt profoundly satisfying. Carrying the cake, Fu Qingze followed Jiang Yunshu inside. Today, Aunt Chen had taken a sick leave, and only the nanny and Aunt Luo were home. Jiang Yunshu changed her shoes, washed her hands, and told Aunt Luo, it's getting late, Aunt Luo, you should rest. Aunt Luo responded affirmatively, watching the couple ascend the stairs, turning off the living room lights. Jiang Yunshu and Fu Qingze tiptoed into the baby's room, quietly gazing at the peacefully sleeping infant before exiting the room. After a while, Jiang Yunshu maintained a strict diet. Usually, by evening, especially close to bedtime, she refrained from indulging in sweets. However, she felt particularly joyful today, considering it her first genuine date with Fu Qingze, and desired a perfect conclusion. She asked Fu Qingze, "Shall we share a piece of cake?" Fu Qingze eagerly accepted. Following her downstairs, in the stillness of the night, Zhang Yunshu refrained from turning on the ceiling light, opting instead for a soft glow from a warm yellow light strip. "I'll take care of it," Fu Qingze offered, taking the serrated knife from her as she unwrapped the cake, cutting a slice to hand to her. Zhang Yunshu accepted it, savoring a bite. The rich cherry paired with the subtly sweet and creamy chocolate was delightful. Fu Qingze also cut a small piece for himself, joining her in the indulgence. After she finished, he inquired, "Would you like another piece?" Zhang Yunshu shook her head, "I'm satisfied." Noticing a smudge of cream at the corner of her mouth, Fu Qingze reached out to gently wipe it away with his thumb. Their proximity brought them closer. Zhang Yunshu's long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, her clear eyes gazing at him, with no sign of retreat or resistance from her. Fu Qingze pressed his thumb against her soft lips and leaned in, closing his eyes as he kissed her. Chapter 64 Intimacy. As Zhang Yunshu felt his lips upon her, she instinctively closed her eyes and tightened her grip slightly, fearing that she might push him away. Fu Qingze merely pressed his lips softly against hers, his tongue hesitating to intrude. Tentatively, he moved his lips, noticing her lack of resistance, before parting her lips and kissing her deeply. A large hand found its way around her waist, gently caressing her, and Zhang Yunshu, succumbing to her body's instincts, gradually climbed up his arm to return the kiss. As their lips and tongues entwined, Fu Qingze embraced her, sinking deeper into the sofa, fervently kissing her lips, neck, and collarbone. Zhang Yunshu felt herself growing weak, confronted by the dark, hidden desire in his eyes, igniting a fire within her. "Are you certain?" Fu Qingze murmured against her lips, his voice deep and husky, the suppressed emotions in his gaze hinting at an unspoken struggle. In the dimly lit living room, his words were barely above a whisper, more of an enticing coaxing than a mere confirmation, yet this question brought Zhang Yunshu back to her senses. There were no protections at home, and the initial encounter had been a stroke of luck. She could not harbor any illusions. She hastily pushed against him, propping herself up with her elbows to rise. Fu Qingze froze for a few seconds, his heart heavy with disappointment, but he restrained his desires, respecting her choice. He sat up and gazed at Zhang Yunshu's face, flushed with a hint of intoxication, her beautiful eyes clouded with lust and longing. She still bore the remnants of breathlessness, her knitted cardigan slipping down her arms, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like shoulders. Zhang Yunshu could discern the disappointment hidden within Fu Qingze's lust-filled eyes. She initially intended to offer an explanation, yet before the words could escape her lips, he grasped her waist and pulled her back into his embrace. With his chin resting in the crook of her neck, he inhaled her calming, fragrant scent. "May I hold you for a while?" His warm breath tickled her neck, sending a slight shiver through her. Zhang Yunshu instinctively shrank her neck, her voice soft as if in playful protest, tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Haven't you already been holding me?" Fu Qingze chuckled lightly, placing a kiss on her ear as he inquired, "Did I kiss you like this the night I was drunk?" Zhang Yunshu was taken aback. "Weren't you completely out of it?" "I was merely guessing." Fu Qingze tightened his embrace, planting another kiss near her ear. Zhang Yunshu raised her hand to lightly punch him. That wasn't an invitation. Compared to their previous courteous demeanor, Fu Qingze relished her current playful annoyance, finding it far more precious than their physical closeness. He tightened his grip around her waist and asked, "Yunshu, you have feelings for me, don't you?" The same question, once asked through tears during drunkenness, now emerged in a tone of joy. Zhang Yunshu remained silent, yet she knew he had already found his answer. Fu Qingze caressed the back of her head and whispered sweet nothings into her ear, "Yunshu, I love you." Zhang Yunshu had always considered such declarations to be overtly simplistic, yet hearing Fu Qingze profess this to her struck a chord deep within her heart. "I was too hasty earlier," Fu Qingze admitted, holding her firmly in his embrace. "Starting anew requires immense courage, and I will patiently wait for you to accept me again. I am grateful and fortunate that you can still offer me another chance after the pain I caused you. Trust me once more, and I will cherish you as you deserve." For the first time, Zhang Yunshu felt the fervent beating of his heart against her chest, as if each thump echoed his love for her. Her eyelashes fluttered gently as she slowly raised her hand to embrace him in return. The two of them held each other, calming their racing hearts. Once their desires had cooled, Fu Qingze softly inquired, "Are you tired? Shall we head upstairs to sleep?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunshu released her hold on him and nodded. Fu Qingze rose, bending down to carry her horizontally off the sofa. "No need for that." She cast a glance at the cake on the table and said to Fu Qingze, "I still want to eat the cake tomorrow." He nodded in acknowledgement. "I will go downstairs later to put it in the refrigerator for you." Upon reaching the upstairs, as Fu Qingze carried Jiang Yunshu past the baby's room, the nanny happened to open the door. Caught in an awkward moment, the nanny hesitated. Jiang Yunshu felt a twinge of embarrassment, wishing Fu Qingze would either set her down or hasten his pace. To her surprise, he halted, asking the nanny, "Is the baby awake?" The nanny quickly replied, "No, he is sound asleep. I was just about to head downstairs to tidy up the toys in the living room." "Thank you for your hard work," Fu Qingze advised. "The baby is still small and needs supervision, so please don't leave for too long." The nanny nodded in agreement. Fu Qingze then carried Jiang Yunshu to the master bedroom, gently ruffling her hair as he said, "Take a shower and get to bed early. Good night." Jiang Yunshu nodded in response. Fu Qingze looked down at her, reluctant to leave, and gently squeezed her hand. "Yunshu, consider this our first official date. May I ask for a goodnight kiss?" Jiang Yunshu obliged, whispering, "Good night." Fu Qingze felt a warmth swell in his heart as he leaned down to kiss her forehead. Watching him exit the room, Jiang Yunshu felt a delightful sweetness bloom within her heart. This was the essence of romance. The following morning, after rising and completing her morning routine, Jiang Yunshu visited the baby's room before making her way downstairs. Hearing noises from the kitchen, she initially assumed it was Aunt Chen returning. Upon reaching the kitchen door, she was greeted by the sight of Fu Qingze clad in loungewear, a black apron tied around his waist, standing at the counter, frying eggs. A pot beside him was steaming, likely containing freshly cooked porridge. Fu Qingze turned to her with a smile. "You're awake, breakfast is ready." Jiang Yunshu was taken aback. Was he aspiring to become a home cook? Taking a seat at the table, she glanced at the oddly shaped but edible fried egg in front of her, then at Fu Qingze's overcooked egg, and asked, "Is this your first attempt at cooking?" Fu Qingze nodded, placing a basket of steamed buns on the table, his gaze lingering on the fried egg. "If you don't wish to eat it, feel free to set it aside. The buns are made by Aunt Luo, we can have those instead." Jiang Yunshu took a bite of the fried egg, offering encouragement. "It's not bad." Fu Qingze served her a bowl of porridge. "I'll make sure to learn more from Aunt Luo." Despite having burnt several eggs, rendering them inedible, he remained undeterred. He believed that with practice, he could master a few home-cooked dishes. Chapter 65. Await for my return. Li Rani recently moved into a new home and invited Jiang Yunshu and Gu Jingyan to celebrate her housewarming. After waking from her afternoon nap, Jiang Yunshu dressed the baby and stepped out with the mother and baby bag, instructing the driver to take her to Li Rani's new abode. Upon arrival, it was Li Rani who opened the door. She accepted a bouquet and a gift box from the driver and promptly ushered Jiang Yunshu inside. "Choo-choo darling, may I hold you?" Li Rani asked at the entrance, gently grasping the baby's tiny hand. "Let your mother take off her coat and change her shoes, alright?" Jiang Yunshu attempted to pass the baby to Li Rani, who, to her surprise, reached out her little hands, inviting Li Rani to embrace her. With the baby cradled in her arms, Li Rani felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, almost to the point of tears. "Choo-choo darling, you finally allow your auntie to hold you." The baby's round, sparkling eyes gazed at Li Rani for a moment before breaking into a smile. Li Rani's heart melted as she gently pinched the baby's cheek. "Whose little sweet pea are you?" As Jiang Yunshu changed her shoes and stepped further inside, she noticed Su Jingji emerging from the kitchen, carrying a platter of fruit. Although Li Rani had shown her a photograph of Su Jingji before, this was her first time seeing him in person, and he was indeed as refined and graceful as Li Rani had described. Just as Li Rani finished her introduction, the doorbell rang. Jiang Yunshu went to answer it and found Gu Jingyan standing there. "Rani mentioned you had a blind date this afternoon. Why are you here so early?" she teased. "It's not exactly a blind date. My grandmother just wanted me to meet an old friend's granddaughter," Gu Jingyan replied, handing over his gift. "I had no interest in her, just shared a cup of coffee to clear the air, then drove over." Lirani, cradling the baby, couldn't resist teasing him. I've never seen you interested in any girl. Have you ever questioned your sexual orientation? Shut up, Gu Jingyan retorted, playfully tugging at the baby's small hand. Do you still remember your uncle? The baby, always cheerful when out, beamed at everyone. Gu Jingyan raised his arms slightly. Uncle wants a hug? Without hesitation, the baby allowed Gu Jingyan to hold her. Lirani laughed. If Fu Qingze saw this, his brows would furrow tightly enough to crush a mosquito. Upon hearing Fu Qingze's name, Gu Jingyan glanced at Zhang Yunshu and then at Lirani. Hey, this isn't fair. There are only 3 of us, why form a little clique? Zhang Yunshu chuckled. I casually mentioned it while soaking in the hot springs with Rani. Gu Jingyan looked at the baby and asked, did you choose to reconcile for the sake of the child? We both have this understanding, Lirani replied. I asked the same question. Zhang Yunshu echoed, if it were for Chuchu, we would have reconciled long ago. Gu Jingyan joked, well, after all this, my arch-nemesis is still my brother-in-law. As dinner time approached, Su Jingji entered the kitchen to personally prepare a meal for their guests. Gu Jingyan, whose culinary skills were quite decent, decided to lend a hand. As he stepped into the kitchen, he found Lirani and Su Jingji affectionately wrapped up in each other's embrace. What are we having for dinner? Just serving us dog food, I see, he quipped. Lirani playfully pouted her lips and gave Gu Jingyan a light shove on the back. Go help out. In the kitchen, while washing vegetables, Gu Jingyan asked Su Jingji, last time Rani got drunk, I took her home, and you were the one staring at me, weren't you? Su Jingji confirmed with a nod. Gu Jingyan pressed on, so, you were interested in Rani even back then? Su Jingji nodded again. Gu Jingyan thought to himself, how curious that both sisters found such taciturn partners. Their thought processes must be akin to Fu Qingze's. I wonder if you've ever felt jealous, Gu Jingyan remarked. I must clarify that my relationship with Rani has always been brotherly. Su Jingji nodded. Rani mentioned that such incidents would not occur again. Since you and Rani are in a relationship now, things like occasionally driving her home are no longer my concern. Gu Jingyan spoke earnestly. Rani is a wonderful girl, and I can see you are serious about relationships. I hope you treat her well. Su Jingji replied, I will. Observing Su Jingji's impressive knife skills, Gu Jingyan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, that's a plus. In the living room, the baby had fallen asleep in Zhang Yunshu's arms. After placing the baby down, she asked Gu Jingyan to keep an eye on her. Since the baby needed to sleep a little longer, she accompanied Lirani to a nearby supermarket to buy drinks. As they entered the supermarket, Lirani remarked, Yunshu, it's been ages since we went grocery shopping together. Along with Lirani, Zhang Yunshu seized the opportunity to ask, so, have you and Su Jingji moved in together? Not quite, Lirani responded. He occasionally stays over. Zhang Yunshu nodded. I noticed some mail items at your place and thought you two were progressing fast. Can it be faster than your relationship with Fu Qingze? Lirani teased, then inquired, how far have you and Fu Qingze progressed? Zhang Yunshu's mind quickly recalled the passionate moments from the previous night, and she replied vaguely, soon. At that moment, Lirani, still oblivious to the implication of soon, casually picked up a box of condoms while checking out, only to notice Zhang Yunshu reaching for 2 boxes as well. The unspoken understanding dawned on Lirani, and she immediately grasped the meaning of soon. Seeing Lirani raise her eyebrows at her with a mischievous grin, Zhang Yunshu exhaled lightly and maintained her composure. Better safe than sorry. I get it. Lirani laughed even more mischievously. I completely understand. After dinner, Zhang Yunshu returned to Shanghai Yufu with the baby. Upon entering, she handed the child to the nanny, and just as she was removing her outerwear, a knock echoed from the door. She opened it to find Fu Qingze standing outside. Working late? Zhang Yunshu inquired. Fu Qingze entered, took her hand, and gazed at her with deep reluctance. Yunshu, due to work, I have to make an unexpected trip to Switzerland. Zhang Yunshu lowered her eyelashes momentarily before looking up at him. When are you leaving? Fu Qingze replied, tonight at 9. Before I go, I wanted to see you and our daughter one last time. Jiang Yunshu nodded, receiving the baby from the nanny and waving the child's tiny hand. Sweetheart, Daddy is going on a business trip. Say goodbye to Daddy. This was the first time Fu Qingze would be away since their daughter was born, and he felt an indescribable sense of longing. He held his daughter close and kissed her chubby little face. The nanny, perceptive as ever, said, Mr. Fu, let me take the baby, I need to bathe her upstairs. As the nanny carried the child upstairs, Jiang Yunshu glanced at the clock. You should go. Don't miss your flight. Gazing at her for a moment, Fu Qingze lifted his hand to caress her cheek and leaned down to kiss her lips. The gentle and lingering kiss sent a shiver down Jiang Yunshu's spine, stirring ripples of emotion within her. Once the tender sensation faded, she found herself enveloped tightly in Fu Qingze's embrace, his deep voice resonating above her. Wait for my return. Chapter 66. Yan Gu. After coaxing the baby to sleep, Jiang Yunshu returned to her room. Once she had finished her shower and dried her hair, she lay down on her bed, only to suddenly recall something. She hastily got up and went downstairs. Entering the dressing room on the lower floor, Jiang Yunshu pulled out 2 boxes of condoms from the pocket of her coat, purchased at the supermarket. This time, it was not a case of being prepared for the unexpected, but rather a preparation that had turned out to be unnecessary. She opened the bedside drawer and placed the 2 boxes inside, feeling a sense of emptiness wash over her, reminiscent of the bittersweet feeling of parting from Fu Qingze during their passionate phase of romance. After leaving Li Rani's house, Gu Jingyan received a call from his friend Jiang Hu. Yan Gu, why haven't you arrived yet? The new store is opening today, you must show your face. Just a moment, Gu Jingyan replied as he got into his car and started the engine. I'll be there in 20 minutes. In less than 20 minutes, Gu Jingyan arrived at the newly opened bar owned by Jiang Hu. He glanced up at the vibrant sign, which prominently featured a solid black letter J alongside an adorable cartoon tiger. Gu Jingyan couldn't help but smile. Was this truly a bar and not a whimsical milk tea shop? Upon entering, he found the bar bustling with activity, filled to capacity. Yan Gu, you finally made it. Someone greeted him right at the entrance. Huku is waiting for you at the bar. He was just saying he'd mix a special drink for you. Gu Jingyan patted the shoulder of the person who welcomed him and made his way to the bar. Jiang Hu spotted him and called out, Yan Gu, we've been waiting for you. Gu Jingyan settled onto a high stool, leaning casually against the bar. The place is quite lively, he remarked. It is a grand opening with half-off drinks, Jiang Hu replied as he mixed a cocktail. Would you like me to make you something? Gu Jingyan raised his hand slightly. No, thanks, I drove here. Not an issue, I'll have Changzi be your designated driver later, Jiang Hu assured him. Just then, a wave of cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. Following the sound, Gu Jingyan turned to see a girl in a white dress taking the stage with a guitar. Jiang Hu placed the completed drink in front of Gu Jingyan. Here you go, Yan Gu. All set. Gu Jingyan's gaze was fixed on the girl with the guitar as he inquired, is she your hired performer? Jiang Hu followed his line of sight. Oh, her, she is neither a performer nor a customer here for drinks. She just asked me if she could play a song. Since I run this place on a whim, I was more than happy to oblige. Noticing that Gu Jingyan seemed captivated, Jiang Hu asked, Yan Gu, do you know her? Indeed, Gu Jingyan replied with a slight smile. Not just know her, but her name is quite similar to mine. You fell amidst the stars, while I, amidst the sea of people, gazed upwards to find you. The vast sky in my eyes, longing is an unceasing wind. Let it roam free, carrying me to the starry skies where you reside on stage. Gong Yan strummed her guitar, her voice gentle and soothing. She began with a Mandarin rendition before seamlessly transitioning into Cantonese. Gu Jingyan rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head slightly, and applauded as she finished her performance. Thank you, everyone. And a special thanks to the boss for granting me this moment to sing, Gong Yan expressed, glancing in the direction of the bar, her eyes landing on Gu Jingyan sitting next to the owner. Her lashes fluttered as she noticed the colorful disco lights casting patterns across his face. Then, she saw him raise his hand and wave. Gong Yan nodded in acknowledgement, and after stepping off the stage, she handed her guitar to the resident performer and made her way toward the bar. It has been a while since we last met, Gu Jingyan said, gesturing to the adjacent seat. Please, have a drink on me, thank you, Gong Yan replied, taking a seat on the high stool beside him. Your voice is lovely, your Cantonese singing is quite standard, Gu Jingyan praised, and your guitar playing is impressive. I thought you were one of the performers here. Gong Yan's cheeks flushed slightly. Thank you, but I just play for fun, I'm an amateur, not a professional. Gu Jingyan handed her the drink menu. What would you like? Gong Yan glanced at the menu, her gaze settling on the drink in front of Gu Jingyan. Noticing her interest, he asked, "How is your tolerance for alcohol?" Gong Yan shook her head, her honesty shining through. "Not very good. Then this drink might be too strong for you," Gu Jingyan observed. "Would you like me to recommend something?" Gong Yan nodded, handing the menu back to him. Gu Jingyan ordered her a low-alcohol fruit wine and asked, "Did you come here alone?" "I came with a friend," Gong Yan explained, "but she had to leave early due to an unexpected matter." Zhang Hu brought over the drink with a smile. "Yan Gu, since she is your friend, she is also mine. This round is on me as a thank you for coming to support us today." "Isn't that a bit stingy?" Gu Jingyan quipped, glancing at Zhang Hu. "A girl sang for free, and you don't treat her to a drink." Zhang Hu nodded vigorously. "You're right, since she sang so beautifully, this round is definitely on me." Gong Yan expressed her gratitude with a smile, saying to Gu Jingyan, "So, it's your friend's establishment. The design of the sign is particularly charming." Gu Jingyan chuckled softly. "It truly is delightful. No wonder most of the patrons here are women." Zhang Hu added with a laugh. "Yan Gu, you two chat. I'll attend to the guests." Gong Yan took a sip of her drink, finding it refreshingly sweet with a slight tartness, quite enjoyable. Gu Jingyan inquired, "How is it? If you don't like it, I can order you something else." "It's delicious," Gong Yan replied gratefully, "thank you." Gu Jingyan was taken aback for a moment, looking at her with a hint of amusement. "What did you just call me?" Gong Yan met his gaze. "Yan Gu, I heard the boss call you that at first. It was Brother Jiang, then Teacher Gu, and now she was calling him Yan Gu just like that group of men." Gu Jingyan couldn't help but chuckle, unfamiliar with the reason for his laughter. Gong Yan asked, "Is it inappropriate to call you that?" "It's just that it's a bunch of guys calling me that," Gu Jingyan replied. "You can simply call me by my name." Gong Yan hesitated, expressing her sincerity. "I feel it's a bit impolite to address you so casually." "What's impolite about it?" Gu Jingyan raised an eyebrow. "We're not that far apart in age." Gong Yan recalled that New Year's Eve night and whispered, "How calls you uncle, and me sister? That is quite a difference in generation." Gu Jingyan paused for a few seconds before asking, "May I be so bold as to inquire how old you are this year?" "Just a month away from turning 23, Gong Yan replied. Having just celebrated his 28th birthday, Gu Jingyan calculated that Gong Yan was 5 or 6 years younger than him. "You are indeed youthful," he remarked, taking a sip of his drink. "At your age, you must have just graduated from university." Gong Yan nodded. "I started school early, and I've been working for almost 2 years now." Upon mentioning her job, Gong Yan lowered her eyelashes, lifting her glass to take a sip. Gu Jingyan sensed that her work life was likely not going smoothly, but seeing that she didn't bring it up, he refrained from asking, steering the conversation back to music, and they exchanged WeChat contacts. Half an hour later, Gong Yan felt the effects of the alcohol kicking in. Sensing her tipsiness, she quickly bid farewell to Gu Jingyan. "Yan Gu, I should head back now. Thank you for today, and thank your friend for the drinks." Seeing that she was already slightly inebriated, Gu Jingyan offered, "Let me drive you home." "No trouble at all." Gong Yan stood up, saying, "I can just take a taxi." "You've already called me Yan Gu, so there is no need to be so polite," Gu Jingyan insisted. "Let us go. I've had a drink too, so I can't drive. Let us find someone to take us back." Chapter 67. Missing you. On the way back, Gong Yan was barely conscious, her palms clenched tightly as she struggled to maintain a semblance of clarity. Although she had visited a bar with friends before, she had never ordered any drinks, primarily being pushed to sing a song instead. This was her first experience drinking outside, and she was taken aback by her poor tolerance, having succumbed after just one glass. Gu Jingyan, seated in the passenger seat, glanced at Gong Yan through the rearview mirror and noticed her flushed cheeks. He inquired, "How are you feeling? Do you feel like vomiting?" Gong Yan shook her head, only to find that the motion intensified her dizziness. Xiangzi, who was driving, chuckled, "Looks like your sister-in-law can't hold her liquor." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Gu Jingyan retorted, ready to give him a kick if he weren't occupied with driving. "Apologize to her." It was only then that Xiangzi realized that if they were a couple, they would presumably be seated in the back together, and he hastily offered his apologies to Gong Yan. Gong Yan responded, "It's fine." No sooner had the words left her lips than her phone rang. It was her mother calling. Gong Yan looked ahead and, before she could even speak, Gu Jingyan said, "It's all right, answer it." Gong Yan swiped to answer, and upon hearing her mother's voice, tears welled up in her eyes instantaneously. "Yes, I'm eating well. It's nothing, just missing you and Dad a bit. I recently took a short holiday. I'll be back home in a couple of days and will stay for a few more." "No, work has been going smoothly. I didn't return home for the new year, so they gave me some time off." Okay, good night, Mom. After hanging up, Gong Yan could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. Gu Jingyan furrowed his brow, his heart tightening as he reached for a tissue and passed it to her. Thank you, Gong Yan accepted it gratefully. As the car came to a stop in the community, Gu Jingyan glanced at the now sleeping Gong Yan. He exited the vehicle, opened the back door, and called her name gently. Gong Yan frowned, covering her ears as she continued to sleep. Yan Gu, it seems she is completely intoxicated. I doubt we'll get any information about which building she lives in. What should we do? Even if we ask, it won't help, Gu Jingyan replied. Let us take her to a nearby hotel. Just as he was about to close the car door, Gu Jingyan heard Gong Yan's phone ring again. He noticed the caller ID displayed a name, Xuan, and guessed it might be one of Gong Yan's friends. He picked up the phone and answered, Hello, I'm Gong Yan's friend. Gong Yan, are you still at the bar? I've finished editing the drawings and am heading over to find you. Gong Yan has had too much to drink. I brought her to the entrance of her community, but she is already asleep. If it's convenient for you, please come to her community. Wu Shuang promptly closed her laptop and hailed a taxi. 20 minutes later, she arrived at the entrance of Gong Yan's community and spotted a car parked there, alongside two men. She opened the back door and, upon seeing Gong Yan, let out a sigh of relief. Supporting Gong Yan as she got out of the car, Wu Shuang thanked Gu Jingyan. This child can't handle her liquor. I appreciate your help. It's no trouble, Gu Jingyan replied, glancing at the rosy-cheeked Gong Yan, whose eyelashes were still damp. Please take her home. Wu Shuang escorted Gong Yan back to her residence, concerned for her well-being, and decided to stay the night. The next day, Gong Yan awoke, lying in bed to gather her thoughts, struggling to recall how she got home the previous night. Are you awake, feeling unwell? Wu Shuang had just returned from buying breakfast and, seeing Gong Yan awake, quickly inquired. I'm fine, not unwell. Gong Yan sat up and asked, How did I get back home last night? Wu Shuang, feeling exasperated, replied, Didn't I tell you before I left that it was unsafe to be alone and advised you not to order any drinks? Look what happened, you drank yourself into a stupor. Gong Yan raised a finger, her conviction lacking. I only had one drink. Wu Shuang, amused by her response, sat on the edge of the bed and asked, Who was the man who brought you back yesterday? A friend, Gong Yan explained. I saw him there, and since he is friends with the boss, I felt safe drinking, but I didn't anticipate my poor tolerance. When did you acquire such a friend? Wu Shuang squinted. You felt secure drinking just because he was present. You trust him that much? He's a good person. He treated me to dinner on New Year's Eve. Does he have feelings for you? No, he was just being kind. Don't say such things. Then what about you? Wu Shuang said, I caught a glimpse last night. He is rather handsome. Do you have any feelings for him? Gong Yan lowered her gaze. It's impossible. How is it impossible? Wu Shuang insisted, Darling, you possess beauty and capability, you're not lacking in anything. Take some time to clear your mind. As Gong Yan got out of bed, she received a message from Gu Jingyan. Are you sober yet? Gong Yan picked up her phone and typed, Yes, thank you for bringing me back last night. Gu Jingyan responded politely and opened her Moments. It was filled with adorable photos and videos of cats and dogs. Late that night, around 11, Jiang Yinshu lay in bed, with only a bedside lamp illuminating the room. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, she received a short video from Fu Qingze. Jiang Yinshu was taken aback, pausing for a few seconds before her curiosity piqued, prompting her to click on the video. The buildings lining the streets exuded a distinct European charm. In the soft glow of the warm sun, street performers played the accordion, while an elderly man with white hair stood in front of a flower stall, presenting a bouquet of roses to his wife beside him. The love in their exchanged glances was palpable, creating a scene reminiscent of a romantic film. She watched the video twice. After closing it, just as she was about to type a response, a message popped up in the chat. Missing you. Jiang Yinshu couldn't help but smile at those two words. At that moment, Fu Qingze was seated in his car, having driven past the romantic streets and now en route to a partner company's headquarters. He observed the small emoji that automatically popped up after typing missing you, a winking face blowing a kiss with a tiny red heart. Would Jiang Yunshu suspect that his account had been hacked if he sent that emoji? After a few seconds of hesitation, he decided to send a small red heart instead. Seeing the heart appear, Jiang Yunshu laughed softly and asked, "Did you film the video?" Fu Qingze replied, "Yes." Fu Qingze added, "Aren't you asleep yet?" Just as Jiang Yunshu was about to respond with an "I was about to sleep," Fu Qingze initiated a video call. Chapter 68 I miss you even more. Jiang Yunshu swiped open the video. It was easier not seeing him. She didn't feel an overwhelming longing, however, now that she saw him through the screen. A wave of nostalgia surged within her heart. Meeting Fu Qingze's gaze, she inquired, "Are you outside?" Fu Qingze nodded affirmatively, switching the camera to show her the view outside the car window. He then turned the lens back to his face. "I recorded that last video with the window down. It felt reminiscent of a scene from a film. I wanted to share it with you. It was beautifully shot, reminiscent of cinematic romance," Jiang Yunshu remarked. "Your hand was remarkably steady. The image was perfectly still." Fu Qingze smiled gently. "Did you notice the elderly couple in the video?" "Yes," Jiang Yunshu replied with a nod. "That's my wish," Fu Qingze said earnestly. "I hope that when our hair turns gray, I can still hold your hand and buy you a bouquet from a florist on the street." His calm and tender voice resonated through the phone, causing Jiang Yunshu's heart to race ever so slightly. Although she was still getting used to Fu Qingze's romantic expressions and felt a tad bashful, she thoroughly enjoyed it. Fu Qingze gazed at her silently for a few seconds before asking, "Why are you awake so late today?" Jiang Yunshu lifted her gaze to meet his. "I was putting our daughter to sleep and spent quite a while playing with her before she settled." "You've worked hard," Fu Qingze sighed softly. "I miss our daughter," Jiang Yunshu replied. "Putting our daughter to sleep is a joy. How could it be considered hard work?" After a brief pause, she continued, "Considering the time difference, when you rest in the evening, it's still early morning here, and our daughter is asleep. By the time you have lunch, she might be awake. If you're not too busy with work, I could initiate a video call so you can talk to her." Fu Qingze agreed. After a moment of silence, he softly called out, "Yunshu." Jiang Yunshu looked into his eyes, which sparkled with clarity. "I miss you even more," Fu Qingze confessed, his tone sincere and slightly husky, evoking a sense of tenderness. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if the driver, presumably his assistant, understood Mandarin, as Fu Qingze spoke so intimately and unreservedly. This was a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, where he rarely expressed such sentiments, even in private moments with her. Jiang Yunshu felt a mix of amusement and helplessness, contemplating if he had sought advice on how to woo someone or express affection. "It's getting late," Fu Qingze said. "Rest early." "Good night," Jiang Yunshu responded affirmatively, instinctively wanting to reciprocate his goodnight wishes, but remembering it was still afternoon on his end, she held her tongue. As she heard Fu Qingze end the call, the assistant glanced at him through the rearview mirror, wanting to say, "Regardless of your cultural background, please step away from Mr. Fu." After years of following Fu Qingze, he had never witnessed such a tender side of him. Upon arriving at the office building, the assistant stood by while Fu Qingze negotiated with the project team, displaying a commanding presence and unwavering determination. The assistant admired him greatly, realizing this was the true Fu Qingze, unencumbered by any mysterious influences. After finishing work, while heading back to the hotel, they passed by a souvenir shop still open. Suddenly, Fu Qingze recalled Jiang Yunshu's words about the video being as romantic as a film. He pondered the essence of romance and instructed his assistant to pull over. Alighting from the car, Fu Qingze entered the shop, selecting 2 adorable groundhog plush toys for their daughter and a beautiful postcard. Sitting at a table, he contemplated before picking up a pen to write a heartfelt message. In the courtyard of the Fu family's old residence, many flowers had bloomed. Early in the morning, Grandma Fu called Jiang Yunshu, urging her to bring the baby to visit. Dressed in a floral onesie and a charming white hat, the baby radiated the essence of a spring outing. Jiang Yunshu picked her up, nuzzling her soft cheek. "Darling, give Mama a kiss." The baby tilted her head, burying it in Jiang Yunshu's neck. Giggling with delight, Jiang Yunshu smiled. "Where did you learn to be so adorable?" The moment the words left her lips, an image of Fu Qingze's pitiful expression when drunk flashed in her mind, prompting an involuntary chuckle. She kissed the baby's chubby cheek. "Sweetheart, do you miss Daddy?" The baby nestled in her arms, babbling delightfully. As Jiang Yunshu carried her downstairs, Aunt Luo helped carry the mother-baby bag, and they all set off for the Fu family's old residence. Su Shuping had been waiting at the entrance of the old residence, and upon seeing Jiang Yunshu and the baby, she approached to take the baby from her. Goodness, I've missed you so much. Holding the baby, she continued, Xiaoshu, it must be tiring taking care of the child today, you should rest well, I'll entertain her with the nanny and Aunt Luo around, it's not tiring at all, Jiang Yunshu replied. Moreover, Chu Chu is very well behaved and hardly cries, making it quite easy. Su Shuping smiled. What a good girl. With Su Shuping watching the baby, Jiang Yunshu enjoyed a leisurely day, watering the plants, petting the cat, and playing a game of chess with Grandma Fu. After dinner, Grandma Fu invited Jiang Yunshu to stay overnight at the old residence. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Yunshu aimlessly scrolled through her phone, inundated with notifications about attractions and hotels in Switzerland. She had long wished to visit the Alps and, after Fu Qingze's business trip to Switzerland, had arranged for a visa, contemplating a visit to clear her mind once he finished his work. As she scrolled through her phone, her hand suddenly froze, her brow furrowing tightly, almost losing her grip on the device. The name of the hotel that caught fire in the video was all too familiar. It was the location Fu Qingze had sent her after arriving in Switzerland. Opening the comments, she read the precise location shared by the video as poster, and her heart raced with panic, prompting her to urgently call Fu Qingze. However, the line remained unresponsive. Anxiously, she dialed his assistant, but still received no answer. Gripping her phone tightly, she steadied her nerves and instructed Uncle Li to drive her to Shangbaiufu to retrieve her passport and identification before heading straight to the airport. On the way, Jiang Yunshu opened the video poster's profile, where she noticed a new video. A blurred yet familiar figure rushed into the hotel lobby against the tide of people. The voice of the poster echoed from her phone. It seems like a Chinese person ran inside. He emerged from the fire carrying 2 children. It looks like another child is trapped inside. He put the children down and rushed back in. I admire his bravery and hope he can bring the children out safely. It felt as if a hand were tightening around her heart, leaving Jiang Yunshu breathless, her lips pale, and her body trembling slightly. She clutched the jade Buddha around her neck, praying silently. Only when she saw a video of Fu Qingze emerging from the hotel, carrying a foreign little girl, did she exhale deeply, feeling the blood that had frozen in her veins begin to flow again. As long as he was safe, that was all that mattered. Chapter 69. A sense of relief. Jiang Yunshu's expression softened somewhat, yet uncertainty lingered regarding whether Fu Qingze had sustained any injuries, leaving her deeply anxious. She dialed Fu Qingze's number once more, but still no one answered. Uncle Li, perceiving her flustered demeanor and her incessant phone calls, inquired curiously, "The hotel where Qingze is staying caught fire, and I've been unable to reach him." Seeing Uncle Li's alarmed reaction, Jiang Yunshu hastily reassured him, "He is fine. He has already escaped from the hotel. I'm just not sure if he is injured." After a brief pause, she added, "Uncle Li, I'm worried about my mother and grandmother. I didn't inform them about this incident. When you return, please refrain from mentioning it." "Understood, understood," Uncle Li replied promptly. Jiang Yunshu booked the nearest flight and, prior to boarding, came across news reports from journalists. 1 dead, 9 injured, all currently receiving treatment at a local hospital. Following the fire, local firefighting teams had swiftly arrived on the scene, and after intense efforts, the blaze had been contained. An investigation into the cause was still underway. A video poster also responded to her comment, suggesting that it seemed someone was injured and had been taken away by an ambulance, but it should not be serious. Upon landing in Switzerland, Jiang Yunshu noticed a missed call from Fu Qingze's assistant. She returned the call and finally heard Fu Qingze's voice, which brought her some solace. "Yunshu, did you see the news about the hotel fire?" "I am fine, but I lost my phone while escaping, which is why I couldn't answer your calls." Fu Qingze continued, "I'm sorry for worrying you. Were you injured?" Jiang Yunshu inquired. "No, don't worry," he reassured her. "Where are you now?" "I'm in my room. I rebooked at another hotel. Send me the address," she requested. Amidst the slightly chaotic sounds on the line, Fu Qingze paused for a few seconds before posing a question. "Yunshu, have you arrived in Switzerland?" She confirmed. "I just landed." Fu Qingze was utterly taken aback by her sudden arrival in Switzerland and quickly asked, "Which airport?" "I'll come to pick you up." "No need, I'm already in a car. Just send me the address." Less than an hour later, Jiang Yunshu arrived at the hotel. Fu Qingze had been waiting in the lobby since morning. Upon spotting the person he longed for disembark from the vehicle through the glass window, he immediately rose from the sofa. The distance of thousands of miles melted away as she appeared before him, bringing a mix of surprise and heartache. Jiang Yunshu was enveloped in his embrace, inhaling the long-missed, familiar scent of him, which instilled an unprecedented sense of calm. Fu Qing's large hand stroked the back of her head as he felt warm tears cascade onto his neck. Though he intended to inquire about her sudden arrival, he could now empathize with Jiang Yunshua's feelings and gently kissed her hairline. "Were you frightened?" Noticing her silence and the slight nod of her head against him, Fu Qing's tightened his embrace, speaking softly to comfort her. For some time. Once inside the hotel, Fu Qing's observed Jiang Yunshu's slightly reddened eyes, which tugged at his heart. He grasped her hand and asked, "Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something first?" Having not eaten for over 10 hours, Jiang Yunshu indeed felt a pang of hunger. She exhaled softly, her voice still bearing a hint of nasal congestion from her earlier tears. "I am a little hungry." Fu Qing's raised his hand to ruffle her hair. "I'll call room service." Jiang Yunshu nodded in agreement and rose to wash her face in the bathroom. While drying her hands, she noticed a tube of ointment on the shelf. Picking it up, she discovered it was a burn ointment. Just then, Fu Qing's finished his call and approached the bathroom door. Jiang Yunshu turned to him, frowning as she asked, "Didn't you say you weren't injured?" "It's not serious," Fu Qing's replied, "just a bit of ointment will suffice." Jiang Yunshu set the ointment down. "Let me see the burn." Seeing the seriousness in her expression, Fu Qing's rolled up his sleeve to reveal a patch of first-degree burns, affecting only the superficial layers of skin, without any blisters. Jiang Yunshu frowned at the swollen area on his arm. Fu Qing's lowered his sleeve, saying, "I've applied the ointment. It's nothing to worry about." As he reached to embrace her again, Jiang Yunshu pushed him away and stepped out of the bathroom. Fu Qing's hesitated for a moment before following her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "Yunshu, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was afraid it would worry you, and besides, it really isn't a serious injury. The more you conceal, the more it causes worry." Jiang Yunshu replied, "Didn't you promise me before that you would be honest no matter what?" "I was wrong," Fu Qing's quickly admitted. Jiang Yunshu, feeling frustrated, retorted, "Put yourself in my shoes. If I had such a large swollen area on my arm and said nothing when you asked, wouldn't you be upset?" Fu Qing's throat tightened, pausing momentarily. "I was wrong." Jiang Yunshu, usually good-natured, felt exhausted and hungry at that moment. Her temper flaring up, she forcefully broke free from him and sat down on the sofa, grabbing a bottle of mineral water from the table and drinking half of it in one go. Her irritation wasn't entirely genuine. She simply wished that if they were to rekindle their relationship, it wouldn't remain as formal as before. Just as Fu Qing's had said, he wasn't as composed and magnanimous as he appeared. He would feel jealous and could be somewhat childish at times. She too was not always calm and gracious. She had her own temper. Previously, she could freely indulge in her whims with Jiang Zhenghua, and now, as she sought to restart her relationship with Fu Qing's, she yearned for enough love to embrace her occasional moodiness. As Fu Qing's approached, ready to speak, a knock sounded at the door. He opened it to receive a tray from a hotel staff member. "Shall we eat something first?" Fu Qing's offered, handing her the utensils. "Let us eat first, and we can discuss everything later." Jiang Yunshu was indeed hungry. She accepted the utensils he handed her and bowed her head to eat. Fu Qing's watched her while recounting how he discovered the hotel fire, how he had rescued 3 children while escaping, and how he ended up on the ambulance, among other details. After Jiang Yunshu finished her meal and set down her utensils, Fu Qing's took her hand. "Yunshu, I know you must have been very worried, so I need to explain." "Explain what?" Jiang Yunshu asked. "When I rushed back into the hotel to save the 3rd child, it was because I knew exactly where the child was and was confident I could rescue them. At worst, I would sustain some injuries." Fu Qing's paused before continuing. "I was aware that you and our daughter were waiting for me at home, so I wouldn't let anything happen to me." His words struck a chord in Jiang Yunshu's heart. She nodded slightly, her gaze falling on his forearm as she asked, "Does it hurt?" Fu Qing's clasped her hand again. "Not at all." Jiang Yunshu looked at him and playfully remarked, "Tough skin and thick flesh." Fu Qing's chuckled softly, gazing at her for a moment before caressing her cheek and leaning down to kiss her tenderly. Jiang Yunshu had come in a hurry, without any clothes or luggage. As she made her way towards the bathroom to take a shower, Fu Qing's produced a set of his pajamas. "They reek clean. Wear mine for the night. I'll have someone buy you a few changes of clothes tomorrow." Jiang Yunshu accepted the pajamas and held them against her body, discovering they were of a length similar to her short skirt. So, she took only the top into the bathroom. About half an hour later, Jiang Yunshu emerged from the bathroom. Hearing the movement, Fu Qing's turned to look, his breath catching slightly as a wave of excitement surged within him. Chapter 70. "May I sleep beside you?" Jiang Yunshu approached the bedside, lifted the covers, and climbed in without noticing the intense gaze of Fu Qing's upon her. After more than 10 hours of travel, her mind had been taut with worry over Fu Qing's injuries, rendering her unable to sleep. Now, utterly exhausted, she sank into the bed with her eyes closed. She murmured to Fu Qingze, "I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep now." Fu Qingze swallowed hard, watching her occupy the left side of the bed. He leaned down and caressed her hair, softly asking, "Where should I sleep?" "Mm?" Jiang Yunshu's consciousness was hazy, under the dim light. Her skin appeared porcelain-like and delicate, her long lashes curling gracefully. Fu Qingze gazed at her sleeping visage, his voice barely above a whisper, "May I sleep beside you?" The half-asleep Jiang Yunshu did not respond. "Is it permissible?" Fu Qingze leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Mm?" Jiang Yunshu furrowed her brow slightly, mumbling a vague acknowledgement. Fu Qingze's lips curled into a faint smile as he bestowed another kiss on her forehead, lightly patting her as if soothing a child. "You've worked hard, have a good rest." He rose and dimmed the room's lights to their softest glow before stepping into the bathroom. When he finished his shower and climbed into bed, Jiang Yunshu was already deeply asleep. After lying down, he wrapped his arms around her, as if to embrace a dream come true. The figure nestled against him was soft, her breathing gentle and steady, carrying the same fragrant scent of the bath gel he used. Fu Qingze's heart swelled with fulfillment. The person he had missed just the previous day lay so tangibly in his arms, a tangle of surprise and tenderness that kept him awake for a long while. In the middle of the night, Jiang Yunshu turned in Fu Qingze's embrace, inhaling his tranquil and crisp scent, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety and comfort even in her dreams. When Jiang Yunshu awoke again, she felt the warmth of his broad chest enveloping her from behind. The light tickle of his breath against her neck stirred her. She shifted slightly, and Fu Qingze's deep, languorous voice whispered, "Are you awake?" Jiang Yunshu murmured in reply, turning to face him and looking up slightly, "Don't you have work today?" "I've managed most of my tasks. The rest I've entrusted to the accompanying department manager." Fu Qingze gazed at her with sleepy eyes. "I'm reluctant to get out of bed. I want to hold you like this forever." Jiang Yunshu blinked her long lashes and buried her head back into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. This posture of reliance stirred an overwhelming tenderness within Fu Qingze, prompting him to lean down and kiss the top of her head. "Did you sleep well last night?" Jiang Yunshu nodded. "I slept very soundly." After a moment's thought, Jiang Yunshu suggested, "How about Grindelwald?" "Very well." Fu Qingze reached for his phone on the bedside table, dialing his assistant to arrange for a car. They lingered in bed for nearly half an hour before finally rising. Slipping on their slippers, Jiang Yunshu glanced down at her loose-fitting garment, which barely reached her thighs. With nothing underneath, she felt a chill of vulnerability. She intended to remind Fu Qingze to have someone prepare her a change of clothes, but upon turning around, she met his fiery gaze. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Earlier, while they had been entwined, she had sensed his reaction. Now, the desire reflected in his eyes was impossible to ignore. "Don't forget to have someone prepare some clothes for me." Jiang Yunshu averted her gaze, casting this remark over her shoulder before stepping into the washroom. Fu Qingze's eyes followed her, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he exhaled softly before following her. As Jiang Yunshu brushed her teeth, she caught sight of Fu Qingze leaning against the doorway, tilting his head slightly to observe her. Their eyes met in the mirror, each feeling a quickening of their hearts. Once Jiang Yunshu finished rinsing her mouth, Fu Qingze stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist from behind. Their bodies pressed together, and Jiang Yunshu felt her cheeks warm as she urged him, "Stop hugging me, hurry and brush your teeth." "Being able to hold you like this feels like a dream," Fu Qingze said, tilting his head to plant a kiss on her fair neck, his voice husky. "Is it all right if I wish to be a bit closer?" Jiang Yunshu perceived the underlying meaning in his words and, after a brief silence, replied, "Didn't you say we were going out?" Fu Qingze raised an eyebrow, cautiously asking, "Is it all right if I do so upon our return?" Jiang Yunshu's ears tinged with crimson as she nodded lightly. Such a natural progression still required inquiry. When the atmosphere was ripe, it would naturally unfold. Fu Qingze's lips curved upward, kissing her ear. Jiang Yunshu grasped his hand. "How is your arms burn?" "It's nothing," Fu Qingze assured her. "I'm applying the ointment regularly. It will heal soon." Jiang Yunshu nodded and handed him the toothbrush. "Go wash up." Reluctantly, Fu Qingze released her and took the toothbrush, squeezing toothpaste onto it. Jiang Yunshu, watching him brush beside her, recalled how he had clung to her like a piece of gum, unable to suppress a light laugh. Fu Qingze rinsed his mouth, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he asked, "Are you laughing at me?" "You're like someone who has drunk," Jiang Yunshu replied, our daughter's clinginess must come from you. After washing his face, Fu Qingze picked up a towel to dry himself. Leaning against the sink, he enveloped Jiang Yunshu in his embrace, playfully nuzzling her with his nose. Our daughter is smarter than I am. She knew how to love her mother from the moment she was born. It is not that she takes after me, rather, I must learn from her. He softly brushed his lips against hers. Am I annoying you by being so clingy? Jiang Yunshu chose to ignore his rhetorical question. Fu Qingze chuckled lightly, kissing her forehead, her eyelids, and then her nose, each kiss imbued with affection and longing. Jiang Yunshu, her thoughts wandering to the enchanting slopes beneath the Alps, raised her gaze to ask, when shall we have breakfast? Fu Qingze paused. Are you hungry? I'm not hungry, Jiang Yunshu replied. It's a 2-hour drive to Grindelwald, so it would be better for us to set out early. We have plenty of time. There is no rush. Fu Qingze laid a clean towel flat on the counter, scooping her up in his arms, positioning himself between her legs while his hand brushed against her waist. With nothing on beneath, this position made Jiang Yunshu feel slightly bashful, and she pushed against his chest. Let me down, just a kiss, Fu Qingze pleaded, cradling her face, his tongue teasingly parting her lips as he gently suckled her soft mouth. Jiang Yunshu, lost in the kiss, found her hands resting on his shoulders without her realizing it. The sound of their kisses echoed in the washroom, making her heart race and her cheeks flush. Chapter 71. Quite sweet. The protracted kiss was abruptly interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. Fu Qingze, leaning against Jiang Yunshu's neck, steadied his breath and reached out to lift her down. It must be the clothes arriving. I will go answer the door. Jiang Yunshu's lips were a deep crimson, and her legs felt somewhat weak when the assistant handed over the garments, sunglasses, and car keys to Fu Qingze. He noticed the look of unfulfilled desire on his face and wondered if he had come at an inopportune moment, interrupting something rather intimate. Mr. Fu, if you have any further instructions, please let me know. Fu Qingze nodded, shutting the door behind him as he carried the bag into the bedroom. I instructed my assistant to find a personal shopper here. The brand is one you have worn before. If you dislike anything, just tell me, and I can arrange for a different selection, or I can take you to the store myself. I'm not that picky, Jiang Yunshu replied, taking a floral long dress and heading toward the bathroom. Fu Qingze grasped her wrist gently, asking, where are you going? Jiang Yunshu glanced back at him, to the bathroom. To change, he inquired further. Jiang Yunshu nodded, with a casual smile gracing his lips. Fu Qingze suggested, why not change right here? I'll wait in the living room. Jiang Yunshu felt a flush rise to her cheeks, knowing he had misunderstood her intentions. It's not what you think. I washed my undergarments after my shower last night and hung them up to dry in the bathroom. Fu Qingze reached for a bag on the table. There are disposables in here. Would you like one? Jiang Yunshu shook her head. Underwear must be washed before wearing. Disposables won't do. Very well, Fu Qingze replied. Wait here, I will fetch you some. As Jiang Yunshu took the dried undergarments from him, she noticed him seated at the edge of the bed, calmly watching her. It was clearly intentional. Despite having shared the most intimate moments before, they had always been in dimly lit settings. She was still shy, and the thought of changing clothes in front of him without a single item on was simply untenable. You go to the living room. Fu Qingze chuckled softly, rising from his seat. I will wait for you in the living room. Once you're dressed, we can go out for a meal. Jiang Yunshu acknowledged him with a hum. When she emerged from the bathroom, clad in her outfit, Fu Qingze finally understood her earlier remark about not being picky. Everything she wore looked stunning on her. After enjoying breakfast, Fu Qingze and Jiang Yunshu embarked on a drive to Glenwood. Along the way, Jiang Yunshu, unable to quell her concern for their daughter, initiated a video call with Su Shuping, but unfortunately, the baby was napping. Mom, Chu-Chu didn't cry, did she? Jiang Yunshu inquired. No fuss at all. She has been quite the angel, Su Shuping replied. Dear, why did you leave in such a hurry? You just finished dinner and then rushed off. I thought something might have happened. Jiang Yunshu chuckled softly. I was indeed a bit hasty. Fortunately, you were there. Chu-Chu is still so small, otherwise, I would truly be uneasy. Su Shuping's words were heartwarming. I'd gladly look after her for a few more days. Noticing Jiang Yunshu seated in the car, she asked, where are you headed, little Shu? Jiang Yunshu adjusted the camera to include Fu Qingze in the frame. I'm on the way to Glenwood with Chingza. He happens to have some free time today, so he is accompanying me for a little outing. Su Shuping's eyes sparkled with delight, her voice brimming with joy. That's wonderful. You two enjoy yourselves. Don't worry about Choo-Choo, both the nanny and I are here. Well then, I want to keep you. Let us end the call here. As the video call ended, Jiang Yunshu let out a light laugh. Fu Qingze held the steering wheel with one hand while the other reached for Jiang Yunshu's hand, drawing it into his palm. She glanced at him, withdrawing her hand momentarily. Focus on driving. Her gaze fell upon his profile, and after taking a sip of mineral water, she tightened the cap and added, "Hold my hand when we get out." The smile on Fu Qingze's lips remained constant throughout the drive. Jiang Yunshu lowered the car window to let the breeze in. Even before reaching their destination, the scenery outside was already enchanting. The gentle wind caressed her cheeks, making her feel as if she were a cloud drifting in the blue sky, free and buoyant. It seemed that the actual destination mattered little. What truly counted was the company by her side. Simply enjoying the drive together. Upon arriving, Fu Qingze took Jiang Yunshu's hand, strolling along a small path on the hillside. The view was breathtaking, with snow-capped mountains stretching into the distance, scattered wooden cabins dotting the gentle slopes, and the jingling of bells around the necks of sheep and cattle creating a serene atmosphere, as though they had stepped into a painting. With a camera hung around his neck, Fu Qingze asked Jiang Yunshu, "Would you like to take some photos?" Jiang Yunshu nodded, accepting the camera from him. As Fu Qingze watched her capture images, he was reminded of the time she attended a basketball game at Beijing Aviation University, when he had not yet known her name, only that the subject of her lens was Gu Jingyan. "Do you enjoy photography?" Fu Qingze inquired. "I suppose I do," Jiang Yunshu replied. "I was quite fond of it for a while." Just then, some travelers passed by, and Fu Qingze greeted them in English before switching to German, asking if they could help take a photo of him and Jiang Yunshu. The foreign travelers eagerly nodded. Fu Qingze wrapped his arm around Jiang Yunshu's shoulders, facing the camera, his lips curving into an attractive smile. When Jiang Yunshu looked up at him, their gazes met perfectly. After receiving the camera back from the travelers and expressing his gratitude, Fu Qingze waved goodbye. Jiang Yunshu turned to him and asked, "You can speak German?" "I can manage basic conversations, but I am not fluent," he replied, holding her hand. "Let us go. There is a restaurant ahead with a view of the snow peaks where we can enjoy some drinks and a bite to eat." "Have you been here before?" Jiang Yunshu inquired. "No," Fu Qingze answered. "I looked over the route guide my assistant sent while waiting for you to change in the living room." Jiang Yunshu's eyes sparkled. "Traveling with you is indeed worry-free." Fu Qingze kissed her hand gently. "Wherever you wish to go in the future, I shall accompany you." Seated at the table, Fu Qingze reclined against the back of his chair, one hand casually resting on Jiang Yunshu's waist. Jiang Yunshu took a sip of her coffee and plucked a green grape to eat. "It's quite sweet," she said, turning to Fu Qingze. "Would you like to try some?" Fu Qingze leaned closer, lifting his hand from her waist to cradle the back of her head, drawing her toward him. Before she could fully comprehend the moment, his soft lips met hers, causing her heart to race as she instinctively parted her lips. "It is indeed sweet," Fu Qingze remarked, plucking a grape from the bunch and feeding it to her. Jiang Yunshu pressed her lips together and glanced up at Fu Qingze, realizing he was quite captivating when kissing. His hand returned to her waist as he gazed at the picturesque scenery before them, suddenly exclaiming, "The view is exquisite. It is truly wonderful to have you by my side." Chapter 72. Let's start over. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting its golden glow, the journey back found the city enveloped in twilight. After enjoying dinner, the night had gracefully draped itself over the urban landscape. There seems to be a rooftop bar nearby where one can admire the city's nightscape. Shall we indulge in a drink? Upon hearing Jiang Yunshu's suggestion, Fu Qingze felt a twinge of surprise, knowing her aversion to alcohol and her limited tolerance. "There is indeed a bar in the vicinity," Fu Qingze replied. "If you wish to go, I will call the driver to take us back to the hotel afterward." Jiang Yunshu rose to her feet. "Let us go." Situated in the heart of the city, the bar boasted an exquisite location, hidden within a mesmerizing nocturnal ambience, offering a stunning view of the city adorned with twinkling lights. Jiang Yunshu ordered a cocktail, taking a delicate sip before shifting her gaze from the distance to Fu Qingze's face. "I have a question I would like to ask you." Fu Qingze looked at her, nodding. "Please, go ahead." We discussed having children before our marriage, Zhang Yunshu inquired. Why did you say you did not intend to have any at that time? The suddenness of her question caused an inexplicable tension within Fu Qingze. Throughout the day, they had shared a closeness reminiscent of a couple in the throes of romance, their gazes locking for mere seconds before they would kiss. Having finally drawn near to her again, he feared she might once more push him away. Zhang Yunshu's expression remained serene as she patiently awaited his response. Fu Qingze grasped her hand, holding it firmly. Yunshu, I am sorry for the distress I have caused you regarding this matter. Zhang Yunshu's lips curled slightly. There is no need for you to be so anxious. I merely wished to understand your thoughts at that time. Fu Qingze fixed his gaze upon her for a moment, revealing his inner turmoil. Our relationship progressed rapidly. Although we had crossed paths years ago, we truly knew little about each other. I should have pursued you as I do now, taking each step from holding hands to dating, to kissing, to proposing. Gradually, however, due to my grandfather's influence, we bypassed all those stages and stepped directly into marriage. While marrying you was indeed a cherished dream of mine, it was more a matter of being propelled forward. This pace was unhealthily swift, and it was not suitable to consider having a child before our relationship had stabilized. Zhang Yunshu nodded in agreement. Fu Qingze exhaled slowly, continuing, at that time, I genuinely did not like children, although I cannot pinpoint a specific reason. Perhaps it stemmed from an unhappy childhood, coupled with a lack of confidence in my ability to be a good father. The primary reason was our young age. We were merely 24 or 25 at the time of our marriage. Tomi, you have always been remarkable, and I did not want to tether you too early with a child, especially since I believed you did not harbor feelings for me and were merely seeking a suitable partner for marriage. Zhang Yunshu lowered her gaze. The fault does not lie solely with you. I should have probed deeper and expressed my clear desire for children. Fu Qingze took her hand, kissing the back of it. Yunshu, my previous aversion to children was merely a past sentiment. I deeply love our daughter. Zhang Yunshu nodded. I have never doubted your love for her, but I have questioned your feelings for me. Fu Qingze's brow furrowed deeply, as if thrown off balance, his fingers tightening around hers. Yunshu, I love you. It was my inability to navigate intimate relationships that hindered my honesty, causing me to overlook your feelings. I have heard those words many times. I am not so dull as to be unaware of your affection and remorse. Zhang Yunshu smiled at his flustered expression. I bring this up not to revisit old grievances but to turn a new page. Fu Qingze gazed into her bright eyes, pondering her words, and asked in a low voice, really? Zhang Yunshu nodded. The past is not solely your fault. I too have erred. Our time apart has taught us much, with the most vital lesson being the importance of honesty. We will traverse many years together in the future, and it is inevitable that we will encounter obstacles and conflicts. I hope that moving forward, we can be sufficiently loving, honest, and forgiving with one another. Fu Qingze stared at Zhang Yunshu, excitement bubbling within him, eager to speak, but before he could articulate his thoughts, his lips were met with a soft warmth. Fu Qingze, Zhang Yunshu's fair complexion bore a hint of rosy intoxication. Let us start anew. This marked Zhang Yunshu's first proactive kiss since their separation. All the unspoken affections that words failed to convey poured forth through their shared gaze. Fu Qingze lowered his head, sealing his lips against hers. This kiss was fervently passionate. He enveloped Zhang Yunshu's waist and cradled her head, as if desperate to capture every breath she took. As the kiss concluded, both found themselves breathless. The phone on the table buzzed. Fu Qingze answered, revealing that the driver had arrived. Shall we have another drink? He inquired. Zhang Yunshu replied, no more drinks. Fu Qingze pressed further, should we head back now? Zhang Yunshu nodded, let us go. Once in the car, seated in the back, Fu Qingze and Zhang Yunshu gazed out at the ever-changing night scenery, each lost in their thoughts. The kiss they had just shared was far from sufficient to fill the void left by their separation. Upon entering the hotel room, Fu Qingze swiftly pinned Zhang Yunshu against the wall, leaning down to kiss her once more. Zhang Yunshu wrapped her arms around his neck, returning the kiss with urgency. Fu Qingze's hand, resting on her lower back, pressed her closer, feeling the contours of her body, heat coursing through him. He kissed her moist lips, trailing kisses along her ears and jawline, before descending to her fair neck and collarbone. While slowly unzipping her dress, his warm hand slipped beneath the hem of her garment, causing her to shiver, a soft moan escaping her lips. As she regained her composure, she grasped Fu Qingze's arm, biting down on her lower lip. There is no need to stifle your sounds, the soundproofing here is excellent. and no one will disturb us." Fu Qing's voice was laced with desire, low and sensuous. Wait a moment," Jiang Yunshu pushed against him, reminding, "We haven't bought anything." Fu Qingze chuckled lightly, "We have everything we need. I took care of that when I had the clothes delivered to you this morning." Jiang Yunshu paused. "You had someone else buy those things?" At this point, Fu Qingze had little patience to discuss such trivial matters, swiftly lifting her into his arms and striding toward the bedroom. "Let us take a shower," Jiang Yunshu urged, wrapping an arm around his neck. "We should wash up first." Fu Qingze acknowledged her request, carrying her toward the bathroom. Once inside, Jiang Yunshu's feet met the ground. Observing as Fu Qingze removed his shirt, her cheeks flushing slightly, "You go ahead and wash first." She began to step out of the bathroom, only to be embraced from behind by Fu Qingze, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "Let us shower together to save time." Jiang Yunshu's ears turned crimson. "We can't shower together." "Why not?" Fu Qingze pressed his face against hers, showering her with kisses. Jiang Yunshu recalled the way he had looked at her that morning, stating matter-of-factly, "If we do, you won't be able to wait until after the shower." After her words, she added her own desire, "I want to be in bed." Fu Qingze chuckled softly, releasing her, his tone yielding, "You can wash up first." Chapter 73. "Yunshu, I miss you." After Jiang Yunshu emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, she found no trace of Fu Qingze. Taking a few steps forward, she retrieved a beautiful women's nightgown from her tote bag. It was indeed visually appealing and crafted from fine material, yet it was newly purchased and had not been washed. After a moment's hesitation, she placed the new nightgown back into the bag and opted instead for the sleepwear belonging to Fu Qingze that she had worn the previous night. "Do you enjoy wearing my clothes?" A voice suddenly resonated from behind, startling Jiang Yunshu. Turning around, she beheld Fu Qingze, who was wrapped in a bath towel and advancing towards her. Her gaze was drawn to his chiseled chest and abdominal muscles, rendering her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Where did you go to take a shower?" "We're staying in a suite, there's a bathroom in the guest room," Fu Qingze replied, then bent down and swept her into his arms, laying her gently on the bed. He leaned over her, his thumb softly caressing her cheek, his eyes deep with a tenderness tinged with anguish. Under his gentle gaze, Jiang Yunshu felt her heart soften, and she reached up to wrap her arms around his neck, pressing her lips against his. Fu Qingze deepened the kiss, their mouths entwined. It was not until Jiang Yunshu felt breathless that he began to trail kisses down her pale neck. The new clothes she had just donned were discarded carelessly to the side. In the tranquil room, Fu Qingze's hand found a small box resting on the nightstand. Jiang Yunshu glanced at him, her face flushed with embarrassment. When he kissed her again, it was a more intimate demand. Both had long been deprived, and a soft moan involuntarily escaped Jiang Yunshu's throat, her spine stiffening under the weight of their shared longing. "Relax," Fu Qingze breathed, kissing her tenderly, his tone imbued with a soothing quality. His voice was considerate, yet his actions were far from restrained. Jiang Yunshu fully sensed the overwhelming affection and possessiveness emanating from him. Outside, the moon was veiled by thin clouds, only to peek through again. In a moment of vulnerability, Fu Qingze grasped her hand, intertwining their fingers and pressing them against the pillow. As Jiang Yunshu's consciousness began to return, she felt droplets of fluid fall upon her face. Opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of the man before her, his deep-set eyes clouded with emotion, the corners glistening with tears, as one warm tear trickled down to her neck. Stunned, Jiang Yunshu gazed into his eyes, incredulously asking, "Are you crying?" Surely, he couldn't be that fragile, given his earlier assertiveness. If anyone were to cry, it should be her. Fu Qingze buried his face in her neck, his voice choked and hoarse, "Yunshu, I miss you." He missed her so dearly, the way she tenderly called his name, the intimacy of their connection, so profound and close, as if they had never been apart. Understanding his sentiment, Jiang Yunshu gently patted his back, offering comfort, "I'm here, we will never be apart again." Fu Qingze kissed her neck, lightly nibbling her ear as he asked, "Do you miss me?" Do you miss me?" He persisted, asking several times, his tone somewhat clingy and almost childlike. Jiang Yunshu found herself wanting to laugh, realizing she was only just beginning to truly know him. "What are you laughing at?" Fu Qingze lowered his head to nuzzle her nose, determined to hear her response, repeating, "During this time, did you miss me or not?" Jiang Yunshu cupped his face, her clear eyes meeting his, and earnestly replied, "I missed you." Fu Qingze rose to change into something else, then descended upon her once more. They continued until the local time reached 2 in the morning. As he leaned over her again, Jang In-shu's voice was weak, playfully protesting. "I'm so tired, you mustn't touch me again, just wash up and then sleep," Fu Qingze said, brushing aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her face, his cheek affectionately rubbing against hers, his low voice laced with a lazy satisfaction. Noticing Jiang Yunshu's lack of response, he gently stroked her hair. "Shall I carry you?" Jiang Yunshu remained silent. In truth, she had been alone in the shower earlier, fearing he wouldn't be able to resist, but the real reason was that she felt somewhat bashful being bare before him. Now, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, she certainly needed to rinse off, yet she simply didn't wish to move. Fu Qingze's lips curved into a smirk. "If you want to answer, I'll take it as your consent." With that, he lifted her into his arms and carried her into the bathroom. In her fatigued state, Jiang Yunshu's sense of embarrassment diminished significantly, especially after their recent intimate encounter. Fu Qingze washed himself clean first, then helped her rinse off, wrapping her in a bath towel and carrying her out of the bathroom. Lying on the bed, Jiang Yunshu felt utterly relaxed. Fu Qingze took out a hairdryer, gently tousling her hair as he dried the strands that had accidentally gotten wet. After setting the hairdryer aside, he fetched a cotton t-shirt of his own and dressed her in it before tucking her into the covers. Once he completed these tasks, Fu Qingze put on a pair of shorts, turned off the lights, climbed into bed, and pulled her soft frame into his embrace. He kissed her cheek, whispering, "Good night, my darling." Jiang Yunshu, initially drowsy, was startled awake by his words. She turned in his arms, looking up at him. Don't call me that." What can't I call you?" Fu Qingze questioned. "Darling?" Jiang Yunshu covered his mouth with her hand. "You only call our daughter that. It feels strange when you say it to me." Fu Qingze gently pried her hand away and placed a kiss on it, adopting a somewhat serious tone. "I love you, and I love our daughter. Since it's an affectionate term, why shouldn't I use it for you?" In his coaxing manner, Jiang Yunshu found his reasoning quite compelling. Fu Qingze smiled slightly. "Since you dislike it, I shall choose another." After a pause, he softly called her, "baby." Jiang Yunshu's heart raced erratically, and she rejected. "That's even worse." "Sweetheart?" Fu Qingze tried another term. Jiang Yunshu burst into laughter. "Are you trying to charm a child?" Fu Qingze sighed lightly. "I would love to call you my wife, but alas, I do not yet hold that title." "You wish," Jiang Yunshu replied. "For now, you are still my ex-husband." "Indeed, your reasoning is sound," Fu Qingze chuckled lightly. "The choice is yours. Pick one from these titles." Jiang Yunshu fell silent for a moment. "Just calling me by my name is perfectly fine." Fu Qingze replied earnestly. "A name is a name, but a term of endearment is a term of endearment." Jiang Yunshu bit her lip, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate. "Then, how about darling?" "Very well," Fu Qingze kissed her forehead. "Good night, my darling." Chapter 74. Postcard. As noon approached the following day, Jiang Yunshu slowly opened her eyes. She shifted slightly and realized her head was resting against Fu Qingze's chest. Sensing the movement of the person in his embrace, Fu Qingze gently stroked her hair and asked softly, "Awake?" Hearing his voice above her, Jiang Yunshu tilted her head to look at Fu Qingze, her expression unexpectedly gentle, tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Fu Qingze lowered his head and lightly brushed his lips against hers, murmuring, "Good morning, my dear." Jiang Yunshu was still not quite accustomed to this endearment and was puzzled by how effortlessly it slipped from his lips. She pursed her lips, her voice slightly hoarse and nasal as she inquired, "What time is it now?" Fu Qingze reached for the phone on the bedside table and glanced at the time. "It's 11 o'clock. Jiang Yunshu was somewhat taken aback. She had slept until this hour. "Are you hungry?" Fu Qingze asked. "Shall we go out to eat or order room service?" "Let us order room service," Jiang Yunshu replied, reluctant to move, feeling achy and weary, wanting nothing more than to linger in bed. Fu Qingze agreed and asked, "What would you like to eat?" Jiang Yunshu buried her head back into his embrace, saying, "I don't have anything in particular in mind, just order something casual." After a pause, she added, "And get me a cup of oat milk." "All right." After placing the order, Fu Qingze lay back down. He pulled Jiang Yunshu into his arms once more, inhaling the delicate fragrance that clung to her, showering kisses along the nape of her neck. The joy of having her back in his life filled him with a sense of cherishment and longing, reveling in the tranquility and sweetness of their closeness. Jiang Yunshu chose to ignore him, allowing his kisses to continue until his breaths grew heavier, and one hand began to wander beneath her clothing. Unable to withstand his teasing any longer, Jiang Yunshu grasped his hand firmly, saying, "Don't touch me like that." "I'm not doing anything else," Fu Qingze replied. "How do you manage to utter such cheesy lines so effortlessly?" Fu Qingze's hand glided over her waist, his tone sincere as he pressed for clarification. "Which part was cheesy?" "My dear, or you smell good?" Jiang Yunshu, who was always ticklish, attempted to escape but found herself ensnared in his embrace. "You've said that to our daughter before," Fu Qingze said with a playful smile. "Why should I not say it to you?" Jiang Yunshu's eyelashes fluttered, unsure how to retort, and instead lamely replied, "That's different." Fu Qingze chose not to argue, continuing to shower her with kisses. The curtains blocked out the sunlight, casting the room in a half-lit glow as his large hands ignited sparks across her body, causing her breaths to become increasingly erratic. After a prolonged exchange of warmth, they finally got out of bed to wash up when room service knocked on the door. Jiang Yunshu sipped her oat milk and asked, "What time is our flight today?" "It's 10 o'clock in the evening here," Fu Qingze replied. "We should arrive in Beijing around dinner time." Jiang Yunshu nodded. "That timing is perfect. We can have dinner at home and then put our daughter to sleep." After their lunch, the couple remained in the hotel, with Fu Qingze packing the suitcase. Jiang Yunshu noticed he had placed 2 plush marmot toys inside and approached him, asking, "Did you buy these?" "Yes," Fu Qingze confirmed, "they are gifts for our daughter." Jiang Yunshu picked up one of the toys, exclaiming, "They are so cute." Fu Qingze glanced back at her and asked, "Do you like them?" Jiang Yunshu looked up. "If you like them, I'll only give one to our daughter," Fu Qingze replied. "Are you really trying to pamper me like a child?" Jiang Yunshu laughed softly. "I've outgrown the age of liking plush toys." Fu Qingze set down the clothes he was holding, took her wrist, and pulled her into his embrace. "Is there any gift you desire?" Jiang Yunshu shook her head. "I lack nothing at the moment and don't really want anything." After a moment's thought, she added, "I do enjoy receiving flowers. I like all kinds." Fu Qingze nodded. "Got it, I'll remember that." Upon arriving in Beicheng, Uncle Li was there to pick them up from the airport. The car stopped in front of the Fu family's old residence, and Jiang Yunshu and Fu Qingze stepped out, walking through the front courtyard and entering the main hall. Upon seeing them enter, Grandma Fu inquired briefly before urging them upstairs, "Hurry upstairs and hug the baby." On the upper floor, Su Shuping was playing with the baby. Hearing their voices, she turned and said, "You two are back. Come quickly to hold the baby." Since becoming a mother, Jiang Yunshu's eyes had softened. Seeing the baby reaching out for her, her eyes suddenly filled with warmth. She scooped the baby into her arms and kissed the soft little face. "My dear, Mommy missed you so much." Fu Qingze reached up to gently stroke Jiang Yunshu's head, holding the baby's tiny hand as he leaned in to speak to the baby. "Daddy and Mommy are back. Did you miss us?" Su Shuping observed this tender scene and quietly left the room to call the nanny. Jiang Yunshu, cradling the baby, turned to Fu Qingze and said, "How about letting Daddy hold you for a bit?" The baby looked up at Fu Qingze with bright eyes, tilting its head and leaning against Jiang Yunshu's neck, giggling incessantly. "What a clever little one, trying to charm Mommy and Daddy," Jiang Yunshu remarked. "Baby, Daddy missed you too. Will you let Daddy hold you for a while?" Fu Qingze extended his arms, asking, "Daddy hold?" The baby stretched out its little arms, and Fu Qingze gently took the baby into his embrace. That night, as Jiang Yunshu lay in Fu Qingze's arms, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her. "Our daughter is truly an angel. I thought you would resist being held after we were away for several days. I never expected not only would she let us hold her, but she would cling to us and act all sweet. Having her is such a blessing." Fu Qingze nodded in agreement, stroking her hair as he reflected, "Yunshu, thank you for being in my life. With you and our baby, the abstract concept of happiness has become tangible." After turning off the lights, they engaged in playful banter, chatting aimlessly for quite some time. The following morning, as Jiang Yunshu opened her eyes, Fu Qingze had already finished washing up and was dressed, ready to head to the office. "Yunshu, I'm off to work," he said, sitting on the edge of the bed and leaning down to kiss her forehead. Jiang Yunshu, still groggy from sleep, gazed at him lazily. "You're leaving for work so early?" Fu Qingze nodded. Jiang Yunshu yawned. "We just got back, and you're already off to work before adjusting to the time difference." It must be tough. It's not hard, you should sleep a bit longer, Fu Qingze replied, his hand caressing her cheek. I'll return early tonight. Jiang Yunshu murmured in agreement, hurry along now. Fu Qingze lightly kissed her lips once more before standing up and exiting the bedroom, gently closing the door behind him. After lunch, Jiang Yunshu took the baby back to Shangbaiju Mansion. Shortly after returning home, she received a postcard that had been mailed from Switzerland. The front of the postcard depicted a red train traversing between snow-capped peaks and flower-laden hills. The back bore Fu Qingze's strong, elegant handwriting. Yunshu, I used to think that no matter how beautiful the scenery was, once I had seen it, that was enough, but now, I stopped to appreciate the foreign landscapes, the architecture along the streets, and even the shapes of the clouds. I find myself wishing you were by my side. In just 3 short lines, devoid of declarations of love, lacking in poetic flair, and not resembling a romantic poem in the least, Jiang Yunshu felt her heart soften inexplicably. At that moment, she understood the words Fu Qingze had spoken on their day at Glenwood, how beautiful the scenery was, and how wonderful it was to have her by his side. Chapter 75 Rewards. At 5:30 in the evening, Jiang Yunshu heard a sound at the door. Rising from the sofa, she hastily made her way over. Fu Qingze entered, holding a bouquet of lisianthus. Upon seeing Jiang Yunshu standing at the entrance, he appeared slightly taken aback, then a subtle smile graced his lips. Here to welcome me? Jiang Yunshu's eyes sparkled with laughter as she nodded in affirmation. Fu Qingze extended the flowers towards her. For you. Thank you, Jiang Yunshu replied, taking the bouquet and inhaling its fragrance. Fu Qingze leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek, inquiring, Are you happy today? Jiang Yunshu nodded, very happy. As Fu Qingze entered the bathroom to wash his hands, he asked, Tell me, what transpired today that brought you such joy? The thin fabric of his shirt accentuated his strong waist. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Yunshu set the lisianthus down and wrapped her arms around him from behind. Fu Qingze paused his washing, a soft smile illuminating his eyes. I received the postcard you sent me today. She tightened her embrace around his waist and whispered against his back, I adore it, thank you. Fu Qingze dried his hands, turned around, and leaned against the sink, pulling her into his arms. Is that what made you so happy? Jiang Yunshu looked up at him, yes. Fu Qingze raised an eyebrow, a postcard has brought you this much joy? With a smile lighting up her eyes, Jiang Yunshu replied, yes, the 3 lines you wrote to me were lovely. Fu Qingze wrapped his arms around her waist, his gaze fixed on her lips, and in a low voice asked, So, is there a reward? Jiang Yunshu met his gaze, noticing the unmistakable anticipation reflected in his eyes. She reached up to drape her arms around his neck, tilting her head to kiss him. Fu Qingze relished her assertiveness, his large hands gripping her firmly against him, leaving no space between them. Just as they were lost in their kiss, a voice from outside interrupted. Xiaoshu. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Yunshu pulled away from Fu Qingze, their lips parting momentarily, only for him to grasp the back of her head with one hand, drawing her back to him. Xiaoshu? The voice from outside grew closer. Jiang Yunshu opened her eyes to find the man before her, his prominent nose brushing against hers, eyes closed, lost in the kiss as if he hadn't heard the interruption. She clutched the fabric of his shirt, her heart racing with urgency, and in a moment of desperation, she playfully bit him. Ouch! Fu Qingze halted the kiss, his hand still firmly around her waist, chuckling, Did you just bite me? Darling, is this a reward or a punishment? Jiang Yunshu playfully punched his chest, her cheeks flushing as she retorted, Did you not hear Aunt Luo calling for me? Seeing her feigned anger, Fu Qingze smiled, his voice teasing, Can you still hear Aunt Luo now? Jiang Yunshu pressed her lips together, offering no response. Fu Qingze leaned down and pecked her lips, speaking slowly, Aunt Luo was a sensible person, she won tea come in. Noting Jiang Yunshu's silence, he quickly lowered his voice to coax her, It's my fault. I simply wanted to kiss you and couldn't bear to let go. Jiang Yunshu shivered at his words and placed a hand over his mouth, Don't say such things, I was just anxious, not angry. Fu Qingze gently pulled her hand away, kissing her delicate fingers, and asked, Why can't I speak now? Pausing, he added, Is it only permissible to speak in bed? Jiang Yunshu felt her face heat uncontrollably. He was even more relentless in bed, showering her with compliments and uttering words that made her blush and her heart race. It was one thing when he got carried away, but why was he so casual about it now? Fu Qing's eyes sparkled with an indescribable mirth. I learned my lesson the hard way in the past. Being shy isn't a virtue. Now that I've finally won you back, I must apply my previous lessons. Some things must be said when the moment calls for it. Unable to stifle her laughter at his earnest tone, Jiang Yunshu chuckled. Fu Qing's cradled her face, placing another gentle kiss on her lips. Now, I must go. Wait, Jiang Yunshu halted him, lightly brushing her fingertip against his lip, her brow furrowing slightly. You've bitten your lip. In her eagerness, she had lost control of her strength. She gently dabbed at the blood that had seeped out, raising her gaze to ask, does it hurt? Fu Qing's met her clear, beautiful eyes, swallowing hard as warmth spread through his chest. It's nothing, not painful. That's a relief. Jiang Yunshu released him, picked up the lisianthus from the table, and stepped towards the bathroom. I'll find a vase to arrange these. Fu Qing's followed her, asking, what do you want for dinner? Jiang Yunshu selected a vase, responding, you returned too early today. Aunt Chen hasn't prepared dinner yet. Once I'm done arranging the flowers, I'll tell Aunt Chen to get dinner ready. Fu Qing's opened the refrigerator, glancing inside. I gave Aunt Chen the day off when I left this morning. She's not here now. That explains why I didn't see her today. Jiang Yunshu placed the vase on the table. So what shall we do for dinner? Fu Qing's raised an eyebrow. I'll cook. Jiang Yunshu stared in disbelief for a few seconds, struggling to process what she had just heard. You? Cook? Cooking isn't difficult. With practice, I can manage a few home-cooked dishes. Fu Qing's paused. I'll give it a try, and if it doesn't turn out well, I'll call for takeout. He stepped closer, playfully tapping her nose with his finger. In any case, I won't let you go hungry. Jiang Yunshu suppressed a smile, lightly clenching her fist. Good luck. Fu Qing's entered the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and donned an apron with a flourish, retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator. Just as Jiang Yunshu finished arranging the flowers, Aunt Luo approached. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Aunt Luo glanced over, smiling. Xiao Shu, I'll be heading back now. Jiang Yunshu replied affirmatively and accompanied Aunt Luo to the door. She then stepped into the kitchen, observing Fu Qing's expertly prepping the ingredients, complimenting him. Not bad, you seem to have a bit of a talent for cooking. Fu Qing's, now brimming with confidence, smiled broadly as he followed the recipe step by step on his tablet. Hearing her phone ring, Jiang Yunshu walked into the living room, turning to call out to Fu Qing's, thank you for your hard work, Chef Fu. Settling onto the sofa, she picked up her phone. It was a call from Jiang Zhenghua. She swiped to answer, her voice bright as she exclaimed, Dad. Hearing his daughter's voice, Jiang Zhenghua's face broke into a smile. My girl, you seem to be in good spirits today. Jiang Yunshu's eyes crinkled with joy. Dad, I'll be bringing Chu back to Yunjiang in a couple of days. Jiang Zhenghua nodded, then asked, Xiao Shu, as I mentioned before, if you no longer wish to stay in Beicheng, I can bring you and the child back to Yunjiang. What are your thoughts now? Jiang Yunshu glanced towards the kitchen and replied, Dad, Fu Qing's and I are back together. Chapter 76. In the kitchen. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, Jiang Zhenghua inquired, is it for the child? Jiang Yunshu smiled helplessly. Dad, why did you ask the same question as Rani and Jingyan? If it were for Chuchu's sake, I wouldn't have proposed divorce in the first place. Becoming a mother softens one's heart, Jiang Zhenghua remarked. I fear you might compromise for the child. Jiang Yunshu shook her head. No, I still have feelings for him. Although I was truly disappointed during that period, it doesn't mean I no longer care. Jiang Zhenghua remained silent. Jiang Yunshu continued, Dad, I went to Switzerland recently. Jiang Zhenghua asked, did you go alone? I went to find Qingze. Jiang Yunshu recounted that he was on a business trip in Switzerland, and the hotel he was staying in caught fire. On the way to the airport, I was terrified, fearing something might happen to him. Before boarding the plane, I learned he was safe, yet I still boarded the flight to Switzerland. That day, as I gazed out of the airplane window, the feeling of recovering something lost was overwhelming. All my grievances and disappointments vanished in an instant. She paused before continuing, life doesn't last a century. Qingze and I have missed too much. We're already running out of time to cherish each other, and I do not wish to waste any more time on misunderstandings that have already been clarified. Listening to his daughter's words, Jiang Zhenghua nodded silently. Jiang Yunshu smiled. Of course, I also considered Chukyu. It feels like just yesterday that she was born, and now she is already 6 months old. I sincerely hope my daughter can grow up in a happy family. Surrounded by her parents, Jiang Zhenghua noticed the joy radiating from Jiang Yunshua's face. In that moment, he truly felt her happiness. Even though he still harbored some discontent towards Fu Qingze, he refrained from expressing any discouraging remarks. Dad, Qingze accompanied me back to Yunjing this time. Jiang Yunshua's tone softened. Could you please not make things too difficult for him, considering your granddaughter? Jiang Zhenghua replied sternly. I can allow him to enter the Jiang family home, the rest is another matter. Oh, Jiang Yunshu understood that Jiang Zhenghua was resolute, so she shifted the topic to inquire about the well-being of Grandma Jiang and Grandpa Jiang. After hanging up, Jiang Yunshu went upstairs to charge her phone. She entered the baby's room and asked the nanny, "Is the baby still asleep?" The nanny nodded. She took a short nap at noon, and now she is sleeping soundly. I estimate it will be a while before she wakes up. Jiang Yunshu gazed lovingly at the baby. Once she is well rested, she will be difficult to soothe tonight. The nanny smiled and nodded. When the baby wakes up, remember to call me, okay? Jiang Yunshu instructed before stepping out and heading downstairs. Earlier, she had seen Fu Qingze methodically preparing ingredients and thought cooking was a piece of cake for him. However, upon reaching the kitchen door, she was greeted with a scene of chaos where the once neatly arranged countertop was now in disarray. Fu Qingze was attempting to make oil-braised shrimp, looking somewhat flustered. Jiang Yunshu leaned in to observe, noticing that he seemed to struggle with either controlling the heat or perhaps had added too much soy sauce or cooking wine, resulting in an unappetizing color. As Fu Qingze plated the oil-braised shrimp, his brow furrowed, revealing his lack of appetite. It's not bad at all, Jiang Yunshu encouraged. For a first attempt, this is quite commendable. Fu Qingze turned his head, his expression somewhat stiff. He realized that he had underestimated the difficulty of cooking. Jiang Yunshu approached him, gently cupping his face and brushing her lips against his in a fleeting kiss. Though the appearance isn't great, it smells quite fragrant. Let me give it a try. Jiang Yunshu picked up a pair of chopsticks, about to grab a shrimp from the plate when Fu Qingze grasped her wrist, saying, "Don't taste it. I'll call Yuan and have them send over some of your favorite dishes." "Alright, go ahead, but order less. We can't eat too much between the two of us." Fu Qingze washed his hands and picked up his phone to place the order. Seizing the opportunity while he was on the phone, Jiang Yunshu took a shrimp and gently bit into it. Aside from being slightly salty, the flavor was actually quite acceptable. After hanging up, Fu Qingze turned around to see Jiang Yunshu sampling his dish and quickly intervened. "Stop tasting it. Once my culinary skills improve, I'll cook for you again." Jiang Yunshu held out the half-eaten shrimp towards him, her eyes sparkling. "You should try it. It's quite good." Fu Qingze tasted it with some skepticism. The flavor was not particularly exquisite, but it was certainly not inedible. Jiang Yunshu set down her chopsticks, glanced at the menu on the tablet, and then at the ingredients on the table. "You also have stir-fried broccoli with mushrooms. That should be simpler than oil-braised shrimp." She lifted the plate of oil-braised shrimp, stating, "I'll take this dish over first." After placing the plate on the dining table, Jiang Yunshu picked up her phone and called Yuan, canceling the 4 dishes Fu Qingze had ordered and requesting only a soup, adding an extra delivery fee to her membership account. By the time they sat down for dinner, it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Yunshu and Fu Qingze took their seats, and after only a few bites, the nanny came downstairs carrying the baby. The nanny observed the couple eating. "Sir, madam, you carry on, I'll watch the baby. Please place the baby in the rocking chair," Jiang Yunshu suggested as she stood up, taking the baby from the nanny. "Thank you, Li Jia, you can go home now. Wang Jia will come to take over." "Alright," the nanny replied. "I've already fed the baby and changed her diaper." Jiang Yunshu acknowledged. "Got it, thank you for your hard work. Here, let daddy hold her." Fu Qingze positioned the rocking chair beside the dining table and gently placed the baby in it. The baby kicked her little feet, her big eyes round and curious as she looked at her parents, her mouth moving and her tiny tongue sticking out. "Does the baby want to eat too?" Jiang Yunshu asked with a smile. "Isn't daddy is cooking delicious?" Fu Qingze gazed at their daughter and then at Jiang Yunshu, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Both of their babies were incredibly adorable. Jiang Yunshu picked up the broccoli and gave Fu Qingze a thumbs up. "This dish is well cooked." Fu Qingze knew that she typically ate very little for dinner, yet tonight she was continuously helping herself to more food. His eyes brimmed with helpless amusement. "Sweetheart, you should be 7/10 full for dinner. If you're satisfied, don't eat more." "Are you complaining that I'm eating too much?" Jiang Yunshu retorted. "I've only had a couple of bites of rice, just added some extra vegetables." Fu Qingze looked at her, overflowing with affection. Cooking is quite enjoyable. I'll be in the kitchen more often." After dinner, Jiang Yunshu carried the baby upstairs while Fu Qingze put the dishes into the dishwasher and followed her up. After bathing the baby, they played with her for quite some time, finally coaxing her to sleep as the clock approached midnight. Fu Qingze exchanged a few words with the night shift nanny before heading back to the master bedroom with Jiang Yunshu. Once in the bathroom to shower, Jiang Yunshu finished and emerged to find Fu Qingze absent. She walked into the dressing room, where she found him hanging his clothes in the wardrobe. "Do you need any help?" Jiang Yunshu inquired. "No need, darling," Fu Qingze replied. "I'll finish up shortly." Jiang Yunshu had nearly grown accustomed to his affectionate address and nodded. "Then I'll lie down on the bed first." Fu Qingze acknowledged her, and once he finished hanging his clothes, he opened the adjacent wardrobe, which was filled with Jiang Yunshu's garments. As he hung up the clothes, he felt a profound sense of recovery, his heart lightening with gratitude and appreciation. Just as he was about to close the wardrobe, he caught sight of a delicate box on the bottom shelf. Assuming it was misplaced jewelry, he reached for it, intending to return it to the jewelry cabinet, when he casually opened it. To his surprise, it was not jewelry at all. The top item was a postcard he had mailed from Switzerland, and beneath it were several photos of the two of them taken in Grindelwald. As he flipped through the photographs, his fingers suddenly froze, as if gripped by an overwhelming force. Chapter 77. A discovery. It was a photograph from his days at Beijing Aviation University, taken during a basketball match. It turned out that the person she had pointed her lens at back then was him. He did not merely appear in her frame as the silhouette of Gu Jingyan. Fu Qingze gazed at the developed photographs, a torrent of emotions swirling within him. There was the joy of realizing that Jiang Yunshu had harbored feelings for him in those years gone by, the regret for the years they had lost together, and a profound sense of wonder that, despite the long detours, they had ultimately found their way back to each other. Fu Qingze lingered in the cloakroom, struggling to calm his tumultuous heart, while Jiang Yunshu lay on the bed, leisurely scrolling through her moments on her phone. The first post she encountered was from Gongyan, just a minute prior. A fresh start. Accompanying the text was an icon of a small cake, beneath which lay a photograph of her traveling abroad. Since the conclusion of the interview event, Jiang Yunshu had not been in touch with Gong Yan, yet the impression of the young girl remained vivid in her mind. Just as she was about to like the post, a profile picture popped up. Upon recognizing it, Jiang Yunshu felt a surge of surprise. Gu Jingyan, she soon noticed Gu Jingyan had commented below, wishing a happy birthday, followed by a small celebratory fireworks icon. Jiang Yunshu immediately sensed something amiss. The only intersection she was aware of between the two was the day the interview had ended, when Gu Jingyan had given Gongyan a ride home. Gu Jingyan was not the type to add a young girl on WeChat simply for dropping her off. This indicated they had met privately. As a longtime friend, Jiang Yunshu understood Gu Jingyan well. He was open and easygoing with those he was familiar with, ready to stand up for good friends, yet he maintained an air of aloofness towards strangers. A simple birthday wish could still be interpreted as him categorizing Gongyan as a friend. However, the addition of the celebratory fireworks emoji suggested that Gongyan held a special place in his heart. Jiang Yunshu raised an eyebrow. It seemed someone had taken an interest in the young girl. She liked Gongyan's post and continued scrolling through her moments. Fu Qingze arranged the photographs with a deep exhale and stepped out of the cloakroom. Upon seeing him approach, Jiang Yunshu lifted her gaze and remarked, "You should go take a shower, it's already past midnight." Fu Qingze settled beside her on the bed, quietly observing Jiang Yunshu. A myriad of words caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to begin. Sensing something unusual in his demeanor, Jiang Yunshu sat up, placing her phone aside, and inquired, "What's wrong?" Fu Qingze reached out, caressing her cheek, his heart swelling with a bittersweet ache. "I saw those photographs." "What photographs?" Jiang Yunshu asked, puzzled. Fu Qingze lowered his gaze slightly. "The ones you took of me on the day of the basketball match." Jiang Yunshu suddenly understood, exclaiming, "Oh, I had them developed with the intention of giving them to you, but then I mistakenly thought you had a girlfriend, and it wouldn't be appropriate to present them to you. They ended up getting crushed at the bottom of a box, and it wasn't until after we obtained our marriage certificate that I remembered them. When I finally dug them out, I realized I had captured you looking exceptionally handsome, so I kept them safely stored away." Fu Qingze's eyes glimmered. "So I did not merely appear as the backdrop of your friendship in those photos, correct?" Jiang Yunshu nodded. "Out of 10 photos, 8 were of you. How could you possibly be just a background?" She chuckled lightly. "Because of this incident, Jingyan often teases me, claiming I'm a bad friend just to provoke him." You liked me back then too, Fu Qingze asked, didn't you? Jiang Yunshu regarded him, sensing an indescribable sense of fragmentation in his expression, her eyes widening in astonishment as she retorted, you didn't already know about this? Fu Qingze embraced her, sighing softly, I didn't know. Jiang Yunshu raised her hand to pat his back, on the day you took me to the airport, you gave me a box of mint candies and spoke of our missed years. I assumed you knew. Fu Qingze's voice was thick with emotion, at that time, I only knew you had never liked Gu Jingyan, but I was unaware that you had feelings for me. His throat constricted with regret and longing, we both liked each other, yet we let so many years slip by. I was such a jerk back then, causing you heartache. Jiang Yunshu pulled away from his embrace, cupping his face in her hands, what is lost cannot be reclaimed, rather than dwelling on past regrets, we should cherish one another. Fu Qingze gazed at her, nodding in agreement. Jiang Yunshu noticed his eyes were slightly reddened, as if he were on the verge of tears, which made her inexplicably want to smile. Ever since becoming a mother, her eyes had become shallower. How was it that his had too? And I've mentioned before that the past was not solely your fault. Instead of feeling guilty towards me, I would prefer for you to love me. Jiang Yunshu tapped his forehead lightly, her expression lively. Do you understand? I understand, Fu Qingze murmured, his nose brushing against hers as a tender, lingering kiss descended. Yunshu, I love you. Jiang Yunshu wrapped her arms around his neck, their gentle kisses gradually transforming into something more passionate. It wasn't until she felt Fu Qingze's hands beginning to wander at her waist that she retreated slightly, her voice breathless, you should go shower first, alright? Fu Qingze pressed a kiss to her forehead and stood to head toward the bathroom. Jiang Yunshu bit her lip, descended from the bed to the cloakroom, and retrieved the photographs from the box. When Fu Qingze emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, he found Jiang Yunshu sprawled on the bed, examining the photographs. Why did you take these out? He asked. You showered so quickly? Jiang Yunshu replied, slightly surprised. Fu Qingze sat beside her on the bed, I was afraid you might fall asleep. Jiang Yunshu held up a photograph to compare with his present self, genuinely complimenting, you've matured a bit, but you're still handsome. She reached out to touch his abs, swallowing hard, you've kept in good shape. As she touched him, she mustered the courage to add, keep it up. Fu Qingze's gaze darkened, imbued with a hint of the steam from the bathroom, appearing both alluring and tender. As her warm, soft hand roamed over his abdomen, heat surged through him. Jiang Yunshu feigned nonchalance as she selected photographs, picking one up and asking, this one is particularly good, shall we frame it? Fu Qingze agreed, taking the photograph to the table, we'll look at it tomorrow. He walked over to switch off the bright lights, leaving only the bedside lamp aglow. A heated kiss fell upon her neck, and one of his large hands slipped beneath the hem of her nightgown, causing Jiang Yunshu's breath to quicken, her heart racing with desire for deeper intimacy. Just as things were reaching a climax, Fu Qingze rose to get off the bed. Jiang Yunshu, bewildered, grasped his arm and asked, what's wrong? Fu Qingze's voice was husky, I need to get something from the suitcase. Jiang Yunshu's face flushed, there is some in the drawer of the bedside table. I picked up a couple of boxes while shopping with Rani. Fu Qingze paused for a few seconds, then chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Jiang Yunshu felt her ears grow increasingly warm. However, today he was exceptionally gentle, kissing her repeatedly, making her feel truly cherished. Chapter 78 Midnight Conversations. In the stillness of the early morning, after taking a shower, Jiang Yunshu emerged from the bathroom to find Fu Qingze had already changed the bed linens. She selected a fresh nightgown to wear and placed a set of pajamas for Fu Qingze on the bed. I'll go rinse off, if I get sleepy, I'll turn in first. Fu Qingze planted a kiss on her forehead before striding into the bathroom. The gentle mist from the humidifier enveloped the bedside, filling the air with a soothing, tranquil fragrance. After lying in bed for a short while, Jiang Yunshu noticed Fu Qingze had finished his shower. Climbing into bed, he wrapped his arms around her, nuzzling her hair with his chin, and asked, aren't you tired yet? I had a long afternoon nap, so I'm not too sleepy, Jiang Yunshu replied, resting her head against his chest. You have work tomorrow. You should get some rest. Fu Qingze gently stroked her hair. There is nothing urgent, I'll be going to the office tomorrow afternoon. As the hour of introspection settled upon them, they lay beneath the covers, engaging in light conversation. When the topic of photographs arose, Jiang Yunshu remarked, "Previously, I stumbled upon some pictures in your study, ones of your brother's girlfriend during his lifetime. I thought they were taken by you." Fu Chengze had forgotten about those photographs. After a moment of recollection, he inquired, "Were they mixed in with some old magazines?" Jiang Yunshu affirmed with a nod. Fu Chengze paused. "Is that why you assumed I was still pining for an ex-girlfriend?" "Certainly not," Jiang Yunshu replied. "I once saw you laughing and chatting with her at the entrance of Beijing Aviation University. She even used your phone to make a call. Anyone would presume you were close, especially since rumors circulated at your school about your international romance. When you went abroad for your studies, I naturally assumed you had kept her photographs." Fu Chengze let out a soft sigh, explaining, "She used my phone because hers died after arriving in Beijing. She was calling my brother to let him know she had arrived safely. We shared a cab simply because her apartment was my brother's, and I had the KEY.my brother had instructed me to see her to her apartment." Jiang Yunshu responded, "Well, it's understandable that I fell into that line of thinking. At that time, we were merely strangers, knowing only each other's names. I couldn't just approach you and clarify if she was indeed your girlfriend." Fu Chengze chuckled lightly. "Yes, it's not your fault." He paused, pinching her cheek as he asked, "Were you perhaps feeling a tinge of jealousy back then?" Jiang Yunshu quickly replied, "No." "Really?" Fu Chengze questioned. "I was nearly suffocated by jealousy, what with Gu Jingyan and then Qi Sr. My jealousy was unfounded, stemming from my inability to confirm your relationship with him, leading me into a spiral of misinterpretation. Recently, I confirmed that Qi-san was indeed pursuing you. Those days, my heart was steeped in jealousy, and it was quite unbearable." Jiang Yunshu let out a soft laugh. "Your jealous demeanor is rather endearing." Fu Chengze playfully poked her side. "Sweetheart, you thought I had a girlfriend, and you didn't feel jealous?" "That tickles," Jiang Yunshu said, grasping his hand. "I truly did not feel jealous." She paused before continuing, "I didn't have the right to be jealous. We weren't in a relationship at that time. However, I did feel quite sad, as though I had experienced heartbreak before even falling in love. During those days, Jingyan noticed my low spirits and thought I had suffered from heatstroke. Fu Chengze tenderly kissed her eyelids. "What a wretch I am, causing you sorrow so early on." Jiang Yunshu opened her eyes and asked, "Her name was Cunzi, correct?" Fu Chengze nodded. Jiang Yunshu continued, "Recently, there was quite a stir regarding the Liu family's annulment of the engagement, claiming that the second son of the Liu family called off the engagement to marry Cunzi. How did she come to have ties with the Liu family?" "She believed my brother's accident was a deliberate act, implicating Liu Shixi," Fu Chengze explained. "I met her recently and clarified that the perpetrator was not Liu Shixi. She has since gone abroad, and I'm unaware of her whereabouts." "Was your brother's accident truly orchestrated?" Jiang Yunshu inquired. Fu Chengze confirmed, "No need to worry, that matter is nearing its conclusion." "That's a relief," Jiang Yunshu said, then asked, "Aren't you sending someone to inquire about Cunzi's whereabouts? After all, she was your brother's girlfriend, and the fact that she visited him upon returning indicates she hasn't entirely let go." "No, I don't feel obligated to do so. She should begin her new life. That is what my brother would have wished to see." Fu Chengze affectionately nuzzled Jiang Yunshu's cheek. "Yunshu, after our divorce, especially following Gu Jingyan's visit, I took some time to reflect. I realized my greatest mistake was not only a lack of honesty but also a misplacement of priorities." Jiang Yunshu understood his reference to misplaced priorities. It was the very thing that had caused her the most heartache. "You are the most important person in my life. Regardless of what transpires, you should always come first," Fu Chengze declared. "I'm sorry for my foolishness, I won't repeat that error again." Jiang Yunshu felt a warmth in her eyes. Although she had already forgiven him, his words brought forth the lingering grievances, which surged forth in a tide of emotion. She responded with a choked voice, "For me, realizing this is the first step to understanding how to love someone." Fu Chengze tenderly caressed the back of her head, feeling a deep ache for her. "My darling, I've caused you undue distress." Jiang Yunshu sniffed, her voice soft, "Then buy me a pot of gardenias. I want to place it on the floating table in the bedroom. The one I bought last year has sadly died under my care." Fu Chengze kissed her forehead. "All right." After a moment of silence, he suddenly recalled something and added, Yunshu, Dad mentioned that the jade Buddha necklace you wear around your neck was a gift from Mom. How did it end up in Gu Jingyan's possession? Zhang Yunshu pondered for a moment. I asked him to help me replace the cord at a jewelry store. She speculated, you didn't think the necklace was a gift from Jingyan, did you? Fu Qingze tacitly agreed. Zhang Yunshu felt a mixture of irritation and amusement. Your mouth, aside from kissing me, has been quite useless. Fu Qingze sighed. Zhang Yunshu nestled closer to him. Jingyan is a very loyal friend. He has always regarded me and Rani as his younger sisters. Can you be a bit friendlier towards him when you see him in the future? After all, your only conflict has been on the basketball court, and there is no significant grudge. Fu Qingze acknowledged, the misunderstandings have been cleared. I know you harbor no romantic feelings towards him. I can now consider him a brother. Zhang Yunshu laughed lightly, placing a gentle kiss on his lips. You're such a jealous soul. At that moment, Gu Jingyan remained blissfully unaware that a jealous soul was already willing to call him brother. He lay in bed, phone in hand, awaiting a response from Gongyan. Merely commenting happy birthday on her social media was insufficient. He also sent her a WeChat message, wishing her a happy 23rd birthday. As he waited in vain for Gongyan's reply, he should have set his phone aside and gone to sleep, yet for some reason, he found himself unable to drift off. Chapter 79. Do you have a boyfriend? The phone emitted a soft ping, prompting Gu Jingyan to swiftly grasp his device. At long last, he had received a response from Gong Ya, and it was merely a thank you, Yen Go, accompanied by a cheerful little emoji. Gu Jingyan quickly typed back, aren't you in the country? The photos you posted look like they were taken in Europe. Gong Yan replied, yes, I'm in Italy. Gu Jingyan continued, are you there for work or leisure? Gong Yan answered, leisure. Gu Jingyan then inquired, did you go by yourself? Gong Yan confirmed, yes, I went alone to clear my mind. Without hesitation, Gu Jingyan posed another question, may I ask if you have a boyfriend? After sending it, he stared at the text in the chat box and suddenly felt that the question was rather abrupt and somewhat presumptuous. Would it frighten the young lady? At that moment, Gong Yan, upon seeing the message, felt her heart skip a beat. He must mean what she thinks he means, right? In the half-minute while awaiting Gong Yan's reply, Gu Jingyan found himself holding his breath, only to exhale in relief upon reading the words, I don't have a boyfriend. He smiled slightly, when you return, I will treat you to a meal. Gong Yan, taken aback, replied, why would you treat me to a meal? Gu Jingyan corrected himself, I misspoke. You should treat me. He added, I treated you to a meal on New Year's Eve, it's only fair that you return the favor, don't you think? Although she had mentioned wanting to treat him back that night, he had insisted it was unnecessary. Yet, here they were, over half a year later, and he was asking her to reciprocate. Gong Yan bit her lip, that's only right. I will treat you to a meal when I return to Beicheng. Gu Jingyan's lips curled upwards. He could not quite pinpoint the reason, perhaps it was merely excitement. On the day of their return to Yunjiang, Zhang Yunshu finished changing the baby's clothes and playfully held the infant's little arms to cheer her up. She kissed the baby's small face, darling, we are heading back to Yunjiang today, the place where mommy grew up. Fu Qingze closed the suitcase and sat down beside the bed, gently pinching the baby's cheek as he spoke to Zhang Yunshu. The combined weight of our luggage doesn't even match that of our daughter's. Honestly, we don't need to bring so much, Zhang Yunshu replied. Auntie called me this morning and said she had nearly everything the baby needs prepared. Fu Qingze nodded, lifting their daughter into his arms, everything is packed. Let us take it all. Zhang Yunshu affirmed, there is something I need to tell you in advance. Fu Qingze responded with a simple all right. A few days ago, my father called me. I told him that we've reconciled. However, he is quite protective and still harbors some resentment. I will likely receive a lecture when we return, so prepare yourself mentally. I deserve the scolding, Fu Qingze acknowledged. Having become a father, I better understand my dad's feelings. They arrived in Yunjiang at 3 in the afternoon. The car halted in front of the Zhang family residence, and Zhang Yunshu entered, cradling the baby, while Fu Qingze followed closely behind with the luggage. Xiao Shu is here. Auntie exclaimed with a smile, this child is becoming more and more like Xiao Shu, simply beautiful. Zhang Yuqing looked up, Auntie. I want to see my little sister. You can play with her in a moment, Auntie replied, then asked Zhang Yunshu, is the baby alright to hold? She is familiar now, go ahead, Zhang Yunshu said, extending the baby to Auntie. Darling, let great aunt hold you, alright? Auntie took the baby, exclaiming, oh, what a good girl. Xiaoshu, hurry to the main hall, your father and grandmother have been asking about you for quite some time. Zhang Yunshu nodded and walked into the main hall with Fu Chengze. Grandmother Zhang eagerly beckoned her over, taking her hand and inquiring about her well-being. Fu Chengze greeted the elders one by one, only to be summoned to the study by Jiang Zhengwei shortly after. Auntie entered the main hall, cradling the baby, and remarked to Grandmother Zhang, Mother, look at your great-granddaughter, doesn't she resemble Xiaoshu? Indeed, she looks just like Xiaoshu did as a child, Grandmother Zhang observed closely, smiling, her mouth takes after her father, though. Zhang Yucheng ran to Zhang Yunshu, Auntie, my sister is so tiny. She is even smaller than me. Auntie chuckled, the baby is only 6 months old, she is not that small. Zhang Yunshu patted her nephew's head, that is right, she is still so little. The main hall was bustling with laughter and chatter. Zhang Yunshu turned her head toward the study. They had been inside for nearly half an hour without any sign of coming out. If it were Fu Jingkuan scolding him, she could at least bring in a cup of tea and speak a few words on Fu Chengze's behalf. After another 10 minutes, she finally saw Fu Chengze emerge from the study. Seizing the moment while Zhang Zhengguo was busy with the baby, Zhang Yunshu linked her fingers with Fu Chengze's and asked, what did Dad say to you? He didn't say anything too harsh, did he? Fu Chengze gently stroked the back of her head. No, there is no need for concern. During the reunion dinner that evening, Chuchu sat in a high chair. Halfway through the meal, Chuchu suddenly began to cry. Just as Zhang Yunshu was about to rise, Fu Chengze stood up, patting her shoulder. She is probably hungry, I'll take care of it. Fu Chengze picked up the baby and softly coaxed, are you hungry too, sweetheart? Daddy will take you to eat. He informed the elders and carried the baby upstairs to feed her. Auntie remarked, last time we came back, Chengze didn't even know how to hold a child. Chu Cheng would shy away from his uncle. Just look at him now, so adept at soothing the baby, changing diapers, and feeding her, calling her sweetheart and darling, it's so endearing. Zhang Yunshu nodded in acknowledgement of Auntie's comment, quickly taking a sip of juice. If Auntie were to discover that Fu Chengze called her the same way, she would tease him for ages. When Fu Chengze returned downstairs with the baby, the family had already finished dinner and was preparing for dessert. Zhang Yunshu took the baby from Fu Chengze's arms, saying, let me hold her, you should eat. Chengze, eat up, your wife is taking care of you, Auntie said, you just carried the baby upstairs and helped yourself to a mountain of food. Fu Chengze gazed at Zhang Yunshu, a slight smile gracing his lips, and replied, all right. That night, after bathing the baby and lulling her to sleep, Fu Chengze and Zhang Yunshu settled down early to rest. As Zhang Yunshu lay nestled in Fu Chengze's embrace, she lowered her voice to say, tomorrow marks the anniversary of my mother's passing. Last year at this time, Shuchu and Tiet entered this world, and now she can almost call out daddy and mommy. Time truly flies. Fu Chengze pressed a kiss to her forehead, let us take the baby with us tomorrow. Zhang Yunshu nodded. In the middle of the night, a sudden downpour erupted, accompanied by thunderous roars. Zhang Yunshu was jolted awake, instinctively seeking refuge in Fu Chengze's embrace. Don't be afraid, I'm here, Fu Chengze reassured her, wrapping her in his arms and soothing her gently. Once she regained her composure, Zhang Yunshu said, let me check on the baby. Just as she spoke, a clap of thunder echoed, causing the baby to wail loudly. Fu Chengze turned on the bedside lamp, quickly rising to take the baby from the crib, cradling her in his arms and calming her. After some time of gentle coaxing from her parents, the baby finally fell back asleep. Let us have Chuchu sleep with us, Zhang Yunshu suggested, place her beside me, it will ease my mind. Fu Chengze carried the baby over, and once he climbed into bed, he watched as Zhang Yunshu softly patted the baby, leaning closer to whisper, is this why she is afraid of thunder? Zhang Yunshu responded in a hushed tone, it's better now, but when I was 7 or 8, I was especially terrified. My mother had just passed, and my father was away on a business trip, leaving me alone. The nanny had returned home without informing anyone, and when I woke up, I found the house completely deserted. My father felt immense guilt over that incident, which is why we moved back to the Zhang family's old residence afterward. Fu Chengze felt a pang of sympathy, embracing her from behind, don't be afraid. I will always be here for you. Chapter 80. We are home the following morning. Jiang Yunshu and Fu Qingze, accompanied by their baby, made their way to the cemetery. Aware that Jiang Yunshu often felt melancholic on this day each year, Fu Qingze remained vigilant about her emotional state from the moment he awoke. However, even after leaving the cemetery, Jiang Yunshu's demeanor remained tranquil, and when she gazed at the gravestone, there was a hint of relief in her eyes. After securing the baby in the car seat and fastening the safety belt, Fu Qingze inquired, "Shall we return now?" Jiang Yunshu nodded. "Let us head back. The sun is becoming rather harsh at this hour, and the temperature is soaring. We must ensure the baby does not suffer from heatstroke." Fu Qingze responded affirmatively, pulling her into an embrace. "Are you all right?" Jiang Yunshu replied softly, "My family cares for me deeply, yet with my mother gone, I often feel a void within. Each visit to my mother has previously brought me sorrow. However, now that I am a mother myself, my greatest wish is for my child to live in peace and happiness. I am certain that my mother would share this sentiment, and thus, if I am joyful, she will rest easy." Fu Qingze nodded, gently patting her back. The baby, nestled in the safety seat, began to giggle, her laughter sweet and soothing. Jiang Yunshu turned to her daughter, a smile gracing her face. "Let us go home," she said to Fu Qingze. "All right, we shall return home." During their days in Yunjiang, Fu Qingze had learned several local dishes from the family chef, his culinary skills having improved remarkably. In the living room, the family was engaging with Chu Chu. Jiang Yunshu rose from the sofa and entered the kitchen, where she found Fu Qingze simmering soup. "It smells wonderful," she praised. The pot bubbled with a delightful sound as Fu Qingze turned off the gas stove, ladling some soup into a porcelain bowl and offering it to Jiang Yunshu. "Do give it a taste." As she accepted the bowl and lifted the spoon, Fu Qingze cautioned, "Blow on it before drinking. We wouldn't want you to burn your tongue." "I know to blow on it first," Jiang Yunshu replied with a smile. "I am not a child." Fu Qingze placed the lid on the pot and turned to her, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Go on, give it a try, little one." "You are the child," Jiang Yunshu retorted. Fu Qingze chuckled. "You enjoy building Lego with your little nephew more than he does, yet you claim you are not a child?" After Jiang Yunshu sampled the soup, he asked, "How is it?" She nodded. "It's quite delicious. A touch more salt would enhance it further." "Is that so?" Fu Qingze leaned down. "Let me try." Jiang Yunshu scooped a spoonful and fed it to him. "Isn't it a bit bland?" "Indeed, it is," he admitted, adding another pinch of salt to the pot. Jiang Yunshu turned on the faucet, washing the strawberries set aside, and placed them in a fruit bowl. She casually picked one up and tasted it, finding it pleasantly sweet. "Is it tasty?" Fu Qingze inquired. Jiang Yunshu nodded, popping another strawberry into her mouth. Fu Qingze leaned in closer, his lips approaching hers. She shifted slightly, evading him. Fu Qingze paused for a moment, then laughed softly. "Did you anticipate my intentions?" "I did," Jiang Yunshu replied, "but Grandma, Auntie, and the sister-in-law are all in the living room." "Do refrain from mischief." "Is a kiss considered mischief?" Fu Qingze pulled her into his embrace. "They are in the living room, no one will see." He leaned down, pressing his lips to hers, just for a moment. In the living room, Jiang Yunshu's phone, placed on the table, began to chime incessantly with incoming messages. Auntie glanced at it, picked it up, and told Chen Chen, "Go take this to your aunt." Chen Chen took the phone and ran to the kitchen. "Auntie, here is your phone," the little one exclaimed as he entered. "Grandma asked me to bring it to you." Startled by the voice, Jiang Yunshu quickly pushed Fu Qingze away. She accepted the phone from Chen Chen, gathered the fruit platter from the table, and took Chen Chen's small hand, saying, "Let us return to the living room." Auntie saw Jiang Yunshu approaching and remarked, "Xiaoshu, your phone has been buzzing. Is there something urgent?" Glancing at the screen, Jiang Yunshu noticed it was a group chat with Li Rani and Gu Jingyan. "Nothing important," she replied, just as she settled back onto the sofa. Suddenly, her little nephew's innocent voice rang out. Grandma, Auntie and Uncle were just kissing. Jiang Yunshu nearly dropped her phone, her ears flushing crimson. She had assumed her nephew hadn't noticed their earlier moment in the kitchen. Auntie observed Jiang Yunshu's embarrassment and chuckled. "That was merely your auntie feeling unwell," Uncle was helping her with her eyes. "Oh." Chen Chen nodded in understanding. Jiang Yunshu followed suit, bowing her head to scroll through her messages. Li Rani frowny face. The movie Interstellar is being re-released, would you like to go watch it together? Gu Jingyan frowny face. You don't have a boyfriend? Li Rani frowny face. Movies can be enjoyed with friends too, you know? Li Rani. Do you really think of me as someone who prioritizes romance over friendship? Li Rani frowny face. Xiao Shu and I both have partners, we are merely concerned about you feeling lonely. Gu Jingyan. I have plans. Gu Jingyan frowny face. The film is indeed well made, thank you for the reminder about the re-release. Gu Jingyan frowny face. After dinner, catching a movie sounds delightful. Li Rani frowny face. Oh my, looks like there is something brewing with you. Li Rani. Is it a male or female? Gu Jingyan frowny face. Gu Jingyan frowny face. Straight male, thank you. Li Rani frowny face. Who is it, do I know them? Gu Jingyan frowny face. You do not know them, but Xiao Shu does. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Yunshu replied, is it Gongyan? Gu Jingyan. You guessed it perfectly. Jiang Yunshu frowny face. I also have Gongyan's WeChat, so it wasn't too difficult to deduce. Li Rani frowny face. Who is Gongyan? I don't recognize that name. Jiang Yunshu sent a voice message, briefly explaining how she knew Gongyan and how Gu Jingyan had interacted with her. Li Rani then asked, what stage are they at now, pursuing, in a flirtatious phase, or have they defined their relationship? Gu Jingyan frowny face. We haven't even made a start, I still don't know if that young lady bears any interest in me. Li Rani. Oh, so you're referring to a young lady. Li Rani frowny face. Old cow eating tender grass, that's you. Gu Jingyan frowny face. If I recall correctly, Su Jingji is already 31, isn't he? Li Rani insisted, he was still 30 just a couple of days ago. Li Rani. He may be a bit older, but everywhere else he is still youthful. Gu Jingyan frowny face. Gu Jingyan frowny face. That remark doesn't need to be voiced. At 6 that evening, Gu Jingyan stood outside a restaurant, waiting for approximately 10 minutes before spotting Gongyan jogging toward him. Today, she wore a light blue dress, her long hair styled in a bun, and her makeup was particularly refined, radiating a vibrant and energetic aura. Gu Jingyan observed her, feeling that something about her was different today, though he could not quite pinpoint what had changed compared to before. Chapter 81, I. Like you. Gongyan halted before Gu Jingyan, lifting her gaze slightly to meet his. Yan Gu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. What are you apologizing for? Gu Jingyan chuckled, I just arrived as well. We haven't reached our appointed time yet. Gongyan nodded, then let us go inside. Once seated at their reserved table, Gongyan handed the menu to Gu Jingyan. Yan Gu, this restaurant is one of my favorites. I truly appreciate your invitation for dinner on New Year's Eve. Today, I shall treat you. Please feel free to order whatever you like. Gu Jingyan glanced at the menu briefly. There is quite a variety of dishes, and they all look appealing. You should order a few of your favorites. Gongyan responded affirmatively, and after placing the order with the waiter, she inquired, Yan Gu, do you have any dietary restrictions? None at all. Gu Jingyan pondered her frequent use of Yan Gu. Could it be that she truly regarded him merely as an older brother? He raised his gaze to observe Gongyan. She appeared so well behaved, with her bright almond-shaped eyes radiating innocence, resembling a simple-hearted young girl. While waiting for their meal, Gongyan ventured, Yan Gu, how has teacher Jiang been lately? Ever since the interview concluded, I haven't seen him again, but I did read in the news that he has welcomed a lovely baby. Quite well, my little niece is very adorable, and she lives a blissful life. Gu Jingyan paused, smiling, why do you keep calling him teacher Jiang? Just refer to him as Yunshu Jia, don't be so formal. Gongyan nodded, all right. Gu Jingyan asked, is your journey still enjoyable? Gongyan affirmed with a smile, taking some time to stroll has greatly uplifted my spirits. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Jingyan inquired, have you been feeling down lately? Yes, work has been rather challenging, Gongyan admitted, however, I believe I am on the rebound. I received a new job offer yesterday and will start next Monday. Gu Jingyan recalled the last time he escorted her home. It was no wonder she seemed troubled, having cried after receiving a call from her family while intoxicated. She must have been swallowing her grievances, only sharing good news with her family. Gong Yan, Gu Jingyan regarded her earnestly. If you ever encounter troubles or face setbacks at work, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall assist you in any way I can. Gong Yan met his gaze, her eyes inexplicably wanting to avert. Thank you, Yan Gu. After finishing dinner, Gu Jingyan asked, do you have any other plans? Gong Yan shook her head, none. There's a film being re-released recently. Would you like to go see it together? Gu Jingyan proposed. Gong Yan blinked her lashes, hesitating for a few seconds before nodding, all right. Since her high school days, she had received numerous invitations from boys to watch movies together. Although she had never been in a romantic relationship, she was not oblivious to the implications. However, during her student years, she had dedicated herself to her studies, and post-graduation, she had been preoccupied with work, leaving her little inclination for romance. This was her first time going to the movies alone with a male companion. Had it been anyone else, her immediate thought would have been that the other party desired to develop a relationship. Yet, with Gu Jingyan, she dared not speculate on his intentions. Let us go, Gu Jingyan stated. This restaurant is indeed excellent. We shall return someday to sample the dishes we didn't order today. Gong Yan responded affirmatively, rising to her feet. As she turned, she inadvertently collided with a waiter carrying a bowl of soup, causing hot liquid to spill onto her hand. Gu Jingyan, unable to pull her away in time, watched as her fair hand became reddened. He promptly grasped her wrist and led her to the restroom, turning on the faucet to cool her skin. Does it hurt? Gu Jingyan furrowed his brows, glancing at her. Their eyes met, his grip firm around her wrist, as cool water cascaded over her hand. Gong Yan felt warmth rise to her ears. No. It's fine, it doesn't hurt. She attempted to withdraw her wrist. Yan Gu, I can manage it myself. Gu Jingyan did not relent, tightening his grip slightly. He gazed at Gong Yan, his lips parting slowly. Gong Yan, there are some things I had intended to wait until after the movie to tell you, but now I wish to share them sooner. Gong Yan felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety, swallowing hard. What is it? Gu Jingyan, without preamble, delved straight into it. I like you. Gong Yan was utterly taken aback, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had experienced many confessions before, but none had ever made her heart race like this, as if it were crashing against her chest. Gu Jingyan observed her astonished expression and chuckled lightly. Don't be alarmed. I genuinely feared I might startle you. Initially, I intended to spend more time with you, allowing us to become better acquainted before confessing, but when feelings run deep, how can they be concealed for long? At least, I cannot hide mine. Noticing the faint blush on Gong Yan's cheeks, he asked, were you truly startled? Gong Yan's mind felt somewhat blank. No, not at all. Gu Jingyan gently stroked her wrist with his thumb. Was it truly unexpected? Did you not perceive my affection for you? Gong Yan replied earnestly, I didn't dare to guess. What is there to be afraid of? Gu Jingyan questioned. Gong Yan lowered her gaze, remaining silent. After a brief silence, Gu Jingyan spoke first. Gong Yan, look at me. Gong Yan raised her eyes to meet his, falling into the sincerity of his gaze. I possess a sense of propriety. If I did not like you, would I have invited you to the movies alone? Gong Yan found his reasoning sound. Observing the deepening flush on her cheeks, Gu Jingyan softened his tone. Do not be anxious. I simply wish to convey that I genuinely like you. Though you frequently refer to me as Yan Gu, my feelings for you are not those of an elder brother toward a younger sister, but rather the affection a man holds for a woman. Just as Gu Jingyan was about to elaborate further, the waiter and the manager approached to apologize, bringing cotton swabs and burn ointment. The manager, recognizing Gong Yan, approached her. Xia Yan, I sincerely apologize. I just arrived at the restaurant and heard that a customer had been scalded. Are you alright? If it's serious, we can take you to the hospital. Xia Jia, I'm fine. It's not a severe burn, just a bit of ointment will suffice. I'll cover this meal, consider it my way of apologizing on behalf of the staff. The manager opened the ointment packaging. Let me apply some for you. Gu Jingyan turned off the faucet and took the ointment. I will apply it for her. The manager glanced at Gu Jingyan and then at Gong Yan, smiling. Xia Yan has a boyfriend now? How wonderful, this young man is quite handsome, and you two make a lovely couple. Gong Yan's face flushed again as she lowered her voice. Xia Jia, you misunderstand, he is not my boyfriend.
Correct, I am not her boyfriend, Gu Jingyan paused before adding, I am pursuing her.
The manager chuckled, then you must pursue her diligently. Our Xiao Yan is not only beautiful but also possesses a wonderful character, many boys are fond of her. Gu Jingyan nodded in agreement. Gong Yan watched him apply the ointment, her gaze cast downward, her expression serious. Under the warm light, she noticed a faint mole at the corner of his eye, subtle enough that one might miss it. All done. Gu Jingyan looked up, capturing the glimpse of Gong Yan, quickly averting her gaze. Let us continue to interact as we have before, shall we? If you have any questions for me, feel free to ask, you have ample time for my responses. Gong Yan affirmed, as she indeed needed some time. Gu Jingyan smiled gently, there is no rush. Take your time to consider it. I won't let you, a young lady, be at a disadvantage. Chapter 82, Seriously consider me. Let us go. Gu Jingyan stated, I shall escort you home. Gong Yan paused momentarily, raising her gaze to inquire, did you not say we were going to watch a movie? A flicker of surprise danced in Gu Jingyan's eyes as he chuckled softly, I noticed your enthusiasm seemed rather diminished. I assumed your mood had been affected, and you no longer wish to attend. My mood hasn't been affected, my hand is fine, the soup wasn't scalding. Gong Yan hesitated before continuing her explanation, it's not that I'm lacking in enthusiasm. It's just, I haven't quite recovered yet. Gu Jingyan regarded her, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, finding her earnestness utterly endearing. Upon arriving at the cinema, Gu Jingyan procured 2 cups of cola and 2 buckets of popcorn, collecting the movie tickets before guiding Gong Yan into the screening room. Have you seen this film before? Gu Jingyan asked, I am uncertain whether this genre appeals to you. I have, Gong Yan replied, I am quite fond of science fiction films. They are grand in scope, challenging perceptions, and allow for limitless cognitive exploration. A glimmer of surprise crossed Gu Jingyan's face, I too enjoy science fiction films, we can discuss them at length in the future. Gong Yan nodded, lowering her head to sip her icy cola through the straw. As the film commenced, Gu Jingyan turned to glance at Gong Yan. She was engrossed in the movie, her eyes fixated on the screen, having forgotten about the popcorn as suddenly, he was reminded of their first meeting at the Chinese tea house, where she had worn a work badge, diligently focused and clear-headed in her tasks. After the film concluded, the pair engaged in an extensive discussion about its content. Gong Yan remarked, the first time I watched this film was many years ago, experiencing it again is still profoundly impactful. I noticed your insightful commentary on the concept of time dimensions. He accompanied me to see this film previously, and we spent an entire evening discussing it upon returning home. Gu Jingyan chuckled, no wonder. While driving Gong Yan home, Gu Jingyan made a stop at a pharmacy to purchase burn ointment and cotton swabs. He handed the bag to Gong Yan, remembered to apply the ointment. Gong Yan accepted it, all right, thank you, Yan Gu. As they reached the entrance of her neighborhood, Gu Jingyan bid her farewell. Holding the bag, Gong Yan asked, Yan Gu, may I pose a question? Of course, Gu Jingyan replied with a smile, I was worried you might not ask me anything and, in a few days, simply reject me. Why do you like me? Gong Yan lowered her gaze, I come from a modest background, and there is a significant disparity in our social statuses. Someone like you must have countless admirers, girls who are far more suited to you. Gu Jingyan did not answer immediately, instead, he posed a question of his own, you must have many suitors, correct? Ah. Gong Yan blinked in surprise before responding, not really, there aren't many. Gu Jingyan spoke earnestly, Gong Yan, you are inherently exceptional. The concern you should entertain is not whether you are worthy of someone, but rather if those pursuing you are worthy of you. Gong Yan's heart raced, feeling as though Gu Jingyan's gaze ensnared her like a finely woven net. He continued, after a brief pause, the first time I encountered you, you left a lasting impression on me, a beautiful young woman who approaches her work with utmost seriousness. As we crossed paths again, I initially believed my feelings for you were akin to that of an older brother towards his younger sister. However, witnessing you in distress or shedding tears evokes a profound sense of empathy within me. After a moment's silence, he continued, if I had to pinpoint the moment I truly fell for you, it would be that evening when you embraced your guitar on stage, singing and playing. You radiated such brightness and beauty, it compelled one to want to protect you. Gong Yan was taken aback by the depth of his words, feeling a flush of embarrassment.
Thank you, I understand now.
After a brief contemplation, she added, I have one more question.
Gu Jingyan nodded, go ahead. Gong Yin inquired, how many girlfriends have you had before? Gu Jingyan had not anticipated this question, and his brow furrowed slightly as he answered honestly, 2. He feared this might diminish her perception of him, only to be met with a smile from Gong Yin. That's not too bad. Gu Jingyan was momentarily taken aback by her reaction. What do you mean? He chuckled. Did you think I had a plethora of romantic entanglements?
Gong Yin composed herself. No, it's just that I assumed someone like you would attract many admirers.
Gu Jingyan leaned down to meet her gaze. And do you find yourself attracted to me?
Gong Yan's heart raced violently, caught in the intensity of his gaze, her cheeks flushed with warmth.
Yengu, I should head back now. Thank you for accompanying me.
As she turned to leave, Gu Jingyan grasped her wrist. Please grant me one more minute to finish my thought.
Gong Yin nodded. All right, go ahead.
Though I have been in 2 relationships, both occurred during my late teens. They were merely fleeting experiences, akin to holding hands in my youthful exuberance. I hastily entered 2 relationships that felt like child's play, with the longest lasting less than 3 months and our meetings countable on one hand. I don't mind, Gong Yen replied, given your age, it's entirely normal to have had 2 relationships.
Gu Jingyan chuckled softly to himself.
The boomerang of his past had returned to him. Gong Yen, I have witnessed many people engage in relationships only to part ways repeatedly for years. I have refrained from pursuing love not merely due to the lack of someone who truly captivates my heart, but also because I believe that entering a relationship with a casual, transient attitude is a waste of time. Gong Yen lifted her gaze to meet his, listening to his voice as it melded with the cool summer evening breeze. I am sincere about my feelings for you.
My affection is not a fleeting whim, so I implore you to seriously consider me, if you would.
Then she heard her own voice. All right. Chapter 83 Communication. In recent days, the weather in Yunjiang has been delightful, with the evening breeze caressing the face, providing a refreshing sensation. Fu Qingze and Zhang Yunshu pushed the baby carriage, taking a pleasant stroll home with their little one, both in high spirits. Upon returning home, they found their aunt and sister-in-law accompanying elderly Lady Jiang and watching a television drama.
Xiao Shu is back, the aunt announced.
Xiao Shu, I've saved some sweet potato balls and fermented rice for you in the kitchen. If you'd like some, feel free to help yourself. Zhang Yunshu responded with a cheerful acknowledgement and made her way to the kitchen. Let me hold Chu-Chu, the aunt said, taking the child from Fu Qingze's arms.
Come here, Grandma will hold you. Fu Qingze pushed the baby carriage aside and walked into the kitchen. Zhang Yunshu glanced back at him, asking, would you like to try some?
I don't eat, Fu Qingze replied, settling down beside her.
I'll sit here and keep you company.
Zhang Yunshu scooped a spoonful and held it to his lips, urging, just taste it.
Fu Qingze opened his mouth and took a bite, his brow furrowing slightly. Is it not to your liking? Zhang Yunshu inquired.
Not quite to my taste, he admitted, taking hold of one of her hands and clasping it in his palm.
You enjoy it.
Zhang Yunshu playfully wiggled their joined hands, teasing, you're holding onto me so tightly, are you afraid I might run away? Fu Qingze kissed her fingers gently. Of course I'm afraid, he replied with a smile. Zhang Yunshu chuckled lightly. Don't worry, I won't go anywhere. Fu Qingze gazed at her, saying, Yunshu, I heard from Aunt that our Zhang family has a private tea garden with stunning scenery.
Shall we find a time to visit? Zhang Yunshu nodded enthusiastically.
Sure, let's take Chu-Chu along, she hasn't been to the tea garden yet. This time, let's go just the 2 of us, Fu Qingze suggested.
Next time, we can bring our daughter.
Zhang Yunshu rested her chin on his shoulder, whispering playfully in his ear, you usually dote on her as if she's the center of your universe.
Why do you suddenly find her a nuisance now?
Fu Qingze chuckled softly, glancing at her. Now that we have a daughter, we still need to cherish our time as a couple. He brushed his lips against hers. Communication between spouses is essential for a harmonious relationship. Just then, the sister-in-law cleared her throat.
Your brother-in-law is here too.
Seeing her standing at the doorway, Zhang Yunshu and Fu Qingze quickly distanced themselves and stood up.
Sister-in-law, did you need something from me? Jiang Yunshu asked. The sister-in-law nodded. I bought a little dress for Chu-Chu today, come and see if you think it's pretty. Jiang Yunshu responded with enthusiasm and followed her out of the kitchen. Entering the sister-in-law's room, Jiang Yunshu sat on the sofa, picking up the lovely little dress. This dress is truly beautiful. The fabric feels so soft, thank you. Don't mention it, the sister-in-law replied. I spotted this dress while shopping today and thought it would look adorable on Chu-Chu. Jiang Yunshu smiled and inquired, Sister-in-law, I heard from Aunt that you and brother Jingzhou are trying for a second child. Is that true? The sister-in-law nodded. Chen Cheng has been asking for a little sister. Your brother Jingzhou and I indeed wish for another daughter. We're discussing having a second child, but if it's another son, then it seems we may not have the fate to raise a daughter. Upon hearing this, the sister-in-law asked, What about you and your husband? Do you plan on having another child? Chu-Chu is still young, we haven't really discussed it yet, Jiang Yunshu replied. That's right, there's no rush, the sister-in-law said. You can wait until Chu-Chu is as big as Chencheng before deciding on a second child. Jiang Yunshu nodded in agreement. Xiao Shu, let's speak candidly, the sister-in-law began. I mentioned to brother Jingzhou last night that your relationship with your husband has visibly deepened since returning to Yunjiang. When you first married him, brother Jingzhou expressed concerns about your husband's reserved nature, fearing there might be emotional distance between you. However, this visit, your husband's attentiveness towards you has been apparent to us all. Even Grandma remarked that your marriage is a fortunate one. Jiang Yunshu smiled, I appreciate everyone's concern. Chengza and I are doing well. We have had our disagreements, but we always think of each other and share a close bond. The sister-in-law chuckled, it's evident, your husband affectionately calls you baby. For someone as reserved as him, such a term of endearment signifies genuine affection. A light blush crept across Jiang Yunshu's cheeks, unsure when her sister-in-law had overheard Fu Qingze calling her that. Still shy, are we? The sister-in-law teased. Everyone heard it during dinner. We simply chose not to mention it. I even told brother Jingzhou to take a leaf out of your husband's book. Jiang Yunshu laughed, sister-in-law, doesn't brother Jingzhou often call you by your nickname? Your brother Jingzhou is only romantic during the courting phase. He calls me by my nickname, but otherwise, he rarely uses any endearing terms, the sister-in-law replied, her tone revealing both mild dissatisfaction and happiness. The two talked for quite a while before heading downstairs to join the elders and watching television. When it was time for bed, the aunt addressed Jiang Yunshu and Fu Qingze, tonight, I'll take care of Chu-Chu. No need, aunt, Chu-Chu might wake up in the middle of the night, and we wouldn't want to disturb your rest, Jiang Yunshu said. Besides, aren't you also looking after Chencheng tonight? The sister-in-law chimed in, Chencheng will be sleeping with me tonight. Jiang Yunshu paused, her gaze shifting to her sister-in-law. The sister-in-law exchanged a glance with Jiang Jingzhou and nodded subtly at Jiang Yunshu, signaling for her to go ahead. Chencheng dashed into his mother's arms, asking, Mommy, can I sleep with you tonight? The sister-in-law embraced Chencheng. Yes, tonight Mommy and Daddy will sleep with you. Chencheng beamed, his innocent curiosity prompting him to ask, Mommy, if I sleep with you and Daddy, can you still have a little sister for me? This question elicited laughter from everyone in the living room. Of course, the sister-in-law replied with a smile. But it might not necessarily be a sister. It could also be a brother. Jiang Jingzhou lifted their son, saying, Come on, Daddy will take you for a bath. Once you're clean, Mommy will let you go to bed. The aunt added, Xiao Shu, you've been managing the child's care with Qingze for some time now. It must be tiring, make sure to get some good rest tonight. Before Jiang Yunshu could respond, Fu Qingze interjected, Thank you, Aunt. We appreciate your kindness. Not at all, the aunt smiled. It's getting late, I'll take Chu-Chu upstairs for a bath now. With both Fu Qingze and the aunt expressing their intentions, Jiang Yunshu echoed their sentiments, kissing the baby's tiny face. Sweetheart, you'll sleep in the same room with Grandma tonight. Be good, alright? Fu Qingze squeezed the baby's little hand. Listen to Mommy and be good. Once inside their room, the atmosphere shifted to a more intimate one. It's getting late, you should go wash up, Jiang Yunshu suggested. Would you like to go first or should I? Fu Qingze locked the door, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and pulled her close. Let's wash up together. Chapter 84. Blame it on me. His thin lips, warm and imbued with his distinctive coolness, coaxed Jiang Yunshu into a gentle kiss as she closed her eyes in response. It's time for a shower, Fu Qingze declared, pressing her down onto the bed. Shall I help you out of your clothes? Without waiting for her reply, he reached for the zipper of her dress and pulled it down. As Jiang Yunshu met Fu Qingze's gaze, filled with intense desire, she realized that he must have been holding back for quite some time, his movements now urgent, stripped bare. With her elbows propped on the bed, she felt her ears flush under the heat of his penetrating gaze. Let us shower first, she suggested. Fu Qingze removed his shirt, revealing his alluring collarbone, chiseled chest, and well-defined abdominal muscles. Approaching the edge of the bed, he took her hand and placed it on his belt. Darling, it's your turn to assist me. His deep, seductive voice caressed her ear, causing her fingertips to tremble as she undid his belt, her gaze inadvertently drawn to a particular area, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Had they merely shared a kiss, how could he respond so quickly? Tonight, Fu Qingze seemed different. Jiang Yunshu swallowed hard, her heartbeat resonating powerfully within her chest, a mixture of dazedness and an indescribable thrill coursing through her. Fu Qingze lifted her effortlessly, whispering, "Let us shower." As he twisted the bathroom handle, hot water cascaded onto the marble floor, quickly enveloping the space in steam. The humidity accentuated Jiang Yunshu's fair, delicate skin, and Fu Qingze pressed close behind her, lowering his gaze to her flushed ears, kissing them softly before whispering, "Darling, is it all right here?" Jiang Yunshu, held tightly in his embrace, dared to move slightly, only to hear Fu Qingze emit a muffled groan. The sound spoke volumes. Don't move, he urged, inhaling deeply as he tightened his grip, his voice husky. Yunshu, my love, may I? Feeling a rush of warmth in her ears, Jiang Yunshu nodded faintly. Fu Qingze reached for a condom resting on the side, his hands securing her waist as he drew nearer. The bathroom was soon filled with sounds that were difficult to articulate, as Jiang Yunshu bit her lower lip, her eyes gleaming with a rosy hue of desire. Emerging from the bathroom, Jiang Yunshu felt entirely spent, draped in a bathrobe, collapsing onto the bed. Fu Qingze removed her shower cap and took the hairdryer, gently drying her hair. Having shared such moments many times before on the bed, tonight's change in setting made Jiang Yunshu acutely aware of Fu Qingze's fervent involvement. As his fingers glided through her hair, warmed by the heater, Jiang Yunshu reminisced about their recent intimacy, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Sometimes, letting go a little was quite liberating. Fu Qingze switched off the hairdryer, leaning down to kiss her forehead, inquiring, "What are you thinking about?" You were right, we need to cultivate our own world, and communication is essential, Jiang Yunshu replied, reaching up to touch his face, tilting her chin to kiss him, their lips entwining closely. As they kissed, Jiang Yunshu found herself unexpectedly lifted and straddling Fu Qingze's lap. May I kiss you? She asked, her fingertips grazing his Adam's apple, mimicking his earlier approach by posing the question without allowing for a response, and then kissing him fervently. Fu Qingze was momentarily taken aback, a soft laugh escaping him. Where did my darling learn that? He teased. Jiang Yunshu felt her breath quicken, her actions liberated yet her heart still shy, her lashes casting down as she confessed, I've wanted to kiss you for ages. Fu Qingze gazed at her enchanting features, wrapping one arm around her waist while the other loosened her bathrobe, kissing her smooth shoulder before continuing to explore further. The atmosphere once again ignited with passion. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. The refreshed man opened his eyes to find the rosy-cheeked woman in his arms, still lost in slumber. Recalling the late-night escapades, his heart stirred with a delightful itch at the memory of Jiang Yunshu's struggle to escape while simultaneously reveling in the indulgence. Unable to resist, Fu Qingze leaned down to kiss her eyelids, inadvertently waking her. Jiang Yunshu blinked awake, her voice husky, "What time is it?" "It's 9:30, Fu Qingze replied. "Is it already 9:30? Jiang Yunshu propped herself up on her arms. "We should get up." Fu Qingze pulled her back, stroking her hair. "No need to rush. Even if we get up now, breakfast will be over." The Jiang family typically dined early, with breakfast served promptly at 7:30 at this hour. The kitchen staff would be preparing lunch. Nestled against his chest, Jiang Yunshu mused, "Then we should get up, lest someone comes knocking to wake us." "That one tea happened," Fu Qingze chuckled. "Last night, your mother mentioned taking the baby." Wasn't that clear enough?
Jiang Yunshu fell silent. Fu Qingze continued unhurriedly, they understand, having been through it themselves. Besides, if we were merely living as a couple, they wouldn't worry. Jiang Yunshu felt her cheeks flush at his words.
You're becoming increasingly what? Fu Qingze prompted.
Jiang Yunshu's lips formed the words, blunt. Fu Qingze chuckled, being blunt is good, it means I have a wife who speaks her mind.
He paused before asking, how about we visit the tea plantation tomorrow morning?
The two embraced, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. As Jiang Yunshu closed her eyes to gather her thoughts, she suddenly heard a light laugh above her, accompanied by a slight tremor from the chest she rested upon.
What are you laughing at? She inquired, puzzled. Fu Qingze's lips curled into a smile.
You often say our daughter resembles me in many ways, but last night, I realized that when you throw a little tantrum, you're just like her, reaching out to slap my face. His words triggered a memory for Jiang Yunshu. Last night, he had been astonishingly vigorous, deliberately teasing her until she had begged for mercy, yet he was relentless. In that moment, regardless of her usual patience, she couldn't withstand his relentless teasing. She had intended to push him playfully, but instead, her hand had landed on his face, yet, in that moment, she had felt utterly soft, lacking any strength, her touch had been akin to a mere tickle.
And you still bring it up?
Jiang Yunshu said, her face flushed, muttering, it's all your fault, you deserve it. Fu Qingze gently caressed her smooth back, coaxing her softly, yes, it's my fault, entirely my fault. After lying together for a while longer, the two finally got up to freshen up. As he pulled back the thin comforter, Fu Qingze noticed the marks of his handiwork adorning Jiang Yunshu's body, his throat tightening involuntarily. Jiang Yunshu entered the washroom and, while brushing her teeth, caught sight of the hickeys on her neck in the mirror. Frowning slightly, she wondered how such marks had been left in such a conspicuous place. The culprit approached from behind, enveloping her in his arms, their eyes met in the mirror, and before Jiang Yunshu could speak, Fu Qingze pressed a kiss to her cheek, admitting, it's my fault.
I'll be more careful next time.
Chapter 85 The Tea Garden. Jiang Yunshu applied concealer to mask the kiss mark on her neck. After changing her clothes, she descended the stairs with Fu Qingze. Upon reaching the lower floor, they found only the household staff present. While Jiang Yunshu was getting a drink of water, she noticed the kitchen maid had already begun preparing the ingredients and casually inquired, why is lunch being made so early today? The lady mentioned that the young miss and the young master had not taken breakfast, so she asked to prepare lunch half an hour in advance. Jiang Yunshu paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Qingze, her cheeks slightly flushed. Fu Qingze remained impassive, setting down his cup, and remarked, shall we go? Auntie and the others might be enjoying the shade in the pavilion. Upon arriving at the pavilion, the family was seated around a stone table, admiring the blooming lotus flowers in the pond. Auntie, holding the baby, greeted them as they approached, asking, awake now, why didn't you two sleep in a bit longer? Jiang Yunshu smiled with a hint of helplessness, realizing that if she slept any longer, they would be having lunch upon waking. Fu Qingze took the baby from Auntie's arms, saying, come, let Daddy hold you, let Grandma take a break. The baby nestled in Fu Qingze's embrace, waving her little arms and playfully touching her father's face, babbling in delight. Feeling quite famished after last night's exertion, Jiang Yunshu reached for a pastry placed on the table to satisfy her hunger. Her sister-in-law poured her a cup of tea, saying, look how hungry you are, dear sister. Have a sip of tea lest you choke. Jiang Yunshu's clear, bright eyes sparkled with amusement as she replied, sister-in-law, please don't tease me. She broke off a small piece of the pastry and offered it to her sister-in-law, saying, sister-in-law, do try this rose-flavored yam cake. The red bean paste is exquisite, and the yam is soft and sweet, quite delightful. Sister-in-law took a bite and nodded in approval, indeed, it's quite good, this is the essence of our Yunjiang pastries, sweet yet not cloying. After savoring a few pieces of pastry, Jiang Yunshu reached out to hold the baby, telling Fu Qingze, let me hold her for a while. You should eat something. Fu Qingze, unable to hide his smile, replied, I'm not hungry yet. Jiang Yunshu pressed a gentle kiss on the baby's chubby cheek, her expression softening with tenderness. She turned to Fu Qingze, saying, the pastries aren't overly sweet, they should suit your palate. Give them a try. Fu Qingze acquiesced with all right, seated himself beside her, and sampled the pastry, finding it indeed delightful. The baby, noticing her father indulging in the treats, reached out with her tiny arms, eagerly wanting some.
You can't have that, darling, Jiang Yunshu said. How about we have a strawberry instead? Fu Qingze stood up, saying to Jiang Yunshu, I'll fetch some snacks for her.
As the baby watched her father's retreating figure, she nestled in her mother's arms, letting out a whimper, as though feeling wronged.
What's the matter, sweetheart? Jiang Yunshu gently patted her. Daddy is just going to get you some snacks. He hasn't forgotten you.
When Fu Qingze returned with a water bottle and snacks, Jiang Yunshu smiled and said, Your daughter thought you were ignoring her and was feeling quite put out.
Fu Qingze lightly pinched the baby's little face, assuring her, Daddy hasn't ignored you.
Come here, let Daddy hold you. He took the baby into his arms, offered her a sip of water first, then placed the snack into her mouth. The baby gripped the snack's handle with one little hand, taking a bite before pulling it out to play, only to pop it back into her mouth to taste again.
Jiang Yunshu fastened a bib around the baby's neck and leaned in to ask, Sweetheart, is it tasty?
The baby raised the snack high and extended it towards her mother. Jiang Yunshu wiped the drool from the baby's mouth, speaking softly, Mommy want to eat it.
You enjoy it. Will you let Daddy have a bite?
Fu Qingze leaned in, playfully engaging the baby. The baby turned to look at her father, her mouth still full of the snack, and gave a little nod. Jiang Yunshu chuckled, squeezing the baby's tiny hand, Daddy can't have any. Fu Qingze, undeterred, opened his mouth exaggeratedly. Jiang Yunshu stared at him, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. The baby gazed wide-eyed at her father, pulled the snack from her mouth, and waved her little arms, offering it to him. Fu Qingze smiled and echoed Jiang Yunshu's earlier words, Daddy want to eat it.
You enjoy it. On that Saturday, Fu Qingze and Jiang Yunshu drove to the tea garden. As summer reached its peak, a recent rain had rendered the tea leaves glistening, and the trees appeared lush and vibrant, the air refreshingly crisp. Upon stepping out of the car, Jiang Yunshu inhaled deeply, her spirits lifted significantly. Fu Qingze took her hand, and they strolled together along the small path of the tea garden, inhaling the fragrant aroma of damp earth and fresh grass. Jiang Yunshu moved lightly, sharing with Fu Qingze, This was my favorite place to visit as a child. I could stay here all day. On sunny days, I would lie on the grassy banks by the lake, soaking up the sun. There's even a little wooden house, my secret hideaway, filled with countless cherished memories. Fu Qingze's voice flowed like the gentle breeze through the tea garden. May I be invited to revisit those cherished memories with you? Jiang Yunshu laughed. Why are your words so poetic? Fu Qingze's eyes twinkled with amusement. How should I phrase it? Jiang Yunshu smiled, just like that. It sounds lovely. After walking a bit further, Jiang Yunshu pointed towards a triangular wooden house ahead, asking Fu Qingze, Do you see that little wooden house? Fu Qingze followed her gaze and nodded, I see it. Jiang Yunshu gently swung their entwined hands, saying, This was specially built for me by my father. Every little girl has a princess dream. I would twirl in a pink dress inside that wooden house, always imagining myself as a dancing princess in a grand castle. And you are still a princess now, Fu Qingze said, turning to her, my princess. Jiang Yunshu's eyes sparkled with joy. You certainly know how to flatter. As they ascended the steps, Jiang Yunshu retrieved a key from her bag and unlocked. The interior was decorated in a vintage style, with rich, textured green walls, wooden floors adorned with various plants, and walnut-colored tables and chairs complemented by metallic pendant lights, enhancing the space's elegance. Having not visited in quite some time, Jiang Yunshu anticipated finding a layer of dust in the room. However, upon entering, she was pleasantly surprised to discover it impeccably clean, as if it had just been tidied, with a large bouquet of fresh flowers gracing the table. Tilting her head towards Fu Qingze, she speculated, Could this possibly be your doing? Fu Qingze's lips curled slightly, indeed. Jiang Yunshu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Where did you get the key? Fu Qingze replied, I borrowed it from Dad. You've been here before, Jiang Yunshu said, her brows arching playfully as she looked into his eyes. Do you have some special plans for today? Fu Qingze did not directly answer her question. Instead, he extended his hand towards her, a smile gracing his lips. May I invite you to dance, my little princess? Chapter 86. Not a coincidence. As their gazes intertwined, Jiang Yunshu found herself ensnared in the gentle depths of Fu Qingze's eyes, extending her hand towards him. Fu Qingze grasped her hand with one of his,
while his other arm encircled her slender waist, guiding her into a graceful dance. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a warm glow upon the floor. The woman danced with ethereal grace, while the man moved with steadfast assurance, their movements harmonizing beautifully, reminiscent of a prince and princess from a fairy tale. As the dance concluded, Fu Qingze drew her into his embrace, lowering his head to bestow a kiss upon her forehead. Jiang Yunshu lightly brushed her lips against his, her curiosity piqued. I'm somewhat intrigued by your plans for today. Fu Qingze approached the table, retrieving the fresh flowers to present them to her. Cradling the bouquet, Jiang Yunshu bent down to inhale the fragrance. Fu Qingze settled onto a wooden chair, pulling her onto his lap. Sit down and share with me the cherished memories this little wooden cabin holds for you. With one hand cradling the flowers and the other draped around his neck, Jiang Yunshu reminisced, in this quaint cabin, my parents celebrated my birthday together. My first kitten and I met here. The afternoon following my college entrance exams, I lay alone in the rocking chair, listening to records all day. I once sat on the floor with Ranijing, sharing a drink here. At this point, Fu Qingze's brows furrowed slightly. Noticing his reaction, Jiang Yunshu quickly clarified, I only had a little wine, they drank much more. Fu Qingze merely responded with a non-committal hum. Jiang Yunshu kissed his cheek and playfully asked, are you feeling a bit jealous? Would you prefer the truth or a white lie? Fu Qingze inquired. With a smile, Jiang Yunshu replied, of course, the truth. A tad, Fu Qingze admitted, it's not so much jealousy as it is envy that he had the privilege of knowing you so early. Jiang Yunshu pressed her lips together thoughtfully, change your perspective. Even though I met Jingyan first, throughout those years, we remained merely good friends. Though we met later, the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated, and despite the twists and turns, we ultimately found our way back to each other. Shouldn't you feel fortunate? Fu Qingze's expression softened, the warmth in his eyes deepening. Indeed, I do feel fortunate. Leaning closer to his ear, Jiang Yunshu continued, and just a few moments ago, we danced together in this little wooden cabin. Fu Qingze tightened his embrace around her waist. You certainly know how to charm. Jiang Yunshu chuckled lightly, why do you always mimic my way of speaking? Fu Qingze gazed into her dark, clear eyes, speaking slowly and deliberately, this tea garden holds precious and beautiful memories for me as well. Jiang Yunshu asked, have you been here before? Fu Qingze nodded, in truth, this private tea house was not where we reunited years later. It was here. Jiang Yunshu was taken aback, how come I don't remember, why didn't you mention this before? Allow me to recount the story, Fu Qingze said. When I first arrived in Yunjiang to visit my grandfather at the tea house, my father happened to be there as well, and I still referred to him as Uncle Jiang. He paused for a moment, then continued with the recollection, that day it rained, and I overheard you speaking on the phone with my father, discovering that you were in your family's tea garden. Initially, I was engrossed in watching a chess game, but upon hearing your voice, my heart became flustered, prompting me to concoct an excuse to leave the tea house. Upon arriving at the tea garden, I chanced upon you dressed in a white dress, holding a transparent umbrella, about to depart. Jiang Yunshu reflected, so we had already met that day, yet I seemed oblivious to your presence. Fu Qingze chuckled softly, we were separated by some distance, and you appeared hurried, as if you had pressing matters to attend to. I merely stood there, watching your figure retreat further away, regretting that I hadn't the chance to say long time no see. Jiang Yunshu frowned slightly. When we met again at the tea house the next day, why didn't you say long time no see? You have no idea how my heart raced upon seeing you again. Though she hadn't felt it at the time, the tone of her words now betrayed a hint of grievance. You looked quite composed then. I thought you had forgotten me, Fu Qingze replied, pausing before continuing. I even assumed you had never remembered me at all, which is why I simply said hello instead of long time no see. Jiang Yunshu sighed, alright, I believed the same back then. Had I spoken first, I would have said hello too. Fu Qingze pressed a gentle kiss to her earlobe. Yunshu, my arrival in Yunjiang that year was not mere happenstance, even my grandfather's trip here for relaxation was a suggestion I made. He explained, my grandfather sought a serene place to unwind, unaware at the time of his grave illness. My suggestion was tinged with personal motives.
Jiang Yunshu swallowed hard. You had a hidden agenda to see me again? Fu Chengze nodded affirmatively.
I orchestrated my grandfather's itinerary through my assistant, ensuring we visited several locations that might connect us, including the tea house where he encountered your father. Fu Chengze elaborated, thus, our paths crossed over tea, and our bond was forged through chess, culminating in our reunion, facilitated by my grandfather. You orchestrated all of this, Jiang Yunshu blinked, struggling to articulate the complexities swirling within her heart at that moment. Fu Chengze took her hand and placed it against his chest. Yunshu, the first year I laid eyes on you, I was 19. Over the years, you have been the sole person to stir my heart's deepest secrets.
He sighed, lamenting, regrettably, the timing of our first meeting was not right.
Initially, I had conflicts with Gu Jingyan, which posed the greatest obstacle as I sought to approach you. Subsequently, my brother's untimely death forced me to leave Beihang, pursuing studies in business and management, fields that did not ignite my passion. In my effort to shoulder the responsibilities of the Fu family, I devoted every ounce of my time and energy to following in my brother's footsteps, while you remained buried deep within my heart.
Fu Chengze's lashes fell naturally. Truth be told, I seldom thought of you.
Yet in fleeting moments of relaxation, the vivid memory of your radiant smile upon our first encounter, and the unique scent of light tea that enveloped you when you inadvertently stumbled into my embrace, would flicker through my mind. As Jiang Yunshu listened to his heartfelt revelations, her heart swelled with warmth.
My grandfather instilled in me the importance of composure.
The only impulsive act I've ever committed was to express my desire to marry you, Fu Chengze admitted with a self-reproachful smile. However, such impulsiveness carries significant risks. We lacked an honest beginning, and I failed to be a worthy husband. Jiang Yunshu paused for a moment, meeting his gaze. So your purpose in bringing me here today and sharing all this is intentional, isn't it?
Fu Chengze playfully tapped her nose, smiling, astute.
Chapter 87. Proposal. In her heart, Jiang Yunshu harbored a suspicion that she could no longer suppress. She reached out to caress his cheek, arching her brows with a smile as she said, I think I have an idea. Fu Chengze gently stroked the back of her head, planting a tender kiss on her forehead. Come, let us step outside to admire the scenery. As they pushed open the back door of the wooden cabin, a breathtaking expanse of tea fields stretched before them, a vibrant sea of green that was particularly soothing to the soul. Nestled among the tea fields was a serene lake, its waters glistening like emeralds, reflecting the fluffy clouds above, a picture of tranquil beauty. Jiang Yunshu closed her eyes, savoring the gentle caress of the breeze against her skin. Fu Chengze retrieved a small box from his pants pocket and softly spoke, Yunshu, open your eyes and look at me. Upon opening her eyes, Jiang Yunshu beheld Fu Chengze kneeling before her, holding a square box. Yunshu, the two most important people in my life are my daughter and you. Watching my daughter grow has been a source of happiness, and loving you is a happiness in itself.
As the exquisite box was unveiled, it revealed a wedding ring, the central diamond secured by 4 prongs, its seemingly simple design concealing a complex artistry of balance. Fu Chengze's gaze was earnest and deeply affectionate as he looked up at Jiang Yunshu. Yunshu, I hope our relationship can become more definite and formal, protected by law, allowing us to introduce each other without reservation. He continued, thank you for giving us a chance to start anew. Please grant me the opportunity to love and protect you for the rest of my life. Will you marry me?
As she gazed down at the man kneeling before her, Jiang Yunshu felt a flutter in her heart, her eyes glistening with warmth. The breeze tousled her hair, and a smile of happiness blossomed on her lips.
I guessed correctly.
The diamond sparkled in the sunlight as Fu Chengze took her hand, his heart racing with anticipation.
Yunshu, do you wish to wear this ring? Jiang Yunshu nodded, I do. Fu Chengze gently slid the ring onto her slender finger and kissed it tenderly.
Jiang Yunshu pulled him to his feet, admiring the ring on her hand.
It's beautiful.
Fu Chengze pressed his forehead against hers, cradling her cheeks in his hands, and lowered his head to bestow a cherished kiss upon her lips. Jiang Yunshu embraced him around the waist, and beneath the gentle caress of the tea garden breeze, they shared a long kiss. By the time they drove back to the Jiang residence, it was already 3 in the afternoon. In the pavilion, her sister-in-law had set up an easel, and upon seeing Jiang Yunshu and Fu Qingze walking side by side, she smiled and asked, "It's a rare opportunity to go on a date, and with family watching over Chu-Chu, why didn't you stay out a little longer?"
We strolled through the tea garden and enjoyed lunch at Yuntingui. We've completed all the necessary tasks, Jiang Yunshu replied.
Tomorrow, I'll accompany my sister-in-law to celebrate her birthday, and then Chengze and I will return to Beicheng, so of course, I cherish the time spent with family. Standing beside Jiang Yunshu, Fu Qingze gazed at her silently. They would have ample time alone together. Once they returned to Beijing to collect their marriage certificate, they would make up for their honeymoon and wedding night. However, this arrangement meant he wouldn't be able to accompany his daughter for nearly half a month. He walked over and lifted the baby from his aunt's arms. "Chu-Chu needs a diaper change," his aunt reminded him. Fu Qingze acknowledged her, informing Jiang Yunshu before carrying the baby into the room to change her diaper. Once upstairs, he placed the baby on the bed and retrieved a fresh diaper. Leaning down, he kissed the baby's little face and spoke softly, sharing his lingering joy, "Sweetheart, Mommy has agreed to remarry Daddy."
"Are you happy for Daddy?"
Chu-Chu kicked her little feet, beaming with delight. After changing her diaper, Fu Qingze lifted her up.
"You're happy for Daddy, right?"
The baby nestled in her father's embrace, babbling in response.
"Such a good girl." Fu Qingze grabbed a water bottle, giving the baby a sip. "Come, let us go find Mommy."
In the pavilion, Jiang Yunshu observed her sister-in-law setting up the easel and asked, "Are you going to do some sketching?" Her sister-in-law smiled, "The lotus flowers in the pond are blossoming beautifully, so I felt inspired to paint a few strokes." Jiang Jingzhou had also set up an easel nearby and chimed in, "Judge, I'll join you for a while." Jiang Yunshu noticed her sister-in-law playfully swatted Jingzhou.
"All right, you, calling my name in front of everyone."
With a twinkle in his eye, Jiang Jingzhou gave a mock salute, adopting a serious tone.
"Understood." "Gu Shuyun."
Chen mimicked his father, placing his tiny hand on his forehead and declaring, "Understood, understood." Their sister-in-law was thoroughly amused, turning to Jiang Yunshu with a smile, "Those two are cut from the same cloth." Jiang Yunshu sat on a stool watching, reminiscing about the past. She casually remarked, "Sister-in-law, I recall that when Jingzhou was pursuing you, he specially invited a Chinese painting teacher to your home for a month." Jiang Jingzhou turned back with a grin, "Little sister, please don't bring this up in front of your sister-in-law. She saw right through my efforts and still teases me about it to this day." His sister-in-law picked up her brush, "Just enjoy your little secret, after all, it was your persistence that caught my eye."
Fu Qingze, holding the baby, walked over and sat beside Jiang Yunshu.
As she watched her sister-in-law painting the lotus flowers, she noticed Fu Qingze's gaze fixed on her, prompting her to ask, "Why do you keep staring at me and smiling?"
Fu Qingze's eyes lingered on the ring she wore. "I'm just so happy that I can barely contain it."
Jiang Yunshu chuckled lightly, "You're being cheeky." Upon hearing his mother's laughter, the baby joyfully waved her arms, her round, grape-like eyes forming crescent moons as she babbled as if trying to converse with her parents. After Gu Shuyun completed her painting, Jiang Jingzhou approached for a look and gave a thumbs up, praising, "Wife, your painting skills are exceptional."
"Stop flattering me," Gu Shuyun retorted. "Bring over what you painted. Let me see if you've improved."
Jiang Jingzhou promptly moved his easel over. Gu Shuyun glanced at his work, realizing he hadn't just painted lotus flowers but had captured her painting them.
With his hand resting casually on her shoulder, he asked, "Wife, how would you rate my painting?"
Gu Shuyun raised an eyebrow, her tone playful, barely passing. Then she added, "This painting is a gift for me." Jiang Jingzhou agreed, leaning closer to her ear, "Then tonight, let us sleep together while our son goes back to his own little room."
"How does that sound?" Gu Shuyun readily replied, "Deal."
That evening, after Fu Qingze and Jiang Yunshu bathed the baby, they spent some time playing with her. As they noticed their daughter rubbing her eyes and yawning, Fu Qingze gently asked Jiang Yunshu, "Who will the baby sleep with tonight?" "Of course, she will sleep with us," Jiang Yunshu said as she lifted the. After a moment of contemplation, he conceded, "All right then." Chapter 88. The cloakroom. After the lights were turned off, the baby lay soundly asleep in the crib. Jiang Yunshu turned to lie on her side, facing the crib, and had just closed her eyes when a warm embrace enveloped her from behind. The calloused fingertips brushed against her cheek, causing Jiang Yunshu's eyelashes to flutter as she lowered her voice and said, "The baby is still here, we can't tonight."
"I understand," Fu Qingze replied, "I just want to hold you for a moment, nothing more."
Jiang Yunshu allowed him to embrace her. Before long, a searing kiss landed on her neck, the warmth of the man's breath penetrating her skin with a gentle tickle. She turned in his arms, resting against his chest, and murmured, "Be a little more restrained." Fu Qingze chuckled softly, grasping the hand she had placed on his chest, pulling her tightly against him.
"All right, I won't tease you anymore. Today, while you were in the study for a meeting, Mom video called me, asking when we would return to Beicheng," Jiang Yunshu said. "Both Mom and Grandma miss Choo-Choo.
"We'll land in Beicheng the day after tomorrow, let us stay at the old house for a few days."
Fu Qingze responded affirmatively, pausing before asking, "After we return to Beicheng, shall we go get our marriage certificate? How does that sound?"
His large hand caressed her back as he attempted to call her wife. Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Jiang Yunshu's eyelashes trembled slightly. She pressed her lips together and replied, "We haven't gotten the certificate yet."
"Please don't call me that."
Fu Qingze kissed her cheek and neck, his lips brushing against her ear as he repeatedly called, "Wife, wife, wife." Jiang Yunshu felt a ticklish urge to escape, but the man held her firmly in his embrace, rendering her immobile. The delicate body wriggled within his grasp, making it difficult for Fu Qingze to remain unaffected. What had once been a calm atmosphere gradually turned restless, and he rolled over, pinning her beneath him. One hand slid along her waist, and he pulled down her shoulder strap. Jiang Yunshu, disheveled and breathless, protested, "Choo-Choo is still sleeping, please don't make a fuss." Fu Qingze lifted his head from her neck to glance at the crib, then buried his face back in the crook of her neck, calming his breathing. Jiang Yunshu gently squeezed the nape of his neck, intending to say that his weight was a bit much, but before she could speak, he asked, "Shall we change locations?" The memory of that night in the bathroom was still fresh in her mind, causing Jiang Yunshu to blush.
"I've already taken a shower. Don't stir things up again."
"I'm not going to the bathroom," Fu Qingze said as he rose and lifted her from the bed. Jiang Yunshu, fearing that the baby might wake, whispered, "Where are we going?" With her in his arms, Fu Qingze stealthily made his way to the cloakroom. Once inside, the room illuminated with a dazzling glow. Fu Qingze settled onto a nearby sofa, leaning back against it, while his arm encircled Jiang Yunshu's waist. Jiang Yunshu straddled his lap, resting her hands on his shoulders. Under his gentle and heated gaze, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. Fu Qingze savored her initiative, his Adam's apple moving slightly as he murmured, "Tonight, I'll do whatever you say, alright?" Jiang Yunshu feebly held onto his shoulder, her strap slipping down to her arm, her nightgown hanging loosely on her. Her glistening eyes seemed to speak volumes, captivating him. As their heartbeats quickened, Fu Qingze gazed at her flushed cheeks, holding her tightly in his embrace, his voice deep and enticing, "You're wonderful." The two remained entangled, and Fu Qingze brushed his hand through her damp hair.
"Are you tired?"
Jiang Yunshu rested her head against him, her eyes half closed as she replied with a muffled She relished the thrill of being in control, yet exhaustion was undeniable. Fu Qingze chuckled softly, lifting her as he stood.
"Let us get some rest."
After freshening up in the bathroom, they changed into fresh sleepwear. Fu Qingze leaned down to kiss her forehead, saying, "Good night, my dear." Amid their intertwined breaths, Jiang Yunshu contentedly closed her eyes, nuzzling against him, "Good night." The next morning, Jiang Yunshu opened her eyes to the sight of the man before her, a smile gracing her lips. She reached out to gently touch his nose, pausing briefly at his lips before leaning in for a soft kiss. The moment her lips brushed against his, Fu Qingze opened his eyes. Jiang Yunshu met his gaze, her eyelashes fluttering as she asked, "When did you wake up?" Fu Qingze pressed a kiss to her forehead. "When you were stealing a kiss from me." Jiang Yunshu's lips curved into a smile, and she playfully punched his chest. Fu Qingze reached out to pull her closer, but just then, they heard the baby making cooing sounds. Jiang Yunshu turned her head toward the crib.
"Choo-Choo is awake." Fu Qingze rose from the bed and walked over to pick up the baby. "Choo-Choo is awake. Come here, Daddy will hold you." Jiang Yunshu's gaze settled on the father-daughter duo as she smiled brightly and asked, "Sweetheart, do you want to go to Mommy?" Fu Qingze brought the baby over to her. "Let us go find Mommy."
Jiang Yunshu received the baby, gently touching foreheads with her.
You woke up so early today. You didn't cry at all, did you?
Fu Qingze gathered the baby's clothes and diaper, sitting by the bed to speak with Jiang Yunshu. Having you and our daughter is truly a blessing from my past life.
This was not something one would typically hear from him, and Jiang Yunshu glanced at him, chuckling. What else with the sudden sentimentality?
Nothing, Fu Qingze said, gazing at her for a moment before leaning in to kiss her cheek.
I've been feeling quite blissful lately.
Jiang Yunshu beckoned him closer. Fu Qingze leaned in, tilting his face slightly. Jiang Yunshu playfully pinched his earlobe, her eyes crinkling with laughter as she asked, "Is it real enough now?"
Fu Qingze took her hand, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Fu Qingze raised an eyebrow, gently pinching her cheek. Is it that amusing?
Jiang Yunshu nodded, her voice slightly muffled as she replied, "I can hardly recognize you anymore."
Can't recognize me? Fu Qingze laughed. Then we should communicate more tonight. Jiang Yunshu quickly covered his mouth, saying, "The baby is still here." Don't say such things. Fu Qingze's large hand gently squeezed her nape.
A kiss, just a kiss, then let us change the baby and get ready. Jiang Yunshu turned her head and gave him a quick peck on the lips. Satisfied, Fu Qingze released her, saying, "Go wash up, I'll change the baby's diaper and clothes." Jiang Yunshu stepped into the washroom, the baby twisted her head, her eyes following her mother, while Fu Qingze gently tapped the baby's cheek, saying, "Mommy has gone to wash up. Daddy will change your clothes." Chapter 89 Birthday. Upon descending the stairs with the baby in her arms, the household servants were already setting the breakfast on the dining table.
"Xiao Shu, come quickly.
The auntie has made your favorite red bean buns." Gu Shuyun, clad in a striking crimson modified cheapo, moved gracefully, exuding elegance and charm. Jiang Yunshu approached, cradling the baby, and couldn't help but compliment, "Sister-in-law, your outfit is truly beautiful.
It suits you perfectly."
Gu Shuyun's smile blossomed. "It was custom made by your brother Jingzhou. I thought it looked lovely, so I decided to wear it." She reached out to embrace Chu Chu, saying, "Chu Chu, come near, let your aunt hold you." Just then, Jiang Jingzhou descended with their son and overheard, responding, "As long as Jiao Jiao likes it, that's what matters."
The family took their seats, and Fu Qingze, holding Chu Chu, joined them at the table.
Jiang Yunshu took a bite of the red bean bun and offered it to him. "Do try this."
Fu Qingze took a bite. The texture is delightful.
Chu Chu stretched her tiny arms, wanting some, and Jiang Yunshu chuckled, "Darling, you can't eat this yet." Fu Qingze gently held their daughter's small arm, speaking tenderly. The baby told Mommy that Chu Chu has already had her meal. All eyes at the table turned to the trio, accustomed to Fu Qingze's affectionate words, as anyone could see his adoration for Jiang Yunshu and Chu Chu, bringing a sense of genuine relief. Jiang Jinghua had not been particularly amiable towards Fu Qingze in recent days, yet seeing his daughter so blissful, he chose not to dwell on past grievances. That evening, Jiang Jingzhou reserved a private room at Yuntingui to celebrate Gu Shuyun's birthday. During the feast, a server brought in a fine bottle of wine. Jiang Jingzhou glanced at it, recalling their plans for conception, and cautioned, "No need to pour for me, I don't drink."
"You should drink," Gu Shuyun insisted, "it's my birthday. Let's celebrate with a toast."
Jiang Jingzhou hesitated for a moment, leaning closer to her and whispering, "Jiao Jiao, we're still preparing for a baby, so it's not suitable to drink."
"I ordered your favorite freshly squeezed lemon tea, shall we have that instead?"
Gu Shuyun nodded, "I'll have lemon tea, it won't tea delay your drinking." Jiang Jingzhou's gaze fell upon Gu Shuyun's abdomen, his heart racing with excitement. He lifted his eyes to meet hers, asking, "Jiao Jiao, are you pregnant?" As he spoke, the server wheeled in a cake. Auntie turned off the lights, and soft, soothing music filled the room. Chen Chen rushed over, hugging Gu Shuyun's leg. "Mommy, blow out the candles." Gu Shuyun patted her son's head. "All right, first sing a birthday song for Mommy." Jiang Jingzhou lifted their son. "Come, let us sing together for Mommy." After singing the birthday song and extinguishing the candles, Gu Shuyun picked up the serrated knife for cutting the cake and announced, "Before we cut the cake, I have wonderful news to share with everyone." Jiang Jingzhou's eyes lit up as he listened intently. Gu Shuyun continued, "By this time next year, our family will welcome an additional member. Jiang Yunshu's eyes sparkled with joy. Congratulations, sister-in-law.
Gu Shuyun responded with a smile, thank you, Xiaoshu.
Jiang Jingzhou affectionately ruffled Gu Shuyun's hair, filled with joy and tenderness. Jiao Jiao, you've worked hard.
Do you even know how to speak? Gu Shuyun laughed, why mention hardship? You should say congratulations instead. Don't you want a daughter as adorable as Chu Chu? As long as it's our child, boy or girl, it matters not. Gu Shuyun playfully hit him, you're being disingenuous. Chen Shen's eyes were fixed on the cake. Mommy, cut the cake.
As Gu Shuyun cut a piece and was about to hand it to Chen Shen, he shook his little head. Mommy eats first.
Jiang Jingzhou tousled their son's hair. Good boy. All right, Mommy eats first.
Gu Shuyun cut herself a piece, and as she was about to cut another, Chen Shen turned to Chu Chu, exclaiming, for sister. Jiang Yunshu, with a smile in her eyes, replied, Chen Shen, sister is still too young to eat.
Chen Shen nodded, continuing to direct, for auntie, for grandma.
His round eyes then looked at Fu Qingze, who was holding Chu Chu, his voice becoming timid, for little uncle. On their way back, Chen Shen was handed over to Fu Qingze, while Jiang Jingzhou held Gu Shuyun's hand as they strolled by the river. Upon reaching the riverside, 520 drones ascended into the sky above Yunjiang City, depicting their journey from acquaintance to partnership in a delightful animation, expressing love and birthday wishes for Gu Shuyun.
When Gu Shuyun turned to Jiang Jingzhou, she noticed he was holding a large bouquet of roses. Jiao Jiao, happy birthday. Thank you. Gu Shuyun accepted the roses from him. Jiang Jingzhou wrapped her in his embrace, inquiring, is this a surprise? It's a bit kitsch, Gu Shuyun candidly replied, but I'm very happy. I adore your clumsy romance.
Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Jiang Yunshu gifted her sister-in-law a painting titled Yutan Launcher as a birthday present. Before bed, Gu Shuyun unwrapped the gift and admired the artwork. Jiang Jingzhou embraced her from behind, asking, Jiao Jiao, did little sister give this to you? Gu Shuyun nodded, explaining, this painting features vibrant and warm colors with intricate layers. Look at the meticulous technique used for the flowers and stones. The magnolia blossoms are delicately dyed to show depth, while the branches are outlined and filled with color to exhibit a vivid texture. It truly is a rare masterpiece. Xiaoshu was very thoughtful in choosing this gift. Reflecting on past events, she added with a smile, your ability to win me over was greatly aided by having such a talented sister like Xiaoshu. When I initially harbored biases against you, my willingness to accept your invitation stemmed from a desire to befriend Xiaoshu. Jiang Jingzhou chuckled, indeed, I owe much to my little sister. After celebrating her birthday, before departing, Chen Shen slipped a small toy car model into Fu Qingze's hand. Fu Qingze glanced down at the little one, taken aback, and squatted to ask, is this for me? Chen Shen nodded, Dad, next time you visit, I'll help you with Legos. Jiang Yunshu watched as the two linked hands, her eyes filled with delight. Upon arriving in Beicheng, Uncle Li welcomed the family of 3 to the Fu family estate. Fu Qingze held the baby while Jiang Yunshu took hold of the baby's small arm, instructing, darling, say hello to great-grandma and grandpa. The baby, with wide, round eyes, glanced around and, after being held by Su Shuping, emitted a sound akin to hi. What a clever little one, greeting grandma, Su Shuping cooed, kissing the baby's cheek, grandma has missed you dearly. Once inside, having only taken a sip of tea, Fu Qingze and Jiang Yunshu prepared to leave. Observing their haste, Su Shuping furrowed her brow, what could be so urgent? You could rest a while, it's not too late to handle things tomorrow. Aunt Luo chimed in, Madam, did you not notice the ring on Xiaoshu's hand? Su Shuping's face brightened, really? Aunt Luo nodded, smiling, there are matters to attend to that Qingze truly cannot delay. Chapter 90. Remarriage. Driving to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Fu Qingze held Jiang Yunshu's hand as they entered, his steady stride exhibiting a subtle vigor. The couple submitted their documents, took their identification photos, and soon received the vibrant red marriage. As they exited the bureau, Fu Qingze felt an unusual sense of reassurance. May I change how I address you now? He inquired, turning to Jiang Yunshu with a smile gracing his lips, gently prompting, wife. Jiang Yunshu had never referred to him in such a manner before. Her lips parted slightly, but the words eluded her. Diverting her gaze to the marriage certificate he held, she attempted to shift the topic. Could you show me the marriage certificate? Fu Qingze handed her the red booklet, and after she glanced at it, he took a step forward. Shall we head back?
It seemed a bit challenging for her. There was no rush, they could address it later, as it was merely a matter of a few hours. Fu Qingze followed suit, opening the car door for Jiang Yunshu. Once inside, she had just placed the marriage certificate in her bag when a voice message from Li Rani pinged her phone. Yunshu, do you have time this evening? IVE also invited Gu Jingyan for a drink. Shortly after, Li Rani sent a location. Jiang Yunshu replied with a simple acknowledgement and turned to Fu Qingze. Could you take me here? It has been a while since I've seen Rani and Jingyan. Fu Qingze nodded, then asked, May I accompany you? Jiang Yunshu looked at him, slightly taken aback. They are your closest friends. I haven't treated them to a meal yet, Fu Qingze explained. Let us take this opportunity for you to formally introduce me to your friends, shall we? That is fine, Jiang Yunshu hesitated, but Rani and Jingyan have been to Shanghai Ufu. Haven't you already met them? Fu Qingze started the vehicle. It's different now. Jiang Yunshu inquired, what is different? Fu Qingze smiled gently, our identities have changed. As the door to the private room swung open, Li Rani looked up and saw Gu Jingyan entering, prompting her to ask, guess who is coming later? Who else could it be but Yunshu? Gu Jingyan replied, pulling out a chair to sit down. You guessed half right, Li Rani responded, there is another person joining us. Gu Jingyan, his tone languid and seemingly indifferent, suggested, it's either Su Jingji or Fu Qingze, one of the two. Exactly. It is Fu Qingze, Li Rani asked, what do you think he is coming for? Gu Jingyan let his eyelashes fall, I don't care what he is here for, as long as he pays the bill. Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, Li Rani probed, you seem off today. What is bothering you? Spill it so I can lighten your mood. Gu Jingyan lifted his gaze to her, contemplating for a moment before asking, hey, Li Rani, why would a girl's frequency of communication with you decrease? Li Rani, straightforward as always, replied, what other? She probably doesn't want to talk anymore. Once she spoke, she noticed Gu Jingyan's expression darkening further. The girl you're talking about isn't the one named Gongyan, is it? Li Rani inquired. Gu Jingyan looked down at his phone, ignoring her. Li Rani attempted to comfort him, perhaps she is just busy with work, or, struggling to find a suitable explanation, she clicked her tongue, exasperated, why not just ask her directly instead of speculating endlessly? Gu Jingyan merely grunted in response. Downcast and indecisive, this isn't your style, Li Rani remarked, crossing her arms in amusement. Gu Jingyan, you're in trouble. You've fallen in love. Gu Jingyan made a gesture as if zipping his mouth and signaled an okay with his hand, too weary to engage in conversation. Li Rani leaned in to ask, can you now understand Fu Qingze better? In matters of the heart, the one involved often loses their clarity while the observer sees everything clearly. Now it seems it's your turn to suffer the pangs of love. Gu Jingyan dismissed her with a tone of disdain, don't compare me to Fu Qingze. I am not foolish enough to be like him. Just as he finished speaking, two figures appeared at the entrance of the open private room. Li Rani and Gu Jingyan turned their attention towards them. Fu Qingze had his arm around Jiang Yunshu's shoulder, and the two of them exuded an air of compatibility. Li Rani noticed Fu Qingze raise an eyebrow, seemingly having caught wind of Gu Jingyan's earlier comments. Rather than being offended, he appeared in good spirits, clearing her throat lightly. Li Rani welcomed them, come in and take a seat. As Jiang Yunshu and Fu Qingze settled at the table, Li Rani remarked, Yunshu, you both arrived quite promptly. Fu Qingze interjected, the Civil Affairs Bureau isn't far from here. It is just a 10-minute drive. For a moment, the air seemed to hang in suspense. The mention of the Civil Affairs Bureau made Fu Qingze's underlying intentions difficult to conceal. Gu Jingyan turned to Fu Qingze, bluntly stating, who are you trying to impress here? Li Rani playfully hit Gu Jingyan, then turned to congratulate Fu Qingze and Jiang Yunshu, you two have remarried. Congratulations! Fu Qingze nodded slightly, Yunshu's friends are my friends, this meal is on me. Alright, then, Gu Jingyan summoned the waiter and ordered several bottles of expensive liquor. Once the waiter placed the bottles on the table, Gu Jingyan raised his chin, let us each take a bottle as a self-punishment. That seems fair, right? You're on. Li Rani shot an admonishing glare at Gu Jingyan, suggesting, let us toast together. That sounds fair enough. Fu Qingze seemed to be competing with Gu Jingyan,
grabbing a bottle of liquor and turning to Jiang Yinshu. Wife, I promised you I wouldn't drink too much. But tonight, may I indulge in a few extra glasses? I'll call for a driver to take us home later. Gu Jingyan, already in a foul mood, grew increasingly irritated watching Fu Qingze's display of pride. He leaned forward and grabbed a bottle of liquor. Drink, I haven't had a chance to compare our drinking capacities. Jiang Yunshua's smile turned to one of exasperation as she snatched the glass from Gu Jingyan's hand. What is going on today? Are you in a bad mood? Li Rani burst into laughter, unabashedly revealing, the girl isn't responding to him anymore, and he is all worked up about it. Fu Qingze's gaze lingered on Jiang Yunshua's profile, his eyes drifting down to the bottle of liquor in her hand. Frowning slightly, he poured himself a glass. Jiang Yunshu, oblivious to Fu Qingze's brewing jealousy, turned to Gu Jingyan. Is Gong Yan ignoring your messages? Not exactly ignoring, Gu Jingyan corrected, lowering his voice. She is probably just busy lately and hasn't been in touch much. Jiang Yunshu reassured him, my interactions with Gong Yan have been limited, but I can tell she is quite capable. If she were to reject you, she would certainly make it clear. I know that, of course, Gu Jingyan chuckled. Just wish me luck, would you? Jiang Yunshu smiled back. If Gong Yan agrees to your pursuit, she'll definitely let you know. Gu Jingyan gave Jiang Yunshu a thumbs up. You're sharp. Chapter 91. Together Li Rani, filled with curiosity, inquired, Yunshu, does your certificate state marriage certificate or remarriage certificate? Jiang Yunshu replied with a smile, it's a marriage certificate. There is no such thing as a remarriage certificate. As she turned to glance at Fu Qingze, she noticed his eyelids lowered, his distinctly knuckled fingers gently tracing the edge of his transparent glass. Although his expression remained unchanged, Jiang Yunshu immediately discerned the competitive spirit brewing within him. How is the wine? Jiang Yunshu asked him with an air of initiative. Ordinary, Fu Qingze replied, nowhere near the rich aroma of the vintage we have at home. Jiang Yunshu nodded in acknowledgement. Then drink less, we'll open a good bottle when we get home. Fu Qingze relaxed his brow and responded affirmatively, leaving the wine untouched on the table. As the meal drew to a close, Gu Jingyan received a message from Gong Yan. Yengu, are you busy right now? Gu Jingyan promptly replied, not busy. He patiently watched the words the other party is typing until the dialog box displayed. Could you do me a favor and pick me up? I am at the airport and can't get a taxi. Wait for me, I'll be there shortly. After sending the message, Gu Jingyan grabbed his coat and stood up, saying, I have an urgent matter. I'll take my leave. Li Rani observed his hurried steps and called out, why the rush? Gu Jingyan raised his voice slightly, to pick someone up. The urgency in his tone made it clear whom he was going to meet. How can you drive after drinking? Li Rani pressed further. Gu Jingyan's voice floated back, I'll arrange for a chauffeur. The car halted at the airport, and Gu Jingyan stepped out, heading into the terminal where he spotted Gong Yan from a distance. It had been over 2 weeks since they last met. Their eyes met across the expanse, stirring a sense of unease in both hearts. Gong Yan approached, pushing her suitcase, her gaze slightly lifted to meet his. Yengu, thank you for coming. Not a bother, Gu Jingyan replied, noticing she seemed to have lost some weight. He took the suitcase from her hands. Let us go. Once in the car, Gu Jingyan asked, have you eaten dinner yet? Gong Yan shook her head, not yet. Gu Jingyan instructed the driver to head to a specific location, then turned to Gong Yan. Let us stop for dinner first. Gong Yan nodded, alright. After they arrived at the restaurant and placed their orders, Gong Yan sat across from Gu Jingyan, lowering her eyelashes and calling out, Yen Ge. Gu Jingyan responded with a hum, asking, what is on your mind? I am sorry, Gong Yan said. I recently returned to my hometown and didn't have the chance to reply to your messages. Why apologize to me? You've already responded, Gu Jingyan stated plainly. I genuinely looked forward to you sharing your life with me, even if it was just about a cute kitten or puppy you encountered today, but since you haven't agreed to be my girlfriend, I have no right to make such a request. Gong Yan pressed her lips together. The reason for my trip home was that my father fell ill. I didn't message you or even respond adequately because I was overwhelmed with everything. Gu Jingyan, taken aback, quickly asked, how is your father now? He is fine now, Gong Yan replied. He has already been discharged from the hospital. Gu Jingyan observed her quietly for a few seconds before asking, didn't he mention this to me because you didn't want my assistance? Gong Yan nodded. Yes. The waiter brought their dishes. Gu Jingyan prepared the chopsticks after rinsing them in hot water and handed them to Gong Yan. Let us eat first. Gong Yan accepted them, asking, aren't you eating? I've already dined with friends, Gu Jingyan replied. Gong Yan responded with an oh. Gu Jingyan added, it was with Yunshu, Ronnie, and Yunshu's husband. After a moment's hesitation, Gong Yan asked, Yan Gu, may I inquire who Ronnie is? Gu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement gracing his features. A friend I met in high school. Gong Yan nodded, picking up her chopsticks to sample the food. After a couple of bites, she looked up and found Gu Jingyan slightly tilting his head. Observing her, what do you wish to ask? Gu Jingyan prompted, feel free to speak openly about you and this friend. Gong Yan began, contemplating how to phrase her question, but Gu Jingyan interjected, a very good friend, but there has never been anything romantic between us. Gong Yan nodded in understanding, a smile unconsciously blooming at the corners of her lips. Gu Jingyan, harboring a smile in his eyes, used a new pair of chopsticks to serve her some food. Eat up. Upon arriving at her apartment complex, Gu Jingyan gestured toward the entrance. You've worked hard these past few days, make sure to rest well. Gong Yan tightened her grip on the suitcase's handle, her voice steady yet soft. Yan Gu, let us be together. Without any preamble, she dove straight into the heart of the matter. Gu Jingyan was taken aback, pausing for a few seconds before smiling and asking, why the suddenness? It's not sudden, Gong Yan replied earnestly, since leaving the restaurant, I've been contemplating how to broach this topic. Gu Jingyan had noticed her distraction throughout the journey and assumed she was merely fatigued. Have you made up your mind? Gu Jingyan leaned down to meet her gaze. Are you sure you want me to be your boyfriend? Gong Yan nodded. Yan Gu, I've actually liked you for quite some time. It's just that I've never been in a relationship before, and considering our different backgrounds, I pondered for a long while. Gu Jingyan acknowledged with a hum, asking, so when did you decide to be with me? Right at the moment I saw you at the airport, Gong Yan confessed, a faint blush tinting her cheeks as she felt a tad shy. I really like you, to the extent that I'm willing to take this risk despite real-life complications. Hearing her words, Gu Jingyan felt a swell of emotions, excitement mingled with a tinge of heartache for the girl he cherished. Gong Yan's face radiated with a smile. I've thought it through. Even if we don't end up together in the long run, having dated someone as exceptional as you would still be a wonderful experience. Gu Jingyan chuckled in disbelief, gently pinching her cheek. Did you just agree to be my girlfriend and then immediately bring up the topic of breaking up? Are you trying to provoke me? Gong Yan shook her head, her expression serious. No, Yan Ge. Gu Jingyan released her, asking, what am I to you now? Gong Yan replied, boyfriend. Then why do you still call me Yan Gu? Gu Jingyan said, laughter lacing his voice. Gong Yan blinked, I'm just used to it. Gu Jingyan smiled, come, let me teach you. Gong Yan looked puzzled. Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan enunciated, repeat after me. Gong Yan obediently echoed, Gu Jing, Yan. Gu Jingyan reached out to ruffle her hair. From now on, call me by my name. All right. Gong Yan nodded, repeating, Gu Jingyan. Her voice was sweet, the pitch rising. Gu Jingyan's gaze fell upon her lips, his hand unconsciously brushing against her cheek. Gong Yan's heart raced as she slowly closed her eyes. The distance between them narrowed significantly, allowing her to feel his breath distinctly, followed by a gentle touch upon her lips. Gu Jingyan sensed her nervousness, even noticing her eyelashes fluttering. The delicate kiss was insufficient to satisfy his yearning for closeness, yet, fearing he might startle her, Gu Jingyan refrained from pursuing further and instead pulled her into his embrace. Let us take our time. Chapter 92. Husband. Within the private room, after indulging in a sumptuous meal, Li Rani playfully draped her arm over Jiang Yanshu's shoulder and turned to Fu Qingze, inquiring, Mr. Fu, since you're treating today, may I take an extra portion home? Fu Qingze nodded, of course, feel free to order whatever you desire. Is it for a late-night snack? Jiang Yanshu casually asked. No, Li Rani replied, there's someone at home who hasn't had dinner yet. Jiang Yanshu chuckled and, as Fu Qingze went to settle the bill, she remarked to Li Rani, I remember back in high school after evening study sessions, you often dragged me and Jingyan out for late-night snacks. You would always say, in this vast world, food reigns supreme. Your longing to bring a midnight snack home clearly reflects how significant that person is in your heart. Li Rani wrapped her arm around Jiang Yanshu's, saying, at first, it was simply a craving for romance. But now, things have changed. Su Jingji and I are about to welcome a new member into our little family. Jiang Yanshu was momentarily stunned, her gaze falling on Li Rani's belly, hesitating to speak. Rani, you, Li Rani, momentarily taken aback, soon burst into laughter. No. The new member I mentioned is a Samoyed. Jiang Yanshu let out a sigh of relief, hearing you constantly express your desire for a child. I thought you were pregnant. That's because Chuchu is just too adorable.
Li Rani pouted, I want someone else's child, but I don't want to bear one myself. Jiang Yunshu laughed, since you adore Chuchu so much, why not help us look after him for a few days? I would love to, Li Rani replied, the problem is, would your husband allow it? Jiang Yunshu glanced at Fu Qingze, pondered for a moment, and smiled, I suppose he wouldn't be willing. As they exited the restaurant, Li Rani carried the takeout boxes and hugged Jiang Yunshu, leaning closer to whisper, you just got your marriage certificate today. Shouldn't you enjoy a little honeymoon, embrace tonight's sleepless night, make sure your husband serves you well. Jiang Yunshu's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice tinged with playful exasperation, stop saying such things. What is there to be shy about? Let loose a little, Li Rani teased, do you have any particularly sexy lingerie? Before she could finish, Jiang Yunshu pushed her away, alright, let us head back. Once in the car, Fu Qingze instructed the driver to Shanghai Ufu. Jiang Yunshu turned to him, aren't we going back to the old residence? Fu Qingze smiled, his hand gently caressing her waist, don't we want to open a good bottle of wine to savor? This statement was laden with implications, and he added, at Shanghai Ufu, we won't be disturbed. With his warm breath brushing against her ear, Jiang Yunshu turned to face him, seeing the earnestness in his eyes, she realized they were indeed going to make up for their wedding night, and this man before her might even have some extravagant demands. Fu Qingze, sensing her thoughts, intertwined his fingers with hers, let us go home. Upon arriving at Shanghai Ufu, Fu Qingze took his time, meticulously selecting a bottle of wine from the cabinet, as if he were preparing for a serious tasting. He poured some for Jiang Yunshu, give it a try. Jiang Yunshu lifted the elegant glass, the liquid inside shimmering with clarity, exuding a rich aroma. After savoring a sip, she found it smooth and delightful. This wine is excellent, she remarked, looking at the bottle, when suddenly, the man beside her spoke, it's evident that you share a strong bond. Jiang Yunshu shifted her gaze from the bottle to Fu Qingze's face, puzzled by the abrupt change in topic, yet she responded, we've been friends for many years, like family, so naturally, our relationship is strong. Fu Qingze casually replied with a nonchalant before adding, you can easily tell when he is in a bad mood. Jiang Yunshu suppressed a laugh, well, I can also tell when you're sulking over there. Fu Qingze raised an eyebrow, is it the same? Why not? Jiang Yunshu retorted without thinking. Fu Qingze gazed deeply into her eyes, I am your husband. Jiang Yunshu's eyes widened slightly, her lips curving into a smile, yes, you are right. Fu Qingze chuckled, pulling her into his embrace, slowly asking, what did I say that was right? Jiang Yunshu, sitting on his lap, intentionally diverted the conversation, having tasted the wine, let us go take a shower and rest. No rush, Fu Qingze pecked her on the corner of her mouth, who am I? Jiang Yunshu replied calmly, Fu Qingze. Fu Qingze raised an eyebrow, patiently pressing on, what is your relationship with me? The president of Fu Corporation, she answered promptly. Fu Qingze chuckled, what about at home? Jiang Yunshu smiled, responding quickly, Chuchu's dad. Fu Qingze wrapped an arm around her waist, playfully teasing her, his gaze filled with affection and determination, his voice laced with amusement, wife, what am I to you? Jiang Yunshu pondered, your legally wedded husband, just registered today. No sooner had she spoken than he captured the nape of her neck, pressing his lips against hers with fervor. The kiss, steeped in passion, overwhelmed her soft lips. As she slightly parted her lips, Fu Qingze's hand on her nape tightened, deepening the kiss. When the lengthy kiss finally ended, both were left breathless. Fu Qingze kissed her earlobe, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance, is it really that difficult to call me husband? The warmth of his breath stirred Jiang Yunshu's lashes. Fu Qingze gently caressed her waist, just one call, please? Jiang Yunshu, feeling ticklish, turned her body into his embrace. As he continued to tease her, Jiang Yunshu found herself ensnared in his arms, finally conceding, husband here. Fu Qingze kissed her cheek, his eyes twinkling with joy, now say it again. Stop messing around. Jiang Yunshu placed her palm on his chest and stood up, glancing at the wine on the table, she asked, shall we continue drinking? No more. Tonight isn't a night to overindulge. Fu Qingze stood, effortlessly lifting her in his arms, time for a shower. Entering the bathroom, Fu Qingze filled the bathtub with warm water, cradling Jiang Yunshu as they immersed themselves in the soothing embrace of the bath. The warm steam enveloped them as they sat intertwined, Jiang Yunshu relaxing against his chest,
both were acutely aware that tonight was special. The wine tasting was merely an introduction. They intended to commemorate their marriage with the most intimate of acts. After stepping out of the bathtub, Jiang Yunshu approached the mirror, removing the towel wrapped around her head. Just as she reached for the hairdryer, Fu Qingze intervened. "Let me do that." Standing behind her, he gently dried her damp hair. Amid the soft hum of the dryer, Jiang Yunshu caught sight of his focused expression in the mirror. Once Fu Qingze switched off the dryer, she turned to him, wrapping her arms around his waist, tilting her head up to meet his gaze, unabashedly calling him husband. Fu Qingze appeared pleasantly surprised, brushing his lips against hers. "Is this a reward for drying your hair?" Jiang Yunshu contemplated briefly. "I suppose so." "All right." Fu Qingze lifted her, carrying her out of the bathroom, and laid her on the bed, leaning down to press against her. "The more you work for it, the more you shall receive." "I want to hear it a few more times." Chapter 93. Adorable. At this moment, Jiang Yunshu was still perplexed by his words about more work, more rewards, until his kisses descended further, transcending the boundaries of their intimate exploration. An indescribable tingling sensation spread through her, and Jiang Yunshu shyly struggled, her hand resting on his head as she attempted to push him away. Fu Qingze seized her hand, feigning ignorance as he asked, "What do you mean by don't?" Jiang Yunshu gasped, her breath in disarray. "Don't do this." Fu Qingze chuckled softly, "Then call me husband." Fu Qingze pressed a gentle kiss to her fingertips, urging, "Shall we give it a try? Husband will make you feel good." Hearing such words from him, her face blazed with embarrassment. His unabashed candor tonight was somewhat shameless, leading her to suspect that Fu Qingze had overheard Li Rani's suggestion for him to take good care of her this evening. Without allowing her time to respond, Fu Qingze's kisses came crashing down, the air filled with ambiguous sounds. Jiang Yunshu's gaze grew unfocused, her half-closed eyes veiled with a misty haze, her breath quickening, uncontrollably releasing soft, alluring sounds. As her consciousness returned, she could hear Fu Qingze whispering sweet nothings in her ear, kissing her tenderly, his tone impossibly gentle. Jiang Yunshu, enveloped in his affection, felt her heart soften. Yet, this tenderness was fleeting. In his pursuit of coaxing her to utter those two words repeatedly, he became deliberately mischievous. Jiang Yunshu, both infuriated and exhilarated, couldn't help but curse him, calling him a bastard. Fu Qingze, momentarily taken aback, embraced her tightly and kissed her, his voice laced with evident amusement. "You're adorable. It's truly charming when my wife curses." As the night deepened, Jiang Yunshu, nestled under a light blanket and on the verge of slumber, caught sight of a potted gardenia in full bloom on the floating table. "Sleep well," the man behind her murmured, pulling her closer. "Good night." On Friday evening, Gu Jingyan went to pick up Gongyan from work. As Gongyan exited the office building, she caught sight of Gu Jingyan from a distance and rushed towards him. Gu Jingyan turned his head, ending a phone call, and slightly opened his arms. She collided into his embrace, and Gu Jingyan affectionately ruffled her hair, asking, "What brings you such joy today?" "Because it's Friday." Gongyan replied, her eyes sparkling, stepping back from his embrace. "Moreover, work went smoothly, and I got promoted today. It feels like I've found my footing again." "That certainly calls for celebration," Gu Jingyan said, taking her hand. "Let us go and celebrate properly." Gongyan nodded enthusiastically, wrapping her arm around his, declaring, "Tonight, I'll treat you." Gu Jingyan smiled. "All right." "After dinner, let us catch a movie together," Gongyan suggested. "There's a new film that just premiered. I heard from a colleague that it's fantastic." Gu Jingyan agreed. "Sounds good, I'll follow your lead." After dinner, Gu Jingyan accompanied Gongyan to the cinema. Before entering, Gongyan excused herself to the restroom. Gu Jingyan held her bag and waited outside when a woman approached him, greeting him warmly. "Hello." Gu Jingyan felt a flicker of recognition but couldn't place her at the moment, responding politely, "Hello. I'm Gu Shuang, a friend of Gongyan's. We met last time when you escorted her home," she said, glancing at the bag he was holding. "What a coincidence, I didn't expect to find you two on a date here." Only then did Gu Jingyan recall where he had seen her before. "Is Gongyan in the restroom?" Gu Jingyan nodded, "Yes." Gu Shuang, with her straightforward nature, easily discerned that Gu Jingyan was a serious and earnest person in matters of the heart. Being a few years older than Gongyan, she had always regarded Gongyan as a younger sister and felt compelled to share a few more words with Gu Jingyan. "I've known Gongyan for many years. She truly is a wonderful girl. She appears gentle, but at her core, she is brave and resilient. In the face of unfair treatment in the workplace, while many choose to endure in silence, she had the courage to start over. I hope it may seem a bit presumptuous, but as a friend, I genuinely wish to see her happy and hope you will treat her well.
Naturally, Gu Jingyan replied, pausing before asking, may I inquire about the unfair treatment Gong Yan faced previously? That's all in the past. It's better left unsaid.
Just then, Hua Shuang received a phone call, seemingly urgent, and after a hurried farewell, she left. When Gong Yan emerged from the restroom, Gu Jingyan informed her, I just ran into your friend Hua Shuang. She had to leave in a hurry but asked me to say hello.
What a coincidence, I didn't expect to see her here, Gong Yan replied. We have plans this weekend to visit an art exhibition together. Just then, Gu Jingyan's phone rang. It was Li Rani.
I'm feeling terrible, come over and have a few drinks with me.
Hearing the chaotic sounds on the other end, Gu Jingyan asked, are you at a bar?
Yes, hurry over, I'll treat you to drinks.
Gu Jingyan frowned, send me the address via WeChat.
Gong Yan, catching a glimpse of the caller's name and hearing Li Rani's words, noticed as Gu Jingyan swiped his phone screen. She took the initiative to say, it's alright, I can manage on my own. You should go be with your friend. It's not safe for a girl to be at a bar alone. Gu Jingyan paused, lifting his gaze to meet Gong Yan's before lowering it to dial a number, succinctly stating, your girlfriend is at a bar, inebriated.
My phone number is my WeChat ID, add me and send me your address. Gong Yan blinked, her gaze resting on Gu Jingyan's profile, a feeling she couldn't quite articulate blossoming within her. After Gu Jingyan finished, he tucked his phone into his pocket and gently flicked Gong Yan's forehead. No matter how good your friendships are, the person who holds the top spot in my heart is you, do you understand?
Yes,
Gong Yan nodded, I understand. Gu Jingyan's gaze lingered on her forehead, did that hurt?
No, Gong Yan replied, a smile gracing her lips.
Gu Jingyan took her hand, let us go, it's time to check in.
Entering the screening room, Gu Jingyan and Gong Yan settled into their seats. The large screen glowed white, showcasing trailers for recently released films. Gong Yan turned to look at Gu Jingyan, and as he leaned toward her, she placed a soft kiss on his cheek before quickly sitting back down. Gu Jingyan was momentarily stunned, his fingers brushing against her palm, a smile curving at the corners of his lips. Leaning closer to his ear, Gong Yan whispered, honestly, I was hoping you would stay and watch the movie with me. Gu Jingyan ruffled her hair affectionately, his brow unfurling into a relaxed expression, now that's more like it.
Chapter 94.
The useful. Upon arriving at Shangbaiju Mansion, Li Rani found Jiang Yunshu in her bedroom, busily packing a suitcase. Aunt Chen welcomed Li Rani inside and remarked, Madam is upstairs, allow me to inform her.
No need, please continue with your tasks.
I shall go directly upstairs to find Yunshu, Li Rani replied. Ascending the stairs while carrying a gift box, she knocked gently on the bedroom door, and upon receiving a response, she entered. While others embark on spontaneous journeys, for you too, it seems like a sudden honeymoon, Li Rani chuckled.
Just remarried, and you can't wait to whisk away on a honeymoon. You truly embody the essence of a newlywed couple.
Recalling her new appellation for Fu Chengze and the fresh explorations within their married life, Jiang Yunshu's lips curled into a slight smile. Having just obtained our marriage certificate, we indeed are newlyweds. Li Rani chimed in, if it were up to me, you should hold a proper wedding ceremony. How much you've endured during your initial marriage, there was no honeymoon, and the wedding itself was merely a modest gathering of a few close friends. You are aware of my grandfather's health condition at that time. It was I who suggested a simple affair, Jiang Yunshu explained. A wedding for the sake of others holds no significance. He has also mentioned the idea of a grand ceremony, but I prefer not to indulge in such superficiality.
It is far more meaningful to dedicate our time and energy to our honeymoon. Li Rani raised an eyebrow. Ah, the honeymoon, I understand.
Seeing the mischief written all over her face, Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but smile helplessly. She then inquired, did you not rest well yesterday? Your complexion seems rather poor. Li Rani rubbed her temples. I had a hangover last night and slept until noon.
You drank last night? Jiang Yunshu asked.
Li Rani nodded just as her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, swiped to answer with a determined air, and before the other party could speak, she interjected, Gu Jingyan, are you out of your mind?
Not only did you neglect to join me for drinks, but why did you inform that Su fellow of my whereabouts? Gu Jingyan brought the phone closer to his ear. Did you have a quarrel? Not a quarrel, Li Rani corrected, it's a breakup. A breakup, Gu Jingyan drawled, well, that's fortuitous.
I just became single when you called last night. I was on a date with my girlfriend.
Li Rani nearly choked, gritting her teeth. You must be flaunting your new relationship at this very moment, right? Gu Jingyan chuckled lightly. Ever heard of fighting fire with fire?
Li Rani rolled her eyes, then said, allow me to treat you and your girlfriend to dinner.
The abrupt shift in conversation left Gu Jingyan puzzled. Huh? Are you aware if your girlfriend knows how you and Yunshu's husband became entangled? Li Rani drawled,
oh, I remember, it was because you wanted to pursue before she could finish her sentence. The call was abruptly disconnected. One dear friend had just become single, while another was embroiled in a breakup. Jiang Yunshu felt a surge of mixed emotions. Turning to Li Rani, she asked, Rani, have you and Su Jingji parted ways?
Indeed, Li Rani replied. He has gone off to meet a gentle and educated matchmaker. What further discussions can I possibly have with him?
You know Su Jingji's character better than I do. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding at play. His mother disapproves of me, and I refuse to chase after someone who is indifferent. Li Rani shrugged.
There are countless men in the world. If one doesn't work out, I shall simply find another. Jiang Yunshu nodded. If Jingyan is occupied, why didn't you call me? Li Rani smirked. Are you free tonight? Do take a look and see if you like it.
Jiang Yunshu took it, opened it, and lifted out two sheer red fabrics. Upon realizing what they were, her cheeks flushed instantly.
How does it look? Li Rani inquired with a grin. In red, how festive. I don't wear such things.
As Jiang Yunshu contemplated how to put it away, Li Rani swiftly snatched it back and stuffed it into the suitcase.
You two have been serious long enough. Having acquired 2 marriage certificates, it's high time you experienced such intimate novelties.
Though Jiang Yunshu had never worn anything so overtly sensual, she felt that Fu Qingze could be quite unreserved at times. Li Rani patted Jiang Yunshu on the shoulder. Trust me, you will find it useful. Chapter 95. A honeymoon. The first destination of their honeymoon was New Zealand. Before them stood a pristine white helicopter. Fu Qingze opened the door and extended his hand towards Jiang Yunshu, saying, come aboard, let's take a little tour. Jiang Yunshu grasped his hand and, glancing at the helicopter, inquired, who will be the pilot? With a playful smile in his voice, Fu Qingze replied, your husband.
You are the one flying? Jiang Yunshu expressed her surprise. Fu Qingze nodded affirmatively, gently pinching her cheek. Have you forgotten that your husband studied at North City Aviation University? Of course not. Jiang Yunshu hesitated, but it's been so many years since you last flew, hasn't it? Fu Qingze raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid?
Jiang Yunshu ascended the steps of the helicopter. Not at all.
I trust your flying skills.
The weather was splendid as they soared above the snow-capped peaks of Mount Cook. The glaciers shimmered under the sun, creating a mesmerizing palette of colors that blended seamlessly with the mountains, lakes, and forests, forming a breathtaking tapestry of nature. Jiang Yunshu turned to observe the man at the controls. Sunlight graced his well-defined features. With headphones perched on his ears, he skillfully maneuvered the controls. The fluttering sensation she had experienced upon first meeting him resurfaced after all these years. Even now, he retained an undeniable allure.
Do you like it?
Fu Qingze's voice resonated through the headset. Jiang Yunshu nodded, a smile curving her lips. I do.
Yunshu,
Fu Qingze glanced her way, his gaze filled with affectionate exasperation, his voice imbued with sincerity. From now on, I will be your sole captain.
All right.
Jiang Yunshu felt as if her heart had been doused in honey. In her ears, Fu Qingze's voice rang out once more. Yunshu, I belong only to you. After a safe landing, Jiang Yunshu looked up at Fu Qingze, her heart stirred, and suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck. Fu Qingze paused momentarily, then felt her soft lips against his, as she whispered, Fu Qingze, I love you.
Fu Qingze encircled her waist, their noses brushing together. Could you say that again?
Husband. Jiang Yunshu had grown accustomed to addressing him this way. She gazed into Fu Qingze's eyes, bright and clear, and repeated, I love you. Like a precious treasure, Fu Qingze drew her into his embrace, resting his head against her neck as he murmured, "I love you too." He reiterated, "I love you dearly." Initially, he had envisioned a grand wedding, yet Jiang Yunshu preferred modesty and opted against a ceremony. Nevertheless, Fu Qingze was unwilling to forego the rituals that signified their union. During festivals, he noticed how delighted she was to receive gifts and flowers, understanding her appreciation for such gestures. Thus, he procured a private island, intending to orchestrate a romantic, intimate wedding that belonged solely to them. On a sun-drenched day, Jiang Yunshu donned a mermaid-style wedding gown that trailed elegantly behind her, her face adorned with a radiant smile. His expression was one of unabashed eagerness, his gaze singularly focused on Jiang Yunshu. "Mr. Fu Qingze, do you take Ms. Jiang Yunshu to be your wife, to love, cherish, and respect her in both good times and bad, in sickness and in health, in wealth and in poverty, remaining faithful to her until the end of your days?" Accompanied by the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, Fu Qingze nodded earnestly, offering the most heartfelt promise, "I do." In turn, Jiang Yunshu provided a resolute response, "I do." As the wedding concluded, nightfall had enveloped the villa. Fu Qingze removed his suit jacket and entered the bathroom to fill the bathtub with water. Upon reaching the bedside, Jiang Yunshu discovered 2 pieces of red fabric adorning the bed, scattered among the petals. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them as the intimate garments that Li Rani had sneakily tucked into her suitcase. How did they end up here? As she pondered whether to try them on, Fu Qingze's voice called from behind, "Wife, the water is ready." Startled, Jiang Yunshu instinctively concealed the fabric behind her. Turning to find Fu Qingze leaning against the door, arms crossed, his head tilted slightly with a knowing smile illuminating his eyes, she felt her cheeks flush. "All right," she replied softly. Fu Qingze approached her, his gaze falling upon her. "Shall we wash up together?" Jiang Yunshu took a step back. "I'll wash first." Fu Qingze paused, then nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, you go ahead. I'll fetch a bottle of wine." Once in the bathroom, Jiang Yunshu indulged in a soothing bath. Afterward, as she reached for a towel, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the alluring red fabric. After drying her hair, she picked up the garment, contemplating trying it on. After all, Fu Qingze had seen her bare before, this outfit at least offered some modesty. Upon changing, she turned to see her reflection in the mirror. The tantalizing allure of partially concealed skin proved far more captivating and sensual than complete nudity. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door, jolting her from her reverie. "What's taking so long? Wife, are you done yet?" "I'm finished," she responded, wrapping the towel around herself as she moved to open the bathroom door. Fu Qingze gazed at her, his lashes casting shadows over his eyes, a playful smile dancing on his lips, as if lost in thought. "You should go wash up," Jiang Yunshu said, stepping forward to pass him, only to be pulled back into his embrace. "Have you changed?" Fu Qingze lowered his head to kiss her ear. Jiang Yunshu pouted slightly, her voice teasing, "I knew it was you who brought those out." Fu Qingze reached to untie the towel she had wrapped around herself. "How about you forgo the towel?" Jiang Yunshu's cheeks warmed, and she gently pushed him away. "You should go wash first." "All right," Fu Qingze chuckled, retreating toward the bathroom while playfully reminding her, "Don't take anything off in there." When he emerged, the bedroom lights had been dimmed by Jiang Yunshu. The air was infused with a delicate floral fragrance, and the red fabric accentuated her porcelain skin, her slender waist beautifully exposed, creating an alluring and charged atmosphere. Fu Qingze swallowed hard, feeling a rush of heat at the mere sight of her. Meeting his unabashed gaze, Jiang Yunshu's lashes fluttered as she inquired, "Do I look good?" "You look stunning." Fu Qingze leaned down, kissing her. "Wife, you are breathtaking." Soon, the bedroom was filled with the sounds of their breathless encounters, a complete surrender to passion. As the night deepened, Fu Qingze nuzzled against Jiang Yunshu, his voice husky with satisfaction. "Wife, you look especially enchanting in that outfit. I shall buy you more pieces next time." Chapter 96. Sweet nothings from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere, diving in the Maldives to chasing the aurora in Iceland, this honeymoon period is the most relaxed and joyous time for the couple. Together with a loved one, every landscape, whether familiar or new, becomes a delightful experience. On the flight back home, Fu Qingze intertwined his fingers with Jiang Yunshu's hand. Having not seen their daughter for a while, Jiang Yunshu felt a profound longing for her. She turned to Fu Qingze and said, "Chuchu is still so young. When she grows a bit more, let us take her traveling with us." Fu Qingze kissed her cheek and replied, "All right." On their first night back in Beicheng, after lulling their baby to sleep, they gazed at their daughter's serene slumber, and a wave of happiness surged within them. Fu Qingze embraced Jiang Yunshu from behind and, filled with emotion, said, "My love, thank you." Jiang Yunshu smiled, "What else with the sudden gratitude?" Fu Qingze whispered in her ear, "Thank you for bringing such a lovely daughter into this world, for giving me a family, and especially for granting me another chance to love you." Time passed swiftly, and Chuchu's first birthday was approaching. On Christmas Eve, Fu Qingze and Jiang Yunshu brought Chuchu back to the old Fu family residence for dinner. Su Shuping, gazing at her granddaughter's adorable and lively appearance, grew increasingly fond of her. She took the baby from Fu Qingze, saying, "Her smile is so sweet, come here, Grandma will hold you." As Mrs. Fu flipped through old photo albums, she came across pictures of Fu Qingze as a child and chuckled, "Qingze learned to speak early." Everyone would tease him that he had such a sweet tongue, calling out for Grandma and Grandpa, and for a time, we affectionately called him Little Sweet Bean. Jiang Yunshu looked at the pictures, her eyes sparkling with laughter. He was truly charming as a child, with such long eyelashes. She turned to Fu Qingze and remarked to Mrs. Fu, "Looking at this, Chuchu resembles you even more." After dinner, snowflakes began to fall, and the family of three decided to stay the night at the old residence. Once in their room, Jiang Yunshu teased Fu Qingze, "Grandma said you had a sweet tongue. Should I call you Little Sweet Bean from now on?" Fu Qingze pulled her into his embrace, lowered his head to kiss her lips, and asked, "How about you taste it and see if it's sweet?" Jiang Yunshu, caught in a whirlwind of sensations from his kiss, found herself leaning uncontrollably into him. Fu Qingze lifted her effortlessly, laying her down on the bed. "Want to hear it?" "What?" Jiang Yunshu responded, breathless. Fu Qingze chuckled softly, "Sweet nothings." Jiang Yunshu gazed into his dark eyes, her expression becoming alluring. He leaned down to kiss her neck and whispered in her ear, "How about I tell my dear some sweet nothings?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunshu realized he was in a passionate mood. In bed, he transformed into a different person, capable of uttering the most candid and sentimental words. Tonight, their playful indulgence lingered longer than usual, and Jiang Yunshu developed a newfound understanding of sweet nothings. Past midnight, as their breaths began to settle, the air was thick with the scent of desire. Under the dim light, Jiang Yunshu, feeling utterly spent, watched as Fu Qingze tied a knot, and with a flutter of her eyelashes, she asked, "Shall we have another baby?" Fu Qingze paused, disposing of the tied item in the trash, and leaned over to kiss her eyelids. "Why the sudden question?" "While video calling Auntie yesterday, I noticed my sister-in-law's belly was already showing. She had previously asked me about plans for a second child, but at that time, Chuchu was still too small, so I didn't consider it." Fu Qingze remained silent for a moment. "I'd like to hear your thoughts." Jiang Yunshu lowered her eyelashes. "We can all see how much Mom adores Chuchu, but I remember last year during Grandma's birthday, she mentioned that it's best to have a boy first. Wife, do you know how I feel?" Fu Qingze interrupted her unexpectedly. Jiang Yunshu looked into his eyes. "What do you think?" Fu Qingze provided a clear response, "I think having Chuchu as our only child is perfect." Jiang Yunshu was momentarily taken aback. "Is it because you don't like children?" "Silly." Fu Qingze gently tapped her nose. "Do you think I don't love our daughter?" Jiang Yunshu nodded. "Of course you do. Then why would you think I don't like children?" Fu Qingze tenderly tucked her hair behind her ear. "My love, do you know how much it hurt me when Chuchu was born?" He paused before continuing. "The morning sickness in early pregnancy, the challenges in late pregnancy, and the agony during delivery. I can't bear for you to go through that again." Jiang Yunshu felt a warmth spread through her heart, her voice slightly nasal, but that process was also filled with happiness. "Actually, before we remarried, I had already discussed this matter with my parents and Grandma," Fu Qingze said. "In the Fu family, both boys and girls have equal rights to inherit. If Chuchu wishes to take over in the future, she can certainly do so. If her aspirations lie elsewhere, she will have the confidence to pursue the life she desires." Jiang Yunshu asked, "How do you think so far ahead?" Fu Qingze smiled. "Can you now share your true thoughts with me?" Jiang Yunshu embraced him, "Just like you." After their shower, Fu Qingze tucked Jiang Yunshu into bed, and as he turned off the lights, he wrapped her in his arms from behind. Exhausted, Jiang Yunshu, in a half-asleep state, heard Fu Qingze say, "Wife, I'll find time to have a procedure done." Jiang Yunshu responded. Fu Qingze's voice was low and husky. Even if it's thin, it's still a barrier.
I want to be closer to you.
Jiang Yunshu unconsciously murmured a soft agreement. Fu Qingze knew she had drifted into sleep and gently kissed her forehead. Sleep well, good night. Chapter 97. The first birthday banquet. The Fu family has always maintained a low profile in North City, yet they organized a grand celebration for their daughter's first birthday. On New Year's Day, nearly all prominent figures of North City attended the event, while those unable to attend sent gifts to commemorate the occasion. Several well-known media outlets even dedicated reports to this event. When Gu Jingyan and Gong Yan arrived, Fu Qingze was cradling his daughter and approached to greet them. Come here, uncle will hold you. Gu Jingyan observed the pride etched on Fu Qingze's forehead and deliberately reached out to embrace his precious daughter. However, Chu tilted her little head, burying it into her father's neck. Fu Qingze was in high spirits as he spoke to his soft, cuddly daughter. Sweetheart, call daddy. He encouraged her. Daddy.
Chu sweetly uttered Baba in her tender voice, melting hearts around her.
Such a clever little one, Fu Qingze said, planting a kiss on her plump cheek. Gu Jingyan's expression was somewhat complex as he turned to Jiang Yunshu and inquired, Are you certain this is Fu Qingze?
Jiang Yunshu chuckled lightly. Absolutely. Gu Jingyan gave a thumbs up, declaring, He is indeed a Reformation masterpiece. Irani chimed in, You'll understand once you have a daughter of your own. Gu Jingyan's gaze instinctively drifted towards Gong Yan, prompting those nearby to follow suit. Feeling a bit shy under the scrutiny, Gong Yan handed a gift box to Jiang Yunshu, saying, Sister Yunshu, this is a birthday present from Jingyan and me for Chu.
Jiang Yunshu accepted it, replying, I shall express your sentiments on behalf of Chu. At the birthday grabbing ceremony, an array of valuable items adorned the red carpet. Chu played with a golden lock and a jade gourd for a while before discarding them and crawling towards a baby grand piano. Her little hands pressed down on the keys, producing delightful sounds. Initially startled by the noise, she soon pressed with her other hand as well, thoroughly enjoying herself. Despite her tender age and limited speech, she exhibited remarkable sensitivity to sound. After the ceremony concluded, Fu Qingze held his daughter in one arm and took Jiang Yunshu's hand with the other, stepping onto the stage to deliver a brief address. He began by expressing gratitude to the friends and family in attendance, sincerely conveying his love for Jiang Yunshu and their daughter, before announcing the formal launch of the Chu Love Foundation. Jiang Yunshu's gift for their daughter was equally special, a jade Buddha necklace, a token of protection for a lifetime of safety and prosperity. Gong Yan applauded, her heart brimming with blessings and emotion, her eyes naturally reflecting envy and longing. As the applause subsided, a warm hand enveloped hers, intertwining their fingers. Gong Yan turned her head to see Gu Jingyan leaning close. He whispered softly in her ear, In the envisioned scene, the person by my side is you. A subtle smile graced Gong Yan's lips. Gu Jingyan continued to whisper, So prepare yourself mentally, do not be taken aback. Their relationship had progressed significantly in recent days, and coupled with his words from the night she proposed a breakup, Gong Yan understood the implication behind his statement. Meichem, she nodded in acknowledgement. What were you contemplating just now? Gu Jingyan asked again. Gong Yan pursed her lips. The same thing you were. Gu Jingyan smiled knowingly, feigning ignorance. Then who is the person standing beside you? Gong Yan met his gaze, her eyes resolute. It's you. As the year drew to a close, a corporate gala was on the horizon, yet Fu Qingze had no intention of attending. His assistant responded affirmatively, carefully choosing his words to add, Mr. Fu, this year's gala is notably different. Not only will there be a small auction, but many domestic and international partners will also be present. While signing documents, Fu Qingze listened to his assistant continue, If you and your wife make an appearance, I believe both the employees and partners will feel greatly honored. Fu Qingze maintained a composed demeanor, but when he heard the term wife, he glanced at his assistant before responding with a simple, After the assistant departed with the signed documents, he mused that this strategy remained effective. That evening, Fu Qingze returned to Shanghai Ufu. Upon entering, he inquired of Aunt Chen, Where is my wife? Aunt Chen replied, Madam is in the study upstairs. Fu Qingze nodded and was about to ascend when he suddenly recalled something, saying, There is nothing more to be done here. You may leave for the day. Chu had been staying at the old residence for the past few days, and Aunt Chen understood that this young couple required some private time, so she grasped the intent behind his words. Before Fu Qingze went upstairs, Aunt Chen discreetly left Shanghai Ufu under his watchful eyes. Fu Qingze entered the study to find Jiang Yunshu diligently working. He chose not to interrupt but instead sat quietly on the sofa, captivated by the sight of his wife's focused demeanor. The more he observed, the more he found her dedication to her work irresistibly charming. As Jiang Yunshu concluded her work and stood up, she finally noticed Fu Qingze. "When did you return?" she asked. He walked over and embraced her from behind, replying, "Not long ago." Jiang Yunshu had grown accustomed to his constant presence, allowing him to kiss her cheeks and neck while she continued discussing business matters. "I had dinner at the old residence tonight, and I initially intended to bring Chu-Chu back. However, my mother and grandmother felt reluctant since they wouldn't see her throughout the new year. Given that both of us have been quite busy lately, I decided against bringing her back." Fu Qingze responded with a simple "alright," then paused before adding, "Wife, I have a favor to ask." Jiang Yunshu chuckled lightly, "No need for preambles, just speak your mind. Could you accompany me to the year-end corporate gala, just to make an appearance?" Fu Qingze inquired. Over the past 6 months, Jiang Yunshu had accompanied him to numerous business events and charity galas, and she had long seen through his subtle intentions. "The outside world describes the president of the Fu Corporation as Loki. I believe this assertion," Jiang Yunshu teased, articulating each word deliberately, "requires further verification." Chapter 98. A blissful conclusion. Fu Qingze rested his chin in the delicate curve of her neck, declaring, "I want everyone to know that I am your man." His warm breath caressed her sensitive ear, sending a delightful shiver coursing through her. Jiang Yunshu playfully chided, "Stop being so frivolous." "Will you accompany me?" Fu Qingze asked, deliberately lowering his voice in a flirtatious manner. "Wife, may I?" Unable to resist his teasing charm, Jiang Yunshu replied, "I'm nearly finished." "I can go with you." Fu Qingze smiled, "Wife, you are truly wonderful." Jiang Yunshu sighed softly, acknowledging, "I suppose I indulged you, allowing you to take liberties." Fu Qingze chuckled, lifting her effortlessly onto the desk. The position was suggestive, and as Jiang Yunshu placed her hands against his chest to gently push him away, she cautioned, "Don't be absurd, Aunt Chen is still downstairs." "She has already left," Fu Qingze remarked as his hand began to wander at her waist. "Wife, it's just the two of us at home." Caught in the depths of his gaze, Jiang Yunshu, almost against her will, inquired, Here? Fu Qingze paused, momentarily taken aback, then asked with a hint of surprise, "Is that permissible?" By the time Jiang Yunshu realized the implications, it was too late. Fu Qingze leaned down and captured her lips in a deep kiss. Having been thoroughly seduced by him, Jiang Yunshu closed her eyes, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck. This was their first encounter in the study, and the psychological thrill was overwhelming. Clothes were carelessly discarded onto the floor, and as Fu Qingze beheld Jiang Yunshu's flushed face, his chest swelled with heat, his gaze intensifying. The study was filled with indescribable sounds. Jiang Yunshu's brows knitted slightly, her eyes glistening with moisture, her neck arching gracefully. Fu Qingze leaned in, kissing her neck, inching his way to her lips, whispering, "Wife, you are exquisite." His voice was deep and sensuous, and as Jiang Yunshu met his passionate, moonlight spilled through the window. Resting in Fu Qingze's embrace, her hair damp with sweat, he draped his jacket over her shoulders, asking, "Shall we take a shower?" Jiang Yunshu nodded, her tone sultry and filled with a strong sense of dependency. "I want to be held." Fu Qingze's heart melted, his voice tender as if enchanted, "All right, husband will hold you." Perhaps it had been some time since they had shared such intimacy. Once in the bathroom, both found themselves reluctant to part, their kisses spiraling into an insatiable fervor. By the time they snuggled under the covers, it was well past midnight. Exhausted from their the Jiang family residence was adorned with red lanterns, radiating festive cheer. Elder Jiang sat at the table, brush in hand, composing couplets. Upon seeing Jiang Yunshu, he beckoned her over. "Xiaoshu, come write a couplet." Taking the brush, Jiang Yunshu replied, "It's been ages since I last wrote. Grandfather, please see how much my skills have declined." Elder Jiang inspected her completed couplet, nodding in satisfaction, "Well done." Fu Qingze held their daughter and observed, "Mommy's handwriting is truly beautiful, isn't it?" Little Chu-Chu chimed in, her voice sweet and innocent, "Mama, Mama." Elder Jian looked fondly at his great-granddaughter, chuckling, "This child possesses Xiao Shua's spirit. She'll be a prodigy at chess." Jiang grandmother interjected, "The old man is destined to teach." At the New Year's Eve dinner, Chu-Chu joined the table. Zhang Yunshu gently pinched her plump little face, calling toward the kitchen, "Husband, please bring Chu-Chu's bib."
Fu Qingze replied affirmatively.
The gaze of